Leo, look over there, it's a cockroach. Lena, who was picking wild berries together, nudged Mincio's shoulder and pointed to something hanging on the tree that looked like a squirrel. The animal was clinging to the tree trunk, seemingly parasitic, a cockroach with its cute little eyes rolling around. Lena clapped her hands towards it, seeing that mountain animal is said to bring good luck. Mincio was trapped in Raising Lena. With the indifferent text starting Raising Lena, he became Leo and was imprisoned in a strange world. Why did I end up in a place like this? Mincio gave a bitter laugh, while Lena smiled brightly. Clothes scattered like a carpet in the messy room. Mincio, rolling around in the disordered bed, got up weakly. Watching OTube while lying down had become boring. Should I play a game? Mumbling, he threw aside his dirty pillow and turned on the computer with an unenthusiastic expression. As he stood up, his messy hair poked his eyes. Mincio hadn't been outside for days, except for occasionally dragging his slippers out to buy cigarettes and ramen. Let's take some time apart for a while. Kiha's firm voice echoed in his head. Mincio tried to shake off that voice and skillfully logged into Sudim, a place where you could download thousands of games. His account was already filled with many games. An annoying book got caught in the hastily moving mouse. The desk was filled with public servant exam books like administrative law. How bothersome. Mincio piled them up and pushed them aside, returning to his computer. Sudim was having a sale again today. Some games were marked down by up to 90, catching his eye. In that space where he could forget reality, Mincio lined up new games and scrolled through them. I'm saying this for us. I'll get something done too. Let's try our best. He scrolled more vigorously. Urgency. He wanted to start any game quickly. He wanted to escape. He graduated from college 2 years ago. Even then he sighed, but he had an alternative. It wasn't his dream job, but he boasted that passing the public servant exam would be enough. Those were the days he made excuses to people around him with bravado. Mincio felt ashamed towards Kiha, who believed in him till the end. His will couldn't keep up with his heart. Books didn't hold his attention, and he would just fiddle with his phone until hunger brought him back to reality, a moment he dreaded, Raising Lena. While hastily scrolling, the mouse landed on a game. A cheap game priced at only 2001 and arrogantly not on sale. He liked the arrogance. When he clicked on it, a cute female character smiled brightly at him. Reading the game description, it seemed to be a knockoff of the Princess Maker series. The story was about raising a girl, marrying her to a prince, and making her a princess. It was predictable even before starting. You bring up a child, make her work to earn money, and then use that money to educate her diligently. I should study instead, and if possible, a game where you marry her to a prince and make her a princess. Even if you couldn't marry her off to a prince, there were various endings. A daughter who becomes a farmer and marries an ordinary man, a daughter who becomes a noble lady, a daughter who becomes a knight. How heart-wrenching it was to see the final moments of daughters who smiled brightly despite being exploited and unable to decide anything for themselves. Were those girls really happy? Lena, a beautiful character, shone brightly on the screen, breaking his thoughts. It looked like a cheap game, but feeling somewhat nostalgic for the past daughters, Mincio clicked the purchase button. All right, take it, 2001. After waiting for the installation to complete, he launched it immediately. The graphics filled the screen. It was surprisingly high quality, so much so that he was startled. Fearing he might accidentally close this overwhelming intro video, he took his hands off the mouse and switched to popcorn mode. Just watching this video made the 2001 worthwhile. No sooner did he think this than the screen was covered with text, starting Raising Lena. Achievement: first meeting with Lena. Lena feels a high affection for Leo. Leo, are you listening to me? Huh, Leo, why do you look like that? Are you teasing me again? It was the face he had seen in the game introduction. A teenage girl with distinct features, her upper lip beautifully curved as if she had received ample love, and her eyebrows gently arched. Her softly raised nose was intellectual, but the tip descended in a gentle slope. While he blankly stared at her face, Lena gazed directly at Leo with undeniable affection in her bold eyes. Unable to bear that affection, he turned his head away. A forest. Startled, he raised his arms, but only immature hands followed. A worn leather pouch filled with unfamiliar berries hung at his waist, and rough fabric itched his skin, and the girl looking at him bewilderedly. It took a few days to accept the situation. This was a small village called Demas. A cozy village where everyone knew each other, paying taxes to the right kingdom under Count Gaydon's domain. His name was Leo. His mother had passed away early, and he lived with his hunter father. Fortunately, his father was away on a hunt, giving him time to grasp the situation. Leo, are you home? Don't you want to go pick wild berries? For several days, Lena knocked loudly on the door early in the morning. Lena and Leo were childhood friends. They were so close that their bodies remembered roaming the mountains and fields together to gather food. Today, too, he followed Lena's lead up the mountainside, imitating her actions to avoid suspicion. I heard this from Brother Leslie, you know. Here, injuries were treated by priests. The feudal system and social hierarchy were strict. Knights and paladins rode horses, and some plants moved like animals while some animals moved like plants. He had no way of knowing why or how he was sucked into this place. There was no way to exit. He had already abandoned the thought that this was a dream and that everything would return to normal when he woke up. The sense of reality was too vivid for that. With this vivid sense of reality, he even began to faintly forget that he was Mincio. The faces of his parents and girlfriend, Kiha, were hazy, only surfacing if he concentrated. It felt like Mincio's consciousness was receding and Leo's was emerging. Leo glanced at Lena. She seemed to be enjoying herself just being with him, never running out of things to say. Lena, her existence provided a clue to Mincio's mystery. He was here to raise Lena. Lena, who tied her hair back tightly and deftly picked wild berries with quick hands. Lena, whose delicate hands never dried from the small wounds of hard labor. I have to make this girl a princess. Isn't that the escape route to finish this game and return? Early in the morning, in a small house without a dining table, Lena and her parents sat on the floor, scraping their bowls clean. Where should I go today? Lena looked out the window and saw that the weather was overcast. On days like this, it's better to work indoors. After finishing her meal, Lena greeted her parents and went outside. The village, just waking up in the east, was filled with the sounds of livestock crying for their morning feed. They were all other people's animals. Lena headed to the only bakery in the village. This place was always short-handed. "Oh, Lena, you're here. You're so dependable." Han's aunt, who was preparing work inside, smiled, looking like she knew Lena would come. In fact, Lena preferred going out into the forest or fields to gather food due to her lively personality and disliked working in confined spaces. The bakery was the only exception. Lena liked the fragrant smell of the bakery. Han's aunt welcomed her warmly. Although Lena only visited on cloudy days, a diligent child like her was always welcome. "Hee, you haven't started kneading the dough yet, right?" Lena laughed awkwardly, grabbed the flour and sat down. Han's aunt clicked her tongue as she watched her. Tusk. How can such an active child aspire to be a priest? It was a thought she had whenever she saw the girl. A priest sometimes traveled for missions, but mostly spent most of their time in the church chapter. There was so much work to do that priests rarely left the premises. First, priests had to perform daily rituals. Priests who possessed divine power had the duty to praise the gods and lead believers to them. They also had to heal the sick. When villagers fell ill, they went to the church, and the priest would use their divine power to bestow a blessing of healing. In a small, close-knit village like Deimos, this was possible. In the city, receiving treatment required a lot of money. Priests also had to teach children. In small villages like this, there were no teachers to teach the children, and it was clearly the priest's role to teach history and theology, so the priest also served as the village teacher. They were very busy people. Han's aunt thought Lena wasn't suited to be a priest, and that it was unrealistic given her family's extreme poverty. But Lena dreamed of becoming a priest. When her father was severely injured at work, the village priest's gentle light that healed his wound left a deep impression on young Lena's heart. That warm energy guided her to the path of the priesthood. Whether Lena knew what the aunt was thinking or not, she kneaded the dough vigorously. As the wet flour formed a sticky dough, she didn't stop until it became firmer. Soon, her forehead was moist with sweat. Fayu. After making the dough elastic, she dusted it with flour to calm it down and rested her sore arms. She caught her breath and let her mind wander. Lately, Leo has been acting strange. He was naturally quiet like his father, but recently he barely spoke and rarely smiled. He often looked into the distance as if lost in thought. Ah, wait a minute. It was the anniversary of Leo's mother's death recently. That must be it. She had almost forgotten because Leo was so mature, but his mother had passed away 2 years ago. He was probably feeling sad thinking about her. I need to help him a lot. Lena grabbed the flour again and threw herself into the dough. As sweat beads formed on her fine nose and dropped, she finished by slapping a few dough pieces. Han's aunt gave her a bunch of bread as payment. As Lena left, hoping for the next cloudy day, an unwelcome guest appeared as if on cue. "Lena, hi." "Oh, Han's, hi." A cloud appeared in her heart. There was another reason Lena rarely came to the bakery. "Just finished work. You look pretty today, too." She tried to pass by quickly, but Han's naturally matched her steps. Lena endured the discomfort and glanced at Han's. Han's was lazy. Even though the bakery was always busy and his aunt struggled alone on days without help, he never lifted a finger. He didn't have any particular job either. He didn't join the other young men in village work, so he was surely lazing around somewhere. He's tall and healthy, so why does he act like this? Han's, unaware of Lena's thoughts, kept chatting. "The day before yesterday, I went to the big village. 2 people were fighting in the market. When I asked what was going on, she had to listen to his uninteresting stories until she reached home. Hey, get lost, I don't like you." She wanted to shout, but being neighbors, there was no benefit in fighting in such a small village. Thinking of Namer, the god of patience and dedication, Lena safely reached home. It was an honor to assist a lady. His lively voice made her almost forget the teachings. Fortunately, her years of studying theology at the church weren't wasted, as Namer didn't leave her side. Hans hummed a tune as he left, and Lena angrily placed the bread in a basket and went out again. Phew, where should I go next? She wanted to go to the church and read a book, but held back. As an only child, I can't just idle around. I studied hard last weekend, so I need to work hard until next weekend. Let's do this. As she encouraged herself and looked for a place to go, a familiar voice called from behind. Lena. Lena couldn't help but smile brightly. She would have known who it was even without hearing the voice. There was only one person who would call her from the house next door at this time. When she turned around, it was indeed Leo poking his head out of the window. Leo, you're home already. Yeah, the guys and I are going to gather bellflowers tonight, so I'm taking a nap. Ha, it's bellflowers. Your pronunciation is funny. Bellflower is an edible root vegetable that emerges from the ground and blooms at night, emitting a soft light, making it easier to harvest in the dark. Hee, I slipped up on the pronunciation. What are you doing today? Ahem. I've already been to Hans Aunt's place. Now I'm going to the village chief's house. If there's nothing to do there, I'll just go to the church. Lena approached the window, leaned against the wall, and gave him a sidelong glance. She liked Leo. Since childhood, Lena and Leo had held hands tightly and ventured on many adventures. Creepy forest edges, endless fields, and icy valleys. Every time they returned, they had food as a reward. She missed his warm hand. As they grew older, at some point, they stopped holding hands. When was it? Lena counted the years with her fingers behind her back. Was it since I said I wanted to be a priest? Priests couldn't marry. It seemed like she was showing respect for the clergy. But wasn't it a bit too hasty? Lena hid her complex feelings. Though she missed holding Leo's hand, she liked him just as much even without it. You know, after you left yesterday. Lena stood by the window, chatting with him for a long time. Leo, who listened without a hint of annoyance, was indeed kind. How can I make her a princess? There was no answer. Mincio, or Leo, had roughly understood this world by now. It was a vast continent with 7 kingdoms. In the north were the kingdoms of Astin Aster, in the west the holy kingdom of Jerome, in the center the kingdom of Belida, in the east the kingdom of Azel, and in the south the kingdom of Conrad and the kingdom of Oran, to which this village belonged. He tried to estimate the size of the continent. It was said that even on horseback, it would take 2 months to reach the capital of the Belida kingdom, located in the center of the continent, and 2 weeks to reach the sea in the south. Crossing the continent on horseback in 5 months. Is it as big as China? No, it's much larger. Maybe the size of China combined with Australia, he sighed. It seemed almost impossible to raise this lively friend into a princess. Well, I'm off. Have a good nap. After chatting for a while, Lena waved her hand and left, and Leo, resting his chin on the windowsill, fell into thought. He felt utterly drained. Lena, without a surname, was a commoner. To make her a princess, she would have to marry a prince, but marriage between commoners and royalty was a fairy tale. In this strict hierarchical society, it would be lucky if marriage between royalty and commoners wasn't outright forbidden by law. Moreover, Demos was too rural. Not only was there no prince, but even the local lord had no interest in this place. As long as taxes were paid on time, there was no need for any dignitaries to visit. Princess Maker is such an easy game. Princess Maker was set in the capital. This alone made it more accessible, but the heroine also had the privilege of visiting the royal palace once a month. The king, queen, ministers, and generals were so idle that they were happy to listen to the little girl. This was because her father, who raised her, was a hero who saved humanity, making things too convenient. In other words, Princess Maker began without the obstacles of status and location. It was a game where you only needed to raise the daughter well. You could even go to the royal palace every January to have a cozy date with a prince in disguise. But what about me? Leo lay on the bed with the window open. He had to work every day. It wasn't because his family was as impoverished as Lena's. His father was an excellent hunter, so their family never skipped a meal. Still, it wasn't an environment where he could just idle around. He had to work daily with the village youths or Lena, and his father wanted him to continue learning hunting. Leo tossed uncomfortably. He was busy living his life, yet he had to make Lena a princess. There was no way to control Lena either. In Princess Maker, as long as the daughter didn't go astray, she would follow orders, but Lena sometimes went off with a meh. How could he take such a girl to a capital city where a prince might be? It was said that even the nearest capital of the kingdom of Oran Nevis was 2 weeks away on horseback. He lacked the strength, money, and reason to protect and take Lena to the capital. Moreover, there was not enough time. Leo and Lena were both in their mid-teens, and next year they would come of age. To marry Lena to a prince, the latest acceptable age was in their late teens. In this world, even the late teens were a precarious marriageable age. Princess Maker started at age 10 and had the heroine married by 18. It gave you 8 years to raise the child and prepare for marriage, but here, Lena could get married right now. Lena's parents' looks were already telling. They seemed to wish that her passionate childhood friend would do something about it, as they felt it was impossible for their poor daughter to become a priest. After all, everyone in the village knew Leo and Lena were a couple. They just didn't mention it because they knew Lena wanted to become a priest. The The breeze that gently blew through the window tickled Leo's nose. He stretched languidly and murmured, "Should I just live like this? It's peaceful in this village." There was no guarantee he could return even if he made Lena a princess, and this place didn't feel like a game. His memories of his parents, Kiha, and modern civilization were faint and fragmented, and he didn't feel like returning to that harsh world. And though it was a bit of a greedy thought, Lena was beautiful. Even in the village, she had to be hidden carefully to avoid being taken as a concubine by some noble. She and Leo were close childhood friends, and everyone around them hoped they would marry. I am truly blessed. Even Leo's previous self had wanted to become an excellent hunter like his father. Having modest dreams meant there were no grand disappointments. Just as it seemed impossible to make Lena a princess now, it was natural for big dreams to be accompanied by despair. He lay down with his hands behind his head. "Yes, I'll live here." With a simple resolution, Leo drifted into sleep. His heart found solace in the peaceful village of Demos. Early in the morning, Lena woke up unusually early. Though it was still dark outside, she quickly got dressed and sneaked out quietly so as not to wake her parents. The dawn air was chilly. The chirping of crickets heralded the approach of autumn. Lena trudged towards the vegetable garden. Since she had woken up so early, she thought she might as well pull some weeds. If she finished quickly and returned, her mother would be preparing breakfast. Reaching the small vegetable patch, she bent down to pull weeds. But the sight of the dark, small garden made her feel gloomy. Their house didn't even have a yard, so they had to set up this small garden outside the village. Should I give up on studying to become a priest? To become a priest, she had to study at the central church in the Holy Kingdom, but she didn't even have the travel expenses, let alone the tuition fees. If I were a boy, I might have just set off. No, it would have been difficult even then. Traveling alone was dangerous due to bandits, thieves, local prejudice, city thugs, and gangs. It was prudent to leave a will before setting out alone unless one was a knight or a crusader, so a mid-teen girl had no choice but to remain in the village. Lena sniffled, feeling teary-eyed, making excuses without trying hard. It's pathetic. She worked during the weekdays and studied all day at the church on weekends, but she thought anyone could do that much. In fact, there was a bit of time left after work before sunset. Though the church had to save candles, so she couldn't stay until night, she could still read a page or two before it got dark. But she always rushed home, using her tired body as an excuse, and she hated herself for it. Plop, tears fell onto the bent soil. Why am I crying? What have I done right? In the brightening vegetable garden, Lena wiped her tears and dug into the ground. She buried the pulled weeds and her lingering feelings together. She had to work today, too. A month had passed since Mincio entered this world. He had adapted to it, albeit clumsily, and even went hunting with his father. Thus we offer the heart and head of the prey to Lord Barbados. Please accept this tribute and bless our family. Leo's father knelt and covered the ground, praising the god in a reverent voice. This was the only time the extremely taciturn man would speak. His voice was thin, which didn't match his rugged appearance, perhaps because he rarely spoke. Leo also knelt and participated in his father's worship. It was a struggle to serve a taciturn, middle-aged man as his father, but it wasn't hard to match the mood. This Leo was originally quiet too, so he just needed to stay silent. After the prayer, his father removed the innards of the prey and started cooking, while Leo tied the hind legs of the prey and hung it upside down from a tree. This was to bleed it out. When they first went hunting, his father was puzzled by his suddenly clumsy son, but silently demonstrated the tasks. Leo followed his father's example, and fortunately, his body seemed to remember, allowing him to mimic it quickly. Moreover, this Leo was skillful. Mincio, who used to be clumsy, was surprised at how deftly he handled things like tying knots and other chores. Leo's father seemed to think his son had forgotten due to not hunting for a while and dropped his suspicions. Mincio was becoming completely Leo. He didn't consciously think of modern society, and he recognized all the villagers' faces. Although there were gaps in the past he didn't know, it wasn't hard to get by. Leo had forgotten his past self, Mincio, who wasted time smoking and playing games in a small room. He had a sturdy young body that could easily climb rugged mountains, and in the friendly village there was always Lena welcoming him. He had come to like Lena again. It wasn't strange that she sincerely welcomed and liked him, because I have liked Lena for a long time. Leo thought of her in the village, while his father sprinkled the prey's blood on the cooked innards. The blood sizzled away, leaving only a fishy scent lingering. In a small house without proper furniture, Lena's family welcomed the morning. Are you going to church today? Yes, Lena's mother smiled as she served her daughter a generous portion of soup. It was the weekend. Her daughter eagerly awaited weekends when she could study to her heart's content. Yes, Lena hurriedly ate her meal and rushed outside. She squinted at the bright morning sunlight. For the first time, she had no intention of going to church today. Instead, she grabbed a large bag and, making sure her parents wouldn't see, knocked on the next door house. Leo. Oh, just a moment, I'm almost done with breakfast. Lena waited in front of Leo's house for a bit. Soon, Leo came out with a broad smile. Through the open door, she saw Leo's father clearing the table. Lena had never spoken to Leo's father, who was not only taciturn but also didn't participate in village events. He didn't come to church either, making him distant from the villagers. As Leo closed the door, he asked Lena, "What's up? Did you come by before going to church?" His tone was higher, indicating his joy at her early visit. Lena's uneasy feeling vanished, and she asked brightly, "What are you doing today?" "I'll probably spend the day repairing equipment. My father plans to go hunting again tomorrow, so I'm preparing to go with him." "Hey, then would you like to go gather mountain mushrooms with me?" "Mountain mushrooms." Leo's face brightened more than usual. Mountain mushrooms. But anywhere with Lena was good. "Sure, let's go gather mountain mushrooms. I can fix the equipment in the evening." "Wait a moment." Leo went back inside, came out with 3 pouches at his waist, likely for snacks and another for water. He also slung a bow over his shoulder, possibly for emergencies. Lena smiled as she looked him over. Leo was impressive. He was strong and skillful, quickly making small tools. Lena often watched in awe as he crafted arrows from twigs and leaves. Leo urged her, "All set, let's go." The 2 young people reached the foothills and began searching for mountain mushrooms. They kept their hands busy while chatting nonstop. Seeing Leo, who seemed to be back to his cheerful self, Lena had a shy thought. Maybe living like this with Leo wouldn't be so bad. To become a priest, she would have to study for several years at the central church and might not return home. Although the monks at the church said they tried to accommodate priest requests, there were unavoidable circumstances. The current village priest wasn't born here either. In fact, no priest had ever come from their village. Sister Leslie, who was at the church now, had left to become a priest but hadn't succeeded. "It would be nice even if I returned as a monk." Lena glanced at Leo, who was picking mushrooms. It was sad to give up her dream of becoming a priest, but she didn't want to part with him. Lena made up her mind. "I like Leo, and Leo feels the same, right?" After focusing on gathering for a while, they spread a cloth and took a break. "Leo, say ah." "Loud." Leo, busy scraping the roots of freshly picked mushrooms, opened his mouth, and Lena fed him pieces of jerky he had brought. Munch, 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 munch. A moment of silence fell as they ate the jerky. Leo, still working on the mushrooms, was conscious of Lena, and Lena, though turning her head away, could see Leo clearly. She mustered the courage to speak. "I think I'll stop studying to become a priest. Can't go to the central church, need money for tuition. Even though they say they'll feed, clothe, and house me, I'll still need some living expenses." Lena stretched out her legs and adjusted her sitting position. She stretched her arms as well, making it look casual. "I don't want to leave Mom and Dad behind, and I kind of want to keep living like this, going to the woods together." Her subtle confession left Leo flustered, pretending to focus on the mountain mushrooms. Lena leaned toward him and asked softly, "Do you want me to go become a priest?" "Or not?" Leo's mind went blank. He tried to swallow, but his throat was dry. Mumbling, he bowed his head and muttered, "I'd like it if you were here when I came down from hunting in the mountains." Leo tried to continue working on the mushrooms, but they had been stubborn since earlier. The roots wouldn't come off easily, and he felt Lena's gaze on him. His throat felt like it was on fire, and his heart pounded against his ribs. "Why?" Lena asked playfully, smiling brightly. She wanted to lean in and kiss his cheek. "Why? What's with the why? Why do you keep asking that?" Leo's curt reply came with a reddening neck and earlobes. Lena felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Leo's warm hand seemed closer than usual. The next day, still the weekend, Leo went hunting with his father. Lena didn't want to go to church, but her parents were going, so she had no choice but to head there too. She wasn't ready to tell her parents she wanted to stop her priest studies. "Lena, you're here. What happened yesterday? You didn't come to church." Sister Leslie walked briskly towards her. Seeing him in his plain robes with gentle wrinkles, Lena felt her throat close up, as expected. She fumbled for an excuse. "I felt like I hadn't seen my friends in a while, so I went to hang out." Since she had spent all day with Leo yesterday, it wasn't a lie. But hiding the truth from the sister made her feel heavy-hearted. Sister Leslie smiled brightly, oblivious to Lena's inner turmoil. "I see. Come on in. What book were you reading last time?" He seemed to have some free time today, as he personally fetched the book and led the way. Lena felt like she might hiccup. He had a special fondness for her and had high expectations. When Lena had asked if going to the central church was realistically possible, Sister Leslie had reassured her, comforting her with his own experiences and wise words. Bluz, bluz, bluz. Sister Leslie's room was both sparse and immaculate. On the shelf, a few monk robes were neatly folded, and the room was spotless. The most worn item was a small statue of Saint Azura, which was well handled due to the sister's daily prayers. Sister Leslie sat Lena beside him and spoke kindly. "Lena, becoming a priest is not about being late. The difference between a priest and a monk was whether they had divine power. Devotion and constant prayer didn't guarantee divine power. To obtain it, someone with divine power had to bestow it, an act called baptism by the church. At the Central Church's educational facility, candidates received baptism and were taught various subjects, including theology. Over several years, the most outstanding students underwent a ceremony to test their aptitude, which determined whether they became priests or monks. It doesn't matter if you're late. If you're a devout and diligent child like you'll surely make it to the final ceremony. A novice priest who received baptism cultivated the small seed of divine power through piety and righteous deeds. The priest who bestowed divine power lost some of their own, making it costly and rare. Most of the bestowed power dissipated during baptism, so the church minimized losses by verifying the candidate's potential through a ceremony. Those who didn't meet the efficiency threshold were excluded. Despite the controversy, there was no practical alternative. Ultimately, candidates deemed capable through the ceremony became priests, while others became monks. I didn't do well in the ceremony, so I didn't become a priest, but I'm not disappointed. Sister Leslie held Lena's hand gently. Whether you become a priest or a monk is uncertain, but it's not the most important thing. Even if you can't go, it doesn't matter. Sister Leslie smiled, and his words shook Lena. We have already dedicated our hearts to God. Bluzz, bluzz, bluzz. Having been comforted by Sister Leslie, Lena couldn't bring herself to say she wanted to quit. Hesitant, she followed the sister inside. As usual, she sat at the table before the altar and opened her book. Sister Leslie explained difficult parts beside her. The sacred objects on the altar warmly embraced them. Mundane, peaceful days continued into autumn. Lena worked on weekdays and occasionally went to church on weekends. After confiding in Leo, they spent more time together and even held hands again. Today, like any other day, Lena and Leo gathered food and returned to the village. But Lena, you're back. At the village entrance, the priest and Sister Leslie were waiting, along with two unfamiliar outsiders. Sister Leslie hurriedly grabbed Lena's hand and exclaimed, Lena, it's happening. This is surely God's providence. What's happening? These priests will take you to the central church. Praise be, such a joyous event. He pointed to the two strangers. One was a dignified old man, the other a rare female priest. Lena gasped. The middle-aged female priest smiled gently at Lena. The village priest and Sister Leslie spoke highly of you. We're heading to the central church chapter. Would you like to join us? Lena couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. I can go to the central church. A lifelong dream was suddenly coming true, and she was overwhelmed. This isn't a dream, right? Lena's elation vanished when she saw Leo standing dumbfounded beside her. If she left, she would have to part from him. She looked at Leo and silence fell. Leo bit his lip. Lena was leaving. It felt like cold water was poured over his head as forgotten thoughts surfaced. He never imagined Lena could leave the village, so Lena had this event. There was no way to become a princess stuck in this remote village. She had to go to the capital where the princes were, and the central church was in the holy kingdom of Jerome's capital. This event set the stage for Lena to study in the capital. But would she become a princess if she entered the priest training institution? He doubted it. Leo felt conflicted, wanting to live with her here. He had long abandoned the idea of making Lena a princess. He didn't want to walk such a thorny path or return to Mincio's harsh life by finishing the game, but the Lena he loved wanted to become a priest. Such an opportunity might never come again. As Leo hesitated, unable to speak, Lena took the lead. I'm not going. She tightly held Leo's hand. Lena, what are you saying? Sister Leslie jumped up. This is such a great opportunity. Lena, tell them you'll go quickly. I don't want to go. I want to stay with Leo. Lena declared boldly. Her expression was resolute. Leo, watching her, found it unbearable to see her give up such a good opportunity because of his own selfishness, and he lowered his head like a guilty person. Sister Leslie waved his arms frantically, trying to persuade her, but Lena didn't budge. We have to leave early tomorrow. If you change your mind, please come see us in the morning. The unnamed priest who had come to take Lena looked resigned and led the others away. The village priest consoled the bewildered sister, who kept glancing back until she disappeared inside. At the village entrance, only Lena, Leo, and the cold autumn wind remained. Lena, I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? I wasn't planning to go anyway, but his throat felt tight. He knew how much Lena wanted to become a priest. Lena, who always worked and studied diligently, had her dreams ruined just so he could live comfortably and happily. Tears welled up in Leo's eyes at his own cowardice. Lena hugged him tightly, accepting his selfishness. I'm happy being with you, Leo. That's enough for me. Even though it felt like she was losing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and a dream she had nurtured since childhood, it was okay. She was going to live happily with Leo forever. The two embraced for a long time, unable to let go. The next morning, Lena didn't go to see the priest, afraid her resolve might waver. The female priest and the old man left in a carriage, taking Lena's dreams with them. The rumor that Lena had given up a chance to go to the central church for Leo quickly spread. Lena's parents were both regretful and happy. They trusted Leo, who had been with their daughter since childhood and was a diligent and upright young man. They hurried the wedding plans, and Leo's father agreed quickly. Lena's parents pulled together what little money they had. It was far from enough, but the villagers helped generously. After all, they were preparing food for everyone, so they didn't hold back. Leo's father also helped a lot with the wedding preparations. He sold the furs piled up at the mountain lodge and handed over the stored jerky to the village hall. After the wedding was confirmed, Lena and Leo proudly held hands again. The village elders, remembering how they used to cross the village holding hands as children, were moved and showered them with blessings. The wedding was held before winter arrived. The village priest officiated, and all the villagers gathered in front of the church to bless Lena and Leo's marriage. Sister Leslie, putting aside his regrets, gave Lena a book and a red ribbon as gifts. Hands spat in the corner of the church. As they stood before the officiant, Leo held Lena's hand, solemnly vowing to make her happy for the rest of their lives. I present to you the birth of a new couple before God. No sooner had the priest finished than Lena jumped into Leo's arms, holding him tightly. Leo, I love you. Leo beamed. At that moment, Lena has married. Congratulations. The words obscured Lena's joyful face. Lena, not only Lena, but the church and the villagers faded into darkness. In the empty space, there was no longer his body, only monotonous text emerging from the darkness. Lena. Final job, village maiden. Marriage partner, Leo. Leo. Final job, hunter. Marriage partner, Lena. Childhood friend ending, peace in Demos village. Lena, born in Demos village, had a happy childhood. Although poor, she received warm attention from her parents and spent her childhood with her friend Leo. Continued, Lena did not leave for the central church and married Leo, having 2 children and living happily ever after. Leo, born in Demos village, had a happy childhood. Although he lost his mother early, he grew up with his excellent hunter father. Continued, Leo married Lena. As a great hunter, he lived happily ever after with Lena and their children. The final image of Lena, smiling happily at their wedding, appeared. Beneath it was a summary of their lives together. What is happening? Leo was bewildered. Just moments ago, he was holding Lena's hand. The warmth was still vivid. It felt like he was under a powerful spell. Leo tried to thrash about to escape, but without a physical body, he was stuck. He could only watch the photo slowly fade away. As Lena's picture and their story disappeared, Mincio's mind grew clearer. Was this really a game? The eerie unreality of floating in the void sent shivers down his spine. Anger surged within him. Who was manipulating his life like this? Why, I was Leo. I met someone to spend my life with and even ruined her dreams to stay together. He already missed Lena. He wanted to see her cheerful face and hold her scarred hands. He had planned to become a great hunter and ensure she never got hurt again. He was going to atone for his selfishness and live happily. As Lena and Leo's story vanished, only the empty darkness remained. Finally, Mincio could separate himself from Leo's emotions. As the faces of his forgotten parents and Kiha emerged, Mincio was shocked and desperate. I have to get out of here. Guilt flooded over him for having forgotten Kiha and genuinely loving another woman. He felt his mind couldn't bear this. As he struggled, words appeared before his eyes. You have not completed Raise Lena. Leo, you became a great hunter and lived happily with Lena. As a reward, some of Leo's hunting skills will be inherited. Restarting. Don't give me that nonsense. The indifferent text vanished, ignoring Mincio's desperate cry, and a new intro sequence began to play before his eyes. It was completely different from what he saw when he first started the game. The original intro sequence showed a peaceful view of Demos village from a descending perspective, closing in on Lena smiling in a forest on a mountainside. This time, the perspective dropped from a snowstorm-covered mountain range over thick castle walls into a city. The screen focused on a windswept open area. 2 houses stood in front of the open space, resembling a backyard. There, someone wielding a sword turned to look back. Lena, Leo, are you listening to me? Lena. Mincio's consciousness rapidly receded like a tide. He tried to hold on, but he found himself transformed into a spectator, watching from a distance. The faces of his beloved parents and Kiha blurred. I called you first. Why are you calling me? Lena, wearing thick leather armor with a sword slung over her shoulder, fixed her unwavering gaze on him. This Lena was taller and looked stronger. The previous Lena was active and healthy, but she couldn't compare to the warrior standing before him. Her broad shoulders and the well-defined curves of her body, even in armor, approached him confidently. She resembled Lena but had a slightly different impression up close. The previous Lena had a simple, kind look, while this one had determination in her firmly set lips and strength in her thick, straight eyebrows. Overall, she looked fierce, yet her slightly drooping eyes and triangular-shaped, cute ears gave her a quirky charm. The new Lena approached and spoke. Why have you been spaced out? And why are you staring at me like that? Want to get hit? Leo was momentarily stunned by her rough voice, something the previous Lena would never have imitated. He pretended to look around, startled. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, the open space behind the houses, and smoke rose from chimneys made of thin, layered stone, dark gray in color. This is a completely different scenario. In the Princess Maker game, there were options to choose the father's occupation. Depending on the series, the choices included a retired knight, merchant, jester, or traveler, affecting the father's income, the daughter's initial stats, and how she treated her father, making it a crucial part of the gameplay. This Raise Lena game also seemed to have multiple starting points. Dimas Village Leo had a hunter father and was a childhood friend of Lena. But this time, as he hurriedly tried to grasp the situation, Lena's palm smacked him. "Hey, Leo. Why are you slacking off in the middle of practice?" Leo rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed and unsure how to react to the sudden change. This time, too, Leo's consciousness began to overlay Mincio's, occupying the space, but he still had to act without knowing the present and past. "Damn it, why did you hit me?" Leo, mixed with Mincio's consciousness, adjusted himself, just like before. It took a few days to understand the situation. They were at Avril Castle, a strategic point in the northern Estin Kingdom on the continent's northwest. His name was Leo Dexter. He was the eldest son of the Dexter family. Like the previous Leo in Dimas Village, he lived with only his father, but he belonged to a prestigious knightly lineage. Although they bore the Dexter surname, they were not nobility. His father had earned the title for his achievements in a fierce civil war, a title passed down only to Leo. His father was retired and lived on a pension. After his mother passed away, they left the capital, Barnaul, and moved here to her hometown. How she died was never mentioned, and he couldn't bring himself to ask. With a new scenario and a new life, unlike the leisurely assessment he had before, things were different this time. "Hey, you idiot, why are you stepping there?" Leo's father, Noel Dexter, scolded him, hitting him with a wooden sword. Unlike his previous father, who was taciturn, this one scolded him harshly, especially from the first day of the new scenario. He was not silent and spewed all sorts of insults. During a break in the beatings, Lena approached with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with you? Why are you getting yourself beaten? That move is your specialty, right? Didn't you do it like this, like this?" Why suddenly? Lena couldn't understand, swinging her sword in front of him. Leo awkwardly imitated her movements. His body instinctively followed her, creating a sharp wind with his sword. "See, you did it well." Lena walked away as if it were no big deal. Leo had to watch her demonstrate several times. Fortunately, his body seemed to remember the techniques she reminded him of, and the sword moved correctly without thinking. This Leo Dexter had trained in swordsmanship from a young age, and his body was very sturdy. The previous Leo had a robust body from climbing mountains, but it couldn't compare to this one. His thick arms were made for wielding a sword and fighting, easily handling the weapon. Leo admired his new body, though his father still found it lacking, continuing the beatings. That evening, Noel Dexter sat next to his friend Dihor, who had just returned from hunting, and complained. "Leo is swinging his sword strangely. Don't even start. It's like he forgot all his swordsmanship. He doesn't even talk about what he's thinking." The burly man burst into laughter. Lena's father, Dihor Einar, was one of the great warriors of the Einar tribe. The Estin Kingdom had a mix of feudal and tribal systems. As numerous northern tribes were absorbed into the Estin Kingdom, they maintained their existing power structures while becoming citizens of the kingdom. For example, Avril Castle belonged to the Estin Kingdom, with its army, knights, and lord dispatched there. However, most of the castle's residents were from the Einar tribe. Thus, the tribe's chief and the lord jointly governed the castle. Dihor offered his own form of consolation. "Ha ha ha ha. At his age, it's normal to want to swing weapons as he pleases. Don't worry too much, friend. Ha ha ha." However, his knightly friend Noel Dexter did not find it comforting, his face remaining stern. Dihor and Leo's father were very close. They were so close that they merged the backyards of their adjacent houses into one. Noel Dexter also taught swordsmanship to Lena at Dihor's request, increasing the interaction between the families to the point where they were almost one family. Dihor cheerfully patted Leo on the shoulder, shaking him with his strength. "Don't think too deeply. Weapon skills are ultimately about blocking, dodging, and cutting. There's also thrusting. Oh, I don't use thrusts much since I use an axe. Ha ha ha, take it easy with the drinking. It's not good for your body, even if you're back today." Lena's mother brought out more roasted meat and alcohol, scolding her husband, while Lena discreetly handed a mug of beer to Leo. As the day ended with burning lanterns, a roaring hearth, overflowing beer, and richly cooked meat, the evening wound down. Lena burst out of her room, which was a mix of order and chaos, with neatly folded underwear and a sword sharpening stone side by side, and a leather armor hanging on the vanity. "Oh no, I overslept." The cool air was brisk, clearing her head from last night's drink. Lena had fallen asleep late after sipping beer with Leo. Her mother had shooed them off to bed, but Lena had coaxed Leo into sharing the hidden stash with her. However, the late sleep wasn't just because of the beer. It was Leo's fault. Leo had been acting strange since a few days ago. He seemed troubled, not speaking much, and wielded his sword oddly. He wasn't mishandling the sword. His movements were powerful yet balanced, each action unmistakably Leo's, but the flow of his swordplay had changed. Previously, he was stable like his father, Noel. He would steadily pressure his opponent, leaving no openings and effectively neutralizing them. Recently, though, Leo had become excessively aggressive. His moves were like offering up his flesh to take his opponent's head, forcing them into defense, almost suicidal. At first glance, it seemed his swordsmanship had regressed. Such a style had a high risk of failure and backlash. For several days, Lena's duels with him ended that way, and he couldn't last a single round against his knightly father. Noel Dexter was furious at the change, and Lena's father, Dehor, after a drunken duel the previous night, laughed it off as Leo becoming more manly. Lena shared the same sentiment. It seemed like Leo was trying to change, not just his swordsmanship, but his personality too. The friendly and polite knight had become rough and curt. Lena had thrown a tantrum the previous night to drink more beer. Usually, Leo would find it hard to refuse her when she begged. Polite but not particularly fun, she still liked that Leo. However, last night, Leo had grabbed her arm and tossed her onto the bed, telling her to go to sleep. She felt inexplicably excited and couldn't sleep, hence the late wake-up. So this tardiness was entirely Leo's fault. Thinking about last night, Lena ran towards the village square, unknowingly smiling. The village square was bustling with hunters and warriors from the tribe processing the day's cat chapter as usual. The hunting team was exempt from butchering, so warriors who hadn't participated in the hunt hurried with the work. Great warriors, of course, didn't do such tasks. Lena had seen her father and other great warriors drinking the night away as she left the house. The Anar tribe's warriors formed teams led by great warriors. In wartime, these teams were the combat units. However, since the tribes had been integrated into the kingdom, inter-tribal wars had ceased, and now the teams primarily hunted. The warriors in the square waved to Lena. "Hey Lena, late as usual, huh? What can I do? I overslept." Lena didn't actually have to participate in the butchering. Butchering was the warrior's job, and in the Anar tribe, one had to participate in a hunt to be recognized as a warrior. She hadn't gone on a hunt yet, but Lena planned to become a warrior eventually, so she always joined in to gain experience. The Anar warriors adored her. A great warrior's daughter voluntarily participating in such work, aspiring to be a warrior herself, was endearing. Thus, scolding her for being late was just playful banter, and they greeted her warmly. Lena moved to where the young warriors were working. Butchering involved removing the innards, draining the blood, and then removing the head, feet, and tail before skinning. The innards had already been eaten by the hunting team, a privilege of the hunters. They say innards are a delicacy. Yum. She licked her lips and grabbed a thick knife. Young and inexperienced warriors like Lena handled the feet and tail. The heads of the catches were already removed, similar to the innards. The most crucial part, bleeding, was done immediately at the hunting ground, usually by cutting the throat and hanging the body upside down. The blood-drained bodies were transported on sleds. The next step was to briefly dip the butchered carcasses in hot water not boiling to prepare for skinning, a job for young warriors. Lena and her colleagues sweated profusely as they lifted heavy carcasses in and out of the hot cauldron. "Leo, what brings you here?" Just as the work was nearly done, Leo arrived. The young warrior's task was finished, and Lena was learning other butchering processes. Experienced warriors were skinning the carcasses with knives, while mid-level warriors divided the meat into cuts. Leo gave a bitter smile. "I felt like I'd die if I stayed for another beating." When Leo stood beside Lena, the young warrior's gazes pierced him. It was a light-hearted territorial attitude rather than any serious intent to protect the tribal maiden. Of course, this was expected since in this scenario, Lena and Leo were engaged. When Leo found out, he was baffled. Was this game designed to break the engagement or something? This scenario was as problematic as the previous one. Lena in Demos village wanted to become a priest, an impossible marriage, while this time he had to make the engaged Lena a princess. If he did nothing, he would marry this Lena Anar as planned, leading to another meaningless ending. "I'll keep repeating this until I make Lena a princess. I can't live like this forever. I have to get back." He tried to summon the image of Kiha with all his might. Though only a few days had passed since the new scenario began, Mincio's consciousness was already fading. If he didn't focus intently, he couldn't recall anything related to modern society. If this kept repeating, he felt like he would dissolve. To avoid living short, meaningless lives, neither as Leo nor Mincio, he had to somehow make Lena a princess. "I need to make her break off the engagement." He had no other choice. He couldn't be mean to her from the start. He needed to maintain a relationship where he could influence her. Though he hadn't found a way yet, he had to introduce Lena to a prince and ensure they developed a bond. Once they did, breaking off the engagement would be the only solution. He glanced at Lena, who was watching the butchering process. Perhaps influenced by this Leo Dexter, he felt a strong attraction to this Lena Anar. Lena was a beautiful swordswoman with a short bob that suited her talkative nature. Her miraculous logic of "you're acting strange these days, let's drink some beer," and her playful tantrums last night were hard to resist. How could he break off the engagement with this Lena, just to make her marry another prince and become a princess? The madman who created this game must be a sociopath with a touch of schizophrenia. He wanted to reach out and hold her hand. Leo restrained his hand with the other, reminding himself that they had to part ways eventually. He couldn't afford to get too attached. While Leo was deep in his thoughts, the butchering ended. "Hey guys, I'm off with my husband. It's hard living without a partner. Hope you trip on the way." Lena mischievously teased the warriors and then snugly attached herself to Leo's side. His eyes wavered intensely. A few weeks later, Dihor led another hunting party, this time with Lena and Leo. They had recently come of age as the sun set. Coming of age meant they could participate in hunts, and Lena didn't miss the chance. Leo, not being a member of the Anar tribe, technically had no right to join the hunt, but being Lena's fiancé and having Dihor's permission allowed him to join. The hunting team set up camp on the mountain and split into groups. Lena climbed with enthusiasm but soon grew despondent. Hunting was much harder than she had imagined. She pouted and asked Leo, "When did you learn to hunt? How are you so good at it?" It was Lena's first hunt and she had a lot to learn. But Leo, despite it being his first hunt, handled things as well as the seasoned warriors. Hunting wasn't just about wielding a sword well. It was almost entirely unrelated. Hunting required understanding the terrain, tracking the game, and setting traps or following the prey. Lena had imagined confronting large carnivores in close combat, but such situations were rare. If the traps and bows failed to bring down the prey, the great warrior led the warriors to beat it down. "I just watch and follow." Leo shrugged, feigning ignorance. The lessons from his father in the previous scenario were invaluable. Though not as proficient as his previous father, he had learned the basics, and the hunting skills carried over from the last ending had further improved his abilities. Even with clumsy movements, he could tie knots neatly and set traps in strategic places. Once he even identified the prey's path before the other warriors, impressing them. "Haha, I chose a good husband. Noel is terrible at hunting, but his son has a keen eye." Dihor laughed heartily, and the other warriors stopped underestimating Leo. Lena, determined not to be outdone, worked harder but was far from getting used to hunting. Over the weeks, Leo noticed that this Lena had many clumsy moments. She often misplaced things and panicked, gave surprise gifts to the wrong people due to mixed-up birthdays, and now she was setting a trap backward. It seemed like she intended to catch hunters instead of prey. Leo chuckled silently and corrected the trap without her noticing. She would likely forget and claim the catch as hers. On the way back, Leo playfully threw a snowball at Lena's head, which turned out to be a mistake. Lena was exceptionally good at snowball fights. One morning, during the ongoing hunt, Lena and Leo set out to check traps after having soup made from innards. Leo had already earned enough trust to form a trap-checking team with Lena. "Hey, there's something down there." "Lena, wait, don't go, stay here." Lena had found traces of prey. Large footprints were pressed into the ground below. "Wow, I found this." "Shouldn't we go down and check?" Leo held back the excited Lena. The footprints she found were large but showed no sign of slipping. This suggested the animal was either small in size relative to its tracks or a highly dangerous one. Going down recklessly could be fatal, so Leo reported it to the hunting team. As expected, it was a wise choice. The hunting team hunted the creature as a group. It turned out to be a massive fox-like beast called Nagua, closer to a monster than an animal. Nagua was nimble despite its size, making it hard to gauge its strength from the tracks Lena found. Had they gone down, they could have died. Leo realized this was an event. He was initially puzzled by the presence of such events, but he understood when winter ended. War broke out. As the snow began to melt in Avril Castle, chilling news arrived. The Estin Kingdom had declared war on the Central Belita Kingdom. The Estin Kingdom had always coveted the warm and prosperous central lands. Dihor, upon hearing the news of the war, summoned his family, along with Leo and Noel Dexter, and got straight to the point. War has broken out. The Holy Kingdom of Jerome has declared that they will not intervene in this conflict, so our castle must send troops. Avril Castle was closer to the Holy Kingdom of Jerome than to the Belita Kingdom. Had the Holy Kingdom intervened, Avril Castle would have kept its troops for defense, but the situation had taken an unfavorable turn. Dihor's tone was tinged with lament. "We could live just fine without this war. I can't understand what the nobles are thinking." A silence fell at the mention of drafting troops. Some of the soldiers from Avril Castle and some of the Anar tribe warriors would head to the battlefield. But the real issue wasn't the draft itself. Joining the war was a matter of honor for the warriors. What made everyone uncomfortable was something else. Lena must go to war. If a great warrior's child was a warrior, they had to replace their parent in times of war, according to the customs of the Anar tribe. It was a dishonor for a great warrior to go to war while their warrior child stayed behind. Lena nodded, fully aware of this. "I understand. It's actually a good opportunity. Earning military achievements in the war will help me get knighted." She was eager, but Dihor couldn't help feeling uneasy. His daughter, who had just become a warrior, was going to the battlefield. He didn't show it, but he regretted taking Lena hunting for those few months. He wished he had kept her from it. The gathered family members returned to their daily lives, each bearing a heavy heart. There was still time before the departure. Leo recalled the hunting event. If Lena had been injured by the Nagua, she might have been excused from the war. But even if he had known about the war, challenging the Nagua wasn't feasible. The two of them couldn't have defeated it. Another event where Lena leaves. Previously, there was an event where Lena left to become a priest. Now she was heading to the battlefield. Given that Lena Anar dreamed of becoming a knight, this was almost inevitable. Leo couldn't stop her from leaving. Unlike Lena from Demos Village, who chose not to leave because she didn't want to part from him, this time she was being forcibly conscripted, and she had no intention of refusing. After much contemplation, Leo went to see Noel. His father was reading a book in his usual rocking chair. "Father, I want to go to war too." Leo, not being a soldier or a tribe warrior, had no obligation to join the war, unlike Lena. Soldiers' families were exempt from conscription because some of the castle's soldiers were already going to war. Noel Dexter, though a retired knight affiliated with the castle, meant the Dexter family was fully exempt. However, Leo could volunteer at any time, and he intended to follow Lena. Noel slammed his book shut. "No, if you go now, you'll surely die." "Absolutely not." In Noel's eyes, his son's swordsmanship was poor. For some reason, Leo had started focusing on finding and attacking weak points with a short-sighted view, failing to predict his opponent's movements. His reckless sword swings lacked stability. If he went to war, even if he managed to defeat a few enemies by chance, he would eventually die. Despite his father's resolute refusal, Leo knelt. "Father, please, I have to go." "No means no. Not everyone who goes to war dies. You don't know war." Noel was well acquainted with the chaos of the battlefield. His foolish son didn't understand that in war, swords came at you from all directions without warning. While mounted soldiers had some advantage, infantry needed a defensive sword style. "If you keep talking about going, I'll break your legs." "You'll never go." Leo was driven out of the room by Noel's roar. In the end, his father's vehement opposition prevented him from joining the war. He tried to volunteer in secret, but Noel, as a knight affiliated with the castle, found out and beat him severely. The threat to break his legs wasn't empty. Leo limped for days. The departure day approached. Everyone tried to act as if it was no big deal, laughing and chatting, but a subtle melancholy lingered in their words. In the clearing where weeds had started to sprout, Leo approached Lena and handed her a wooden sword. "Lena was leaving tomorrow. Let's have a match." Lena, who had been silently practicing her swordsmanship in preparation for her departure, smiled at his challenge, dropped her real sword, and picked up the wooden one. "You'd better be careful. I'm in top shape." Lena raised her wooden sword. In the tense standoff, Leo lightly moved his sword tip to bait Lena, but her sword followed his, indicating she was ready for a counterattack. Unable to withstand the pressure, Leo made the first move. As expected, she deftly deflected his sword. The wooden swords clashed, producing a rough scratching sound. Lena swung her sword overhead and Leo stepped forward, striking her wrist with the hilt of his sword. His wooden sword naturally aimed at her chest, but she dodged, trying to kick his stomach. Not so fast. Leo sidestepped her kick and brought his sword down with full force. Thwack, the wooden swords clashed powerfully and they locked in a brief power struggle. Lena's eyes gleamed behind her sword. She extended her bent knee, pushed Leo back forcefully, and praised him. "Wow, you've improved a lot. I haven't just been playing around." They smiled at each other before clashing again. However, after a short bout of swordplay, Leo lost his balance. Lena didn't miss the opportunity and swept his ankle. He toppled over. As Leo quickly tried to get up, he felt something dull against his neck. Lena pressed the wooden sword against his neck and said, "Leo, your peculiar swordsmanship still has a long way to go before it's perfected." The duel ended anticlimactically. Even though he lost, Leo, driven by rising frustration, sprang up and grabbed Lena by the waist, toppling her over. The two of them let go of their swords and rolled around the clearing. Silent struggles and exchanges of power ensued, but in the end, Leo overpowered Lena with his strength and pinned her down. "Hey Leo, this is cheating, I know," Leo shouted angrily into her face. Lena, pinned beneath him, looked up at Leo, then chuckled and raised her hand to touch his cheek. "You idiot, I'll come back alive, so don't do anything stupid and wait quietly." Lena wrapped her arms around his neck, pulled him in, and kissed him. Leo didn't avoid it. "Lena was leaving tomorrow, and I couldn't follow her because my swordsmanship was lacking. Though I felt tears welling up from my sense of inadequacy, I held them back, not wanting to appear as if I was mourning a warrior heading to battle." The two of them lay there for a while, embracing in the clearing, and shared a drink of beer. Lena pushed Leo away. The next day when he woke up in bed, Lena was not in the room. He gathered his scattered clothes and went downstairs to find her already fully armed and eating breakfast. Dihor, who was eating breakfast nearby, saw him and shouted cheerfully. His awkward exclamation, meant to hide his sadness, was filled with concern and love. "You two unmarried rascals are causing quite a commotion. Do you both want your legs broken? Ha ha ha. Oh, come on. Why would you break the legs of someone heading to battle?" "That's too much." Lena glared at him, and an embarrassed Leo sat next to her, eating silently. Even after finishing breakfast, she didn't leave his side. After the meal, the whole family came out to see her off. In the village clearing, warriors and soldiers were gathering, forming ranks for the march. Lena hugged her family. "Daughter, please be careful. Come back after killing them all." "Ha ha ha." Leo and Lena hugged each other tightly one last time. Even though they had embraced so tightly last night, he didn't want to let go. He missed her even though she was right in front of him. He wanted to keep holding her, but Lena squirmed, signaling him to let go. The hug ended. "Have a safe trip. Don't get hurt." "Don't worry, I'll come back as a knight." She left boldly. At Avril Castle, drums were beaten vigorously for the departing soldiers, and the Ainar tribe sounded their horns long and loud. The booming drum beats and the sound of horns, as if urging them to come back alive, echoed until the soldiers disappeared over the hill. Leo couldn't leave the castle gates for a long time. After that, he practiced swordsmanship tirelessly. His goal was to improve his skills enough to be recognized by his father and join the battle to follow Lena. Leo didn't rest until spring passed and summer arrived. During one hot summer day, as he was sweating as usual, simple letters appeared before his eyes. Lena has died. The letters dryly announced Lena's death. The sword fell to the ground, but he couldn't hear the sound. The surroundings faded away and turned black. Lena Ainar. Final occupation, warrior of the Ainar tribe. Engaged to Leo Dexter. Leo Dexter. Final occupation, knight. Marital status, unmarried. Engagement ending, honorable deaths. Lena Ainar, born in Avril Castle, had a happy childhood. Her father, the great warrior of the Ainar tribe, omitted, Lena, who participated in the war, achieved great feats but was killed by Katrina, a knight of the Second Order of the Kingdom of Belida. Leo Dexter, born in the capital city of Varnal, had a happy childhood but lost his mother early. Together with his father, a knight of the First Order of the Kingdom of Estin, omitted. He lived as a knight guarding Avril Castle and died early without ever marrying. As before, letters appeared in the darkness. Scenes of Lena fighting bravely on the battlefield also appeared as faded illustrations. She had said she would return as a knight but never made it back. In reality, she was a bit young to go to war, but using age as an excuse was shameful for a warrior, and Lena, who was more of a warrior than anyone else, wouldn't have regretted it even in her final moments. Leo couldn't bear the shame of not being by her side. I should have at least been with her. Did the Leo left in that world after the scenario ended also die early, unable to bear the shame? Leo couldn't stand the ending of Lena gradually disappearing. He twisted with shame and guilt until he disappeared along with Lena's image. Mincio's consciousness surfaced. Thinking of his girlfriend Kiha and his parents twisted his stomach, but having experienced this before, it wasn't as excruciating as the first time. Hope emerged. I learned some swordsmanship. Next time it will be better. This gave Mincio some comfort. Just as the hunting skills he learned in the first scenario hadn't disappeared, the swordsmanship remained in his mind. Even if this endless loop continued, he felt hopeful that he could eventually end it. If it comes to it, I'll use my strength to massacre everything and drag myself to the ending. It was the most popular route among men when playing games. Despite having a normal route, making the character incredibly strong and killing everything in sight was a path often taken. It wasn't for nothing that the phrase, kill them all, it's an assassination existed. He harbored the idea of a massacre route in his heart and waited. You have failed to clear, raising Lena. Leo, you became a knight and guarded Avril Castle your entire life. Some of Leo's swordsmanship abilities are inherited due to your accomplishments. A new start begins. The exact content Mincio wanted appeared. And as always, the intro video announcing the new beginning unfolded before his eyes. Ah, really, it's another one. This time, the intro video sped across a vast plain toward a grand city. Passing through the huge gates, a magnificent castle came into view in the distance. Although he wished it would go straight to the castle, the perspective changed direction midway, passing through a bustling market and stopping in a dark and dirty alley. There was a shabby beggar sibling. As before, Mincio's consciousness receded, and the weary Leo's mind took its place. The stench of waste assaulted his nose. The damp alley floor, littered with trash, licked at Leo's backside. Brother, I'm hungry. What? Lena, sitting with her back against the wall, looked up at him, seemingly indifferent to the filthy ground. Her golden eyes and delicate features were noticeable, but her appearance was pitiful. Her face and hair were smeared with grime, her ears crusted with dirt. The area around her upper lip was white from wiping her runny nose with nothing available. Her mouth was smeared with something who knows what she had scavenged to eat. Leo wanted to clean her face, but he had no sleeves on his tattered clothes. Looking at his own clothes, he realized Lena's face was cleaner in comparison. He was wearing filthy rags that seemed likely to cause a rash on his skin. Lena was also clad in a dirty, single-piece dress, looking more like a ragged cloth draped over her body, with her bare skin showing through the holes. He had no choice but to rub his pitch-black hands hard to remove some dirt, and then he wiped a few spots off Lena's face. It didn't make much difference, but it was a matter of the heart. This Leo couldn't understand why he had left his sister's face in such a state. Looking around, it seemed it had rained recently, making the ground wet, showering. No, even that was a luxurious thought. Getting soaked in the rain could lead to catching a cold and dying. Brother, I'm thirsty too. Lena whimpered in a parched voice and closed her eyes wearily. Leo understood her. He too felt like his eyeballs were about to turn inside out from hunger. His skeletal stomach warned him that he would die if he didn't eat something soon. Now that he looked, his body was in terrible shape too. His limbs were devoid of any flesh, his finger joints sticking out prominently. It was a wonder his twig-like fingers could even move. Having been in the strong body of Leo Dexter, this was hard to adjust to. Compared to the Leo he had been in Demos Village and Avril Castle, this one was the shortest, likely due to malnutrition. He grabbed his trembling legs and stood up. Staying like this meant death. He remembered seeing a market nearby in the intro video. He recalled the direction and had to find food there somehow. He stroked his sister's head, who was trying hard to endure the hunger with her lips tightly shut. "Lena, can you wait here for a moment? I'll bring something to eat." Instinctively, Leo knew he was Lena's older brother. His sister nodded silently. Hunger made his vision flicker black. Instinct drove him to scan the ground and trash cans for anything edible. He even considered scooping up dirt to eat if necessary. Recalling the intro video, he turned left and right at the alleys, and a bustling market unfolded before his eyes. A fragrant smell, food, the food laid out on the stalls beckoned him. Unconsciously, he walked towards the roasted chicken, his hand reaching out. But all the merchants had noticed Leo's arrival. Why did he come here? What a nuisance. The chicken shop owner frowned. Beggars often pretended to walk weakly only to suddenly snatch something and run off. It was best to preemptively block them. The shop owner stood up abruptly. He grabbed a club used to tenderize the chicken and blocked the approaching beggar boy. "Hey, leave while I'm being nice." Leo looked up at the man blocking the chicken. The man was tapping his thigh menacingly with the club. One hit from that club and Leo wouldn't get up again. Terrified, Leo licked his dry lips with his dry tongue and begged for mercy. Sorry, I wasn't trying to steal. I said go away." The cold dismissal froze Leo in place. Leo glanced around. All the nearby merchants were watching the situation intently. If he retreated now, they would all chase him away the same way. He gritted his teeth and pleaded. Could you spare anything? I'll repay you." "I don't need any repayment, just go away." "Do you want a beating?" The shop owner even made a motion of raising the club, but the beggar didn't back down. "If I retreat, we both die." Desperation drove Leo forward. He looked the shop owner in the eyes and pleaded earnestly. "Even chicken heads or feet. Anything you cut off and discard would be fine. Please." Chicken was considered a primary processed meat, usually sold after removing the innards and feathers without being divided into parts, and it was rare to cut off heads and feet in this era. Leo knew this well. Chicken shops would have piles of heads and feet. The shop owner scratched his head, looking troubled. There were occasionally such audacious beggars. They were the most troublesome type. Often young beggar children who had not yet resorted to mischief behaved this way. Beggars who had done wrong before would shy away from merchants out of guilt. "Hey, if I give you that, the other merchants will curse at me. Understand, they say I'm encouraging beggars like you. I know I'm being unreasonable. I'm really sorry, but I feel like I'm going to die. My little sister is over there too. I will never forget your kindness. Please, I'm begging you." The merchant was troubled. If the beggar started crying and pleading on his knees, it would likely create a situation where he could drag him away as the atmosphere intensified. If a commotion ensued, it was okay for a merchant to handle a beggar a bit harshly. Dealing with the noisy situation quickly meant fewer complaints. Then, "I'm sorry, but I'm not doing this for free. It pains me too, but I have no choice." If a compassionate customer came to help the beggar, the merchant would wear a sheepish expression. This was the typical scenario, but this kid stood still, only speaking clearly without moving, and in chapter forcing out a child who was just standing and talking made the merchant look bad. This could affect his business. The merchant discreetly checked the reactions of the onlookers. Passers-by had gathered to watch the situation. He hoped someone would step forward to buy something for the beggar, but no one did. "Damn, I stepped in it. Wait here, don't touch anything." The merchant grumbled as he went inside. Soon he returned with a basket filled with chicken offal. He looked at the beggar with a scowl. "Ah, wait, this kid doesn't even have anything to carry it in. I have to give him the basket. What a mess." Behind him, some other merchants seemed to be talking to the chicken shop owner, but it was no longer his concern. Leo staggered back to Lena. When she saw what he was carrying, her face brightened. The siblings devoured the chicken heads and feet in the filthy alley. They chewed on everything, including the eyeballs and the chicken combs, leaving nothing behind. It was better than the rotting food in the trash. Though it was raw meat from unsavory parts, it was at least freshly butchered. With their stomachs full, the next problem was water. In the city, clean water was not something readily available, like the chicken offal. Cities usually had rivers or streams nearby, but in the worst-case scenario, there might only be wells. Beggars couldn't access wells, making it hard to survive in such cities. However, the city in the intro video was quite large. With such a scale, there must be a source of water nearby, and they needed to find a place that supplied it. "Lena, do you know where we can find water?" His sister shook her head. Her eyes showed confusion, as if asking why he was asking her. The little food they had only made their thirst worse. Lena must be thirsty too. Puddles of water were visible on the ground, but the dirty water was undrinkable. Leo had no choice but to lick the building's exterior. Drinking the rainwater running down the walls, Lena followed him but soon looked at him with a face that questioned what he was doing. The sight made him wonder. Has she never drunk water this way before? She must have found water somewhere, but why doesn't she know? This was a common difficulty at the start of every scenario. Leo had no past memories. Asking his sister was equally challenging. What is this? With their thirst partially quenched, Leo noticed a necklace hanging from his neck. It was a white metal pendant with some symbols engraved on it, and Lena wore the same one. It felt significant, but there was nothing he could do with it now. He decided to focus on what he could do immediately. Leo led his sister, searching every trash can they came across. Sometimes they found food that looked mostly spoiled, but if there was a part that seemed okay, he would carefully scrape it with his fingers and put it in his mouth. If he found something truly edible, he gave it to Lena. They also managed to find a few scraps of cloth. "Brother, my legs hurt. Let's go home now." His sister, now exhausted, tugged at his clothes. The sun was already setting. Leo, though he agreed, couldn't lead the way because he didn't know where their home was. Lena rubbed her tired eyes and insisted, "Are we not going? It's getting dark." "Yes, we should, but I've lost my way." "Where are we? Hee. Brother's not good at something. I'll show you." Lena, happy to be of help, giggled and guided him. Their home wasn't far from where they had started. Behind a building, what seemed to be the siblings' home came into view. The building had a small protruding arch as a decorative two-chapter. The siblings' home was made by leaning wooden planks against the arch and covering it haphazardly with pieces of cloth. Around it, there were various items that looked like household goods, and a small cup left outside had collected rainwater. Why are we living like this? This place was next to a perfectly livable building, but building a home against it was dangerous. If the building's owner found out, they would surely destroy the makeshift house and beat them, and it was strange for the siblings to be living alone. In a city this large, there should be enough beggars to form a community and find some shelter. Living in groups reduced the risk of being beaten by residents and allowed them to scavenge together. Living in a beggar's community would be much better, but these two weren't doing that. Have they only recently become beggars? Questions arose, but Leo followed Lena into the small shelter. The space was too small to lie down properly. They had to sleep curled up, hugging each other. Before sleeping, he decided to clean his sister a bit. Seeing her so dirty had been painful. He thought about using the small cup of rainwater outside, but decided against it. That was for drinking tomorrow. Instead, he soaked the cloth scraps he had found in the puddles and carefully wiped Lena's face. As he did, everything became clear. Lena's face, now clean, turned towards Leo. Lena was pretty. No, she was beautiful. Her neatly grown eyebrows adorned her round forehead like embroidery, and between her raspberry-like lips her even teeth peeked out, gleaming white. Despite her cheeks being gaunt, they retained their dignity, and her dainty ears signaled the beginning of her delicate jawline, balanced perfectly with her elegant, curving nose. And those eyes. Her golden eyes, shimmering like they were filled with gold coins, illuminated her entire face from beneath her soft eyelashes. This Lena had a resemblance to the previous two Lenas he had known. However, in terms of appearance, the Lena from Demos village was a pretty girl from a small village, while Lena Einar from Avril Castle was a warrior with striking looks. In contrast, this Lena, despite being thin and young, was indisputably beautiful. Once she gained some weight, put on makeup, and grew a few years older, even the heroes of myths might lose their resolve before her. At that moment, he understood why this Leo had left dirt on his sister's face. It was deliberate. He also realized why they hadn't joined a group of beggars. Leo was hiding Lena. It also explained why Lena didn't know where the water was. She must have fetched water from a distance with that small cup outside. As Leo stared at Lena for a moment, he noticed a question forming in her wide eyes. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go to sleep now." "Okay." The narrow floor was covered with small pieces of cloth. He laid his sister against the wall and lay down beside her, making his arm her pillow. Lena, exhausted, quickly fell asleep in his embrace. Leo couldn't sleep. Looking at Lena's face filled him with worry. "I thought it would be enough if we just escaped being beggars." This scenario, while harsh at the start, seemed free of the rigid contradictions of previous ones and had many advantages. First, they were siblings. Their relationship didn't affect Lena's marriage prospects. Instead, it allowed him to help actively. And Lena was younger. She seemed a year or two younger than the other Lenas, which was a big advantage. It meant they had more time to prepare. But Lena looked like this. Her excessive beauty became a significant problem. While it might make it easier for her to become a princess later, for now, it forced them to hide in fear of being discovered. Currently, she was a girl barely of middle school age, so she didn't draw much attention. But as she grew older and began attracting men's gazes, simply covering her face wouldn't suffice. Then there was the white pendant around her neck. From his extensive gaming experience, he recognized it immediately. It was an item deeply tied to lineage. Though he didn't know the exact details yet, such items always brought disaster. This scenario is completely backloaded. Scenarios like this were tough at the beginning. A secret of birth and an excessive beauty. It was hard to gain strength without drawing attention, and somewhere there was a powerful enemy clearly intending to be a threat. However, if they could somehow endure the initial hardships, this scenario could yield the greatest results. a noble status and qualifications, yet the siblings were driven to the streets. It wasn't hard for Leo to predict the end of this scenario, but if only I were stronger. For a moment, a very bad thought crossed his mind. It was likely because he hadn't been Leo for long and had been repeating scenarios for a while. He was ashamed to admit it, but the thought was, if he honed his swordsmanship a bit more and restarted in the next attempt, it might be easier to succeed. It was a despicable thought. It was a thought that disregarded the current Lena, an inhumane thought he should never have. The strong familial bond he felt for the sleeping Lena washed over him. She was a beloved sister who must be protected. The frivolous reason that he could repeat scenarios didn't diminish her value in the slightest. As he felt the soft breaths of his sister against his neck and his conscience, he fell asleep with a sense of guilt. Luckily, it was a warm summer, which was a small blessing for them. The next day, Lena woke up early. Alarmed by a bad premonition, she quickly turned her head to find her brother, but he was still asleep beside her. Why did I wake up so early? Her brother always woke up before her, fetching a glass of water from somewhere and waking her up. But today, for some reason, he was still asleep. Is he very tired? Lena felt a surge of guilt towards her brother. She thought she did almost nothing. Her brother found most of the food, and she just followed him around, eating what he gave her. I'm just a burden. Afraid that fidgeting might wake her brother, Lena carefully crawled outside. The cup outside had collected water. She realized it had rained yesterday, filling the cup with rainwater. Her brother must have left it because there was already water. For once, she had something to do. Lena took a sip of water and left most of it. This is for brother. Lena sat down on the ground to wait for her brother and soak up the morning sun. The bright sunlight reminded her of a pleasant dream she had. Bluzz, bluzz, bluzz. A wide, brightly colored room. She was playing hide and seek. The room was so vast that there were countless places to hide. After much deliberation, she hid behind a crimson curtain, peeking out to watch her brother search frantically, asking everyone if they had seen his sister. She stifled her giggles, trying not to laugh out loud. But the more she tried to hold it in, the funnier it became, and she eventually let out a sound, leading her brother to find her. There you are, my princess. Leo had half lifted me into his arms, spinning me around. Even as the room spun, I could see his face clearly. Then, someone's voice broke through. Bluzz, bluzz, bluzz. You woke up early. Yeah, I woke up first today. Leo carefully crawled out of the makeshift shelter, being mindful not to collapse it. Seeing Lena sitting against the wall, basking in the sunlight, was both beautiful and heartbreaking. Did you drink the water? Yes, I drank mine. That one's for you. Despite only drinking a few sips, the cup was still more than half full. Leo handed the remaining water to his sister, who initially refused, insisting it was all for him, but he made her take it. Leo stretched his short, thin limbs. The dampness from the ground had seeped into his body overnight, leaving him tired, but hunger had returned unfailingly. Early in the morning, there would be plenty of food near the market. Yesterday, as they cleaned up the shops, they likely threw away leftover food ingredients, which they had to grab before the trash bins were taken away. He disguised Lena with soot and hurried towards the market. The market was bustling with merchants unloading their goods. The siblings rummaged through the trash bins. There were quite a few vegetables like lettuce, which spoiled easily. Leo sorted out the dirty ones and handed the clean ones to his sister. She ate them without complaint, crunching them down. Then Lena found a potato. Can I eat this? It had sprouts. Leo snatched it from her before she could bite into it, explaining that sprouted potatoes were inedible. As they were busy scavenging, Leo noticed a group approaching from a distance. They were dressed in rags and rummaging through the trash of their beggars. Lena, let's go. There was nothing good to come from encountering them, so Leo took what they had and quickly left. Some of the beggars noticed them but didn't follow. Having eaten the vegetables, they were no longer thirsty, and their hunger was somewhat sated. Leo used the brief respite to familiarize himself with the surroundings. As they wandered, he chatted with Lena. His sister particularly enjoyed talking about building a house. She pointed out spots, saying, let's build a house here next time, or that place looks good too. Seeing his sister smile brightly brought him both joy and a sense of responsibility. But what should I do? Leo pondered as he memorized the complex alleyways. Just surviving day to day wasn't going to improve their situation. After wandering for a while, he realized where they were. This was the capital city of the Belita Kingdom, Orville. The same country that went to war with the Kingdom of Astin in the last scenario. It was a powerful kingdom occupying the central continent. In ancient times, when various races dominated the continent, the first human kingdom, Archaea, emerged. This kingdom was born here in the center of the continent and eventually became an empire, encompassing the entire continent. After fierce wars, the empire drove out all non-human races from the continent and declared the Age of Humans. The empire eventually split into the 7 current kingdoms, with Belita being the one that most clearly inherited the legacy of the Archaea Empire. Belita Kingdom did not have a coastline, but it maintained wealth and power through its fertile land and central location. However, Belita Kingdom was notorious for its harshness. The abundance of middlemen traders had fostered a culture of taking cuts margins wherever possible. People in this country often viewed those who offered kindness without expecting something in return as foolish, and this was even more prevalent in the bustling capital. If the beggar siblings had been in the kind-hearted Demos village, they would have already received help from the villagers. But in a place like this, they had to survive on their own. Leo needed help urgently. The most urgent thing is to find someone trustworthy to take care of Lena. If he were alone, he could manage somehow, but it was difficult to do anything while taking care of his sister. There weren't many jobs a boy could do alone in the city. Leo, despite being of age, looked like a boy due to his short stature. Pickpocketing or stealing were feasible options, but he couldn't drag Lena into such misdeeds. He wanted to work somewhere honestly, but their beggar appearance made that difficult. They needed to be clean and presentable, but that would expose Lena's appearance. It might seem trivial to expose her, but this was a world where slavery was sanctioned. Lena's beauty would attract slave traders, and it would be easy for them to snatch a powerless beggar sibling, regardless of how good the city's security was. He had to keep his sister hidden at all costs. Protecting Lena, who was excessively beautiful, was not an easy task. At the very least, they needed a stable place to live and establish connections with the people around them. That way, there would be many eyes to ensure a minimum level of safety. To protect her firmly, they needed considerable power as well. Leo wandered, contemplating their future, but noticed Lena's expression darkening. I followed my brother around today too, taking the food he handed me and staring at him. I wanted to help my brother, but all I could do was listen to him and try not to complain. Today, my brother seemed intent on surveying the area, examining every street and alleyway. My legs started to ache. I'll hold out until he says we can rest. When my brother talked about building a house later, it made me happy. I also pointed out some sunny spots, asking if those would be good. Just imagining it was nice. One day, I want to live in a nice, warm house with my brother forever. As we wandered, I started to feel strange. Why does my head hurt? My head hurt more than my legs, and despite walking for so long, I felt cold instead of hot. My body shivered, and I became stiff, making it hard to walk. My brother was busy scouting the surroundings ahead. I can't worry him, but my stomach hurts. Is it because I'm hungry? No, I ate a bit earlier. Cold sweat dripped from my head, but I endured, silently following my brother. Taking deep breaths to calm myself was futile. The dizziness worsened. The world began to spin slowly. Leo was lost in thought, memorizing the paths when he suddenly noticed the absence of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Lena collapsed a few steps away. Leo rushed to Lena's side and turned her over. She let out a faint groan and barely opened her eyes. Lena, are you okay? Brother, I feel dizzy. He quickly placed his hand on her forehead, and it felt like he had put his hand into a furnace. Her skin was burning hot, red and swollen from her neck down to her chest. Hold on, I'll treat you. Don't worry. Leo gently propped her up against the wall. His mind was blank. Hospital. No, there's no hospital here. Pharmacy. Clinic. Leo hurried out of the alley and grabbed the first passerby he saw. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Do you know where I can find a doctor? Or a pharmacy? The man, startled by the sudden appearance of a beggar, replied, I'm new here, so I don't know. Leo didn't wait to hear more and ran to the next person, and then the next, desperately asking the same question. Finally, an elderly woman dressed in fine clothes told him where the pharmacy was. He rushed back to the alley, picked up his unconscious sister, and ran as fast as he could. Struggling to hold Lena, he propped her up on his thigh and kept moving, but his arms grew weaker and weaker. Lena's limp legs slid down his thigh. Please, someone help us, he panted, looking around desperately, but the passersby avoided the beggar siblings. At that moment, Lena's eyes fluttered open faintly through the sweat and grime. Her brother was carrying her. His face came into view as the world spun around her. Brother, I had a dream. Lena's dry lips moved, but Leo couldn't hear her words. He focused on dragging her along, repeating the process of picking her up and setting her down. It felt like an eternity before they finally reached the pharmacy. Leo was drenched in sweat, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, but the young man guarding the entrance coldly blocked his way. Excuse me, I'm sorry. My sister, Lena. Unconscious, Lena's head lolled back and forth. The young man sneered and shoved Leo aside. Go away. If you don't have money, you can't come in. I don't have money, but I really need. No money, no service. Get lost. The young man shoved him again, this time with enough force to send Leo and Lena sprawling backwards. Leo set Lena down and begged, please, it's not about me. My sister needs help, I'm fine, but please just help Lena. The young man's hand struck Leo's face with a sharp slap. No money, no service. Wait, I have this. Just a moment. He hastily removed the necklace from his neck and offered it to the young man. Man took it, looked at it, and then threw it back at Leo. Quit messing around, get lost. Leo looked around helplessly. The crowd around them just stared, whispering words of disdain or pity. The young man folded his fingers menacingly. If you're not gone by the count of 3, I'll beat you. 1. Leo was too exhausted to speak. He just stared at the young man's fingers. 2, excuse me. A woman in a deep purple skirt pushed through the crowd. She pointed at the beggar siblings. I'll pay for their treat. Let them in. All right, the young man looked her up and down before picking up Lena and carrying her inside. The woman approached Leo. Are you okay? Leo gasped, finally able to breathe. The young man returned, lifted Leo, and carried him inside. As the tension left his body, Leo lost consciousness. Leo woke up in a shoemaker's shop. He looked around in confusion. The small shop was cramped. He was lying on a small cot. Shoes were piled up on the floor, and various sizes of leather and tools hung on the walls. Everything except the cot was covered in a thick layer of dust. Still disoriented, Leo sat up, then suddenly remembered Lena and leapt to his feet, shouting, Lena, Lena, you're awake. Come here. A low voice came from behind a door at the back of the shop. Lena. He burst through the door and found himself in a low-ceilinged room. In the room, a small bed took up half the space, and Lena lay on it, clean and motionless. A woman sat beside the bed. Leo rushed to Lena and touched her forehead. She was still burning up. She's been treated. The woman's voice was flat and unemotional. She wore a purple skirt, same one from outside the pharmacy. Leo remembered she was the one who had saved them, but asked about Lena's condition first. What happened? Is Lena all right? The doctors don't know mu chapter, they're just quacks, overshadowed by the priest's healing. What do you mean? I got some medicine and gave it to her. The doctor said her weak body couldn't handle whatever she ate. The woman snorted. I could have told you that. Her words felt off track. Her tone was laced with a sense of futility and cynicism. So what do we do now? We wait. There's nothing else we can do. Maybe we could see a priest. Superficial wounds are one thing, but treating an illness like this is extremely expensive. I'm sorry, but I can't afford it. Even if I sold this store, it wouldn't be enough. And I really don't want to do that. This place is precious to me. The young woman was attractive and seemed perfectly fine on the surface, but something about her was odd. Even as she spoke to him, her eyes never really focused on Leo or the sick Lena lying nearby. Yet she was the only one who had cut through the indifferent crowd to help the siblings. It's nothing. I did it because I wanted to. Anyway, you can stay here until she recovers. There aren't any customers anyway. She casually waved her hand and started to leave, but Leo stopped her. What, your name? I mean, call me Kasha, that's my name. For the first time, her weary eyes met Leo's. Kasha glanced at him briefly before heading out. Leo saw her off briefly and realized the sun had already set. He must have collapsed and slept since passing out in front of the pharmacy. He took a moment to look around the shop's front and then returned to the room. Lena lay motionless, too weak to even moan. Leo held his sister's frail hand and let his thoughts race. With trembling hands, he prayed to every deity he could think of, something he had never done before. He wiped Lena's sweat and changed the cloths frequently. She had sweated so much that he wanted to give her water, but he didn't know how to do it properly, so he fidgeted in anxiety. Late at night, as Lena's breathing calmed, he felt a slight relief and a question arose. Why is she sick? It can't be the chicken. Lena ate the same things I did. In fact, he had given her cleaner food. They had eaten almost identical things, so there was no reason one of them should be fine while the other was sick. Leo wasn't particularly healthier than Lena. He was only a few years older, but if she was seriously ill, he should have shown symptoms too. But he was fine. His arms and back ached from carrying Lena, but that was it. Was it predetermined that Lena would get sick at the start of the scenario? Was her illness an event? That didn't make sense. This was severe enough that she could die. If Lena getting sick and getting help from Kasha was part of an event, it was too urgent to be a typical event. No matter how difficult the initial scenario was, starting with a severe illness made it impossible to clear. But as he thought back, he realized something crucial. He had been with Lena constantly for the past 2 days, except for one brief moment. Right after the scenario began, when he went to get the chicken offal, he had left Lena in the alley. Right after the scenario began, Lena had said she was thirsty. Despite eating chicken with him, she hadn't drunk much of the water from the wall. Even today, she had only taken a few sips of water and tried to give the rest to him. And it had rained yesterday. Oh no, I shouldn't have left her alone. Lena must have drunk the stagnant water from the ground while he was gone. The city streets were filthy. In this era, sewer systems weren't well developed, and people often dumped waste on the streets. The rain would have washed garbage and filth from the trash bins onto the ground. Drinking such water would make anyone sick. Please save Lena. This is my fault. Leo prayed fervently all night, feeling helpless. As dawn approached, he heard Lena's voice. Brother, I had a dream. Lena, are you okay? He touched her forehead, still burning hot. Lena, drink some water. There's water here. Why are you crying, brother? In my dream, you were spinning me around, laughing. Lena, don't talk nonsense and just drink the water and sleep. Please. Startled by Lena's calm voice, Leo yelled without realizing it. She blinked at him for a moment as if confused, then obediently lifted her head and drank the water before falling back to sleep. But Lena didn't wake up again. Before sunrise, her burning heat faded away completely. Lena has died. Lena de Uriel. Final occupation, unemployed. Marital status, single. Leo de Uriel. Final occupation, shoemaker. Spouse, Xenia. Ending, the beautiful one died young. Lena, born in Rutina Castle, had an unfortunate childhood. Taken by people to a vast field and hidden with Leo, she woke up to find the field filled with corpses. She followed Leo, but eventually died young from illness. Leo, born in Rutina Castle, had an unfortunate childhood. Taken by people and hidden with Lena, he lived with Kasia after Lena's death, eventually opening his own shoe shop. He married a woman he met by chance and lived with her for the rest of his life, though they had no children. Lena couldn't overcome the illness. The girl, weakened by prolonged hunger, couldn't withstand the disease. Leo felt his heart tearing apart as he stared at his sister's lifeless face. As everything seemed to crumble around him, Leo's consciousness shattered, revealing Mincio. "You idiot, useless idiot, you're worthless." Mincio raged in despair. He felt the pain of losing a sibling, unable to read even a single word of the story unfolding before him. His negligence had caused his sister to fall ill and die. The guilt tore him apart. In his agony, Mincio chose to escape. He tried to forget the fading breath of his sister. "This kind of thing isn't for someone like me." Mincio buried the last 2 days deep in his heart, as if they had never happened. He forgot everything. "You failed to clear raising Lena. Leo, you couldn't protect your beloved sister due to poverty. As consolation, you receive starting funds. A new start begins." Leo's vision fell from the vast sky. It was the same intro video he had seen before. It seemed he had come full circle. The video zoomed in on a peaceful village and then focused on Lena in the forest. She was carrying an old leather bag over her shoulder, looking back at him. As soon as Leo's consciousness took over, the new Leo pushed the dried-up Mincio into a corner. Leo was particularly sensitive to the memories of his story. "Leo, are you listening to me?" "Lena," she had returned. Leo had met Lena from Demos village again, the same Lena who had welcomed him when he first entered the game. They had parted ways after getting married. Leo shouted in joy at seeing her again, but she looked at him in confusion. "Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden?" Lena had no memory of the events that had transpired. Leo felt a pang of loneliness as he realized that while he remembered their marriage, she only remembered him as a childhood friend. He swallowed the sadness and the urge to tell her everything. It was painful, but perhaps it was better this way. He consoled himself with the thought that living in an endless loop was not only mentally exhausting, but also something he couldn't put Lena through. Ultimately, he had to make Lena a princess and end this cycle. If she remembered the past, they would never escape this place. It was a relief that Lena didn't remember. Leo gritted his teeth. Leo. When Lena approached him, puzzled, he forced a smile and made a joke to lighten the mood. "What should I do now?" Leo fell into deep thought. Lena, teasing him about his lame joke, needed to be taken out of the village and brought to the capital somehow. However, just as he had pondered before, it was not an easy task. He thought of the event where a priest leaves for the capital church chapter. Using that event could get Lena to the capital of the Holy Kingdom easily, but priests couldn't marry. Now it was clear he was stuck in a bind. If he sent Lena away through the event, she would become a priest and couldn't be a princess. If he didn't send her, Leo would end up marrying her. Either way, he couldn't clear the game. Scratching his head in frustration, he felt something heavy in his pocket. When he took it out, he found 8 silver coins and 5 copper coins. He remembered the scenario reward of starting funds. The ending with his sister Lena tried to surface, but he quickly pushed it away and hid the money back in his pocket. Fortunately, Lena didn't see it as she was busy picking wild berries. With this money, Leo felt a rush of excitement as he touched the coins in his pocket. It was a significant amount of money. Although it wasn't enough to reach the Holy Kingdom, if used wisely, it could get them to the capital cities of either Nevis in the Oran Kingdom or Lutetia in the Conrad Kingdom. Yes. We'll leave the village with this. It will solve all the problems. The priest heading to the capital church would arrive in the fall, so they could leave for Nevis before then. Once in the capital, they could find the prince of the Oran Kingdom. With a plausible plan forming in his mind, Leo felt at ease. He started picking berries with a whistle, and Lena, who had been pouting, looked at him curiously as he suddenly became cheerful. As soon as his father returned from hunting, Leo pestered him to go hunting again. His father, seeing his son's eagerness, agreed to leave sooner. His father had always wanted to teach him the sacred art of hunting. Pleased by Leo's enthusiasm, he smiled faintly and packed up to leave the next day. The hunting ground was quite far, requiring them to cross 2 mountains to reach a small fortress-like hunting lodge. The lodge was a small fortress in the forest. The area around the lodge was filled with traps and warning signs telling intruders to stay away. These were meant to deter bandits from raiding the lodge when hunters were away. To hunters, bandits were not much of a threat. They just had to be cautious about leaving the lodge unattended, as bandits often avoided confrontations with hunters. The next day, Leo and his father checked and set new traps. Leo was very proactive. Using his hunting skills, he tracked game and predicted their movements, setting up appropriate traps. They even successfully performed a drive hunt by setting traps for a herd of migas, a type of small omnivorous animal resembling a cross between ducks and pigs, with no gender distinction, and driving them towards the traps from the opposite side. His father quietly followed Leo's lead throughout the hunt. As night fell, they returned to the lodge. As usual, his father made an offering to Lord Barbados and started preparing the game for cooking. The small lungs of the migas sizzled on the fire. "Leo, you've improved a lot." His father, cooking the meal, suddenly spoke. Impressed by Leo's skills, he broke his usual silence. Leo seized the opportunity. "Dad, I have something to tell you." He explained that he wanted to leave the village with Lena and showed him the starting funds. He lied, saying he had secretly saved up the money from hunting. "Last time I was lucky and caught a bear in a trap. While hunting could indeed be profitable, it was a bit too much money for a teenager, so he added to his lie. He described how he had chased the wounded bear and caught it with traps, and his father, having been impressed by the day's hunt, silently nodded. Leo continued. "Lena wants to go to the capital church, but she can't afford it. If we use this money to get to Nevis, we can then gather enough funds to travel to Lutetia. I can't let her go alone. Can I go with her?" His father stroked his rough beard, contemplating. After a moment, he stood up and went into the lodge. Leo stayed outside, continuing to cook the lungs. His father soon returned with a small pouch and handed it to Leo. The pouch jingled with coins, that was all. His father silently sprinkled blood on the cooking lungs. Though his father said nothing, it was a sign of approval. For once, the silence between them didn't feel awkward. Father and son quietly ate the lungs together. "Leo." "Yeah, hold on, I'm almost done eating." Today was the weekend. Lena had come to him at the exact same time on this day during the previous scenario, confessing that she didn't want to become a priest. Leo had been waiting for today on purpose. Although this world didn't feel like a game, he thought it best to talk during such a critical point. He winked at his father as he cleared the dishes, but his father pretended not to notice. Outside, Lena was holding a large bag. "Lena, what's up so early?" "Did you stop by before going to church?" He wanted to ask if she was going to suggest gathering mushrooms, but he held back. "Leo, what are you doing today? I'm free. Want to go somewhere together?" "Yeah, I was planning to pick mushrooms in the forest." "Want to come?" "Sure, just wait a moment." Everything proceeded exactly as it had before. They reached the foot of the mountain, chatting while picking mushrooms, and then settled down for a break. Lena put some jerky in his mouth. Chew, chew. Brief silence followed. If things went as before, Lena would soon say she wanted to quit studying to be a priest. Leo decided to speak first. "Lena, would you come with me to Nevis?" "Huh, Nevis? Why there?" Leo couldn't look at her directly and turned his head away. Now he had to start lying, so he just avoided her face, pretending to be shy. "Just, well, it's the capital of our kingdom. I've always wanted to visit. They say there are a lot of people, plenty of food, and lots of job opportunities." "I thought you wanted to become a hunter." "I can hunt anytime. And the Holy Kingdom is closer from there. Since it's the capital, there should be many merchants going to Lutetia. The capital church is in Lutetia, right?" The only recognized church in this world was the Cross Church. The Cross Church had played a crucial role in driving non-human races out of the continent, and since the Archaea Empire, all 7 kingdoms had established it as their national religion. The main cathedral of the Cross Church was in Lutetia, the capital of the Holy Kingdom. That cathedral alone was referred to as the capital church. For example, even though there was a church in the capital of the Oran Kingdom, it wasn't called the capital church. It was just the Nevis Church. Lena looked puzzled. "But how will we get to Nevis? Isn't it a 2-month journey on foot? It's too dangerous." In response to her concerned question, Leo pulled out 10 silver coins from his pocket. He actually had more. Including what his father had given him, they could reach the capital church. However, Leo planned to stay in Nevis and make Lena a princess, so he didn't show her everything. He knew from the beggar-sibling scenario how high the cost of living in the capital was. It was nothing like this rural village. Even with diligent work, they wouldn't be able to save much money. They'd have to live day to day. While Lena faced some hardships, Leo planned to go hunting and gather clues about meeting the prince. If this was a game that could be cleared, there must be a way to meet the prince. If I show her a little bit of the money now and then, I can say it's from hunting and Lena won't lose hope. As he thought about his plan, Lena's eyes widened at the sight of the money. "How did you get this much money? Did your father give it to you?" "I borrowed some from Dad and saved up some myself." "It'd be a bit lonely to go alone, so would you come with me?" It was more of a plea than a suggestion, something Lena couldn't refuse. A journey to the church, a new world, and an adventure with Lee. Everything she loved was in it. "Yes, I'll go. I'll definitely go." Tears welled up in Lena's eyes. She was so happy that, despite her wide smile, tears streamed down her cheeks. Leo felt a pang of guilt from her overwhelming joy. He had been scheming to keep her from going to the capital church, but she was crying and hugging him out of gratitude. He patted her small back, hiding his discomfort, but her sobs didn't stop easily. High above, a cockerel that had been perched on a branch pulled its arm free and disappeared into the distance, seemingly disturbed by the noise. A few days later, I got permission. Lena came running, excited. Leo wondered how she had convinced her parents. "If she were my daughter, I'd never allow it." Maybe they expected that Lena and Leo would get into trouble in return, or perhaps they genuinely supported her dream. It didn't really matter. Leo welcomed the news happily and asked, "That's great. Are you going to tell the church too?" "Of course, want to come with me." They went to the church and explained everything to the priest and the monks. The priest was delighted and gave them his blessing. It wasn't just kind words, it was an actual blessing using holy power. As he waved his hand, a warm energy enveloped Lena and Leo. Lena, moved, spoke with a trembling voice. "Our Lena is finally heading to the capital church chapter. I'm even happier. Stay strong." It was clear the priest cared deeply for Lena. Blessings were expensive. The priest's holy power was finite and would deplete with use. Healing external injuries was relatively cheap because it required less power and could be controlled based on what was visible. But curing illnesses or bestowing blessings consumed a lot of power. Healing an illness required a significant amount of power to be effective in one go, and blessings had to last a long time. The priest had generously given such a blessing to both of them. After thanking the priest and saying goodbye, they were about to leave the church when Brother Leslie, who had slipped away during the farewells, came running. "Lena, take this." He handed her a pouch filled with copper coins. Lena tried to refuse, but he insisted. "Brother, you don't have to give me this. It's okay. Take it. We were saving it to send you to the capital church anyway. Everyone at the church contributed, so it's not just mine. Hurry up and take it before anyone sees." "Be careful on your journey," Lena cried, and the monk smiled awkwardly. It was a heartwarming scene, but Leo felt tense. He worried that it might be enough to get to the capital church, but it wasn't. Even with what she got from her parents, it was far from sufficient. Without the starting funds or the priest event, she would have never left this village. That evening, the village held a small farewell party. The village chief lit a bonfire in the square, and the villagers brought out snacks and drinks. They shared words of encouragement for Lena's dream, and as the drinks flowed, the farewell party turned into a lively celebration. In the midst of it, Hans, oblivious, joked, "Aren't they eloping or something?" and got scolded by his mother. The bonfire cast a red glow over the entire village, lighting up the night. In the early dawn, Lena and Leo left the village. They planned to first stop by a larger village, but they weren't leaving alone. The village cart was accompanying them. Dimas village sent a cart to the larger village twice a month. The cart carried goods to sell at the bi-weekly market and brought back necessary items. While adults sometimes accompanied the cart to sell goods, it was usually left to their sons. Hans, the baker's son, also loaded a small box onto the cart. The young men all helped push the cart, and Leo joined in. "Hey Leo, you don't have to push, you know. It's your last day," one of the young men said. "No, it's fine." The young men felt guilty seeing Leo push the cart when he was leaving, but he insisted on helping. He didn't want to just walk alongside the cart, chatting with Lena while the others did all the work. Lena followed the cart, handing out water to the young men. Although autumn was approaching, it was still hot. The young men drank the water and splashed some on their heads as they pushed the heavy cart with all their might. It would have been easier if the cart could just roll along, but the road was unpaved and not straight. They had to adjust their speed and keep an eye on the road, making it physically demanding to push the cart. They needed to hurry too. The larger village was far and they had to arrive on time, so they pushed the cart diligently, even skipping meals. The cart finally stopped at dusk. The young men parked it at the village entrance and set up a tent around it. It was their preparation for spending the night. Renting a place would have cost money, and they couldn't leave the cart with goods unattended in a foreign village. No matter how obvious the theft, the local villagers wouldn't side with outsiders. So the young men set up tents around the cart and camped out to guard it. "We're off. Take care. Be safe." Lena and Leo said goodbye to the village young men and left. They planned to stay at an inn. Leo wouldn't have minded camping out alone, but he didn't want Lena to sleep outside. She would have said it was fine, but there was no need to make her suffer unnecessarily when they had money. Unbeknownst to them, Hans was following at a distance as they entered an inn. Lena, having never stayed at an inn before, was excited from the moment they stepped inside. She eagerly volunteered to book the room. "And we'll need one room. Double or twin?" "A what, twin?" "Yes, right this way." Leo interrupted and chose a twin room. The innkeeper led them with a candle, while Lena looked back at Leo with a puzzled expression, as if asking what he had just chosen. Leo simply shrugged and didn't explain. If he did, she would be too embarrassed. "Maybe I should have chosen the double bed." Leo chuckled to himself. The innkeeper led them to their room. The innkeeper's wide hips filled the narrow staircase, and the candle he carried provided little light for Lena and Leo. He pointed to a door down the hallway. "Here it is. Let us know when you're leaving tomorrow." The innkeeper disappeared back down the stairs, and they entered the room, lighting a candle. Lena, excited, jumped onto the bed. "Wow, a bed." Lena's house didn't have a bed. She probably had never slept in one. "I thought we'd sleep on the floor." "This is great, but aren't we supposed to stay somewhere cheaper, given our situation?" "Those places are cheap, but not suitable for women. There were places where you could rent a roof without a bed, just a large room." It was the cheapest way to sleep, but it was unsafe for women, and even men hesitated to stay there alone. Lena bounced between the two beds, comparing them, then glared at Leo with a mock-serious expression. Wait, Leo, if you try anything funny, I won't let you off. She shook her fist threateningly. Such actions would likely have the opposite effect, Leo thought, but he agreed nonetheless. Lena was cute. There were a few candles in the room, but they feared the innkeeper would charge them extra if they used too many, so they soon extinguished the candle and each lay on their own bed. Despite the soft bed, Lena couldn't sleep. She had stayed up thinking about leaving the village the night before, and now her eyes were wide open. From the other bed, she could hear Leo's steady breathing. He must have fallen asleep quickly. Lena sat up and looked at Leo. Though it was dark, she could see him clearly. He was such a good friend. She had planned to confess to him during the mushroom-picking trip last weekend, to tell him she wanted to quit studying to be a priest, and to ask what he thought about her feelings for him. But Leo had suggested the journey before she could say anything. He had a plan to help her achieve her dreams. Not only Leo, but her parents, the priest, and brother Leslie were all preparing to help her. I had almost given up. Lena felt tears well up again and turned away, burying her face in the pillow. Then Leo let out a low moan, as if having a bad dream. She quietly got up and adjusted his pillow, placing a hand on his forehead, and his moaning ceased. Leo mumbled in his sleep, Lena, Lena. Was he dreaming about her? Lena sat on the edge of his bed, studying his face. His hair was frizzy and grown wildly. His eyebrows lay straight on his neat forehead. His cheeks were healthily tanned, and his lips were firmly closed even in his sleep. He was a man who could have become her lover. Lena looked around the dark room, empty of people, and secretly approached his lips. Her heart pounded. Lena's lips gently touched his. Leo, I'm sorry. Lord Binar, please forgive me. What would Lord Binar, the god who guides against evil deeds, think of this action? But this was the first and the last time. From now on, Leo and she would remain friends forever. Lena burned the regret of not being able to be with him with a short kiss. Fortunately, Leo didn't wake up. Leo, was I really bad? She whispered softly as she stroked her friend's disheveled hair and returned to bed. She felt sorry for doing something bad to a friend who had only helped her purely. Instead, when I become a priestess, I will give you my first blessing. She tossed and turned and finally fell asleep with difficulty. The next day, Leo got up first and went out the door. In front of the door were a water bucket and 2 towels. They seemed to be for washing. Good service. He had been thinking of asking for washing water, so he was glad it wasn't a hassle. He moved the bucket inside the room. Lena was still asleep. While Lena slept, he stripped off his top, soaked a towel in the water, and wiped his body. He even scrubbed his hair with the wet towel. The memories of the modern society, where it was natural to wash conveniently, felt uncomfortable. In this indoor setting, wiping the body with a wet towel was the norm, but he wasn't satisfied. After washing himself, Leo shook Lena awake. Lena, wake up. She jumped up, but half asleep and caught in her dreams, answered in a drawn-out tone. Leo, did you sleep well? Yeah, I just finished washing. Here's water and towels, so wash up slowly. We're going to eat here and then leave, so just come down after washing. Leo clearly instructed the half-asleep Lena and went downstairs. He informed the innkeeper that they would be eating and leaving soon and stepped outside to wait for Lena. The streets were already bustling with the market from early in the morning, and the young men of Demos village seemed busy, having woken up early to sell their goods. Leo smiled and waved to a few people when Hans suddenly appeared and approached him. Oh, Leo. Seems like you stayed here. Hans, you've already sold all your stuff. Mine sell quickly. Have you eaten? Not yet. I was planning to eat here soon. Great, let's eat together. There was no reason to reject his offer to eat together, so Leo agreed readily. Leo and Hans weren't particularly close. They had no common ground. Leo either went hunting with his father, foraged for food with Lena, or occasionally worked in the fields with the village youths, but he rarely met other people. Moreover, without memories of the past, Hans and other village youths were just strangers to Leo. He had heard rumors that Hans often didn't work and hid away somewhere, but Leo didn't particularly think badly of it. Hans's family was well off, so he could afford to be lazy. From the standards of modern society, a young man of that age being that lazy wasn't unusual, and Mincio, who had been at the peak of laziness, couldn't blame him either. He decided to keep his mouth shut about matters he didn't understand well. Hans asked, "So did you do it with Lena?" What else would I mean? Kids this age, of course. Leo understood why Hans had come. Leo felt more contemplative than displeased. If I were the real Leo, what would I have done? Would the real Leo have got angry here, laughed it off as a joke, or just ignored it? He spent time either ignoring or appropriately responding to Hans's words, lost in other thoughts. Eventually, Lena came downstairs, and the three of them ordered a meal together. Lena didn't show any reaction to the uninvited guest. The conversation naturally turned to the two's journey during the meal. Hans asked with sparkling eyes, "You're going to the Lord's castle. Isn't that the wrong direction? The Lord's castle was north from here, but Nevis was to the west." If they were heading to Lutetia, where the central church was located, they had to go northwest, so heading towards the Lord's castle wasn't the wrong choice. But if they were going to Nevis, it was a roundabout way, but we have no choice. We need to join a merchant group, and there isn't one here, right? Oh, you don't know much about the world. There's a market here now, so how could there be no merchant group? Hans clicked his tongue as if finding it ridiculous and crossed his legs. There are plenty of merchant groups heading west. Should I introduce you? You know someone, I know this Torito well. The name of this village was actually Torito, but the people of Demos village just called it the Big Village. Can we leave today? If we ask, we'll find out soon enough. Lena and Leo followed Hans, who boasted to trust him as he skillfully navigated the market, asking a few merchants questions, and soon turned back. There's nothing leaving today. The earliest one is leaving tomorrow morning. If you're going, I can introduce you to the merchant group leader. I'm not close with him, but I've met him a few times. Merchants formed groups around a leader and toured the markets of various villages. Large merchant groups were self-sufficient in size, but smaller ones gathered other small merchants to match the scale. These gathered merchants pooled money to hire guards. For individual travelers like Lena and Leo, joining a merchant group was the best option, so Leo accepted Hans's introduction. It was a waste of time to go to the Lord's castle in the north. The merchant group leader Hans introduced was a man with a thick belly and a beard twisted around. He was leisurely smoking a cigarette in a corner of the market. He raised his hand in greeting when he saw Hans. It's been a while, mister. Hans chatted casually with the caravan leader before getting to the point. These are my friends and they want to go to Nevis. Do you have a route? We don't go directly to Nevis, but we can get you partway there. Would an introduction to another caravan that goes to Nevis suffice? Leo nodded at the caravan leader's suggestion. The caravan leader rubbed his thumb with his middle finger as if calculating something before speaking. It'll cost 5 silver coins for 2 people to ride in the carriage. It takes about 2 weeks to get there. We'll have to clear out a lot of goods to make space for you. And for food, after some negotiation, it was agreed that both Lena and Leo would ride the carriage, but only Lena would have space to sleep in the carriage at night. Fortunately, since the caravan would stop at a village for 2 days to trade, they managed to get a discount. After paying and arranging the departure time and place, they had a free day ahead. Lena and Leo bid farewell to the village youths who had helped them sell their goods and thanked Hans for his assistance. Lena looked at Hans again. She used to think he was a good for nothing, but now he seemed to be networking and doing something in the big village. He might even play a role in connecting Demos village with the larger village one day. She expressed her apologies for her previous misunderstanding and thanked Hans, who awkwardly laughed it off. After the village youths left, Lena and Leo leisurely toured the market, snacking and exploring. Everything was new and exciting for Lena, who had never seen a marketplace before. She buzzed around excitedly, and the two returned to their lodgings only when the sun was setting. The next morning, Leo woke up early and hurried out without even washing. He had forgot something while playing with Lena the previous day. After asking the villagers for directions, he found the only blacksmith's shop where a bald blacksmith was lighting the forge. "Can I see a sword? A sword. Do you have anything affordable among the two-handed swords?" The blacksmith waved dismissively at his question. "You must be mistaken. We don't make such weapons unless requested by the Lord." "Huh, what huh?" "You don't make them unless we know they'll sell. Why would we waste expensive iron on them? If you need a sword, you'll have to find one in the city." Leo, who had imagined the blacksmith's shop would be full of swords, was taken aback. In this world, swords were equivalent to guns in modern society and weren't made or sold casually. Moreover, swords weren't weapons anyone could wield. Two-handed swords, in particular, were very unfriendly to beginners, making clubs a much better option for self-defense. Still, Leo couldn't give up and asked, "Do you have any other weapons? We only have hunting knives and kitchen knives." "Oh, there's a throwing spear, I think." Disappointed, Leo turned to leave. The blacksmith added a few words of advice, "And swords are export restricted. You can't buy one without a permit. You could buy one secretly in the city, but it won't be cheap." Leo trudged back to the inn. He had learned swordsmanship in the last scenario and inherited swordsmanship as a reward, but finding a sword was proving difficult. In a game, you'd normally start with a basic weapon, right? Muttering to himself, he absent-mindedly opened the door. Inside, Lena was washing herself with a towel. Leo jumped in surprise and Lena screamed. "Eek!" Leo closed the door. "Oh, sorry." Leo hurriedly closed the door and fled. After a short, anxious wait, Lena came down looking embarrassed. Leo apologized profusely. "I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional. I should have knocked." "It's fine, I didn't lock the door either. I'm not used to locking it." They both blushed as they ate breakfast and walked to the meeting place, keeping a distance from each other. When they arrived, more than 50 people were gathered. The merchants were busy loading goods, and about 20 mercenaries were leisurely checking their equipment. The caravan leader approached and assigned Lena and Leo a carriage. "You'll be using this carriage. It's cleared enough for one person to lie down. It should be enough for both of you to sit." The carriage was packed with goods, but the front had enough space. It was a sturdy wagon with a thick leather roof suitable for sleeping. "It'll be cramped for 2 to lie down. Then again, if you snuggle up, maybe not. Haha." The caravan leader made a lewd joke and left. Lena blushed again and Leo awkwardly cleared his throat. Soon, more than 10 carriages set off. Each had a driver and 1 or 2 mercenaries. Some mercenaries rode horses, guarding the front and rear. Lena and Leo sat at the back of their carriage, awkwardly silent, facing away from each other. The ride was more uncomfortable than expected. The wagon jolted frequently, and with the sides and roof enclosed, there was nothing to see, so they could only look back. But the problem was the following carriage. It had a driver and 2 mercenaries who, having nothing better to do, were staring straight ahead, making it awkward. They had a week of this ahead. Eventually, unable to bear the awkwardness and boredom, Leo called out to Lena. She pretended to be indifferent but responded, "Hey, Lena, want to play a word chain game?" "What's that?" "It's a word game. Here's how you play." The two broke the silence by playing a word chain game. At first, they casually tossed out words, but soon they were laughing and enjoying the game. The carriage stopped more often than they had expected, especially when they came across streams or other water sources. The caravan always stopped to let the tired horses rest. The drivers would fetch water to give to the horses and cool them down by splashing water on them. Each time, Lena and Leo would also get off the carriage to stretch their aching bodies. Feeling completely relaxed, Lena grinned. "Hee hee, Leo, you're not as smart as I thought. T-chapter, you're just too good at this." It had been foolish of him to suggest the word chain game to Lena, who knew this world well. His vocabulary was far too limited compared to hers. "Let's do something else." "Like what?" "The word chain game is fun. How about?" Most games played by the youths here were outdoor activities. They rarely had games that involved sitting still and facing each other. Leo thought about introducing games from the modern world. Despite focusing on recalling the games he had honed during his college years, Lena quickly caught on and he lost most of the time. The journey dragged on monotonously. Leo squeezed out various games, but the week was still too long to spend just sitting. At night, the caravan would stop and set up camp. The merchants and mercenaries pitched tents and the drivers made sleeping arrangements in the driver's seats. Leo initially planned to sleep under the carriage, but ended up sleeping inside due to Lena's insistence. The space was so cramped that they had to sleep back to back. Leo could feel Lena's warmth through his back. He could also tell that she wasn't asleep yet. Lena, sensing that Leo was awake, spoke up. "Leo, yeah, we'll have to work for a year once we get there, right?" Probably Lena had been planning to save money in the capital to travel to the Holy Kingdom. In reality, it would take several years, not just one, to save enough for the journey to Lutetia. She was essentially being led to Nevis by Leo. Leo feared that his guilt would be felt through their touching backs. Lena asked with a sigh in her voice, "What kind of work will we have to do there? How about working at a bakery? Han's aunt praised you a lot. I can only knead dough. What good is that?" "Still, they say you get paid well in the capital." "I guess so." Somehow Lena seemed to sense her future, and Leo knew that the priest heading to the capital church was probably visiting their village by now. His heart ached unbearably. "Lena, I'm sorry, but I promised to make you a princess." Whatever that meant. Lena and Leo exchanged a few more worries before falling asleep. The driver in the front snored loudly. The caravan stayed for 2 days in a small village to trade before setting off again. After a long period of monotony, Leo could finally stretch his back. "Finally, we made it." "Nope, we're only halfway there." Silly Leo. The caravan had arrived in a fairly large city. Leo heard the name of the city but forgot it quickly since they planned to join another caravan heading to the capital soon. The caravan leader kindly introduced them to another caravan leader who was going to Nevis, and the terms and costs were the same as before. This time, Lena paid. She poured out the coins her parents and the priest had saved for her from her purse. The caravan leader, feeling pity for the two, gave them a further discount. This new caravan was set to leave the next day, so they found an inn to stay in. Leo left the tired Lena at the inn, reminding her to lock the door tightly, and went to find another blacksmith. "A sword, do you have a permit?" "No, then no can do." Despite there being several blacksmiths in the city, none were willing to sell a sword easily. As he began to resign himself, one blacksmith reacted differently. "A sword without a permit? Yes. Isn't there any way? Are you a gangster by any chance?" "Huh, no, of course not." "Then what's that tattoo on your arm?" "Isn't it your gang's mark?" The blacksmith pointed to Leo's arm, which had a tattoo of several trumpets crossing each other. "My father gave me this tattoo. He has the same one." "What does your father do?" "He's a hunter." "Really? So you're not a gangster here or anywhere else?" "No, I'm not." Following the young blacksmith inside, Leo saw various equipment and a hot forge. The floor was littered with metal and wood scraps of all sizes. On the wall hung several shields and a few swords. The blacksmith gestured towards them. "Choose one. Do you only have one-handed swords? Wow, you really aren't a gangster, huh? How many times do I have to say it? It's hard to believe. You're just at the age to start gangster activities." "Wait a moment." The blacksmith finally pulled out 3 two-handed swords from a drawer. Leo held each one in turn and returned them. "Don't you have any more? Why, they're all unbalanced." "Haha, that's why I'm selling them. Honestly, I only know how to make shields. These swords were just for fun. I could make one-handed swords okay, but two-handed ones. So will you buy one? I'll give you a discount since I'd melt them down if they don't sell. An unbalanced sword would tire the wielder quickly and disrupt their aim, but it was better than nothing. Leo chose the shortest one. If it was going to be unbalanced, shorter was better. But the price the blacksmith quoted was higher than expected. Leo tried to haggle, but the blacksmith stood firm, saying he had already given the maximum discount. Leo had no other option. Don't go telling people you bought it here. It doesn't even have my stamp. If anyone asks, I don't know you. This isn't even counted as a sword, so don't worry about it, Leo retorted sarcastically, feeling slightly irritated. It was his small revenge, but the blacksmith didn't bat an eye. Well, there's a matching scabbard, but I guess you don't need it. I'm sorry, considering the scabbard, it wasn't that expensive for an illegal purchase. Leo regretted his hasty words and apologized. The real Leo wouldn't have said anything. The newly contracted caravan set off. As they approached the capital, Nevis, they encountered more small villages and towns, causing the caravan to stop frequently. Fortunately, they had some extra money. Lena and Leo took leisurely tour during their stops, and Leo subtly encouraged Lena to try some alcohol. In Demos village, alcohol was quite strictly controlled, and it was not given to anyone under the age of majority. While the youths would sometimes sneak drinks, they were severely punished if caught. Thus, diligent Lena had never tasted alcohol before. Leo bought a barrel of beer and brought it to their lodging with a clear plan in mind. As he set down the barrel and took out the cups, Lena looked both excited and anxious, licking her lips nervously. Are we really allowed to drink this? We'll get in trouble. By who? Maybe Binar. Binar was one of the 5 gods revered by the Cross Church, known as the god who guides against evil deeds. Leo, playing the tempter, insisted. The priest drinks wine during the sacrificial rites, doesn't he? That's true. Think of it as practice. Come on, you're almost an adult now. Besides, we'll be of age in a few months. Binar will understand this much. Lena, tempted, accepted the cup he handed her, fidgeting with it. She had long been curious about alcohol. The village elders always seemed in high spirits and laughed a lot after drinking it. Pretending to give in, she raised the cup to her lips. Shall we, of course, just take a sip? There's a reason adults like it. Sharing their first drink as close friends was a special moment. Leo, recalling hazy memories, filled Lena's cup. It was partly to kill the boredom of staying 2 days in a small village. Lena cautiously sipped the drink. Wow, the taste is so unique. Seeing her gulp down the beer, seemingly enjoying it, Leo laughed inwardly, just as planned. But Leo, this makes me feel a bit dizzy. That's part of the charm, they say. He played along, sipping his beer. He carefully moderated Lena's drinking. As expected, Lena started getting tipsy and chatty. This was the perfect time to ask about the past without raising suspicion. Leo picked a random moment from the past. Lena, do you remember that time 2 summers ago? Oh, that. I remember it so well that time you. Yes, exactly. Drunk, Lena reminisced about their old memories. Leo, who didn't know these stories, listened to her detailed recollections. The time they tried to catch a cockerel and got scolded by the village elders. The time Leo saved Lena from falling into a stream. The time they accidentally rang the bell in the church, causing the village men to think there was a fire. Oddly, Leo felt a sense of fulfillment listening to these memories with her. He felt like he was becoming the real Leo more and more with each story. I'm not Leo. This premise always tormented him. It might have been easier to just accept that this is a game and I am Leo, but he couldn't abandon this premise. It was a necessary barrier for Lena, whose condition improved the more Leo's consciousness merged with the scenario. Facing someone's heartfelt kindness required this kind of response. Setting up a small wall in return was all he could do, because he wasn't Leo. Lena leaned forward, her face close to his. Her small tongue struggled to articulate her thoughts. Hey you, why do you keep being so nice to me? Huh, what are you planning? Huh. While Leo was lost in thought, Lena's words became more blatant, and her drunkenness made her voice louder and louder. When I become a priestess, huh, what are you going to do then? Huh, I won't have anything to give. You could at least give me a blessing or something. A bless sing, Leo, just wait. When I become a priestess, I'll give you one big. It was amusing, but it was time to put her to bed. If she drank any more, things would get out of hand. Leo lifted Lena and laid her on the bed. She wrestled with the blanket, telling it to move over before falling soundly asleep. The next day, as expected, she didn't remember what she had said. He planned to teach her about the dangers of drunkenness someday, but the opportunity never arose again. The caravan arrived in Nevis. The caravan leader led Lena and Leo to find lodgings. After wandering for a while, he finally stopped. Here we are. I almost lost my way since it's been so long. He had brought them to a small inn on the outskirts of Nevis. It looked clean with a few potted plants outside. Upon arriving in Nevis, the caravan leader had offered to introduce them to a cheap and good inn he knew. He laughed awkwardly, saying it was run by a friend of his, so they shouldn't feel pressured. For newcomers to Nevis like them, it was a great help. They accepted his offer gladly, trusting his experience. When the caravan leader opened the inn door, they saw a spacious lobby despite the building's size. Behind the counter sat the owner, sporting an impressive mustache. "Long time no see, my friend. Hey, it's been a while. I almost forgot about you since you hardly come by." The two men greeted each other warmly. Lena and Leo followed the caravan leader and greeted the innkeeper, asking if they had a twin room available. The innkeeper, speaking more to his friend than the guests, replied with some regret. "Of course, there's a room for these two, but there's no space for your entire caravan. We're quite booked up at the moment." The inn's lobby was empty, so it seemed that most guests were either out or reserved rooms in advance. The caravan leader looked disappointed. "That's a shame. Well, can you at least give my friends a room? They're traveling with me, so perhaps you could offer a bit of a discount for my sake." After some back and forth, the innkeeper laughed heartily and agreed. "Planning to stay long? We might if you keep the current rates. We'd like to book for one night first to see how things go since we still need to find work." The innkeeper showed them a room on the second floor. As expected, the capital's accommodations were different. The bed looked plush and comfortable, and there was a neat dresser and wardrobe in the corner. A small table by the window added charm to the room, even though the flower in the pot was wilting. Even though Lena's job situation was still uncertain, it seemed likely they would stay here for a long time. A good room was a big plus. The innkeeper, having received the money, handed over the keys and went downstairs. Lena, delighted, spun around the room. "Leo, this place is amazing. And it's cheap, right?" "Yes. I think it's affordable because it's on the outskirts, but the facilities are really nice. Shall we stay here for the long term? Unless your job ends up being too far away, let's stay here." Lena excitedly opened the window and saw the caravan leader leaving the inn below. She leaned out and waved her arms enthusiastically. The caravan leader looked up, waved lightly, and walked away with dignity. "He's really a good person." Yes, unlike the first caravan leader who made those indecent jokes. The first caravan leader they met had a foul mouth, constantly making suggestive jokes that made Lena uncomfortable. In contrast, this caravan leader was polite and had offered them a discount out of compassion for their situation. Lena and Leo watched his back for a moment before closing the window. Will we ever meet him again? If we're meant to, we will. They unpacked their things and informed the innkeeper that they were going to explore the city center. He smiled and stroked his mustache, indicating they were free to do as they pleased. As they stepped out onto the main road, the view of Nevis unfolded before them. "Leo, look at that castle. It's huge." Lena couldn't hide her amazement. In the distance, towering castle walls, likely 8 meters high, stretched endlessly. The closer they got to the castle, the more imposing the walls seemed. Near the castle gate was a bustling marketplace. Merchants selling grains, vegetables, leather goods, livestock, flour, and salt set up their stalls, creating a lively scene. Street vendors sold their goods outside the outer gate, while processed goods were sold inside. Lena, overwhelmed by the hustle and bustle of the capital, hopped from foot to foot in excitement. The market here dwarfed the one in the big village Torito and surpassed any city they had passed through so far. Leo was also fascinated, as it was his first time outside a castle. The setting for the betrothal scenario, Castle Avril, was primarily military and lacked this kind of liveliness. He had never ventured outside the capital city of Orville in the beggar siblings scenario, but he imagined it would be similar to this. As they wandered around, they noticed a crowd gathering. Is that a slave market? On a small stage, half-naked and emaciated slaves were being paraded one by one. They were covered in scars from severe beatings, and their faces showed utter resignation. Most of the people gathered seemed to be mere onlookers. The ones seated in the front row, who appeared to be actual buyers, examined the slaves with critical eyes. The seller stepped onto the stage and began explaining. In short, the slaves were from a barbarian tribe in the southern swamps. Even though the age of humanity had dawned, there were still many unexplored lands on this continent. In ancient times, the Achaea Empire had swept across the continent with vast armies in the name of the gods. In the process, all other races were exterminated, but some barbarian tribes survived. The Cross Church, which advocated for humanity, had opposed exterminating them. Thus, many barbarian tribes still lived in the uncharted territories. The Ainar tribe from the betrothal scenario was considered barbarian by the Central and Southern Kingdom standards, only because the Northern Kingdom accepted them as citizens upon gaining independence from the Empire were they recognized. The Central and Southern Kingdoms despised the Austin Aster Kingdom as barbarian lands, and only the Holy Kingdom, heavily influenced by the Cross Church, maintained relations with them. This meant that the potential Princes Lena Ainar from the betrothal scenario could meet were limited. Only princes from the Austin Aster Kingdom or the Holy Kingdom were worth considering. She could try to hide her identity to approach any prince, but Leo doubted he could convince the proud Lena Ainar to do so. Lena nudged Leo. "Leo, what are you thinking about? Let's go, I don't want to see this anymore." "Oh, sorry. Let's go." Caught up in pondering another scenario, Leo had momentarily forgotten about Lena beside him. She looked away with a pained expression. For Lena, a theology student and inherently kind-hearted person, it was a distressing sight. Theology always taught them to serve humanity, but reality was often different. They left the market and approached the castle gate. Suddenly, "Hey, you there. Come here," a guard at the castle gate called out to Leo. The guard looked Leo up and down and asked, "You don't look like a knight. Are you a hired mercenary?" "No." "Then why are you trying to enter the castle with a weapon? At least try to hide it." "I'm sorry. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to bring a sword in. We just arrived in Nevis today and we're looking for work." "Is that so? Let me see that sword. Where did you get it?" Leo handed over the sword without protest. It wouldn't do any good to antagonize the guards. "I picked it up for self-defense on the way here. Let's see. What is this? It's a complete piece of junk." "Why, let me have a look." The other guard chimed in. "The weight is all off. It's top-heavy. Might be good for chopping, but it's no better than an axe." Is it okay if I still carry it?" Leo asked cautiously. After inspecting the sword, the guards handed it back. "No need to confiscate it. You said you just got here today. Weapons aren't allowed inside the castle. You should leave it somewhere before entering." "Wait, what's that tattoo on your arm? Are you a gang member?" "No, it's just something my father." Leo had to explain the tattoo all over again. Lena helped from the side. "That's right. He's had that tattoo since he was a child." "Really? Come on, let him through." No idiot would walk up to the castle gate with a two-handed sword if they were up to no good. "Off you go, but be careful next time." They bowed to the guards and left the area. Leo looked at Lena with a relieved expression. She narrowed her eyes, ready to tease him. "I knew it from the moment you got that sword. You don't even know how to use it, and you're just carrying it around for show." Leo scratched his head sheepishly. Lena exaggerated her gestures, clearly having fun. "And it was a piece of junk. I was so touched when you said you'd protect me with it." "Hey, I know how to use a sword." "Yeah, sure you do." In the end, they couldn't enter the castle and wandered outside looking for work. They had a simple meal at the market. It was a dumpling made from bellflower root, and Lena excitedly wondered if it came from Demos village. Eventually, Lena found a job at a bakery. A plump lady, reminiscent of Han's aunt, wiped her hands on her apron and spoke. "I could use someone to help with the dough. Can you come in tomorrow? I need to see how you work before deciding on your pay." "Yes, I'll come in early tomorrow." "No need to come too early. We need to fetch water and get things ready first." "Got it. See you tomorrow. You're a spirited young lady. I like that. See you tomorrow." "Yes, see you then." Lena came out of the bakery beaming. Leo, waiting at a distance, asked, "Did she say how much she'll pay?" "Not yet. She'll decide after seeing me work tomorrow." "Lena, don't just take whatever she offers. You need to negotiate. I know I'll get paid for what I work, and I have a good eye for people. That lady is kind." "Maybe because she reminds you of Han's aunt." "No, she doesn't." They bickered as they continued searching for a job for Leo. He found work at a tool shop without much difficulty. The owner, impressed with Leo's skill in hammering nails, immediately recognized his talent. He promised a generous wage and asked him to start the next day. However, Leo was more interested in showing Lena that he found a job. His real plan was to look for clues to meet a prince. So he deliberately chose a place far from the bakery Lena would be working at. He could always pretend to have wages from work, using the money his father gave him without Lena catching on. Each harboring their own hopes, they returned to the inn as the sun began to set. Lena pointed at the inn's entrance. "Look at the door frame. It's so worn. It was like that when we arrived. Probably worn out from rain or something." "Oh, I see." They entered the inn. The lobby was now crowded with a dozen men sitting and chatting. "We're back." Lena greeted the innkeeper cheerfully, and he smiled warmly at them. "Welcome back. We've been waiting for you." Leo gave a polite nod and started up the stairs, but something felt off. Looking around, he noticed the men getting up, all armed. "Mercenaries. Excuse me, can you let us through?" Lena tried to make way for a large man blocking the stairs. Leo turned and saw the man descending, shield in hand. An alarm went off in Leo's head. "Lena, step back." "What?" Leo pushed Lena against the wall and stepped in front of her, his sword suddenly in hand. As if that was the signal, the men in the lobby stood up, brandishing their weapons, and surrounded them. Their hostility was evident. The weapons pointed at Lena and Leo, and a few men blocked the entrance. These were no mercenaries, they were thugs. Leo, facing this raw aggression, spoke up. "What's the meaning of this? Back off." His demand was met with quiet laughter and disregard. The men closed in, and the innkeeper silently slipped away. The front desk was empty. Lena, standing stiffly behind Leo, was terrified. The men's eyes held no warmth, and the weapons they brandished demanded submission. How could people treat others like this? The slaves they had seen at the market flashed in her mind. This was the harsh reality. The inn's lobby grew cold and silent. The wooden floor creaked under the weight of the men, and one thug approached Leo. Clang, the man swung a small hatchet at Leo's sword. He wasn't trying to harm him, but to disarm him. Leo deflected the blow. Surprised, a man at the back spoke up. "Well, look at that. He knows how to block. The next time I won't hold back. Back off now." No one listened. The thugs adjusted their grips on their weapons, tension rising. "Guys, don't worry about the man, just attack." Man wearing a hat ordered, and the thugs closed in, 2 or 3 at a time. Lena screamed. Leo focused, pushing his fear aside to protect Lena. A muscular man swung an axe down at him, which Leo dodged to the right. The axe hit the floor, sending splinters flying. Leo thrust his sword at a man trying to stab him with a dagger, then kicked another thug in the chest and spun to slash at the man raising the axe again. The thugs hesitated. Blood dripped from the wounded men, staining the wooden floor. The man in the hat adjusted it and frowned. Hey, this isn't what I was told. Wasn't he supposed to be a hunter from some backwater village? I just told you what the merchant said. The innkeeper shrugged. The thugs charged again, and Leo fought to protect Lena, who was cowering in the corner, blocking, slashing, dodging, swinging. The fight continued, but the thugs started using their shields, rendering most of Leo's attacks ineffective. Oof, a dagger flew through the air and struck Leo in the thigh. Before he could process the pain, a shield bashed into him, knocking him off balance. His shoulder felt like it was breaking. Lena, tears streaming down her face, looked up at him. As Leo tried to regain his footing, he saw a sword descending toward his neck. He pushed off with one foot and rolled. He barely dodged the sword, but it was a big mistake. A thug took advantage of the opening and grabbed Lena, who was helpless against his strength. The thug wrapped an arm around her waist and squeezed her neck. Lena struggled and was dragged away. Lena, you bastards. Leo swung his sword horizontally, forcing the thugs to back off, but another dagger flew at him. He managed to block it by pure luck, but he had no time to dodge the axe coming down on him and had to block it with his sword. Clang, the sword and axe collided head-on. Blood poured from Leo's wounded thigh. Leo, this isn't the time to worry about him, is it? Let me go. Please let me go. Lena tried to shake off the thug's grip. Tightened his hold, making her groan in pain. The man in the hat looked over at Lena's groan. Hey, she's supposed to go up for sale tomorrow. Don't leave any marks on her, got it? But she keeps. If she gets too bruised, we'll have to wait until the next auction. Can't you even hold a girl properly? And don't grab her clothes. That'll leave marks too. This is so frustrating. And you guys, you're struggling with one kid. Unbelievable. Leo's sword struck a thug in the neck, killing him instantly. Blood sprayed over Leo. Achievement: first kill. Leo feels less guilt about killing. A message appeared in the corner of his vision, but Leo felt no guilt. Instead, he was consumed by anger, determined to kill them all. He spat on the blood-soaked floor, but despite his determination, his body was accumulating injuries. His swordsmanship allowed him to avoid fatal blows, but even holding the sword was becoming difficult. This Leo wasn't the same as Leo Dexter from the betrothal scenario. He had strong legs good for climbing mountains, but he wasn't built to wield a heavy sword for long periods. Even Leo Dexter wouldn't have been able to handle a dozen men alone, and this poorly balanced sword was sapping his strength quickly. The sword was slipping from his grasp. It's over. Don't let your guard down. Finish him carefully. Wait, Lena, crying, shouted desperately. Please spare Leo, please. I'll do whatever you want. You'll do whatever we say. Lena, no, all right, don't kill him. Just take his sword first. The thug in front of Leo grumbled. This kid's really making us sweat. Hey, why don't you just give up? The thugs raised their shields and swung cautiously. Leo blocked a few more attacks, but his grip gave out and his sword fell. As soon as he lost his weapon, the thugs piled on him. Exhausted, Leo was pinned under their weight, unable to move. All right, girl, keep talking. You'll do as we say. Yes, just spare Leo. Let her go. The thug holding Lena released her. She stood still, tears streaming down her face. The man in the hat grabbed her chin, turning her head this way and that before smiling in satisfaction. Good. We didn't have time to train you, but this works out. If you don't behave until tomorrow, your boyfriend will, you know. Yes, no. Leo's voice was weak, his body pinned down. The thugs binding him glared menacingly, but Leo's eyes were fixed on Lena as she was dragged away. Leo, she looked back from the doorway. The man in the hat shoved her out. Lena disappeared from view. Boys, keep him secure. If he dies, he dies. Yes, boss. The thug who seemed to be the leader left, speaking loudly enough for Lena to hear. The thugs tied Leo's hands and feet as he struggled desperately, his eyes red with fury. Just knock him out. This is annoying. One thug raised a club. Thud. Leo's world went black. Leo woke up in a dark warehouse. Straw was scattered on the floor, and he could hear the sounds of horses snorting nearby. There were several of them. As he tried to get up, he realized his arms were restrained. He couldn't see in the darkness, but he felt that his arms were tied behind his back and secured to a pillar. He twisted and struggled, but his bound arms didn't budge. With his arms tied near the base of the pillar, pushing off the ground only made his back slam against the pillar. Lena, he shouted, knowing it was useless. If he didn't do something, his chest felt like it would burst. His voice grew hoarse from yelling. Someone opened the warehouse door and peeked inside, then shut it again. For a brief moment, he saw that it was night outside. You bastard, come back here, you son of a bitch. He threw out every curse he could think of, but the door remained closed and Leo panted in the darkness, exhausted. Lena had been taken. He heard them say she would be auctioned off tomorrow. He was desperate, but his body couldn't move. Where did it all go wrong? The innkeeper knew I'd been hunting. He said he heard it from some merchant. The caravan leader who introduced the inn had sold them out. But how did he know I'd been hunting? I never mentioned it. Maybe Lena had said something. That polite caravan leader had often chatted with her, but that didn't matter now. Lena was in more danger. He had to escape somehow, but there was no way to free his arms. It was too dark to see any possibilities. Could he do anything with the straw on the floor? The cold from the ground chilled his body as he lay there until morning. When daylight came, thin rays of sunlight filtered through the wooden walls, brightening his surroundings. He could finally see the warehouse. As expected, it was filled with piles of straw and he was tied to a large central pillar. It looked like a stable warehouse, but there was still nothing he could do. The floor was bare except for straw, and he couldn't see any tools. He couldn't even reach the piled straw. He was simply abandoned. Other than the brief moment when the door opened last night, no one had come by. He tried digging at the ground and pushing off with his feet, but the pillar was deeply embedded and didn't budge. He tried shaking his arms free, but it was futile. Turning his head, he saw that the thugs had tied not just his wrists, but his entire arms to the pillar. And with his arms fixed near the base of the pillar, he couldn't apply force or even wiggle his fingers to do anything. He felt utterly helpless. As evening approached, the thug leader who had taken Lena arrived. Leo glared at him, biting his lip. "Where is Lena? Well, you're still feisty, aren't you?" Leo had endured a day of pain, hunger, and thirst. It had been an excruciatingly long day of nothing but waiting. Most people would have broken, but Leo held on. He consciously thought of the modern world. Without that mental anchor, he would have broken. The thug leader didn't seem interested in answering his question and just nodded. The thugs who had followed him gagged Leo and blindfolded him. Then he was thrown into a leather sack and loaded onto a wagon like a piece of luggage. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Wagon started moving. "What's going on?" Leo heard voices chatting in the front. The prince bought her. But for some reason, he wants the guy too. Wouldn't it be a problem if he gets loose? He was pretty good with a sword. Should we break an arm? I'd like to, but we have to follow orders. After a long ride, the wagon stopped and Leo was dumped onto the ground. "Leo, let him go." Lena's voice called out from somewhere, but that was all. Leo twisted and yelled, but only muffled sounds came out. Someone roughly pulled him up. He felt himself being dragged somewhere, then his bonds were removed. Lena's final job has been decided. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that his bonds were removed, it was that the world around him and his body disappeared. The ending came with a disorienting feeling of floating. Lena. Final job, prince's concubine. Marriage partner, Asan de Lognum. Leo. Final job, assassin. Marriage partner, single. Childhood friends ending, playthings of princes. Lena, born in Demos village, had a happy childhood. Though poor, she was surrounded by her parents' warm attention. Summary: they arrived in Nevis but were captured by thugs. Lena was sold to the princes of the Lognum royal family. To save Leo, Lena became a concubine and secretly helped him escape before committing suicide. Leo, born in Demos village, had a happy childhood. He lost his mother early. Summary: they arrived in Nevis but were captured by thugs. Leo was imprisoned in the mansion of Prince Athon de Lognum. With Lena's help, Leo escaped and lived his life seeking revenge. He managed to wipe out the thugs but failed to assassinate the prince and was executed. A picture of Lena, beautifully but lewdly dressed, appeared. Her eyes were dead, wearing clothes that could easily be removed. Leo was too overcome with despair to think clearly as his consciousness shattered. Mincio's mind emerged from the fragmented Leo. "I really want to give up." He had failed miserably again. He couldn't make Lena a princess or even protect her. He had brought her to the capital only for her to suffer. His plan was heading straight for disaster. He didn't know why the thugs targeted Lena and Leo, but the nearby kingdom's princes were garbage. There could never be a happy ending where a commoner like Lena met and fell in love with one of those princes. Even if they hadn't been captured by thugs, the result would have been the same. Mincio wanted to quit. He had been in this game for over a year now. He missed Kiha desperately. He wanted to go back to his parents, but Mincio's hopes were dashed by the cold text announcing a restart. "You did not clear raising Lena. Leo, you were too naive." Leo later wiped out a family in revenge for Lena. Here is information about the rules of the back alleys. Restarting. As he watched the intro video again, a cold wind brushed his cheek. Mincio found himself once again as Leo Dexter, holding a sword foolishly. "Leo, what's wrong?" Lena Einar stood before him, holding a sword. Leo had desperately longed to see her again, especially after she had fallen in battle, but now he felt no motivation. The information he received as a scenario reward harshly highlighted how naive and foolish he had been. "I'm heading back in for now." Ignoring Lena, who was scratching her head, Leo returned to his room. He threw himself onto the bed in the familiar room where they had spent several months before Lena's death. Burying his face in the cold blankets, he slowly recalled every detail of the rules of the back alleys. The previous scenario had gone wrong from the moment Hans introduced them to the caravan. In the large village, Hans had sold them out. To be precise, he hadn't sold them out, he had merely informed the right people that they were easy targets, heading willingly to the largest slave market in the world, paying for their own transportation and providing a commission upon being handed over. Leo clutched the pillow tightly, nearly tearing it apart. In the last scenario, they hadn't received any kindness. They were led by malicious intentions disguised as kindness. Slaves were very difficult to transport. During transportation, the value of slaves could decrease significantly. and depending on the distance, usually 1 out of 3 died on the way. So how delighted must they have been to see us happily paying our way to the slave market. And he had naively gone to the inn introduced by the caravan leader. The leader had looked around for a marker. The deeply carved marks on the door frame weren't from rot, but a sign indicating that the inn received people meant to be sold off. The caravan leader and the innkeeper likely didn't know each other at all. Leo punched the pillow repeatedly. Not only was he naive, but he was also incredibly stupid. "You've changed a bit, haven't you?" The next morning, Leo sparred with Lena. She immediately noticed the change in him. "Why did you enter like that just now? If I enter this way, I can follow up with this move next." Leo slowly demonstrated the move he had just made, rewinding and explaining it to Lena, who looked at him incredulously. "What? It's creative, but do you think I'm just going to stand still? Shall we try again?" Unlike before, he adapted quickly this time. Previously, he had been beaten by his father from the first day, but the swordsmanship he had gained before and the training with Lena until her death seemed to make a difference. Lena found Leo's swordsmanship interesting, and although his father was displeased, he understood his son's curiosity and new attempts. In just one day, Leo's mood improved significantly. The strong body of Leo Dexter not only allowed him to swing his sword powerfully, but also restored his confidence. In the in-fight with the thugs, the previous Leo had only managed to kill one, but this Leo Dexter could have taken down most of them, even if he ultimately lost. Leo and Lena, sweating from their sparring, lay down on the frosty ground. Lena, too exhausted, lay beside him. What about the war? The major event of the betrothal scenario, the war, would erupt at the end of this winter. He had pondered it all night, but there seemed to be no way to avoid it. Lena and Leo would come of age in a few days. Once Lena became an adult, she would go hunting with her father, become a warrior, and then be sent to war in place of her father, the great warrior. He could prevent her from going hunting, but that would be difficult. Lena wanted to become a warrior, and she was stubborn about it. Even if he warned her that a war would break out in a few months, she wouldn't care. Last time, she had confidently gone to war, claiming she would return as a knight, and she never returned. Leo gently held Lena's hand, who flinched but remained still. He had even considered pushing her down the stairs. He wanted to injure her enough to prevent her from going hunting, but such a method wouldn't work. Winter was the best season for hunting. Animals had limited range due to the cold, left tracks easily, and had fewer hiding spots due to the lack of leaves. Blood trails were easy to follow, and prey could be transported easily by sled. Most importantly, the village warriors had nothing else to do in winter, so they took turns going on hunts. He might be able to prevent Lena from going hunting a few times, but beyond that, it was impossible. Lena would inevitably become a warrior before the war started. He had considered the event of capturing the Naguajo. If Lena could achieve the feat of capturing a monster and return slightly injured, her father, Dihorn, might use that as an excuse to keep her from the battlefield. But capturing the Naguajo with just the two of them was impossible, at least not yet. He didn't want to become monster food while trying to avoid the war. Lena fidgeted with his hand. Turning his head, he saw her playing with his fingers. Lovely Lena. Leo resolved to protect her this time. He stood up, still holding her hand, and pulled her along to continue their training. Grabbing his sword again, he thought, as for making her a princess, I don't know. In this betrothal scenario, it seemed nearly impossible. He hadn't found any leads yet. Maybe something would come up in the war, so he decided to go to war with Lena. "It must be cold. Take this and drink it with Leo." Lena took the flask her mother handed her. It was filled with warm ojuro tea. This tea, made by lightly fermenting ojuro leaves, warmed you right up when heated. With 2 cups, she went to the backyard and found Leo still swinging his sword. Not wanting to interrupt his focus, she sat on a chair, sipping tea, and watched him train. The sight of him practicing with the snow falling around him was impressive. Why is Leo acting like this? His training had increased noticeably. He was always diligent, but for the past few days, he seemed desperate, as if being chased. She first met Leo 3 years ago when her father invited a retired knight to their home. Her first impression of the boy her age was that he was gentle. Compared to the other kids in the tribe, he seemed a bit bookish. Seeing a polite and well-spoken boy was a novelty for her. I never imagined I'd be engaged to him back then. She had been one of the better fighters among her peers, but had lost to him in a duel. After that, she trained in swordsmanship under Uncle Noel, and they developed a bond, leading to their engagement a year ago. Lena felt proud that the man practicing out there would be her husband. Lena's dream was to become a knight. Being a warrior of the tribe was great, but she wanted to be a knight like Uncle Noel, protecting her tribe and castle. After getting engaged, her dream changed a bit. She wanted to become a knight with Leo. "Leo, come drink this and then continue." Seeing he was done practicing, she called out to him. He waved and walked over. He looked impressive in his armor. Steam rose from his body as he approached, and when he took off his helmet, sweat poured down. "Hey, don't drink it all like that." Leo grabbed the flask and drank deeply. He set down the empty flask with a clank, patted Lena's head, and walked off. Staring dumbfounded after him, Lena bowed her head. Why is he acting like this?" Her face turned red. She must have drunk too much ojuro tea. Kayuke Kang Kira, a fox, so large it was difficult to bring it into the house and whiter than the snow piled on the ground. Nagawa stepped lightly on the snow as if it were unreal, approaching a fine prey and was caught in a trap. The enormous fox shook its body to escape from the trap. At that moment, Dihor's voice echoed through the valley. Fire! If you have something to throw, throw it now. With a shout, the hunting team he led revealed themselves. Lena, out on her first hunt, inevitably found Nagawa's footprints, and Leo promptly reported it to the hunting team. Dihor, seeing the footprints, halted all hunting activities and gathered the entire hunting team. Under Dihor's command, the team densely set traps in the valley. They lured the fox with thick chunks of meat. Nagawa approached without any caution and got caught in the trap, and about 70 warriors positioned above the valley shot arrows or threw axes at the beast. They had previously hunted the same fox with this exact method, and back then, Leo thought Dihor was being overly cautious. But now he didn't think so. That monster needed even more preparation, and without Dihor it would never be caught. Nagawa shook its body violently. Its white fur fluttered as it deflected arrows and axes. Some got stuck in its body, but it didn't seem to care. The fox stood still and looked around. Although startled, it seemed to realize that the bait in front of it was a trap, and the things around its legs were snares. It surveyed our numbers while scratching its leg. Soon, it let out a bark that sounded like laughter, kyang kyang kyang, and leaped into the air. All the traps around its legs snapped as Nagawa soared high into the valley. It opened its jaws wide and dropped vertically. The targeted warriors hurriedly threw themselves down. The valley was steep, making it dangerous, but they had no choice. Scatter. That fox is just like a fox. Spread out and keep throwing spears and axes. I'll handle it, Dihor shouted, drawing out a massive axe. Leo had never seen anyone stronger than him. His double-edged axe was as large as a household door. Though Dihor was a large man, his strength was clearly extraordinary. Wah! Dihor's roar drew Nagawa's attention. The fox, showing immediate curiosity, approached, and the two began a desperate fight. Nagawa moved its large forelegs and snout nimbly. Each time, Dihor swung his giant axe like a windmill, forcing it back. The fox, sensing it wouldn't survive a hit from that axe, was cautious. The hunting team spread out wide around them, shooting arrows and throwing spears. As the fox grew angrier from increasing wounds and tried to turn elsewhere, Dihor charged with his axe, keeping its attention. Her white body gradually became covered in blood. Kang, 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 kang. The fox's howls grew urgent as it felt the crisis. It had tried to flee earlier, only to have its hind legs slashed by a stout monkey, surrounded by smaller monkeys. It had underestimated these primates. Normally, it could devour one with each attack. Nagawa's eyes began to burn blue. Yes, come on, ha, you're finished. Dihor laughed heartily, sensing the end. He had hunted many such beasts, and their last actions were almost always the same. In their final moments, they would launch their most familiar attack with all their might. So this fox would leap. Despite the enraged fox before him, Dihor pulled his axe back. The fox would leap, so there was no need to worry about the front. He took a stance, ready to strike upwards, and Nagawa leaped. The giant fox soared high and plummeted like lightning, and Dihor swung his axe skyward. Slash! With a sound like rocks breaking off a cliff, blood gushed forth. The warriors held their breath for a moment. Ha. With Dihor's hearty laughter, they burst into cheers. Lena jumped up and down, proclaiming her father the best. The great warrior of the Anar tribe, Dihor, had achieved another legendary feat, and the hunting team would gladly witness it. That evening, they shared their scarce alcohol and held a feast with plenty of fox meat in the valley. While everyone laughed and chatted, the only one feeling down was Leo. Near the end of winter, war inevitably broke out. Dihor's complaints and Lena, now a warrior after her hunt, participating in the war, remained unchanged. I want to join too. All right, the only difference was that Noel Dexter permitted Leo to participate. Noel, sitting in a rocking chair, reluctantly turned the pages of a book and gave his son several pieces of advice. He seemed to have anticipated his son's decision to follow his fiancée to the battlefield. He explained how the troops would be deployed, the roles of each unit, emergency measures, and the requests to make to superiors. It seemed Noel had thought a lot about how Lena and Leo could return alive. Noel's advice lasted all day, ending only when Lena came asking why no one was coming to eat. The next day, Leo and his father went to the inner castle to fill out the application forms. The knights and soldiers on duty at the inner castle greeted Noel with deep salutes. Each time, Noel paused to exchange a few words, but the knights' attitude towards his father was strange. Despite being active knights, they found it difficult to face his retired father. Their cautious tone was mixed with reverence and fear. Noel Dexter, though slightly bitter, merely wished them well in the upcoming battle. On the way back, Leo asked, "Father, don't you want to join the war?" As a knight, everyone wanted to go to the battlefield to gain honor, but his father was indifferent. In Leo's eyes, he was incredibly strong. He wasn't old enough to retire from knighthood, so why he retired was a mystery. Noel shook his head and said, "I'm sick of killing people." If we were being invaded, I would gladly go and fight, but I don't want to assist in an invasion war. Noel Dexter had experienced fierce wars. A little over a decade ago, the kingdom of Astin and the kingdom of Aster were a single kingdom. Noel, the second son of an old noble family, was born in the capital, showed great talent in swordsmanship, and became a knight at a young age. He was the youngest knight at the time, so his talent was remarkable. But then the young king, who had just ascended the throne, mysteriously died. He was found dead in the hall in the middle of the night, with no injuries and no signs of poisoning. The kingdom was thrown into chaos. Countless conspiracy theories emerged, and many people were interrogated, but the culprit was not found. His death opened a new chapter. The young king had no heirs. It wasn't that he hadn't officially designated a successor, he simply had no children. Fortunately, the late king had brothers, but unfortunately there were two of them. Once again, the two uncles who were next in line for the throne clashed. When they were younger, they had lost the throne to their eldest brother, but this time they each believed they should be the one to seize the throne. This struggle for the throne was on a different level than the young prince's quarrels. They were powerful figures with their own forces, so no one could mediate. One claimed he deserved the throne because he was older, while the other argued he should have it because he was younger. This conflict, driven by greed, absurdly took on the guise of avenging their young nephew. Advisors on both sides concocted plausible conspiracy theories. A count's daughter serving as a concubine for one side had summoned a sorcerer, and so on. No, it was a guard on the other side who violated regulations and was in the royal castle at night, and so forth. Both sides labeled each other as the unscrupulous killers of their nephew and rallied their forces. The nobility was divided not only along political lines, but also in their allegiance. Even the knightly orders, who should have remained neutral concerning the royal family's safety, were swept into the power struggle. Noel Dexter, a knight of the First Order, had to choose. He had no reliable information, but he mixed what he had heard with his deductions and made a decision. And he kept that conclusion to himself. The escalating conflict and factionalism eventually led to an internal war. This is the famous 9-Day War. Both sides, still coveting the capital before full-scale war broke out, engaged in 9 days of fierce intrigue, hence the name. That intrigue surprisingly produced no clear victor, not until the war ended. The 9-Day War is recorded as the most intense and bloody conflict in the continent's history. A war where friend and foe were indistinguishable. Unlike wars with other kingdoms, there were no clear boundaries, and it was mired in political manipulation and threats. The kingdom's most powerful force, the knightly orders, were split, not quelling the fire but fanning it. Most northern kingdom mages fled to the mage tower, but some stayed and used magic. In those days, no one in the northern kingdom trusted anyone else. Nobles cooperated yet remained wary of each other. Knights hid their bodies and beliefs while killing, and barbarian tribes united to kill any suspicious outsiders. This fierce civil war dragged on for over 3 years. Hard-won farmlands on the frozen ground were burned, and the poor were killed for allegedly having no money, while the rich were killed for allegedly having too much. Then, the war ended anticlimactically. The two uncles who started the war were assassinated by their own sons, causing both sides to lose their cause. The sons, who had risen as leaders of their respective factions, called themselves kings and made a pact. Thus, the Klaus royal family was divided, and the northern regions became the kingdoms of Astin and Aster. Noel, who had sided with the kingdom of Astin, survived. For his exploits of taking hundreds of lives, he was awarded the surname, Dexter, and generous rewards. A substantial pension was guaranteed. Noel left his hometown, the capital where he had made his mark, and settled in his wife's hometown of Averil Castle, and belatedly he began to read books. Looking back now, he realized no one, including himself, knew the truth. They had fought and killed merely because others thought differently, believing at the time that it was right. It was a foolish act. He grew disillusioned with war. Leo followed his somber father quietly. Noel returned to his study, and Leo dashed out to the training ground. Lena was stretching. "Lena, I'm going too. Why not just stay here instead of following? So do you hate it?" "Yeah, totally hate it." But she smiled broadly. "If you follow and die for no reason, I'll just be a widow." Leo laughed heartily as he caught the wooden sword she tossed. "Rather than that, take care not to make me a widower." "Oh, if I die, are you not going to remarry forever?" "Depends on how you behave." They chuckled, pointing their swords at each other. Leo felt at ease. The war event was unavoidable, so for now he aimed to survive and return. He never wanted to see Lena fight alone again like last time. For now, that was enough. Someday, whether it would be to make Lena a princess or to break off their engagement, he would have to make an effort. But those were concerns for later. Lena twitched her sword provocatively, and Leo charged at her. No more snow was falling from the sky. Lena, Leo, soldiers and warriors left Averil Castle fully armed. The sound of horns and drums echoed from the distant castle. Leo looked back, feeling a strange sense of emotion, and Lena beside him wore a wistful expression. "When do you think we'll be able to return?" "I don't know." The war was likely to last until at least summer. The end was still unknown. The warriors and soldiers marched for a month under the guidance of the knight leading them. marching was incredibly hard. Despite the chilly weather, the heavily equipped soldiers were drenched in sweat, and everyone's feet were swollen. When night fell, the march halted, and they were given a late dinner and rest. The soldiers discarded their gear and limped to receive their food. Lena was no exception. "Ah, my feet are killing me. I told you not to drag your feet." Lena's feet were a mess with blisters. It wasn't just Lena, even the warriors without marching experience sat down groaning. Most of the warriors popped their blisters themselves, but Leo brought boiling water from the kitchen. "Give me your feet." He soaked Lena's feet in the hot water. Soaking blisters in hot water for a while caused them to burst on their own. It was much more hygienic than popping them directly and also helped soothe tired feet. In the military, they used to pierce blisters with a needle and thread to keep the thread in, allowing it to dry slowly. It was a way to deal with blisters with minimal punctures, but without a needle, he chose the next best option. "Ah, now I feel alive again." "Leo, how come you're perfectly fine? You get blisters when you drag your feet out of exhaustion. Walk steadily and you won't get blisters." He had experience from the army. "By the time you're a sergeant in the Korean army, you rarely get blisters. Stay like that for a bit. I'll go set up the tent." Leo left Lena and went to fetch the tent. At night, the soldiers unloaded tents from the following wagons to sleep in. It was just setting up a large, thick cloth with tree branches to sleep under. Each tent was meant to hold 3 people, but Lena and Leo used one for just the 2 of them. Soldiers didn't stay with warriors, and the Anar tribe members knew of their relationship and didn't intrude. Lena limped into the tent. Lying side by side to relieve their fatigue, Lena turned over. "Lying like this, it already feels like we're married. I wouldn't want to live in a place like this, but for a newlywed house, this might be overkill." They exchanged clear laughter. Lena looked at Leo with deep affection. He looked lovely under the moonlight. He was the man who followed her to the battlefield. He took care of her so well during the march. She liked Leo even more than before. "Leo, do you want to what? You know what? Do you really want to in this filthy state without even washing?" Lena pouted. "Hey, that's no fun." They say men go crazy when a woman says that to them. Leo found her pouting face adorable and flicked her forehead. "How do you want to die? Let's just sleep. I'm exhausted." "What kind of man are you? You're so weak. Can you even get it up? My life is completely ruined marrying a eunuch. If you keep provoking me, I won't let it slide." What will you do? Seriously, what's wrong with you today? Did you lick hellebore?" Hellebore was used for medicinal baths. Her father had told her it was good for soothing legs tired from long marches, so they had brought plenty. But the juice squeezed from hellebore was also used as an aphrodisiac. "No, I didn't." They bickered playfully through the night. After a month of marching, we arrived in a small town, but this was only a halfway point. The soldiers from Avril Castle joined forces with troops from other places and began marching again. Now it was a large-scale force, with the end of the line not visible even when looking back. As the troop size grew, temporary commanders were assigned to lead each unit. The warriors of the Anar tribe were grouped into a single unit under a centurion's command. The centurion, with a stern expression, habitually sniffed through his upturned nose. On the first night of camp, he approached Lena and Leo to nitpick. "Why do you two get a tent to yourselves? Are you here for a cozy playdate?" Lena was flustered and didn't know what to do, but Leo knew how to handle this. "I'm sorry, we're engaged. I apologize for breaking the rules." He discreetly signaled to the centurion, revealing a silver coin. "Is that so? Well, then it wouldn't be right for another warrior to intrude." "Got it." The centurion pretended to understand and left. Bribery was useful even in the military. Spending money this way could solve minor inconveniences. Soon, he planned to give the centurion a few more silver coins to avoid further trouble. Feeling satisfied with the effective use of his starting funds and back alley rules, Leo watched as Lena, unaware of the bribe, expressed her relief. "Wow. I thought we were in big trouble, but he just let it slide. Lucky us." "Indeed, he's a considerate man." Leo played along. He wished she would remain ignorant of such dirty realities for a long time. After a long march, we arrived at the front lines. It had been 2 months since leaving Avril Castle, but the fighting had already been ongoing for a month. From what his father told him, the war here was very different from what Leo knew. In his knowledge, wars in such eras involved hundreds of soldiers in dense formations, engaging in massive battles. But it wasn't like that here, because of the strategic weapons known as mages. There were only about 200 to 300 mages across the entire continent, but even a few could influence the outcome of a battle. Forming dense formations in front of mages capable of large-scale slaughter was foolish, so the army was broken into smaller units to avoid the concentration of mage firepower. Soldiers were grouped into squads of 10, each led by a squad leader. Hundreds or thousands of such squads spread widely across the battlefield, pushing the front lines. It was reminiscent of modern guerrilla warfare. Lena and Leo were assigned to one squad. 6 Anar tribe members, 3 soldiers, and a 10-man squad leader were grouped into one unit. The squad leader skipped introductions and quickly organized the squad. "We're heading to the right ridge. Have you all received your rations?" After checking their equipment, our squad set off immediately. the tense front line pushed one step further south. The kingdom of Astin managed to reinforce its troops before the kingdom of Velida, forcing the enemy to give up some hills. But such big-picture strategies were known only to the generals, while the frontline squads clashed according to orders. Lena and Leo's squad began their desperate struggle to survive. "Leo, behind you." Leo twisted his body at Lena's warning, swinging his sword. The fingers of the enemy soldier trying to attack him from behind scattered to the ground. Leo left the fingerless soldier and narrowly dodged the sword thrust from the opponent he was facing. His sword then sliced cleanly through the enemy's neck. Achievement: 10 soldiers. You become stronger when fighting soldiers. Was it already the 10th? As the battle ended, the squad leader looked at Lena and Leo with admiration. "You fight like knights. Impressive." They had repelled a combined attack from 2 enemy squads. 6 from their squad had died, but only a few of the enemies escaped. However, there were too many bodies to celebrate. The 4 survivors laid their fallen comrades neatly and bowed in respect. They placed small flags next to the dead and left. A following squad with more time would handle the bodies. With only 4 members left, they needed to join another squad quickly. They couldn't afford to linger and risk encountering the enemy again. "Lena, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. You fought well." Lena looked a bit sad. She tried to stay cheerful, but the death of her tribe members weighed on her. Frequent skirmishes that left emotional scars and bodies behind occurred almost daily. Lena and Leo changed squads several times, and the squad leader they first met died. Spring ended, and the hot summer began. As the foliage thickened, reducing visibility, each squad was on high alert. This was an environment knights favored. With infantry unable to form dense formations and squads scattered, knights ran rampant in this world's battlefield. Even the knightly orders couldn't fully utilize cavalry due to mages. When cavalry or several squads formed units of dozens, mages were immediately dispatched. Thus, knights roamed the dense underbrush in pairs or threes, annihilating squads. To them, 10 ordinary soldiers were easy prey. There they are. 2 knights stealthily observed the squad ahead. "Senior, there are quite a few of them. Don't whine about just a dozen or so." The female knight tied her red hair back again. The lightly armored young knight, still nervous, kept watching the squad ahead. "There are 2 with 2-handed swords. Could they be knights? They're too young to be knights. No squad would have 2 knights. Let's go." The young knight, newly joined, didn't yet know his own strength. He tended to cower when he saw numbers, not understanding how formidable a knight could be against ordinary soldiers. The female knight reassured her junior and rushed out through the underbrush. "Knights." A squad member shouted as another ran in the opposite direction. A messenger. Upon spotting knights, a squad would immediately call for nearby units, hoping for their own knight's assistance. The male and female knights charged without hesitation. "Hold out, reinforcements are coming." Lena and Leo stepped forward to face the male knight. The squad leader trusted Lena and Leo, assigning 5 men to the male knight. He took the remaining 10 to fend off the female knight. The female knight quickly cut down 7, but Leo's side had only lost 2. "Hey, you idiot, it's just 5 men, what's taking so long?" "Senior Katrina, these guys are no joke." Katrina, Leo's eyes widened, an unforgettable name. His sword grew sharper with a murderous intent. "There they are, charge." Katrina grew anxious. If they delayed any longer, more squads might arrive. They needed to quickly annihilate the squad and hide, but her partner was slow. She shouted as she cut down another soldier. "Stop fooling around. I'm not fooling around." Lena's sword grazed the knight's head. As the knight bent backward to avoid the sword, another soldier seized the opportunity to leap and strike down. "You bastard." The knight spun while leaning back, slashing the leaping soldier's abdomen. As flesh flew, Leo stabbed the off-balance knight in the thigh. The knight fell. "Hiya!" Lena shouted, aiming for his chest, but the knight twisted and kicked Lena's arm just before her sword struck. The sword narrowly missed and hit the ground. Sensing his partner's danger, Katrina urgently shouted, "Daroth." Leo didn't miss the opportunity and struck down with his sword. It was blocked once, but Leo put his weight into it and struck again. The sword went through without resistance. The knight named Daroth groaned and stopped moving. Achievement: 1 night you become stronger when fighting knights. He had taken down his first knight. Though weaker than his father, it wasn't easy even with 5 men. Lena and Leo paused to catch their breath and looked back. The female knight, enraged, was fiercely swinging her sword. She seemed determined to finish quickly, disregarding her breathing. In the end, Katrina slaughtered the squad, suffering several cuts. Her red hair fell loose. As Katrina spat and tied her hair again, 2 soldiers approached. "Are you Katrina?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" Leo grinned. He felt a rush of emotion facing the knight who had slaughtered 2 squads. Finally, he met the one who had killed Lena in the previous scenario. This must be around the time Lena had died on that hot summer day. He had seen the name Katrina in the ending, but didn't expect to meet her again. Katrina tilted her head and asked, "Did you kill Daroth, or did she?" Blood dripped from her extended sword. "Lena must have been struck by this sword last time." "I did." Leo charged, roaring with rage. A young soldier swung his sword. Katrina staggered as she tried to deflect Leo's sword. Although she didn't show it, she was quite surprised. the sword she had just clashed with was stronger than it appeared. His swordsmanship isn't extraordinary. Could he be an expert at this age? Katrina reevaluated her opponent. To become a knight, one must at least be an expert. Experts infused with mana were faster and stronger than others of similar size. Becoming an expert required talent more than effort. The talent of the body, the ability to absorb mana faster. Mana, said to be bestowed by the gods and present everywhere in the air. All living beings could absorb mana, and with enough time, anyone could become an expert. However, most people lost their physical strength to aging before reaching the expert level due to varying degrees of mana absorption ability. Achievement: one night you become stronger when fighting knights. Leo Dexter wasn't an expert, but Katrina misunderstood due to the achievement he gained from killing Daroth. If I'm not careful, I might die here. She realized things had gotten tougher. She now understood why Daroth couldn't handle just 5 men, but she wasn't intimidated. She intended to avenge her foolish junior. Leo clumsily blocked Katrina's counterattack. Despite her injuries, she easily overpowered him. Only when Lena joined did the balance of attack and defense even out. Katrina started to grow anxious. Another squad might arrive soon, and her wounds were worsening with every movement. Time was not on her side. She needed to quickly deal with these pests and retrieve Daroth's body for retreat. Katrina conserved her energy, waiting for an opportunity. The girl is slightly weaker. Having made her decision, Katrina shoved Leo hard to break his balance and charged at Lena. Lena tried to block calmly, but it wasn't a sword coming at her, it was a kick. She swung at the incoming leg, but it was a feint. Standing on one leg, Katrina spun her body. She twisted her body with only the strength of her ankle. Startled by the knight's unnatural movement, Lena hurriedly raised her sword, but Katrina was a beat faster. Her upward slashing sword cut through Lena's arm. Lena's forearm flew through the air. Lena, oh, you crazy bee. Ignoring her flying arm, Lena threw herself at Katrina. The sudden charge knocked Katrina down. Leo also threw himself at her. He pinned down Katrina, pressing her sword with his hand. Katrina twisted to pull out her sword, but it wouldn't budge. Leo's hand quickly became covered in blood. His thumb was gradually being sliced off by the blade, but he didn't let go. Lena, stumbling to her feet, lifted her sword with one hand and brought it down, while Leo kept Katrina immobilized. Desperate struggling was felt beneath him. Thud, a fountain of blood sprayed over Leo's back. Lena, panting, collapsed beside him, blood flowing from her severed arm. Huff, Leo, we got her, we killed a knight. Your arm. Leo hurriedly stood up, pulling out bandages to tightly wrap her arm. Despite missing a thumb, he managed to stem the bleeding from Lena's arm. Of all times, your right thumb. Lena seemed more worried about Leo's missing finger than her own arm. Her forearm lay on the ground. Seeing a severed arm on the ground for the first time had shocked Leo, but his emotions had numbed from the horrors of war. But seeing the familiar arm of a loved one on the ground was a different kind of shock. The incongruity of the scene left him speechless. If there had been a priest, they might have been able to reattach it. But since the church opposed the war, no priests were on the battlefield. To reattach it, they'd need to leave the front and find a church in the city, which would take at least a week on horseback, and they had no money for such treatment. As Leo stared at the fallen arm, Lena gave a bitter smile. Should we bury it here as a memento? Along with that night, though her face was pale, she didn't stop joking. Let's throw in your thumb too. This is no time for jokes. We need to get back immediately. Can you walk? Though the excitement of battle and the shock of losing her arm had left her dazed, Lena needed immediate treatment. Just then, footsteps were heard from a distance. Leo tensed and tried to make Lena lie down. Lena, play dead. Who would fall for that? Just let me die. Why die? Shut up and lie still. He was on high alert, but fortunately it was their own soldiers who appeared. Lena and Leo were transported to the rear. The battlefield was left with the body of the red-haired female knight and a severed arm bleeding from red hair. Oh dear, lost a finger, must have hurt. Lena and Leo received treatment upon reaching the barracks. Lena was taken further inside, while Leo met a military doctor who handled his missing thumb casually. This might sting a bit. You're not going to ask for alcohol for such a minor surgery, are you? Though afraid of getting his wound stitched raw, Leo gained courage from the doctor's relaxed demeanor. No, I don't need any. What's with the solemnity? Hee. Bite on this, don't ruin your teeth. Luckily, the stitching finished quickly. It hurt immensely, but he bit down on the cloth the doctor gave him and endured it. All done. I'll remove the stitches once it heals, so don't strain it too much until then. Avoid alcohol if possible. Understood. What about my friend's treatment? That girl with the severed arm, I saw her, she seems fine. The cut was clean, so there shouldn't be any infection. Don't worry. As the doctor said, Lena recovered quickly. For several days, Lena had to have pus drained a few times, and just yesterday, the military doctor sniffed her wound and declared she was no longer in need of intensive care. The military doctor's skills were beyond expectations. Interestingly, many of the tools they used were identical to those in modern society, although the overall level of medicine in this world had declined since the appearance of priests wielding divine power. This was not the case in the military. No matter how many priests there were, it was impossible to treat all the injuries sustained on the battlefield. The kingdom knew this and had been steadily training military doctors. Treating wounded soldiers was crucial from a strategic standpoint. With proper treatment, an injured soldier could be ready for deployment within weeks or months, a resource that was indispensable on the battlefield. It took Lena and Leo 2 months to reach the war front, and although the war had been going on for over 4 months, many soldiers had yet to arrive at the battlefield. With both countries' ability to replenish troops determining the outcome of the war, they couldn't afford to abandon the wounded already on the field. Leo frequently visited Lena's hospital room. Regaining her strength quickly, she received permission from the military doctor to go outside after just 2 weeks. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm much better. The two of them enjoyed a leisurely time in the sunlight. It was a bright day with the intense heat slightly abated. They remained silent for a while. Leo was the one to break the silence. He shared with Lena a story he had heard while on duty as a guard at the barracks. The prince is coming. Really? That's good. Lena didn't show much interest. As silence began to settle again, she asked quietly, "We'll be going home soon, right?" "I've applied for leave as well." Lena was expected to receive orders to return home once her treatment was complete. Despite the desperate need for soldiers on the battlefield, a warrior who lost an arm couldn't be used as a combat soldier. Leo intended to return with her. Losing a thumb usually wasn't enough to grant leave, but as a volunteer, he was eligible to apply for leave with this injury. "Yeah, I want to go home." Lena gazed northward, the direction of home, with a sorrowful expression. Leo stayed by her side without saying a word. Few days later, Prince Arnulf de Claus arrived at the front with reinforcements. The prince inspected the front lines, held meetings with generals, and boosted the morale of the soldiers. The prince also visited the barracks. The high-ranking visitor meant the barracks were busy all day. They cleaned, washed bedding, checked equipment, re-educated emergency procedures, and even rebuilt palisades. Everyone lined up neatly to welcome the prince's arrival. Achievement: first meeting with the prince, slight favorability from all princes. Achievement: meeting Arnulf de Claus, slight favorability from all nobles serving the Claus royal family. Slight favorability from Arnulf de Claus. As the prince passed Leo, these achievements popped up. Simultaneously, the prince noticed Leo and stopped. "This soldier looks fine. Why is he here?" Most of the soldiers in the barracks were injured, but Leo appeared the most intact among them. The barracks administrator explained Leo's situation. "Unfortunately, this soldier lost his right thumb in battle. He is a commendable soldier who killed 2 knights. The administrator slightly exaggerated Leo's achievements. "Killed 2 knights as a soldier. That's remarkable. It's truly a shame for such a warrior to lose a thumb." The prince looked at Leo for a moment before moving on. The next day, several soldiers from the barracks were called to a parade. The parade aimed to boost the morale of the reinforcements brought by the prince, ending with a ceremony honoring wounded soldiers with distinguished service. Lena was also called, but was kept off the stage to avoid dampening morale, leaving Leo to represent them. Leo was lauded as a hero who had killed 2 knights on the front lines and was spontaneously granted honorary knighthood by the prince. Generous rewards were promised to Lena and other meritorious individuals. Thousands of soldiers cheered. Leo felt no joy. Leo's application for leave was approved. He coordinated the date with the barracks administrator to leave with Lena. The administrator was more courteous than ever. Without needing bribes, he exempted Leo from duties and allowed him to stay at the barracks. Whether it was because of his honorary knighthood or the achievements awarded by the prince, Leo didn't care. Exempt from duties, he spent every day by Lena's side. Her wound had almost healed, but the treatment was not yet complete. "I want to leave soon, but they said I can't go until they remove these things inside." Several silver clamps were inserted into Lena's wound during the suturing process. It was said that silver inside the wound significantly reduced infection. The silver clamps held the wide wound together from the inside, and the sutures were made over them. Once the wound healed, they would make a small cut to remove the clamps. "They probably can't let such expensive items go. Shall we just run away?" Lena chuckled. Their light-hearted banter didn't last long. Lena soon spoke softly about her future. "When I get back, I want to learn cooking." "Cooking? Yeah, I want to open a small shop, a place where you can have simple meals and light drinks. You'll probably end up serving more drinks than food." "No way, I can cook really well." She placed her remaining arm on her hip and proudly puffed out her chest. It was a pose she often struck when she was confident, though she used to lift both arms. "You'll give me free food, right?" "Of course. Friends get everything free." And she had started calling me her friend at some point. "Wow, you'll go bankrupt in a month." "No way, and I got a lot of reward money, so it's okay if I fail a couple of times." "Haha, planning to fail a few times, huh?" Lena went on to detail how she planned to live. It seemed she had thought a lot about it while bedridden. There was no talk of marriage. Thus, Lena and Leo returned with a sense of gloom, almost like defeated soldiers, 8 months after leaving Avril Castle. Lena's parents hugged their one-armed daughter and cried loudly. Thankful she had come back alive, they clung to her and didn't let go. Even Dehorman couldn't hide his tears this time, and Lena poured out all the sorrow she had held back. Noel Dexter quietly embraced Leo. Although there were no tears or warm words, the relief on his face was evident. He casually held the hand of his son, who had lost a thumb. That evening, the two families gathered and drank together all night long. The conversation revolved around what had happened at Averil Castle. They neither asked about nor brought up stories from the battlefield. Life at Averil Castle resumed. Leo informed the lord of his promotion to honorary knight and received a pension. Though not abundant, it was enough to not worry about meals. For the first few days, Lena and Leo habitually visited the vacant lot behind their house. They sat there blankly, spending time. Lena suddenly stood up. "Shall we try wielding a one-handed sword? I was thinking of practicing with a one-handed sword and shield too. Want to give it a try?" "Hey, what do you mean shield?" "That would put me at a complete disadvantage. No shield." They faced each other with one-handed swords, but the one-handed sword was completely different from the two-handed sword, and they only exchanged futile blows. After practicing for a while, Lena threw her sword away and cried. Leo silently embraced her. He had no words to comfort Lena, who was sobbing bitterly. Having lost her arm, Lena could neither become a knight nor a princess. Hunting was also too much with one arm. In the Ainar tribe, those who did not participate in regular hunts were not recognized as warriors, so she could no longer be considered a warrior. Lena was now just an ordinary, one-armed young woman of the tribe. Since that day when she threw away her sword, Lena didn't visit the vacant lot anymore. Leo practiced with the one-handed sword alone. It seemed that his swordsmanship skills applied to the one-handed sword too, as he adapted quickly, but it wasn't very helpful since he had to swing with his left hand. He also tried picking up the two-handed sword again, but soon gave it up. Though he could swing it, practicing without a thumb might develop bad habits, which could be fatal for a swordsman. So putting both swords aside and fiddling with the shield, he heard Lena's voice. She didn't come outside anymore, seemingly hating the sight of the vacant lot, and always called him from inside. "Leo, come in and try this." Lena, learning to cook from her mother, often offered Leo the dishes she made. Leo brushed the first snow off his shoulder and went in to receive the food. It was a dish where tough tendons were boiled for a long time in an otter fruit sauce until tender and cooked with a tomato-like vegetable. The smell was decent. "How is it?" "It's delicious. You've improved a lot." It wasn't particularly tasty, but it was much better compared to her first attempts. Still, Lena stirred her fork, looking unsatisfied. I don't think it's good enough to be praised." "It's good enough, Leo, or are you going to keep lying?" "Sorry, but it's really not bad. Honestly, really, that's a relief." Only the clattering sounds remained at the table. Lena struggled to eat with one hand, and Leo, having cleaned his plate, waited for her to finish before speaking. "Lena, what? Let's get married." Lena silently gathered the empty dishes. "Lena, please answer me. I don't want to. Why? I don't want to get married like this." Leo grabbed her shoulder as she tried to run away with the dishes. When he turned her around and kissed her, the dishes crashed to the floor. While kissing, he held her one and only hand, intertwining their fingers tightly, and tears streamed from her eyes. "Marry me." "What's the point of marrying a one-armed cripple like me? What does it matter?" Leo lifted Lena and carried her to the room. Gently laying her on the bed, he kissed her again. He tried to undo her clothes, but struggled without his right thumb. Awkwardly, he managed with his left hand. Meanwhile, Lena attempted to undress him with one arm before giving up and staring at him. "Cripples having sex. If you keep talking like that, I'll get angry. Lena is Lena." He embraced her naked body. Lena and Leo got married the following spring. The Ainar tribe members flocked like clouds to the wedding. Knights and a few soldiers from Averil Castle also attended. Even the Lord made an appearance. Following Ainar tribe customs, Leo Dexter's name was prominently displayed on the groom's side, and Lena Ainar's name was written on the bride's side. Both fathers had tearful eyes, while the mothers remained composed, and the priest solemnly declared the couple married. Leo gave Lena, who was smiling brightly beside him, one last tight hug. Cheers erupted from the guests. In the happiest and most blessed moment, everything faded away. Lena got married. Congratulations, Lena Ainar. Final job, chef. Spouse Leo Dexter. Leo Dexter. Final job, honorary knight. Spouse Lena Ainar. Engagement ending, peace at Averil Castle. Lena Ainar and Leo Dexter's life paths. Lena Ainar's story. Lena Ainar was born in Averil Castle and enjoyed a happy childhood. Omitted, Lena, who participated in the war between the Kingdom of Belita and another nation, achieved the remarkable feat of defeating Katrina, a knight of the Second Knights of Belita. After sustaining an arm injury, Lena returned home, married Leo Dexter, and opened a small restaurant. They later had 3 children and led a happy life. Leo Dexter's story. Leo Dexter was born in the capital, Barnaul, and enjoyed a happy childhood. omitted Leo, who participated in the war between the Kingdom of Belida and another nation, achieved the remarkable feat of defeating Darrow, a knight of the Second Knights of Belida. After sustaining a hand injury, Leo returned home, married Lena Einar, and became an honorary knight of Averil Castle. He often went hunting and led a happy family life. In the familiar dark space, a picture of Lena appeared, a beautiful bride without her right arm. She was smiling more brightly than ever. Leo filled the regret of not being able to be with Lena with words. Fortunately, it seemed she lived well after getting married. Leo's consciousness slowly faded away with a sense of regret and satisfaction, and Mincio's consciousness became clear again. I managed to see a happy ending somehow. He had made Lena happy and gained some achievements. He had experienced war and avenged the past Lena by capturing Katrina. He had also built up a few accomplishments. He had become stronger against soldiers and knights and had gained some favor from the princes. He could have spent a few years exploring other things, delaying marriage to Lena, but neither Leo nor Mincio wanted that. Leaving the depressed Lena, who had lost her arm and her dreams, for the next scenario was not something a human could do. Mincio didn't regret marrying Lena. However, he couldn't make her a princess after all. That was beyond his current ability. Even capturing the injured Katrina was a struggle only possible because of Lena's quick thinking. If she hadn't tripped Katrina, they both would have died. Lena showed brilliant determination in a critical moment. She should have received the reward, not him. Mincio began to feel affection for Lena. Separate from missing his parents and Kiha, he wanted to create a happy life for her. You have not cleared Lena's story. Leo, you have overwhelmed a strong opponent by cooperating with Lena. For this achievement, you are awarded the skill Cooperative Swordsmanship. Restarting. As the video of Orville, the capital of the Kingdom of Belida, played, Mincio became Leo once again. Leo and Lena were crouched in an alley, looking like beggars, just as before. Extreme hunger overwhelmed Leo. His sister looked longingly at the dirty water on the ground before turning away with difficulty. Brother, I'm hungry and thirsty. Unlike before, his pockets felt heavy. They contained 8 silver coins and 5 copper coins. Starting funds, Lena, let's go get something to eat. Leo helped Lena to her feet. Holding his sister's frail hand brought back painful memories. The hellish night when he had clung to this small hand as her breathing grew weaker, unable to do anything. It was a memory he never wanted to recall. Lena, thinking they were going to rummage through the trash, wore a tired expression. Today, for some reason, her brother hadn't even fetched water, and a sudden downpour had prevented them from foraging in the trash early in the morning. As far as Lena knew, if they missed the early hours, there would be nothing left to eat. Her brother held her hand and led her out of the alley. The market's food smells assaulted her nose. There's so much food. Brother strode toward a chicken shop, where a burly man with a club blocked their path. Hey, get lost before I have to tell you again. Lena, scared, tugged at her brother's sleeve. He lightly shook her hand as if to say not to worry. Could we buy something to eat with this? Her brother pulled out 2 brown coins from his pocket. Well, a customer, wanted to go. Can we eat here? Eating in is a bit more expensive, you know. Her brother pulled out a few more copper coins from his pocket. You don't look presentable enough to let in, but it's not busy now. Come in. Lena followed in a daze and sat down. As expected, my brother is amazing. Brother, where did you get that? I found it. I kept it for emergencies. That's money. You said before you could buy anything with it, right? Yeah, can you buy a house with it? A house. You need a lot of this for that. How much? A whole lot. It's impossible right now. Where can you find it? It seemed she hadn't received much education. I need to gather money quickly and secure safety, starting with education. This scenario is too tough at the beginning. This scenario's Lena was too beautiful to be let outside without guaranteed safety. He would need to hire a tutor, but in this era, only nobles could afford private tutors, which were extremely expensive. No, that's because nobles hire renowned scholars. A reasonable teacher might not be so expensive. At that moment, the boiled chicken Leo had ordered, cut into pieces, arrived. Seasoned roasted chicken was too expensive, so he decided to save money. Lena hungrily devoured the tender chicken meat. Leo watched her and fell into thought. First, I need to focus on survival rather than making her a princess. Rushing things at the beginning could lead to Lena being captured again, like in the previous childhood friend scenario. He chewed on the chicken leg and reviewed what he had gained so far. From scenario rewards, he had obtained the skills hunting and swordsmanship, starting funds, information on back alley rules, and cooperative swordsmanship. And achievements. Achievement, first meeting with Lena. Lena holds a high affection for Leo. Achievement, first kill Leo, feels less guilt for killing. Achievement, 10 soldiers. Leo is stronger against soldiers. Achievement, 1 knight. Leo is stronger against knights. Achievement, first meeting with a prince. Minor affection from all princes. Achievement, meeting Arnulf de Claus. Minor affection from all nobles serving the Claus royal family. Minor affection from Arnulf de Claus. There were too few, among them only swordsmanship, starting funds, and back alley rules were immediately useful. I am lacking in ability. Even in the previous engagement scenario, I felt it. Despite having the well-trained body of Leo Dexter, I couldn't achieve much. The war event was too harsh, and the initial environment of this beggar siblings scenario was so poor that life was no different from a war. Even this Leo's body was malnourished, thin, and short. He had no weapons, and even if he had a decent sword, it would take a fierce struggle to handle two thugs. That was assuming the thugs were caught off guard. If they fought carefully and wore him down, he would definitely lose. He couldn't protect Lena like this. This time the goal is to achieve a happy ending. Leo swallowed a sigh inwardly. This beggar siblings scenario was almost like doing it for the first time. Last time, Lena had died from illness within 2 days. So it seemed wise to abandon any ambition of clearing it in one go. His sister, choking on chicken, gulped down water. My cute little sister. This Lena, being family, quickly grew on him compared to other Lenas. This time I'll definitely make her happy. I'll provide her with a comfortable life and gather information separately. I never want to see her die again. Still, the last time wasn't entirely without gains. Leo had a destination in mind right away. Leo thoroughly searched around the market. It shouldn't be too far away. He was looking for Kasha in the maze of alleys. She was the person who had shown them kindness without asking for anything in return in the previous scenario. Even after seeing Lena's appearance, she hadn't reacted significantly. When his sister was sick, she had taken them to a certain shoemaker's shop. He didn't know the exact location because he had fainted while being moved. That night, he had looked around while bidding farewell to Kasha. It was a place with a pungent smell of oil and leather, and scraps of metal were scattered around. It seemed to be a place where small craftsmen gathered. It was a secluded alley, so he had to search carefully. Fortunately, Lena followed him without complaint, but it wasn't easy to find. Hey, what are you two doing wandering around alone? The beggars they had seen earlier in the alley had followed Leo and Lena. Lena hid behind Leo, frightened. What do you want? Leo had deliberately entered a narrow alley, knowing the beggars were following them. He intended to shake them off. 5 beggars stood before him. We see you at the market every day, don't we? Isn't that a bit much? We don't know where you sleep, but if you keep coming early and taking all the food, what are we supposed to eat? We share everything among ourselves. An older beggar spoke. His shoulder was oddly twisted, probably because a broken bone had been left untreated. A younger beggar chimed in. You come early and take all the good stuff, huh? What are we supposed to eat then? He looked about Leo's age, similarly thin and short. Did we harm you? We only took what we found and we left when you arrived. Listen to him talk back. You hide near the market so you can come early and take everything. Do you think we sleep in? I ought to. The young beggar raised his voice, but the older one gestured to calm him down. His gestures had an oddly refined touch despite the situation. Don't get too angry, but they're breaking the rules. What rules? Hey, do you think we can't survive like you, hiding near the market? We've always stayed where beggars are allowed. If we all lived in the market, we'd get beaten and driven out, right? Isn't that true? They're just trying to survive on their own, these brats. Calm down. They seem new around here, they might not know better. Don't scare them. The twisted arm beggar, acting as the leader, stepped forward. But as he said, to survive, you need to consider others. It'd be better to stay together than wandering alone. What do you say? He leaned in menacingly. He was speaking nicely now, but it was clear he wouldn't take no for an answer. Leo, uninterested in beggars' internal politics, declined flatly. Sorry, but we don't want that. We're leaving now. Leaving where to? We were looking for someone. Do you know a place like this? Leo described the place where Kasha's shoemaker shop was located, and a beggar from behind spoke up. Isn't that where Old Man Obert is? Sounds like the leather district. Where is that? If you go straight down the next main street until you see the south gate, turn right into the alley. There's a place where the smell of oil and leather mixes. I think that's the only place like that. Other places are too busy. If you lied and we see you again, you'll be sorry. I swear. The young beggar glared, but Leo scoffed. Even in his current state, he could take down a few beggars. That won't happen. He could have taught them a lesson, but he let it slide. What's the point of beating up beggars? It might even give him an achievement like defeated 10 beggars. He was a bit curious, but didn't want to test it in front of Lena. It seemed pitiful to fight over something so trivial. Leo left the whispering beggars behind. The place the beggar mentioned was correct. It was indeed a street of small craftsmen. The craftsmen were busy tinkering in their modest shops. Kasha's shoemaker shop was in an alley off that narrow street. Peeking in, Kasha was sitting at a table, lazily watching the shop. What an unusual person. She was an attractively young woman. Of course, young by modern standards, was in her mid-20s, with droopy eyes, sleek straight hair, thin eyebrows, and alluring lips. Why is she like that? Not making or selling shoes. It was a shop tucked away in a remote corner. The neatly displayed shoes were covered in dust, and it seemed like she had never had a customer. Then Kasha waved at Lena and Leo. Come in, don't loiter out front, excuse us. Lena and Leo, wearing mismatched shoes, stepped into the shop. Kasha glanced at the siblings indifferently and spoke. No need to excuse yourself for entering the shop. Here to buy something. From the look of you, it seems like you need shoes but don't have money. Her tone was flat with almost no inflection. Sorry, but I'm not interested in giving charity. Could we stay here for a few days? We can pay you. Leo took out all his remaining starting funds. The silver coins clinked as they hit the table, but Kasha didn't lose her indifferent expression. Don't know where you stole it from, but I don't need it. Without even lifting her chin, she stacked the coins with one hand, forming a tower, and said, not interested in looking after kids either. Leo was a bit flustered. Then, could we at least borrow some water to wash her face? Is she your sister? She's got stuff all over her face. Water's here along with a towel. I'll take 1 copper coin. Use it properly. Kasha pointed to a water container beside her. It was in the same place as before. Leo washed his sister's face, revealing her beautiful, clean complexion. Water dripped on the floor and splashed on their shoes, but Kasha didn't care, staring at Lena blankly. Leo pleaded again. Could we stay here? She's my sister and she looks like this. Kasha finally lifted her chin. I'm a pretty little lady. Can she talk? Yes, quiet, isn't she? Pretty and well-behaved. She propped her chin back on her hand, tilting her head to look at Leo. So you want to leave her here because it's hard to take care of her, huh? Lena turned her head sharply towards Leo, a look of shock on her face, afraid that he might abandon her. Leo shook his head firmly. No, it's dangerous to wander around without a place to stay. We want to stay here. Lena, I'm not leaving you behind. I need a place to work and a place to wash. He hugged the tearful Lena tightly, pleading with Kasha. I just need a place to sleep and wash. Please let Lena stay here. Why should I? Please help us, I'm begging you. Help, help. Kasha twirled her finger around her hair, thinking, fine, there's an empty bed in the back anyway, but I'm taking this. And occasionally I'll ask for another one. Make sure to have it ready. She picked up one of the silver coins and dropped it into a jar beside her, then got up. You can eat whatever I leave in that corner. Water is delivered by cart in the morning, so don't worry about that. What else? Oh, you can use the bed inside. Always sleep here. Behind the counter was a small makeshift bed where Leo had woken up before. It was clear that this shop rarely had customers, given the state of disarray. Kasha briefly introduced the place before returning to her seat behind the counter. Despite having new housemates, her demeanor didn't change. Cass. No, excuse me. What should we call you? What, your name? Call me Kasha, that's my name. Kasha grimaced at the formal tone. It was the first time Leo saw her make such a face. Just call me Kasha. Sure, I'm Leo, and this is my sister, Lena. Got it. She really is a strange person. Kasha propped her chin on her hand and stared blankly outside again. The front of the shop faced a wall, so there wasn't much to see. Lena, let's get you cleaned up. Leo brought the water container into the room. When he turned around, Lena had already stripped off her clothes. Even though she was malnourished, her development was, no, why did she just take off her clothes in front of me? Lena, you can't just take off your clothes like that. Leo turned away, flustered. Why? Oh, his sister neatly folded the clothes she had tossed aside and placed them back on the floor. No, that's not it. What? I'll wait outside, you clean up. He quickly closed the door behind him. They must have been living together for a long time, likely washing together in their beggar state without much privacy. I need to teach her quickly, but do teachers even cover such things? Lena seemed to need a parental figure more than a teacher. Leo glanced at Kasha, but she didn't seem reliable either, given her unusual demeanor. Brother, I'm done washing. When Leo went back in, Lena was just picking up her clothes from the floor. Embarrassed, he covered his eyes with the door. Lena, yes, you wash too, that's not it. From now on, you shouldn't take off your clothes in front of me. Why? It's embarrassing to show your naked body to others. Are you others, brother? No, but there's no need to show it. Now that we have a room, only undress when no one else is around. Got it, okay. I need to wash now, so could you step outside for a moment? All right, Lena pouted but went out. It was hard to gauge how long they had lived together. When Leo asked Lena her age, she said she would be of age in 2 years. Surprisingly, she was only a year younger than the Lena from the childhood friend scenario. He realized and knew the importance of environment. Leo washed and went outside. Leaving his sister with Kasha, he spent half the day wandering the streets but couldn't find a job. This Leo looked similar to the other Leos, Leo from Demos Village, Leo Dexter, but he was much more handsome. Was it the influence of his bloodline? His nose was prominent and his features were bold. Thick eyebrows and lush hair gave him a rugged look, but his slender jawline and deep dimples when he smiled left a gentle impression. Despite his appealing appearance, this Leo had no muscles and no skills. He tried negotiating for wages, but the merchants thought feeding and housing him was enough. Here, a man's looks didn't translate into money. To educate Lena, he needed a lot of money to hire a tutor. Although he had decided to be content with seeing a happy ending in this scenario, he didn't want to waste years keeping his sister cooped up in a shoemaker's shop. Once she had basic manners, he planned to introduce her to a kind, wealthy man or a noble's son. That didn't seem too difficult. Meeting a prince was hard, and marrying one almost impossible, but with Lena's looks, she could easily attract a nobleman at first sight. Leo felt relieved. All he needed to do was earn money. No need for elaborate plans. Lowering his goals made life seem much easier. But how will I make money? That was the problem. Apart from his good looks, this body had no skills. In the previous childhood friend scenario, he had quickly found a job at a tool shop due to his hand skills. He tried asking the craftsmen here for work, but they turned him away after seeing his clumsy attempts. He was hopeless with his hands. Without muscles, he couldn't even do manual labor for now. The only skills he could use were hunting and swordsmanship, but there were no mountains near Orville, rendering hunting useless, and becoming a mercenary isn't an option. Even with his boyish frame, he could use swordsmanship to become a mercenary. The test to become a mercenary involved one-on-one combat, and he was confident in that. No matter how weak he was, swordsmanship would let him find an opening. A well-placed stab with a sword could kill anyone, but mercenaries often had to travel far for escort missions, which he couldn't do. He couldn't leave Lena alone. Some mercenary jobs involved guarding large estates, but those required a solid reputation. Leo, with no connections, couldn't do that. Is that the only option? It's a bit. In the end, he was left with only one option. Evening twilight settled over the city. Leo wandered through the alleys, fidgeting with a silver coin as if he were playing with it. Gotcha. Those who coveted the silver coin held by a scrawny beggar, the idle ruffians, followed him. Gangsters weren't interested in such trivial matters and worked for the family. The families, who ruled the underworld, took charge of illegal businesses, mostly paying tribute to nobles and borrowing their names. Families adhered to their own strict rules, so they rarely harmed ordinary people. Of course, kidnapped slaves were an exception. They weren't ordinary people, they were goods. On the other hand, ruffians were the slackers who couldn't get into the family. They were troublemakers who threatened ordinary people for money and were destined to get beaten by the city's guards. Leo, pretending to be clueless, found a dead-end alley. As he turned back, feigning to be lost, 3 ruffians blocked his way, grinning slyly. Just go in, be nice and quiet. The beggar boy looks quite decent, huh? Must be getting a lot of alms. He went all the way to the end of the dead end without resisting. He had no weapons, but Leo had trained to death in the engagement scenario and had rolled through a few months of brutal battlefields. 3 ruffians didn't even require swordsmanship. You look like you have some money. Ack, he elbowed the armpit next to the nipple of the guy who approached carelessly, exposing his vital points. Leo's body was so frail that his wrist might break if he punched. He had to be careful. What the bleh? He kicked the face of the guy behind who hadn't grasped the situation, then ran and blocked the entrance of the alley to prevent escape. You damn beggar. The last one hastily drew a small dagger and thrust it. He didn't know how to use a dagger. A dagger wasn't meant for stabbing in a confrontation. With a reach shorter than a span, it was foolish to use it for stabbing. A dagger was a weapon that shone when used to slash an opponent's arm in a confrontation or to hack at each other when close. But this guy was obsessed with stabbing. Leo pushed away the thrusting arm with his forearm, dug into his chest, and smacked the guy's chin with his palm. While his head was reeling, Leo grabbed the hand holding the dagger and struck down hard on the wrist with a knife hand clang. The dagger fell. When Leo shoved the guy who lost the dagger hard, he crashed into the one still staggering from being hit in the vital point, and they fell over with a thud. Leo picked up the dagger. The guy who got kicked stood up on guard, but they were as good as dead now. Achievement, cleaning the back alleys stronger in dark alleys. Leo leisurely walked out of the alley. He earned 2 daggers and about a dozen silver coins, a tidy profit for a bit of work. He headed towards the market. He didn't plan to keep earning money by beating up ruffians. It would get old soon. To survive in the world of back alleys, he had to join a family. The only skill he could use right now was swordsmanship. He couldn't leave the city because of Lena, so the only job that involved using a sword and made money was being a gangster. He had considered joining Orville City Guard, but they were soldiers who could be dispatched anywhere, and it didn't pay well. Leo found a carriage rental shop. It was a place where you could rent a 2-seater carriage in the city. As it was almost closing time, a young man who was tidying up the rental shop window waved his hand dismissively when he saw a beggar approaching. This isn't a place for beggars. Go away. But the beggar suddenly drew a dagger and pointed it at him. W, what are you doing? Who sent you? He asked in panic, but the beggar didn't put the dagger away. Young man looked back and forth between the extended dagger and the beggar before stepping on a cord under his chair. When Lena was kidnapped in the past childhood friend scenario, it wasn't by chance that Leo was dragged to the stables. To smuggle illegal goods in and out of the castle, the families owned carriage rental shops. It could be said that almost every carriage rental shop in the city was run by the families. Soon, a burly man burst through the rental shop door. What's with this beggar? I don't know. He just came and pointed a weapon at me out of the blue. Is this some new begging tactic? If you don't put that knife away, it's going to hurt. The gangster glared threateningly, but the beggar, or rather Leo, drew another dagger and held it up along with his blood-stained clothes. I caught 3 ruffians in an alley near the west of the market. This should be enough as an initiation, right? What nonsense are you spouting? Get lost with your gibberish. I'll come back tomorrow. Check it out then. There were various ways for the families to recruit people. They would hire someone introduced after quitting mercenary work, pick out a useful ruffian, or lure a reliable and somewhat strong ordinary person. Leo's method was the most extreme and unusual, proving his strength and bloody hands. It was the quickest way to get into a family. Of course, there was a downside. Since he wasn't directly brought in by the family, it would take quite a while to earn trust and he would be treated as an outsider. Leo had no other choice. Short and frail, he had to take the initiative to get noticed by the family. Leo turned away, leaving the young man and the gangster behind. I was planning to buy some clothes. I guess they're all closed now. Darkness had already fallen. It took too long to bait the ruffians and find the carriage rental shop. He had no choice but to return to the shoe store. Kasia wasn't there, perhaps because he had shown a lot of money when they first met, or maybe it was her unique personality. Kasia had left the money box on the table and disappeared. Leo took off his shirt before Lena saw him. He had dusted himself off and shook it a few times before coming, but there might still be bloodstains that she could notice. Lena, are you inside? Brother, why are you so late? His sister threw open the door and welcomed him. It took some time to find a job. But why are you undressing? I got hot from walking. That must have been tough. No, not at all. It wasn't tough at all. The two sat down and chatted. In this scenario, Lena was rather quiet. When Leo spoke, Lena would just listen quietly. Occasionally, she would agree with a nod, but she rarely talked about herself. Even when persistently asked what she did today, she would simply say, I just stayed in the room. Maybe she really didn't do anything. Tomorrow, I must buy her some clothes and something to play with. I need to find a teacher, too. The siblings fell asleep side by side on the narrow bed. For Lena, it was a warm bed she had longed for in a long time. Leo woke up abruptly to a noise outside. It was dawn. Good morning, good morning. Kasia had bought a new water container and was placing it inside. The water cart outside creaked as it disappeared from view. You're up early. Though morning was slowly breaking, it was still quite dim outside. Sorry, but I'm going to wash up now. You can watch if you want, but could you step outside? Sure. From outside, the sound of Kasia washing could be heard. She seemed to like cleanliness, taking a long time to wash. Lena was still in dreamland. Feeling guilty about waking his soundly sleeping sister, Leo gently patted her head and stepped outside. I'm going out now. Okay. If Lena wakes up, can you tell her I went out to work? Sure. Leo set out to find a teacher first. In Orville, there were many teachers because of the large population, most of whom ran private academies and accepted students. Since there was no free public education here, you had to pay tuition if you wanted to study. However, the teachers inside the castle taught the children of nobles or wealthy families, so the tuition fees were not cheap. I guess a teacher outside the castle would be less expensive. Before heading out of the castle, Leo first went to the market. He brought the dagger with him because he couldn't leave it in Lena's room. To pass through the castle gate, he had to hide it somewhere. Not knowing where to put it, he went to the siblings' house near the market. Upon arrival, he saw some people demolishing the house. A place to stay for just one day, huh? If he hadn't left early in the morning in the last scenario, he would have been beaten by the landlord. The thought of ending up beaten to death by the landlord gave him chills. Staying with Kasia was indeed a good choice. Leo hid the dagger behind a trash bin and bought a set of clothes from a shop near the southern gate. He doubted a beggar could freely pass through the castle gate, and he couldn't go looking for a teacher dressed as a beggar. Eventually, Leo came out to the market near the southern gate and started asking around. Excuse me, do you know any teachers around here? A teacher. Not sure, I don't have kids, so I wouldn't know. If you go over there, he met several teachers, but most he dismissed at a glance. That person is too young. All the teachers were men. Leo was looking for an elderly teacher with good character who wouldn't take advantage of Lena's looks. Their teaching skills only needed to be decent. He finally found a teacher who seemed to be in his 60s. He barely managed to persuade the old man, who was reluctant to travel far for private lessons. Bringing a few books, the teacher arrived at the shoe shop and nodded in understanding. The young lady is indeed very beautiful. I understand why you insisted on bringing an old man like me. He also eased Leo's concerns. You don't have to worry, I won't speak about this young lady anywhere. I'll come twice a week for lessons. Leo gladly paid for the books and the tuition fee. Most of his initial funds went to the books, but he wouldn't have to worry about Lena for a while. Kasia, who seemed uninterested in everything, also found the teacher intriguing and stayed nearby. You're a good brother. She seemed quite impressed that he brought a teacher. I'm going out again. Did you find a job? Probably. Leaving the fascinated Lena behind, Leo went out again. It was time to get the family's response. Wait a moment. When Leo arrived at the carriage rental shop with his dagger, the young man from before quickly went inside and brought out a gangster. What the heck? I expected someone impressive, but you're just a stick. It wasn't the gangster from yesterday. Come inside. The gangster led Leo past rows of carriages to a small building. Inside, it was neatly organized but barren of any notable furniture, and the smell of manure lingered. Boss, I brought the guy from yesterday. Come in. Inside the room, the boss was sitting at a desk. His bald head looked like bulging muscles, and despite his appearance, he seemed to have some brains as the desk was piled with documents. He twitched his face as he looked at Leo. I heard about you, but you really are small. Well, nice to meet you. If you killed 3 ruffians with that body, you must be pretty skilled. It's a modest skill. We'll see about that. He grinned, showing his teeth. The scar on his twitching chin was intimidating. Is the dagger your main weapon? I'm better with a 2-handed sword. Oh my, were you a noble's child? He grabbed a lantern and led Leo to the stable. As the lantern's light passed, the horses snorted and turned their heads, and the loafing gangsters on the straw mats sprang up. "I knew you'd be here." "Sorry." The gangsters bowed their heads at a 90-degree angle. "Enough, I'm not here to scold you. A new recruit is here. Let's see. Dale, you spar with him. Someone bring 2 wooden swords." One should be a two-hander. Yes, soon Leo was holding a two-handed wooden sword. The gangster named Dale grabbed a one-handed sword and his own shield. The surroundings were quite bright with lanterns hanging from pillars, and the ground was slightly damp, making the straw underfoot soggy. "Go hard. Start." The boss sat on a straw bale. Some gangsters, hearing about the spar, gathered and blocked the way. If Leo lost, he wouldn't leave unscathed. The burly gangster, Dale, looked down at Leo menacingly. The difference in height was 2 heads, and in weight, Dale seemed nearly 3 times heavier. It was a fight someone might call a match between David and Goliath, and they would agree, because David always wins. As the 2 men pointed their weapons, a tense silence filled the stable. Leo carefully assessed his opponent. There was a significant difference in their weight classes, and while his opponent had a shield, Leo had no defensive gear at all. The two-handed sword, while capable of powerful attacks, was disadvantageous for defense. Although Leo had learned some swordsmanship and had experience on the battlefield, the two-handed sword was the kind of weapon where you could get hit in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Leo took the initiative. Feigning an attack to the shield, he lured his opponent's sword and quickly spun around, aiming to slash his thigh. However, he was blocked by the shield. Leo sidestepped, moving away from his opponent's sword. A skilled opponent would have pushed the shield forward to restrict Leo's movement, but Dale, his opponent, instead swung his sword down from a distance. Leo quickly changed direction, dodging the sword. Then he extended his sword. "I lost." Leo's sword touched Dale's neck. In a one-on-one fight, the person with superior swordsmanship had a decisive advantage. Leo's body was too weak to withstand a group of 3 or 4 pushing with shields, but against a single opponent, especially one who left openings while attacking, his swordsmanship could shine. The onlookers, thugs surrounding them, were speechless at the swift conclusion. Quiet applause echoed from behind them. "Wow, he didn't stand a chance, did he? Dale, good effort." "You come with me." The leader of the thugs dispersed the group and brought Leo back to his room. Only then did he introduce himself and extend his hand for a handshake. Uniquely, his palm had a tattoo of a dog being hanged. He asked a few personal questions, but Leo answered vaguely, keeping anything related to Lena hidden. "You'll be working outside the castle for a while. There's not much to do inside for someone good with a sword." A lie. The inside of the castle was precisely where a few skilled individuals were valued, but they didn't trust Leo, so they assigned him outside. But Leo didn't mind and followed the thug assigned to him. The thug, having watched the fight, acted friendly. "Welcome. Our Kerala family is the best. You can buy drugs cheaply and even mess with slaves if you're lucky." Leo listened to the thug. The Kerala family seemed to be primarily involved in drugs and slave trading. The thug led Leo to a small lodging outside the castle. A sign indicating that they were looking for people to sell was carved at the lodging entrance. The innkeeper, reading the letter handed over by the thug, smiled and said, "A new member, huh? Welcome." He tore up the letter and offered a handshake to Leo. The same tattoo as the thug's was on his palm. The tattoo on their palms would gradually fade over the years. So this tattoo was merely an indication that they were active members of the Kerala family, and the real tattoo was likely elsewhere. Or it could be something temporarily given to those of a certain rank. Leo shook his grotesque hand. Lena woke up early. It became a habit to sleep and wake up early since staying in the room all day was boring. It wasn't too bad. She naturally enjoyed lazing around and especially loved sleeping, so she didn't mind spending half the day in bed. Yawn. Stretching, she felt much healthier. Eating well had caused her to gain a bit of weight. She waited until the sound of water outside stopped before going out. Kasha always washed early in the morning. Lena decided to wake up early to match this time. "Good morning. Good morning. I've finished, so you can use it now." Lena took the water bucket and moved it to her room, closing the door to wash up as her brother had instructed. Her brother had been hard to see lately. He found work outside the castle and had to stay there due to the distance. She asked what kind of work it was, and after a long hesitation, he said he was guarding a lodging. Apparently there were guests arriving at night, so they needed to accept them even at night. She knew it was all lies. The first day they started living with Kasha, her brother returned drenched in blood. He hid it under a dirt-covered shirt, but his body was also stained with blood. Lena was terrified and checked his body for injuries while he slept, discovering he had hidden 2 swords. The next day he left, saying he found a job with his swords. She asked Kasha what he did. "What's he doing? He's a thug." "What does that mean?" "There are men who fight with swords to gain more." "Doesn't seem as dangerous as I thought, though, from what I know." "Is it hard? Is there any job that's not hard?" She asked her teacher what a thug was. "They are people who do very bad things." So bad that I don't even want to tell you. They break the law to fill their own pockets. Are all gangsters bad people? Well, most of them are. They do bad things after all, but it's not good to judge people too quickly. They might have their own personal reasons for doing such things. Lena felt heartbroken knowing her brother did such things to earn money. Although she didn't know exactly what he was doing, it seemed dangerous enough to require weapons. I want to help too. She was studying hard. It was the only thing she could do. Why do I have to look like this? What is it about my appearance that makes both my brother and the teacher so cautious? Why do they say I'll be taken away? Lena quietly read a book in her room, feeling distressed. Cash's soft snores could be heard from outside. Leo was assigned a room in the thug's lodging. They needed to stay in one place for emergencies. His working hours were set, roughly from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. in modern time. The rest of the time was free, so he woke up early at noon and diligently visited the shoe store to see Lena. His sister had learned to read in just a few weeks, earning constant praise from her teacher, and she had become much healthier during that time. Her once gaunt cheeks had filled out, and he would occasionally pinch them. Leo was satisfied with the current situation. Fortunately, the job was boring rather than hard. Leo's task was to patrol and guard several warehouses on the western outskirts of Orville. Officially, he wasn't told what he was guarding, but through casual conversations with other thugs, he quickly learned that some places held slaves while others stored drugs. There were no significant fights. There were a few skirmishes with the Burza family, who weren't on good terms, but they only escalated to showing off their weapons. The Burza family mainly dealt in illegal arms. However, they were also encroaching on the slave trade, causing friction with the Kerala family. Naturally, the Kerala family growled and showed their teeth, but the Burza family pretended to back off while secretly continuing their slave supply. The Burza family was good at covering their tracks, leaving no clear evidence, so a big fight hadn't erupted, but the relationship between the two families was deteriorating rapidly. Whether or not it mattered, Leo, who felt no sense of belonging, mingled with the other thugs and gleaned information. Through this, he also learned about the Rano family, who dominated the Orville market and collected protection money. Aside from that, most of the conversations were the thugs' crude jokes, complaints, boasting, and baseless rumors. One day, while getting along well with the thugs, Leo came across some eye-opening information. A prince from the kingdom of Astin is coming, that's right. I heard it from a friend who works as a northern contact. A thug who had become quite friendly said while drinking, "No wonder the guards have been fixing the northern gate street every day. It's a big fuss. There are so many patrols at the northern gate that they moved some work sites back. Those guys will have a tough time. Haha." Arnulf de Klaus, a prince Leo had met in the last scenario, had earned some favor through his achievements. Since abilities like swordsmanship and achievements carry over, maybe I can talk to Prince Arnulf if I meet him now. This was a significant event. It was rare for the legitimate heir of one kingdom to visit another kingdom. He wondered if there was a way to use this, but he didn't know what was going to happen yet. Why is he coming, though? Don't know. There's a rumor that he's coming to marry our princess. Damn, royalty must have it nice. They say Princess Chloe is really beautiful. Man, I wish I could marry someone like that. If I married a princess. The thug started making obscene remarks, tying her up, beating her, fondling her breasts, then using his club, all sorts of things. There was nothing they wouldn't say about their own princess. Leo casually responded while thinking. Come to think of it, does the war event only appear in the engagement scenario? The engagement scenario starts in winter, while the other scenarios start in summer. Do they each start at different times? Endless questions arose. Maybe this beggar siblings scenario was set a few years before the war broke out, or perhaps the war had already ended. While Leo knew the calendars of Oran, Belida, and the kingdom of Astin at the start of each scenario, each kingdom used a unique calendar like year 16 of Karam and Tatalia, so he didn't know how they related to each other. Fortunately, Leo easily found out by asking Lena's teacher. All scenarios start in the same year, but the childhood friend and beggar siblings scenarios start in summer, while only the engagement scenario starts in winter. So if a war were to break out, it would be next spring, and it was now nearing the end of summer. Will the war break out? In the engagement scenario, war broke out twice at the same time, but it was still uncertain if it would break out in the beggar siblings scenario. And are the scenarios truly independent? Questions kept arising. Given that they were all part of the same game, raising Lena, it made sense that the world and timeline of each scenario would match. If Leo and Lena are at both Avril Castle and in Demos Village, Leo had never considered that the scenarios might be connected. The environments were too different and the distances too vast, so he had thought of them as entirely separate stories, like starting a new game in Princess Maker, where each game starts fresh without relation to the previous ones. However, seeing Arnulf de Klaus appear in another scenario made him rethink. Maybe all scenarios were happening simultaneously. Is the Leo in Demos Village living with his complete mind, and the same for Leo Dexter in Avril Castle? Am I the one mixed with Mincio? Leo shook off his complicated thoughts. It was something he couldn't find out for now. Demos village and Avril castle were too far apart to confirm if other Lenas and Leos were there. Communication in this world wasn't poor. Priests used consecrated items to communicate, and since there were churches in both Demos village and Avril castle, he could find out quickly using them. But it was a service for nobles who paid the church, and with each scenario being far apart and busy surviving, there was no need to find out. Currently, even raising one sister was overwhelming for Leo. Let's wait until next spring to see if a war breaks out. If it doesn't, then the scenarios are separate. Leo set aside his rising questions. Meanwhile, the prince of the kingdom of Astin arrived in Orville. Crowds gathered densely at the northern gate of Orville to catch a glimpse of the prince's procession. Leo was among the throng. Wow, cheering erupted as the prince appeared in the distance. The prince with dark blue hair riding a black horse was indeed the same prince Leo had seen before. He looked almost the same age as back then. From atop his high horse, the prince looked down, exuding a commanding presence, while the soldiers proudly raised the flag of the kingdom of Astin. It was indeed a grand procession. The prince displayed the splendor expected of royalty, and the people of Orville, usually disdainful of the kingdom of Astin, were momentarily awed by the parade. I wish I could have brought Lena to see this. What a shame. Leo had wanted to bring his sister, who was bored hiding in the shoe store, but he couldn't. Lena's appearance was no longer something that could be concealed. Her once thin body and cheeks had filled out, blossoming into a beauty that couldn't be hidden by merely smudging her face. Anyone would turn their head at her figure, and if men started to observe her with lecherous eyes, her pretty face would be revealed quickly. Leo's body had also become much stronger, capable of handling most thugs, but without him, it would be dangerous. He couldn't rely on the family's help yet. Leo was still treated as an outsider by the family, and he had hidden the existence of his sister from them. He was curious about what Lena would think of the prince, but he didn't want to expose her to danger just to learn her preferences. Kaya, prince, wave to us. The prince led the procession with little reaction to the crowd's cheers, occasionally waving his hand. He seemed more interested in Orville's buildings than the people. Orville, the capital of the kingdom of Belida, had previously been the capital of the Archaea Empire. It was a city with a history spanning hundreds of years, and most of its buildings were constructed with quarried stone 20 centimeters high granite cubes. The walls built with these stones were neat and dignified. Such construction methods were rare in the harsh environment of the kingdom of Astin. Leo watched the procession from within the crowd. He wondered how his favorability would change if he made eye contact with the prince, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. There were too many people, and waving his hand wasn't enough to catch the prince's attention, unless he jumped into the procession. As the procession moved away, Leo swallowed his disappointment. Time to go. I need to head to work. He keenly felt the disparity in status. He envied the prince who could come to meet a foreign princess with hundreds of elite soldiers, knights, and attendants following him. Leo was just a thug who could wield a sword. Even that was laughable compared to the knights guarding the prince. The prince had come all the way to Orville, but Leo couldn't do anything. Lena would need to be at least a noble to meet the prince in the palace. On second thought, even that would be difficult. If the prince who came to meet the princess was seduced, the repercussions would be significant. The prince, after traveling to a foreign land, would reject the princess he was scheduled to meet and choose another woman instead. Leo returned to his daily life with a bitter taste. He didn't have high hopes anyway. His goal this time was to raise Lena normally and achieve a happy ending, so this event seemed unrelated to him. Or so he thought, but it caused a significant stir in Orville. The prince has already left. The prince left Orville after just a week. It was unusual. Considering he had traveled for months to a foreign country, he should have stayed for at least half a year, but he left without even attending a farewell ceremony. Yes, apparently, Princess Chloe turned out to be quite promiscuous. Everyone's in an uproar. The thug who took over the shift plopped down beside Leo. Leo naturally handed him a lantern as he pulled out a cigarette. The princess was secretly meeting the son of Count Herman. Who would have thought? The princess, who was reputed to be so virtuous, was secretly fooling around. Count Herman, the sword master. Yeah, his majesty must be troubled. He intended to marry his exemplary daughter to the prince, only to find she was fooling around with that infamous rascal. What happened exactly? The princess apparently kissed that Gilbert guy right in front of the prince. Puhahaha. Noble games are on a different scale. Count Herman Forte was a sword master, a prestigious title in the kingdom of Belida. There were only 3 sword masters on the entire continent, and they were the aspiration of all swordsmen. However, even the highly respected Count Herman Forte, who was the leader of the First Guard and an excellent politician, had failed in raising his son. His son, Gilbert Forte, was a notorious playboy. He seduced women left and right, leaving the Forte family to clean up his messes. Will this lead to war? Leo also lit a cigarette deeply. The prince wouldn't just take this insult and return quietly. The kingdom of Astin would not stand idly by. The princess's behavior had crossed a line. The kingdom of Astin wouldn't be lenient, even if they knew Gilbert was that kind of man. Moreover, it was the princess who initiated the kiss. In front of the prince, this would go down in history as the kiss that sparked a war. The two kingdoms already had a strained relationship. The nobles of Belita Kingdom despised the kingdom of Astin Aster as barbaric lands, and the northern kingdoms coveted the warm central regions. With the prince's visit, which could have led to improved relations, ending this way, war seemed inevitable. I'm glad I didn't enlist as a soldier. If he had become a soldier, he would have been dragged to the battlefield without a choice. It was an event he wanted to avoid even in the engagement scenario, and being forced into it would have been frustrating. Leo exhaled the smoke from his deep drag of the cigarette with a sigh of relief. The smoke from the two thugs sitting in the alley aimlessly drifted into the air. With the prince gone, a peculiar sense of tension settled over Orville. Nobles, merchants, and the royal family began purchasing iron and weapons, causing weapon prices to skyrocket. The prelude to war had begun, and the ripple effects reached even the underworld families. Thugs gathered in the darkness. Let's go. At the leader's command, Leo and the Kerala family thugs, gripping their weapons menacingly, began to move. It was a dark night, and some thugs carried torches. Hey, it's an ambush. The lookout from the Burza family screamed and fled as the Kerala family thugs surrounded a building, initiating a fierce brawl. Leo cut down several opponents before him. The Kerala family, having gathered a large number of men, easily overpowered their enemies. The small building, used as a warehouse, quickly fell into the hands of the Kerala family. Inside, they found an assortment of weapons, shields, and armor. With the prince's departure, the Burza family, who supplied illegal weapons, experienced a sudden boom. The Kerala family couldn't join this boom as they lacked both the supply routes for weapons and connections with iron mine lords. So the Kerala family decided to take this opportunity to strike the Burza family, with whom they had built up resentment over the slave trade. There was no formal declaration of war. The thugs simply looted the captured warehouse. Can I buy this one? Leo asked, fiddling with a fine two-handed sword he found in the warehouse. The raid leader chuckled. Haha, this guy already has his eyes on the loot. Hold on. After we settle the accounts, I'll sell it to you at a discount. The raid leader patted Leo's shoulder amicably. You're one of us now. No matter how expensive weapons are these days, we should take care of our own. And I saw you with the sword earlier. I heard you were good, but damn, you're impressive. With a newfound respect, the raid leader personally saw to it that Leo got a good deal on the two-handed sword. No longer did Leo need to borrow cheap swords. Except for the engagement scenario where a sword is given at the start, finding a sword in other scenarios was always challenging. However, once armed, he felt capable of tackling any task. Following the sudden raid by the Kerala family, numerous skirmishes erupted. The two largest families in Orville were now at full-scale war. Even during meals, they couldn't let go of their weapons. While on guard duty, hand axes often flew their way, and someone even tried to set their lodgings on fire. Achievement: 10 thugs. You become stronger when fighting thugs. Achievement: long live the Kerala family. Gain slight favor with the Kerala family. Gain slight hostility from families opposed to the Kerala family. During the ongoing battles, Leo gained achievements and tattoos. Having earned the family's trust, tattoos were inscribed on his hand and chest, and his pay increased. This was partly due to Leo's significant effort in holding off a Burza family attack in a narrow passage until reinforcements arrived. The Kerala family now seemed convinced that Leo wasn't a spy sent by the Burza family. With his rank raised, Leo managed to carve out some time to head to the leather district. The Kerala family had significantly reduced their members' free time, tightening security, so it was hard to find even one free day a week. No one's following me, right? He repeatedly checked over his shoulder, fearing he might be tailed as he entered the leather district. Suddenly, a bulky middle-aged man called out to him. Hey thug, come over here. The leather district was an area managed by the Rano family. Though he had been in and out without issue before, the escalating conflict between the two families seemed to have put the Rano family on edge. Got something to say. Leo discreetly checked the dagger hidden in his clothes, but fortunately it wasn't a confrontation. They say you're Kash's boyfriend, right? I've seen you coming and going, so I don't mind that, but don't bring trouble into our area. He pointed to a man hiding in an alley. Apparently, Leo was being followed. Did you ask Kasha? Of course. We can't have other family thugs walking around armed in our territory without checking. Sorry about that. I'll be more careful. As Leo turned to leave, the man seemed to have more to say, looking Leo up and down. You're quite handsome. Kasha's been through a lot, so treat her well. She seems to have found some motivation recently with the teacher and all. Go on. Leo headed towards the shoe store. Kasha was still there, idly tending to the shop, but unlike before, she was fiddling with a shoe on the counter. Kasha, I'm here. Long time no see. Kasha was a woman in her mid-20s, thin but with always moist-looking lips and a mature charm. She had smooth, long hair, habitually twisted on the right side, always slightly curled. You called me your boyfriend. Ober saw you, huh? He asked who you were, and I didn't have a good lie. Kasha looked at Leo intently. Her dark eyes sparkled. I kind of like you. Achievement: man who melted Kasha's heart gained slight favor from Kasha. Unexpectedly, an achievement popped up. As it did, Kasha got up and approached Leo closely. She was tall enough to look him in the eye. Kasha's rich scent filled his nose. Why are you doing this? Leo, flustered, took a half step back. He couldn't read what was on her mind. Her seemingly unfocused eyes revealed nothing. Just as Kasha reached out to Leo, "Brother, you're back." Hearing her brother's voice, Lena stirred in the inner room. Seizing the moment, Leo turned and greeted his sister. "Lena, long time no see. Have you been busy lately?" "Yeah, work's been a bit mute chapter, sorry." Leo led Lena into the room. Kasha, watching them leave, sat back down. After Leo left, Lena returned to her room. She didn't mention it, but her brother's hands bore grotesque tattoos. His hands were covered in scars and there were new marks on his face. Brother said, "I'll be busy for a while. Even if I can't visit often, keep studying hard, okay?" He handed over some snacks and a few clean clothes before leaving. Feeling down, Lena stared at the low ceiling. "I'm just a burden. Since I can remember, brother has been dragging me around." She vaguely recalled her brother handing her fruits in the forest. He hid her under the village fence and brought food from somewhere. If she fell and got hurt, he would lick her wounds until they healed, and if her clothes tore, he would find a way to replace them. But she had done nothing for her brother. She followed him wherever he told her to go, ate whatever he gave her, stayed in this small room without stepping outside as he instructed, and took lessons from the teacher he arranged. This was all she could do. "I want to help my brother too." She was old enough now. Recently, she had become healthy enough to run around. She had already asked the teacher. She wanted to help her brother but didn't know how. The teacher had looked troubled and told her that studying diligently was the best way to help her brother. She already knew that. She was the best at following her brother's words. But the teacher's answer wasn't helpful. "The teacher doesn't know how my brother earns money." Lena gently opened the door. Kasha was still sitting idly. She slept in the morning, woke up at noon, spent her day like this, and went out when it got dark, returning by dawn. Seeing her routine, Lena was sure Kasha did something at night. She was much taller than Lena, but her thin frame suggested that Lena could do what she did. "Kasha, I have something to ask," Lena called out to Kasha. "Something you can do." Kasha entered the room and sat on a small chair, crossing her legs under her long skirt as she looked at Lena. "Why? It feels like my brother is struggling too much because of me." "Well, that's likely true. But did your brother ask for your help?" "No, then why?" "I hate seeing my brother suffer because of me. I want to help in any way I can." "What difference does it make if you start working and earning money? Do you even know what your brother wants to do?" "Just do what your brother tells you to do and study. That's how you can help him. Besides, you don't know how to do any work." Kasha's words left Lena speechless and fumbling. Kasha was right. Other than scavenging through trash, Lena didn't know how to do anything. Even if she earned a little money, it wouldn't change much. The private education she was receiving was expensive. The money she earned wouldn't even cover a fraction of it, and her brother would still have to continue his dangerous work. And she didn't know what her brother wanted to do. "However, I want to buy a house." After a long pause, Lena finally spoke her mind. "My dream is to live in a nice house with my brother, but he said it would cost a lot of money to buy a house. I want to help with that." Kasha twisted a lock of her hair, observing Lena, and then spoke pointedly. "So it's more about what you want rather than helping your brother." Kasha's words hit the mark. Lena just hated staying idle. This was certainly different from simply wanting to help her brother. "But if I buy a house, my brother would surely be happy." I'm not trying to blame you." Kasha waved her hand dismissively. She uncrossed her legs and leaned towards Lena. "I've also tried helping someone just because I wanted to. Without thinking new chapter, it didn't end well." Lena remained silent, and Kasha pondered for a while before speaking again. "All right. I'll introduce you to something you can do if you want to make a lot of money." Kasha rummaged through her wardrobe and found a hooded cloak for Lena. It was a thick, dull garment, a bit too big for Lena, with the hem dragging on the floor. Kasha and Lena went outside. By then the sun had set, and the leather district was bustling with small business owners closing up shop. After leaving the bustling street, Kasha crossed a main road to find a dark alley on the other side. The southern gate was visible to the right, and the palace could be seen in the distance to the left, both brightly lit. Kasha led Lena into the sixth dark alley they came across, where a few thugs loitered. Lanterns with a reddish glow were hung sporadically along the alley. Lena, frightened by the red-tinged alley, flinched but continued following her sister. The air was filled with a sour odor she couldn't identify. Under each lantern, men smoked or drunkards chatted merrily, all eyeing Kasha as she passed. Whistle. Some men whistled at Kasha as she walked by, but she ignored them. Following the alley that felt narrow despite its width due to the alternating darkness and red light, a long shadow suddenly loomed over Lena. "Who's this?" A man standing in front of a large door with his hands behind his back blocked their path. Despite his rough appearance, his clothes were neat. "Can't you see? She's with me. Now open the door." "How am I supposed to tell with her all covered up like that?" "Go on in." The large door opened smoothly and silently, and the sound of people chattering echoed from within. Kasha entered without hesitation. As Lena stepped over the threshold, the damp air clung to her. She swallowed hard and stepped into the dark, red passageway. At the end was a wide hall that welcomed the naive visitor. Some areas were bright while others were very dark. The smells of meat, smoke, strong alcohol, and something else tantalizingly mixed together. The hall was filled with tables, each with a door behind it. A half-naked woman played an instrument on a small, protruding stage in the center, while neatly dressed boys busily served drinks. Each table had a feast: fresh fruits, roasted meat, and bottles of fine-looking alcohol. But none of these seemed to hold the attention of those seated. Everyone was deeply engrossed in conversations with those next to them. Men's laughter burst out every time the women beside them whispered flirtatiously. Lena, standing frozen like a statue, watched someone pass by in front of her. Startled, she saw a scantily clad woman walk past. The few parts of her that were covered turned transparent in the light. As she sat at a table, rough hands reached for her. Kasia, seeing Lena frozen in place, grabbed her shoulder and turned her around. This way. Without glancing at the hall, Kasia led Lena up a staircase. Thugs who seemed to guard the staircase stepped aside, recognizing Kasia. Lena, hunched, followed her sister, feeling the thugs' eyes on her. Kasia knocked on a door at the top of the stairs and then entered without waiting for an answer. "Come in. Oh, Miss Kasia, you're early today. I told you not to call me Miss Kasia. All right, Kasia. It's just a habit that's hard to break." In a room decorated with dark red carpets and peculiar statues, an older man with graying hair welcomed them. He stood up quickly, pulling out a chair for Kasia. He also set up a chair for Lena, ensuring they were seated before returning to his own chair. His polite demeanor calmed Lena's nerves a bit. "And who is this? She's with me. Can she work here?" Kasia pulled down Lena's hood, revealing her pretty face. The face Leo had worked so hard to hide was now exposed to a stranger's gaze. The older man's eyes widened. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his cheek with his finger. "I don't know where you found her, but no, why not? She's too good for this place." "Then what? We should see the master." He couldn't take his eyes off Lena. A tremendous product suddenly arrived. In all his years of experience, there had never been anything like it. "You can't even make a decision like that. Is this a place where the manager asks every little thing?" As Kasia leaned forward provocatively, the manager's hand slowed as it tapped his cheekbone. However, he did not open his mouth hastily. He couldn't make a decision even when the filtered song drifting up from below ended. As his hesitation dragged on, Kasia waved her hand dismissively. "If it's not necessary, that's fine. There are plenty of other places to go." "Wait a moment, Kasia. I just want to offer this young lady better terms." Kasia cut him off firmly. "She won't be signing any contracts." "Then what? Just pick appropriate, decent customers for her to work with. She doesn't need to be tied down here for years like me." "Young lady, what do you want to do?" His dark gray eyes turned to Lena. Lena, who had been quietly listening, avoided his gaze and lowered her head. "What I can do." Kasia's sister hadn't explained exactly what kind of work this was. She only knew it involved using her body and looks like the women outside. Lena clenched her fists tightly at her sides. Her brother was out swinging a sword in dangerous work. She had to do whatever she could. Lena's lips trembled as she answered. "I will do as my sister says." "You didn't hear anything from Kasia." "Kasia, then what do you want me to do?" "Stop with the miss already." "All right, Kasia, then what do you want me to do?" Kasia, looking at the bowed Lena, organized her thoughts. "One customer a day, someone who hasn't caused trouble and is polite if possible. Don't make her do anything troublesome." "The price, you decide. For a girl starting out, having only one customer a day is actually more difficult. Let's make it 3. The man drew a firm line. Are there really 3 men a day who would be with a girl like this? At Kasia's question, the manager smiled gently but cruelly. "Kasia, you still don't understand this world." He laughed as he saw Kasia's frown. He had known Kasia for a long time, since the day she first set foot here. She might think she was worn out, but to him, Kasia still looked like a young girl. "For a girl like this, I could gather 100 men in a day. Don't worry. I'll select good customers as you asked, no trouble, and for a high price." Then he smacked his lips as if feeling a bit regretful. "If you let the owner know and sign a contract, you could attract even bigger clients, but it can't be helped." The manager turned to Lena and smiled gently. Kasia had brought this girl here. She was beautiful enough to be turned into anything, given the right effort. He considered ignoring Kasia's request. This could shake Orville if used right. If it weren't for Kasia, whoever brought such a girl here would have stayed for life. But a small bit of pity for Kasia turned him around. He decided to grant Kasia's wish. She didn't want this girl to end up like her. All right, he would help her earn decently and leave cleanly. "Will you start working from today?" "Yes, do you have any experience?" "Pardon." Kasia stepped in when Lena couldn't answer. "She has none in anything." "Understood." "Kasia, take her to a private dressing room." The manager stood up and pulled out chairs for Kasia and Lena. Kasia, waiting as if she were used to it, stood up and asked, "All right, what about the customers? I'll find them. I should be able to get them within a few hours. Wait in the dressing room. I'll clear the room for today so you can use it continuously." "Oh, what's your name, miss?" "Lena, nice to meet you, Miss Lena. I am Breton Zauer. It's an honor to work with you." Lena carefully took the manager's outstretched hand. "From now on, please always stop here first when you arrive. and before you leave, please stop by again. I'll settle accounts then. Yes, he elegantly kissed the back of her hand. Even though it was a formal exchange, Lena quickly withdrew her hand. His hand was as cold as ice. Lena was led by Kasia into a room surrounded by mirrors. The light from the chandelier was blinding. A sweet scent filled the air. Lena entrusted herself to the women who followed her. She was dressed in a splendid gown. The white dress, tinged with pale red, was adorned with many jewels, swaying delicately. Standing before the mirror, Lena became even more beautiful under the women's touch. Oh my, such a beautiful lady. Truly lovely, so beautiful. The women who dressed Lena expressed not admiration, but lament. Kasia quietly guarded the dressing room, comforting Lena every time she came out. That day, Lena had 4 clients. Lena walked back with Kasia through the early morning streets. The dawn streets were filthy from the night's mess. Lena walked unsteadily, her expression lifeless, her face resembling Kasia's a little. In her hand were gold coins. Most of Lena's earnings were taken by the establishment, leaving her with only a fraction. In the leather market, craftsmen were opening their shops, and the 2 women passed by the busy scene, each occupied with their own thoughts. The shoe shop they arrived at was as quiet as ever. They sat side by side at the table. Wait a moment, the water cart will be here soon. Yes, Lena stared blankly outside. The shop front was blocked by a wall hiding everything, which oddly brought her comfort. Creak. When the water cart passed, Kasia went out, paid for the water, and brought it in. Lena handed Kasia the water container. You wash first. I didn't work today. Yes, she locked the door as her brother had instructed. As Kasia leaned back at the table, crying sounds came from inside. Lena took longer to wash that day than usual, just like Kasia. The war between the 2 families had ended. The 2 equally strong families could not see a conclusive end and only accumulated severe damage on both sides. They reached an agreement. The Burza family agreed to completely withdraw from the slave trade, and the Kerala family agreed not to involve themselves in the arms trade. It was a mutual acknowledgement of each other's strength. Meanwhile, Leo had risen to a respected position as an assault captain within the Kerala family. Leo's swordsmanship was rare in the world of thugs. There were hardly any thugs who could face him one-on-one, but in reality, someone with his skills typically didn't engage in such lowly activities. With his talent, he could have made more money as a mercenary, so there was no need to cling to the underworld. Leo didn't mind. He was more than satisfied with his current situation. His pockets were jingling with dozens of silver coins. It was the money he had saved over time. Leo hurried his steps, pondering what to buy for his sister. With his new position as an assault captain, his salary had increased and his work hours had changed. He no longer needed to stay at the thug quarters. And now I can ask the family to protect my sister. He planned to bring Lena into the family. The family never betrayed their own, so there was no need to hide Lena in the shoe shop any longer. With the intense fight over, he could start looking for a suitable match for Lena. He also needed to consider routes that might connect her to Prince for future plans. During meetings with the leaders, he had gained valuable information. The Lano family also operated as informants. This was why they always maintained a neutral stance. I should have joined the Rano family from the beginning. If he had, he would have known much more than he did now. Leo cheerfully headed towards the leather market. Lena, big brother's here. He greeted Kasia warmly as well. Despite the strange atmosphere before, it now felt good. It was probably because his achievements had raised his spirits. She's a strange woman, but she's a good one. He thought that after marrying off Lena and reaching the ending, he might end up meeting Kasia post-ending. Big brother, come in. Entering the room, Leo saw Lena hiding something behind her back. It was delightful to see Lena after nearly a month. She had become even more beautiful. There was a subtle allure about her, and her voice carried a hint of melancholy. Lena looked at her brother with eyes full of anticipation. Big brother will be pleased, right? Lena had been waiting eagerly to surprise him. Big brother, look at this. Leo received the small box Lena handed him. The box was heavier than it looked. Lena smiled joyfully as she saw her brother open the lid and become astonished. The box was filled with gold coins. Leo stared blankly at the gold coins. His mind went blank. Where did all this come from? It's the money I earned. With this, we can buy a very nice house. Leo looked at Lena in shock. As the box slipped from his hands, gold coins scattered across the floor, and simultaneously an achievement popped up. Achievement, pimp income from the prostitutes increases. You, don't tell me, why, what have you done? When Leo shouted, Lena stammered in confusion. I had just earned money. What on earth did you do? Kasia, bang. Leo stormed out, almost breaking the door. Big brother, what's wrong? Kasia. Leo gritted his teeth as he saw Kasia turning leisurely from the table. What did you make Lena do? Answer me quickly. Big brother, what's wrong? Seeing Leo angry for the first time, Lena stood at the doorway, unable to move, her face stricken with tears. What did I make her do? I just showed her how to earn money. And what is that? Lena was bewildered by her brother's anger. Was what she did so wrong that it made his fists tremble? What do you think? Selling her body. What's wrong with that? How can you say that? Damn it, making my sister do something so dirty. Shame washed over Lena. Kasha had comforted and taught her a lot during that time. This is not wrong. It's just a simple job of satisfying men. She was merely helping those who needed it in exchange for compensation. Yet, every time she worked, someone inside her screamed that it was wrong. Lena tried to ignore those screams and believe in Kasha's words. This was the only thing she could do. It was absolutely not wrong, but was it really wrong? As Lena's hand turned pale and trembled, Leo grabbed Kasha by the collar and lifted her from the table. In his hand was a dagger. "Big brother, what are you doing? Kasha didn't do anything wrong. Get out of the way." Lena ran to stop him, but she was pushed away by Leo's arm and fell to the floor. Tears welled up instantly. The scattered gold coins had rolled over to this point, and one even got stepped on by Leo's foot. "This is the money I earned." Something surged up in her chest. "You filthy woman. How could you make Lena do such a thing? I asked you to hide her, not sell her to a brothel." Leo shook Kasha by the neck. Her slender body flailed as he did. Gah. Kasha tried to break free from his grasp, but her sharp nails only managed to draw a few drops of blood without budging his rough grip. "She didn't sell me," Lena screamed in a high-pitched voice. I went there myself. I did it." With Kasha still lifted, Leo's bloodshot eyes turned back to Lena. His face, twisted like a demon, revealed the tears he was holding back. "Why are you crying, brother? Why are you crying?" Lena screamed in frustration. "What's wrong with it? What's dirty about it? What do you know? Damn it, this is so messed up." Lena spat out the same words she heard from other girls at the brothel. Her brother's face showed even more shock. He looked as if he couldn't believe it, as if something terrible had happened to her. "Why are you looking at me like that? I did nothing wrong. I'm not dirty. I'm not." Her defiance turned into anger. "I hate you." Lena stormed out of the shop. Leo, unable to regain his composure, threw Kasha aside and ran after Lena. Lena. His sister was already far ahead, running with her pretty face exposed, crying. "Lena, don't go. It's my fault. Come back." Leo tried to chase her, but a large man blocked his way. "What the hell are you doing? Is this your living room? Why are you shouting? Put the knife away or you'll die." Lena's retreating figure was obscured by the massive body of Ober. "Move, before I kill you. What, are you out of your mind? Get out of my way." Leo brandished his dagger, but Ober dodged easily and growled. "This bastard." Ober blew a small whistle, summoning thugs from the Lano family from all directions. "Drop the knife before I kill you." If it weren't for Kasha, I wouldn't even be warning you. Surrounded by 4 thugs, Leo, with his eyes ablaze, ignored Ober's warning and lashed out with his knife. If he had his 2-handed sword, he could have killed them all, but with only a short dagger, he couldn't handle multiple opponents. Damn, fine. Eventually, Leo dropped his dagger. If he died here, he wouldn't be able to find Lena. Ober grabbed him and dragged him back to the shoe shop. "Kasha, what's going on?" Kasha rubbed her bruised neck and hid it with her hand as she answered Ober. "It seems he got mad because I introduced his sister to a job." "Really? Was that girl who ran off his sister? You were hiding her here." "Sorry, uncle. They seemed desperate. Let us handle this ourselves, please." "HMPH, hey, if you cause trouble like this again, I'll kill you for real. There won't be any Kerala family to protect you." Ober, understanding the situation, let go of Leo and left with his thugs. Kasha looked at the fuming Leo. "Why are you so angry? Damn it. How can I not be angry? Where did Lena go?" It was too late to catch up to her, so he needed to know where she went. She probably went back to where she worked. Her nonchalant tone made him even angrier. "Why did you introduce such work to Lena? She wanted to help you, damn it, and you made her do that kind of work, so what if she sold her body?" Kasha's vague eyes sharpened with rage and sorrow. "I started this to save my sick father. I was Lena's age then. It was all I could do to keep him alive. If I didn't, he would have died." Kasha's anger flared up as if she was ready to explode. Leo was momentarily stunned by her outburst. "I did my best. But in the end, my father couldn't beat the illness and killed himself. Ha, I should have let him die earlier. That way, his suffering would have been shorter." "I don't care about your circumstances. What about Lena? Did she need money that badly?" Kasha snorted. "You lied to her about the job. Lena probably thought you were going to die from a stab wound." Leo's patience snapped. "Damn it, shut up, just tell me where Lena went." "The 6th alley across from the South Gate Boulevard, though it's probably too late." "Too late for what? She's probably signing a contract now." "What kind of contract? What do you think? One to meet nobles for a few years." "Lena is beautiful, you wretched woman." Leo, unable to contain his rage, reached for his dagger but found it was gone. He grabbed Kasha with his bare hands, threw her onto the bed and started choking her. Kasha flailed her thin limbs, struggling against his grip. Just then, the surroundings began to blur. Lena's final profession has been determined. Lena de Uriel. Final profession, high-class courtesan. Marriage partner, single. Leo de Uriel. Final profession, brothel manager, thug. Marriage partner, single. Beggar siblings, ending, red light district. Born in Lutina Royal Palace, Lena had an unfortunate childhood. She was hidden in the vast fields by the hands of people, and when she opened her eyes, the fields. Excerpt, Lena started working at the brothel with Kasha's help. After a big fight with Leo, she signed a contract with the brothel and met many nobles, but never became anyone's concubine. Instead, she grew into a shadowy figure manipulating nobles during the war. However, Lena, who delved too deep into politics, was killed by knights sent by Count Hermann Forte, who returned from stopping the war. Born in Lutina Royal Palace, Leo had an unfortunate childhood, led by people he and Lena. Excerpt Leo, who rose to the position of the Kerala family's assault captain, soon quit his job. He joined the brothel where his sister worked, protecting her and managing the brothel, but died fighting the knights who came to kill Lena. A picture of Lena lying seductively on the bed appeared. Her bare legs drew an elegant curve, and she reached out with enchanting eyes, inviting anyone outside the picture. Leo was too shocked to continue thinking. My sister has turned into this. It felt like dozens of serpents were coiling around her. At the same time, she seemed innocently enticing men to the bed. It's my fault. I turned my sister into a monster. Lena's innate talent had blossomed into this. A beautifully twisted flower, devouring all who approached. Leo's mind screamed in agony and blurred as Mincio came to the forefront. Mincio's chest tightened at the sight of Lena. Fortunately, Lena's picture soon disappeared. He tried to forget the picture. There was too much information to process immediately. The last time Lena died of illness, he couldn't read due to grief. He had to read it now. Mincio composed himself and read the disappearing text. First, Lena and Leo's surname Uriel. It was the surname of the Conrad royal family. The "do" in their names indicated they were legitimate heirs with a claim to the throne. Both were born in Lutina Royal Palace, which was the capital of the Conrad kingdom. Maybe they were exiled due to a succession issue. It seemed likely. Someone must have helped the prince and princess escape, leaving young Lena and Leo to survive as beggars. The text scrolled up, and Mincio hurried to read about Lena and Leo's story. Count Hermann Forte killed Lena. That swordmaster seemed to have repelled the invasion of the Estin kingdom. The difficulty of the fiancé scenario increased. A losing war with a higher chance of death, but the debt for killing Lena would be repaid. Mincio stubbornly read the rising text. After extracting all the information, the emotions he had suppressed resurfaced. Kasha, damn woman, she ruined everything. Lena's peaceful life and Mincio's plan to slowly gather information on the prince. Before Mincio could vent his anger, words appeared in the air. You did not clear raising Lena. Leo's accomplishments are less than Lena's. Lena briefly dominated the political scene of Belida Kingdom. As a result, some of Lena's seduction skills are inherited by Leo. Restarting. A man in his mid-30s lay in a dilapidated state. Though just entering middle age, he was prepared for death. Dad, I'm here. I brought some medicine, so take it quickly. A girl with a bright smile burst into the shop. My daughter, my only daughter, the most beautiful in the world. The one my beloved wife asked me to take care of until the very end. Dad, here's some water. He couldn't easily take the water she offered. It was already difficult to go to the bathroom, so they had brought in a chamber pot, but he wasn't so weak that he couldn't lift a cup of water. It was just that guilt weighed heavily on his hands. Drink it quickly. You need to get better. His daughter pressed the medicine and the cup of water into his hands. He had been bedridden for over 6 months, yet this kind daughter hadn't abandoned her sick father. How did she get this medicine? Should he keep swallowing the medicine his daughter worked so hard to get for his dying body? In the end, he couldn't resist her urging and forced down the medicine again today. His daughter emptied the chamber pot filled with excrement and carefully cleaned his body with a wet cloth. It was no longer an embarrassing daily routine. After cleaning him, his daughter would watch over the shop in front of their room. It was a shoe shop, but no customers came. No one would buy shoes made by a sick cobbler. He knew she pretended to mind the shop while taking brief naps on a small cot she had placed there. His daughter went out every night. She still tried not to wake him, but he had known for a long time. Though he reproached his wretched, collapsed body out of guilt, nothing changed. Was she working at a tavern? But would any tavern operate so late at night? Orville was a big place, so there might be one somewhere. A cobbler who spent his life making shoes without any friends wouldn't know such places. He wanted to believe that. He thought of his wife. She was beaten to death by thugs in the back alleys for trying to keep her money. Maybe they struck her in a vital spot because she died on the scene, and they said her last words were to take care of their daughter. To strangers, even until her last breath, I should die. He tried to care for his daughter who lost her mother, but it wasn't long before he fell ill and was bedridden. His daughter hadn't shed a tear since he was bedridden. The child who cried several times after her mother left now hid her tears in front of him. She even hid what she was doing from him. Dad, eat your meal and then sleep. It was dinner time again. Even with nothing to do, his pathetic body demanded 2 meals a day. He wasn't worth even one. His daughter made porridge and placed it in front of him. He didn't want to eat it, but if he didn't, his daughter would worry. With trembling hands, he ate the porridge. There's a lot of trouble in the Conrad kingdom down south these days. His daughter shared stories she heard to keep him from getting bored. Eric de Uriel, I think. Anyway, some prince tried to eliminate his half-siblings by mobilizing soldiers. He nodded quietly, trying to change his place in the line of succession. Nobles really have no heart, huh? Even if they are siblings. His daughter shook her head in disbelief. He wanted to say something to his daughter before he died. In the end, whether he succeeded or not, there's no news of those siblings who were driven out, but he was acknowledged as the successor. To go to such lengths for the throne. In the end, he didn't say anything. If he spoke, he might unintentionally blame, interrogate, get angry, or make her cry. Night fell. Pretending to be asleep, his daughter snuck out. He painfully got up and crawled onto a small stool, a low ceiling, a place where he had spent his life making shoes and sleeping. A place where he lived with his beloved wife and raised his beautiful daughter, and the place where he would finally hang his neck. He had fallen off the stool several times while trying to set up the noose, but eventually he managed. For the last time, he lay down on the bed and caught his breath. He had woken up at dawn yesterday. He heard his beloved daughter just coming in. She checked to make sure he was asleep and washed herself in the shop. Through the narrow door gap, he saw his beloved daughter repeatedly cleaning her groin. The knot hanging from the ceiling beckoned. I should die. An immobilized father had driven his daughter into the abyss. He shamelessly swallowed the medicine she painstakingly obtained. Nothing he said to her would matter. Advice from a bedridden man who ate, took medicine, and sold himself was light. Would she have wanted to do such work? If he died, she would stop. She would find her own life. She was a smart child. Smarter than someone like him. Would dying like this be cowardly? If he could write, he would have left a letter. He quietly hung himself. Kasha, I'm sorry, be happy, you must. Live well. 25-2. Childhood Friends Priest Event. Kasha, you wretched woman, Leo fumed inwardly. Even though another scenario had started, his anger hadn't subsided. But he had to postpone his outburst because Lena was chattering beside him. Right, let's focus on this Lena for now. Brother Leslie told me that. The third childhood friend scenario had begun. In the first one, he had married this Lena. Back then, he didn't know it would repeat, thinking that one time was everything and pursuing his happiness. In the second, he aimed to make Lena a princess, but was kidnapped by thugs on the way to Nevis Monastery. What should I do this time? No clear solution came to mind. His swordsmanship skills hadn't improved significantly since Lena was kidnapped. He had internalized what he gained from his abilities, but he still needed to retrain to match this Leo's body. For now, he could handle 2 or so thugs if he had a two-handed sword. He had acquired cooperative fighting in the previous fiancé scenario, but it was useless without a partner to fight with. And this time the reward was seduction skills. His anger towards Kasha flared up again. He would never put such a thing to use. It's frustrating. There was too little information. Rules of the underworld provided general knowledge, but didn't specify what to do. From the previous childhood friend scenario, he only learned that the 2 princes of the Oran Kingdom were scum. What should he do to make Lena a princess in this cramped village? Should I take Lena and leave again? He had enough travel funds. Starting funds were always in his pocket, and he could show his hunting skills to his father and get a considerable amount of money for a new journey to gather information. Just like last time, Lena, as usual, chatted cheerfully beside him. Saint Azra was an ordinary farmer, but one day he left the land he had been cultivating all his life and went to the capital of the Archaea Empire. He had heard this story several times already. There were few new stories to hear in a remote village, so most of what Lena talked about were things she heard from the church, mixed with her own thoughts. Her stories always contained a common longing for the central church and its clergy. Suddenly, he felt sorry for Lena. Twice, he had prevented her from going to the central church she longed for so much. Once because he wanted to live happily with Lena, and once to make her a princess and escape. Should I send Lena to the central church, then she would become a priest. Her dream would come true. But if I did that, I wouldn't be able to escape and would have to repeat the same worries. I can't live repeating this endlessly. Thousands of lives making Lena a priest. No matter how happy, it was no different from hell. Lena would surely find it horrifying. Anyway, I had to make her a princess. This time, let's just send her off to become a priest while I travel alone and gather information. Leo made a realistic compromise. After all, he didn't know how to make Lena a princess, and it seemed almost impossible at the moment. If he had to gather information anyway, it seemed better to wander alone without Lena. Then Lena would be happy, and I could promise myself for later. Moreover, the central church was in the capital Lutetia of the Holy Kingdom, so there might be an event where Lena meets the prince while studying at the church. Whether she would choose the prince wanting to become a priest was questionable, but it was a possibility. Leo made up his mind and repeated to himself, send Lena off and travel. Send Lena off and travel. Send Lena off and, while Mincio's mind was still somewhat clear, he engraved the broad outline of this scenario. Lena scolded him for mumbling to himself. The weekend came, Leo. Oh, wait a moment, I'm almost done eating. For the first time, Lena didn't go to the church. Early that morning, having weeded and let go of her dream of becoming a priest a little, she naturally came to Leo's house. Today, I should go pick wild mushrooms, and I have something to tell Leo. Lena loitered in front of the door, thinking of Leo. Lately, Leo's gaze had changed. It was hard to pinpoint exactly, but it felt like he was looking at her with a sense of longing. Did he notice what I gave up? If it were Leo, he might, because he's a friend. If he had already sensed it, it might be easier to tell him that she would stop studying to become a priest. What would Leo say? Would he encourage her not to give up, or would he be pleased? After confessing to becoming a priest as a child, there had been some distance between them. Around that time, they seemed to have stopped holding hands as they always did. It was probably because priests couldn't marry. Back then, I was so immersed in my dream that I couldn't see Leo's feelings. Young Leo must have been very heartbroken. Lena, what's up so early in the morning? Leo came out, grinning broadly. He looked like he knew something she didn't. Your expression is suspicious. Are you trying to prank me? Leo's left ear twitched, a habit only Lena knew he had when he was flustered. If you do anything weird, you won't get away with it, Lena threatened. When she did this, kind Leo didn't play pranks. Today is a serious day. Leo, you fool, no, I was just happy to see you. Really? Anyway, if you prank me today, you're dead. She shook her fist threateningly. Leo's slightly deflated look was cute. Got it. So what's up? What are you doing today? I'm free today. Do you want to go somewhere together? Yeah, let's go pick wild mushrooms. Sure, wait a minute. Leo went inside and quickly came back out. It was as if he had been ready. You're really fast at getting ready. Leo's left ear twitched again, making Lena squint her eyes. You're hiding something, aren't you? What? No, not true. You're definitely hiding something. Give me the bag. Leo had a hard time clearing her suspicion. Darn, I should have just done nothing. She's too quick-witted. Each Lena he met in different scenarios had completely different personalities. The Lena who was a childhood friend was smart and witty. The fiancée Lena wasn't very smart, but was a strong warrior and very stubborn. The Lena who was a beggar sibling was young and uneducated, making it hard to evaluate, but she had outstanding talent and was somewhat lazy compared to the other Lenas. The other Lenas were so diligent that she was compared more, but the little sister Lena clearly slept longer. Whether it was because she was young or because she was pretty and slept a lot, I should be careful from now on. The childhood friend Lena seemed smarter than Leo and even Mincio, who was in his late 20s. She only lacked education and information, but had good deductive skills. It was the same when they went to Nevis last time. Even without any information, she vaguely sensed that life in Nevis would not be easy. Eventually, Lena and Leo arrived at the foot of the mountain, and the subsequent progress was almost the same as before. The only difference was in the conversations Lena had while picking wild mushrooms. They picked wild mushrooms and then settled down, open wide. Wow. Choo-choo, choo-choo. Now, Lena was going to say she would give up studying to become a priest. Leo waited. I think I'm going to give up studying to become a priest. I can't even get to the central church, and I need tuition fees. Even though they provide food, lodging, and clothing, I would still need some living expenses. Lena stretched her legs and adjusted her sitting position, pretending to stretch. Cute. She was doing this because she was embarrassed to open up. It's impossible to dislike Lena. At the same time, Leo's body tensed. I don't want to leave my mom and dad behind. I also want to keep wandering in the woods with you. Do you want me to go study to become a priest, or do you want me to stay? Even though he knew the future, his throat went dry. Leo liked Lena. He couldn't help but be thrilled by her confession. He was glad he had prepared his words in advance. Not going and staying with me is good too, but I don't want you to give up. Leo's face burned, and like last time, he bowed his head deeply and scratched at the innocent wild mushrooms. Really, why? When Lena mischievously asked, his jaw stiffened and he forgot where to put his arms. Why? Why are you asking that? Why are you asking such things? Sweet emotions swirled inside him. Get a grip, I have to part with Lena. But when Lena's hand touched his confused one, the reason he had tried to grasp flew away without a trace. He couldn't let go of her hand. As the heat subsided, Leo became more conflicted. When this summer ended, the priest heading for the central church would arrive. During that time, Leo didn't go hunting and spent as much time as possible with Lena. Sometimes, Lena would suddenly grab his hand. Each time, Leo's heart skipped a beat, and their long friendship was on the verge of blossoming into a romantic relationship. One day after gathering food with Lena in the field, they returned to find a priest and brother Leslie waiting at the village entrance. A female priest and an old man were with them. Leo shuddered. The time had come. Lena, you're here, this is it. It's divine providence. Brother Leslie exclaimed brightly and ran to Lena. Leo closed his eyes. I have something to do. Send Lena off and travel. The female priest smiled kindly at Lena and asked if she would like to come along. Is this a dream? When Lena looked at Leo with a dumbfounded expression, silence fell. The previous Lena had given up her dream and refused this event for Leo. If he stayed silent, the same result would follow. Leo swallowed his regret and opened his mouth to send Lena off. But the words that came out were different from what he had planned. Can I come too? After all, wasn't he going to gather information in the Holy Kingdom? If he followed, it would be better. He could reach Lutetia with Lena and study together there. The central church didn't just raise priests. They also trained holy warriors who would become the sword and shield of the church, and Leo had swordsmanship skills. God, if he could be with Lena, he would believe. He would believe deeply and praise the grace that allowed him to meet Lena. I lack theological knowledge, but I will work hard, and I have learned some weaponry from my father. I want to become a holy warrior. I also have some savings. Is it possible? Leo pleaded earnestly. Leo's family revered hunting as sacred, and Leo had always wanted to become a great hunter like his father. Lena felt touched by Leo's sacrifice for her and held his hand, caressing it. The middle-aged female priest, Ophelia, looked at the two youths before her. She could tell what their relationship was. This reminds me of the past. On the day she left to become a priest, Ophelia had also parted with a friend with whom she shared subtle feelings. During her years of theological study, she missed him a lot and increasingly devoted those feelings to God. Now, after many years, it was a cherished memory. Ophelia became lenient. It wasn't difficult to give one more person a ride, and with such earnestness he could grow into an excellent holy warrior. It should be. No, it cannot be. The old man beside her spoke sternly. All eyes turned to him. Everyone was shocked and stared at the old man. Ophelia, surprised, asked him, "Sir Corin, why not?" The old man, referred to as Sir Corin, was a holy knight. It was the duty of holy knights to protect priests when they traveled. Sir Corin, now retired from active duty due to his age, sometimes escorted priests and usually devoted his remaining energy to teaching children. He was not one to turn away an eager young man aspiring to become a holy knight, but he pointed to Leo's arm and spoke. "This young man worships a false god. During my 30 years of service in the South, I have seen that tattoo before." Everyone's gaze turned to Leo's arm, a tattoo of multiple crossed trumpets. Leo thought it was simply a family mark, as his father had the same tattoo. Sir Corin continued his blunt explanation. "I don't know how someone who worships a false god is in a village with a church, but it is against our doctrine to raise such a person as a holy knight. The barbarians had their own gods." During the subjugation of foreign tribes by the Achaemenid Empire, the Crusader Church protected the barbarians, and most of the tribes who received grace converted. However, some barbarians never abandoned their faith. In the early days, the Crusader Church was tolerant of them, but over the years, it began to expel those who refused to convert. Sir Corin had fought against a tribe with such tattoos. Apparently, some of those barbarians survived. Considering the circumstances, Sir Corin had violated the church's orders back then. Recalling the past, the old man's face hardened. Lena also looked at Leo's tattoo with newfound curiosity and suddenly remembered an old story her father had told. Leo's father was not originally from Demos village. He had appeared in the nearby mountains at some point, hunting, and met, and fell in love with a woman from Demos village. When the two married, there was much talk in the village, as the priest at that time vehemently opposed it. But in the end, the village accepted Leo's father. Lena remembered her father saying, "Will my daughter become the second link between Leo's family and Demos village?" Laughing, but it was a long time ago. After Lena expressed her desire to become a priest and Leo's mother passed away, her father never brought it up again. Meanwhile, Leo couldn't refute the holy knight's words. His father clearly worshipped a different god. As silence stretched him, "It can't be helped. I understand your feelings, but I'm sorry. We can't violate the church's doctrine." Priest Ophelia firmly concluded, "Then I won't go either." Lena's declaration made Brother Leslie jump. Lena, such a miraculous opportunity. Young people. Ophelia's mind grew more complex. "We plan to leave tomorrow morning. I wish we could give you a few days to sort out your feelings, but our situation is not that flexible." She spoke gently, not wanting to hurt Lena. "I hope to see you tomorrow." With those words, Ophelia led the group away. She knew from experience that it was less hurtful to leave such matters to those involved rather than adults stepping in. The village priest also went inside to soothe Brother Leslie. Only Lena and Leo remained at the village entrance. "Leo, I'm not going, don't cry." When Leo shed tears, Lena's eyes also reddened and they cried together. After a while, wiping his tears, Leo spoke. "Lena, you have to go, it's your dream, but I want to stay with you. Are you going to give up your dream because of me? You were about to give up too." "Still, you can't. I want to be with you. I want to marry you, have kids with you, and be with you forever." "You can't." Lena's confession and Leo's refusal continued. After a while, they locked eyes and burst into laughter. "Leo, that's something a girl should say. And you. And it's too early to talk about having kids." They held hands. A happy yet slightly sad atmosphere lingered. "My dad's not home." Yeah, hand in hand, Lena and Leo walked through the dark village. It had been a long time since they walked through the village holding hands like this. They arrived at Leo's house. Lena shyly stepped into Leo's room. It had been a while since she was there. The bed in Leo's room caught her eye in a way it hadn't before. Both their faces turned red. Lena sat shyly on the bed, and Leo, unsure of what to do, loitered at the door before gathering the courage to pro a chapter. Lena took his approaching hand. Leo placed his hand on Lena's shoulder and stroked her neck. When they kissed, they fell onto the bed together without hesitation. Leo's hand on her chest felt warm. Lena's chest under his hand felt cool. Feeling this, they embraced each other tightly. The candle illuminating them melted away warmly. The next day, Leo made breakfast. Lena watched Leo as they ate together. She smiled quietly, but thinking this might be the last time made her heart sink. Lena hid those feelings. She had whined enough. After their intimate moment, lying side by side, Lena had cried several times and Leo had comforted her until the end. Each time she clung to him again and the sadness in her heart gradually subsided. An inexplicable sense of peace calmed her. It's time to go. Dawn was breaking. Before leaving the house, Lena gave him one last hug. Leo patted her back gently. Lena was leaving. Sadness washed over him, but he patted her back and calmed himself down. This was something he knew would happen. He had planned to send her off again. Lena becoming a priest and him finding a way to make her a princess was the best course of action for now. They walked to the church together. You've come. Have you made your decision? Priest Ophelia was waiting in front of the carriage for the two youths. The old holy knight silently occupied the coachman's seat, and the horse whinnied and stamped its feet. All the villagers had gathered around. Yesterday afternoon, Brother Leslie had been singing songs of blessing excitedly. Everyone knew about Lena's dream. The villagers had come out to bless the start of the diligent and pretty Lena's dream. Standing before Ophelia, Lena looked back at Leo once and then firmly spoke. Yes, I'll go. Ophelia read Lena's eyes. It seemed they had resolved things well. Recalling her own past, she smiled gently. Then let's depart. Wait a moment. Lena's parents came running. They embraced Lena tightly. They didn't blame her for not coming home last night. They just patted her head and encouraged her to stay strong. Oh, you don't have to give me this. Lena held a small money pouch in her hand. If she accepted it, her parents would struggle through the winter cold. She tried to return it, but they firmly pressed it back into her hands. We trust you, our daughter. Always remember that we're on your side. After saying goodbye to her parents, Brother Leslie also approached quietly and handed her a bundle of money. Lena, this is travel money that we all pooled together. Don't feel burdened and take it. Buy yourself something nice to eat at the central church. Work hard. It was ironic that they had gathered money for her when she was the first to be given such an opportunity. Seeing such a rare chance come her way, it was clear that Lena was a child blessed by God. Brother Leslie offered a silent prayer. Brother Leslie, everyone for my sake. Lena's nose stung with emotion. Then she saw Leo. He was faintly smiling, but his smile was sad. Leo. Lena ran to hug him, and the villagers tried to suppress their surprise. Those who knew about Lena and Leo's relationship all glanced at Priest Ophelia, but she was looking off into the distance, pretending not to notice. She had already figured it out when they came together. However, Ophelia believed that as long as it was before baptism, sexual relations weren't an issue. It wasn't something she could say to the old, conservative celibates of the church, but by that logic, she herself wouldn't have become a priest. Yet God had granted her glorious divine power. Ophelia, with her hands behind her back, asked Sir Corin how long the journey would take, already knowing the answer. Sir Corin gruffly replied that it would take 4 months at the shortest, 5 months at the longest. Lena and Leo's hug ended. I'll go. Be strong. Even as she climbed into the carriage, Lena couldn't take her eyes off Leo. As the horses stomped and the carriage jolted forward, the villagers' hastily packed food supplies clattered. Lena, stay strong. Under Brother Leslie's direction, the villagers sang a hymn. The hymn, filled with encouragement and affection, continued until the village was completely out of sight. Lena's eyes reddened and tears flowed freely. Priest Ophelia sat beside her, silently comforting her. After Lena left, Leo focused on hunting to save up for his travels. If he wanted to buy a two-handed sword, his initial funds wouldn't be enough. He couldn't ask his father for money now that he had no excuse to take Lena with him. How long would it take for Lena to become a priest? When he asked Brother Leslie, the old man pitied him and answered, it usually takes 4 to 5 years to complete the rites, but I think Lena might take about 3 years. She's already done a lot of theological study and is very smart. The rites at the central church determined whether one would become a priest or a monk, conducted every autumn. According to Brother Leslie, Leo had 3 years. When Lena became a priest, the ending message would probably say, Lena's final profession has been determined. It was a long time. Leo had never lived in a scenario for 3 years. The shortest was the first beggar siblings scenario, which lasted only 2 days, and the longest was the fiancé scenario, which ended when he killed Katrina and returned injured, lasting less than a year and a half. But this time he had a guaranteed 3 years. Planning to travel for a long time, it was best to earn plenty of money. Leo's father was proud of his son for diligently hunting. Leo's hunting skills had already improved remarkably. One day his father brought out snake wine and offered it to him. He wasn't of age yet, but a proper hunter had to taste the homemade liquor. Sipping the strong snake wine, Leo regretted not being able to bring beer from the lodge. After a while, his father suddenly spoke. What do you think of Barbatos? I'm sorry, I can't really like him. His father remained silent. He was asking for a reason. Because of this tattoo, I couldn't follow Lena. Leo told him about what had happened then. When he mentioned the holy knight, his father's eyes flashed. But when Leo said he had tried to become a holy knight, his father nodded silently. After hearing the whole story, his father, holding a skewer in one hand and the snake wine in the other, poked at the dying fire for a while before speaking. Tomorrow you take the jerky to sell. Leo was a little surprised and looked at his father. He had sold jerky at the market with his father a few times before. It didn't seem that difficult, but this was the first time he was entrusted to do it alone. Is this recognition? His father said nothing more. They quietly drank the snake wine, cleaned up, and went to sleep. The next day, Leo loaded up with jerky and headed down the mountain. It was incredibly heavy. He regretted greedily packing too much in his excitement to sell for the first time, but it was too late. He panted, taking breaks to set down the load and catch his breath. As he entered the forest where he and Lena used to pick berries, his chest ached. At the village entrance, the memory of holding her and crying made his eyes sting, but an unwelcome guest awaited him. "Hey, Leo. Long time no see. Oh, Hans, want some water?" Hans offered his canteen from his belt. Leo declined. "I'm leaving." "All right." What should he do about that guy? In the previous scenario, that bastard had sold them out. Lena was kidnapped and sold to the princes. Just thinking about it made his teeth grind. Why did he sell us out? Hans had a crush on Lena. Maybe he was jealous seeing us leave. No matter the reason, it didn't matter. I will definitely kill him. Swallowing his murderous intent, Leo returned home. Lying in bed, he thought of Lena. Traces of her were everywhere. "Is this all you can give me?" Leo had arrived at the large market in the town and attempted to sell jerky at the shop where his father used to go. However, the merchant offered him a paltry sum. The jerky was quite valuable. This amount should have fetched a decent price, but it was far too little. That's the market price these days. It seems a bit poorly dried as well. Without a word, Leo put the money back on the counter, shouldered the jerky again, and walked out. The merchant called out something behind him, but Leo didn't look back. Unlike the goods other young men were selling, jerky had a long shelf life. If worst came to worst, he could always eat it himself. His father had only told him to sell the jerky, not to buy anything specific with the money. It was more of an experience to try selling it. Leo didn't want to sell his first batch of goods while being treated like this. Leo returned to the cart. The cart was empty, with only a few young men and Hans lounging around. None of the other young men had returned, except for Hans. "Hey Leo, you're back." "Yeah, you came back early too. For me, it's quick work." Now there was nothing to do. It often took the other young men a long time to sell their goods. The jerky Leo sold was always in demand and easy to assess for quality, making it easy to sell. On the other hand, the other young men sometimes failed to sell everything and had to stay in the market for days, selling the remaining goods before returning. This meant spending money on lodging, being unable to buy anything on the way back, and facing potential dangers. So it was common practice to sell everything quickly, even at a low price, and return in a day. The cart would leave early the next morning. Leo had no luggage and could have returned alone, but he didn't want to abandon his comrades. He considered working out to pass the time, but Hans came over and tapped him on the shoulder. "Leo, come with me for a bit." When men heard such words, they usually followed without question. Was there magic in those words? On second thought, it seemed like a spell of sorts, as friends often didn't need to follow such requests. Leo followed Hans. "Where are we going?" "Heh heh heh. I figured you haven't been here before." Hans led him down an alley and opened an old door. Leo realized what kind of place this was when he saw the brothel sign inside. "Hey, I'm leaving." "What? Why? You're already here. I'm not interested." As Leo turned to leave, Hans taunted him from behind. "Hey, what's the big deal? Lena isn't around anymore." Anger surged up at the mention of Lena. "It's fine. It's dark, so you can't see their faces. Just pretend it's Lena while you're at it." "I've done it a few times and it's not so bad." Ow, Leo's body moved on its own. He kicked Hans and beat him mercilessly as he stumbled. The bastard had hit a nerve. It wasn't just that he insulted Lena, who had left to become a priest, but the memory of the previous scenario's Lena as his little sister also flared up. By the time he regained his senses, it was too late. Hans lay bleeding and unmoving. He had planned to kill him anyway. He intended to gather travel funds until spring and then kill Hans secretly before leaving, but he hadn't expected to do it so soon. Achievement: civilian murder. You have killed one civilian. You become slightly unlucky. What's all this commotion? Hey, the brothel's guard came out. He wasn't a gangster. There were no mafia families in a place like Torito. At most, it was a gang formed by some thugs. Damn, I have to run. Leo briefly considered killing the guard too. But dragging it out could be dangerous, so he ignored the shouting thug and ran. As he ran, he chastised himself. He had killed someone openly in the village. He had to leave quickly. If caught, it would be an immediate execution. He sprinted to the market. He bought jerky again, a water pouch and rope, securing them to his waist. He stopped by the blacksmith's to buy a hunting knife, which he tucked into his belt. He wanted to buy a backpack, clothes, and shoes, but there was no time. From a distance, he heard shouts of murder. Thankfully, it was in front of the brothel, so the news had spread slowly. The thugs must have been confused and disorganized. Leo ran in the opposite direction. Torito was surrounded by a large wooden fence with gates to the east, west, south, and north, guarded by the village's vigilantes. Occasionally, the Lord's soldiers were also visible. He slowed his pace and walked casually past the gate, trying to look nonchalant. It felt like an arrow could strike his back at any moment. Close the gates. There's been a murder. Leo was already far outside the village. He saw the gates of Torito closing. Hey, the guy who just left, come back. There was no way he wouldn't have heard, but Leo kept walking as if he hadn't. The stares from people working in the fields around him were sharp, but no one came forward. Leo left the main road and hid in the forest, and he did not return. And that's when I found her. So what happened? I sneaked up on her. She was so focused on gathering herbs that she didn't notice me. So in the forest, two men were engrossed in their lewd conversation, forgetting to keep watch. Leo, observing them from a distance, stepped back. It was a bandit hideout. There were no more than a dozen men at most, and a small mountain stronghold against a cliff was in front of him. The small entrance, surrounded by a low fence, had two bandits chatting carelessly. Leo circled around the stronghold and climbed over the fence. Rustle. Damn, the autumn forest, covered with fallen leaves, made it hard to move quietly. Did you hear that? Hear what? Something from inside. Hold on. Leo, hiding at the corner of the stronghold, heard footsteps crunching on the leaves approaching. He drew his hunting knife, just a bit closer. As soon as the bandit turned the corner, he was met with a knife. Ah, gah, blood flowed down the dagger in a rush. Another bandit ran over in surprise, but it was too late. Leo pressed the embedded dagger firmly, drawing it out leisurely, leaving air between flesh and steel. The man clutched at the pouring blood as his life flickered. Is everyone out working? How many are here? At Leo's question, the bandit hesitated. Bandits were weaker than gangsters. Unorganized and untrained, they threatened powerless villagers or robbed reckless merchants and travelers. If the family was a large corporation in the city, the bandits were small businesses hiding in remote places. Gangsters were more like self-employed individuals. The bandits were no match for him. Even without a two-handed sword, Leo was stronger in the mountains. Achievement: bandit camp capture, easier to find other bandit camps. Achievement: 10 bandits stronger when dealing with bandits. Leo hunted bandits for 2 days. Borrowing bows and swords from the first bandits he caught, he shot bandits from a distance, killed those who chased him, and tracked down those who hid. In the end, he caught 4 bandits who tried to escape together. The once quiet bandit camp area was now soaked in blood. Only then did Leo leisurely look around the camp. It took almost a month to find this camp. If he had been any later, he would have suffered through winter. The camp was ready for winter. There was plenty of firewood and ample food. Taking advantage of the bandits' diligent preparations, he settled in the camp. His plans had gone awry. He intended to hunt with his father and save money, but killing hands had caused serious problems. Returning to Demos village was impossible. A gangster had witnessed the murder, so the village must have been swarming with soldiers. He considered explaining everything to his father and leaving, but decided against it. If he got caught visiting the mountain lodge, his father would be suspected of hiding his son. Running away far was the best for everyone. He felt sorry for his father and the villagers who would suffer for a while. Thinking of Han's wife made him uneasy, but it was already done. Leo climbed the mountain to avoid pursuit. Despite the era's lack of scientific advancement, communication was incredibly fast because of the priests. His description likely spread to the Lord's castle and nearby villages as soon as the murder occurred. An outsider wandering alone was conspicuous, making the mountain a necessary choice. He couldn't visit nearby villages for a long time and had to head to a distant city. Originally, he planned to visit the kingdom of Conrad to the east. The kingdom where the beggar siblings had been exiled was a few weeks' journey east to the border. He intended to find clues for the beggar siblings' scenario in the capital there, but that plan was shattered. The Demos village estate belonged to Count Gaiden, bordering the kingdom of Conrad. Leo couldn't cross the heavily guarded border after committing murder in the Count's territory. He revised his plans completely. The path east was blocked, and there was no reason to go south to the sea, leaving only north and west. To the north was the kingdom of Belida with its capital Orville, the setting for the beggar siblings scenario. Will the beggar siblings be there now? He wondered if his sister Lena and Leo would be there, but there seemed no point in going. Even if they existed, the beggar siblings scenario had ended last fall. The remaining option was northwest to the holy kingdom of Jerome. Lena had left to become a priestess, and Leo had to go there too to find the prince. Having revised his plans, Leo spent some time hunting near the camp, gathering money from selling horns and hides, but he grew a bit greedy. If I do well, I might be able to buy a horse. Horses were expensive. So expensive that he hadn't considered buying one, but after looting a bandit camp, it seemed possible. The bandits lived hand to mouth and didn't have much money. Their most valuable possessions were their business capital, weapons, swords, shields, and some had leather armor. Selling these and making money from hunting might make it possible. Should I just find another bandit camp? Winter was a convenient season for hunting, but like animals, hunters also disliked moving in winter. Hunting in an unfamiliar mountain was not easy either, and barely managing to buy a horse wouldn't be enough. He also needed a two-handed sword and travel expenses, which was impossible with just winter hunting. He was tempted. Having a horse would allow him to travel farther. He had achievements that made him strong against bandits and easier to find their camps. Leo wondered if killing for easy money was the right thing to do. Having done it once, a second time didn't seem like a big deal. Besides, those guys are doing bad things too, right? As the days grew colder, his resolve wavered slightly. When Lena arrived in Lutetia, the city was covered in a heavy snowfall. She had traveled for 4 months in a carriage with Priestess Ophelia and Sir Corin. Despite the fatigue from the long journey, Lena was excited, sticking her head out the window. There, the cathedral she had dreamed of appeared in all its grandeur. The capital of the Holy Kingdom, Lutetia, nestled between mountains and a river, had the cathedral at its rear. Leaving Lutetia's outer wall and heading briefly towards the back mountain, one would encounter another majestic castle. With white walls and towering spires, the inside was filled with carvings and paintings in every nook and cranny. The entire small castle was a church, the headquarters of the Cross Church overseeing all churches on the continent. Everyone walking around reverently seemed like priests to Lena. Ophelia, seeing Lena's excitement, calmed her down. Lena, you'll enter the education facility with my recommendation. I hope to visit often, but I'm not sure where I'll be assigned. Ophelia had spent months with Lena and made her own assessment. Lena was smart, diligent, and an exceptionally decent young lady. Having studied theology diligently from a young age, she had a solid foundation. Originally, Ophelia intended to just drop her off at the education facility, where she would have completed her enrollment process herself. But Ophelia brought Lena directly. Ophelia's recommendation was very powerful. She was a high-ranking cleric close to the high priest. Escorted to her private room, Lena was too overwhelmed to unpack and stood at the door, pinching her cheeks. Is this a dream or reality? She sat on the bed, trying to gather her thoughts. The monk had said one could only get a private room in the last year. Ophelia had confidently requested special treatment, believing Lena would complete the initiation. The room was small. A crude bed and small desk barely fit in the cramped space, but it was incomparable to the benefits of communal living. Leo must be doing well, right? In winter, Leo would be hunting hard. Please keep Leo safe. Lena's prayers for Priestess Ophelia, the villagers, Brother Leslie, her parents, and Leo continued for a long time. Thus ended her first day at the cathedral. The long winter had ended. Leo arrived in the city he had visited with Lena last time, burdened with heavy loads. It was the place where he had bought a shabby two-handed sword. His backpack was overflowing with various weapons, axes, swords, bows. It was so heavy that his back felt like it was about to break. He had to leave the shields and leather armors at the mountain hideout because he couldn't carry them. Over the winter, he had raided 3 bandit hideouts. Should he say he plundered bandits? I went through all the trouble of moving horns and hides for nothing. Initially, he was greedy because he didn't have much to carry, but later, he could only pick the most expensive items. Leo was tense as he passed through the city gates. He wasn't worried about being pursued as a murderer. Several months had passed, so the city guards wouldn't remember his appearance, and this place was quite far from Torito village. What worried Leo was his load. If they had asked to unpack the weapons, he would have been in big trouble, but fortunately this small city didn't have as strict surveillance as the capital, so he passed through safely. He hurried his tired legs to the blacksmith where he had bought the weapon last time. The blacksmith was not averse to illegal dealings. You're going to sell all this. Do you have a permit? No. The young blacksmith looked at Leo suspiciously. Did you steal these weapons from the family and run away? If they were family weapons, they'd have the family insignia on them. Not necessarily. He seemed to be pondering. How much are you selling them for? Will you buy them? Depends on the price. 200 silver coins. Are you crazy? Get lost. Even if you sold them all formally, you'd be lucky to get 300 silver coins and you want to take 200. Even if you sold your conscience along with these, you wouldn't get that price. The blacksmith cut him off firmly, not even considering it, and Leo finally explained his situation, saying he wanted to buy a horse. A horse? You can't buy a horse without a permit. That's why I'm asking, could you buy one for me? No conscience and now no shame either. Why should I? I'll give you all this if you buy me a horse. Leo gauged his reaction, and just a little bit of silver along with a two-handed sword. I've seen everything now. No, wait a minute. He slapped his thighs and paced around before speaking. It doesn't have to be a great horse, right? It can't be completely unusable. I need to ride it. The blacksmith closed the smithy and led Leo to a stable. He chatted roughly with a man there. The horse he showed Leo was surprisingly young, but as expected, had a limp. The stable owner explained apologetically. This one was born with one leg slightly shorter, but it runs well. Still, nobody wants a limping horse. Leo looked disapprovingly at the blacksmith, who shrugged. Everything this guy gives me is defective. Unhappy but without options, Leo said, can I try riding it? Of course, it's fine, I tell you. He got on the horse. Though Leo was riding for the first time, Mincio had gone horse riding a few times in college. It was a fun elective. Achievement, first horse ride. Leo's riding skills have slightly improved. As the achievement notification appeared, the nervous horse calmed down. Leo walked the horse a little in the stable. It wobbled with every step due to its shorter front leg, but it wasn't unrideable. He wasn't sure about running, though. He He dismounted and said, "All right, I'll take it. You made a good choice. Without a permit, even this horse is more than you deserve. Haha, I'm glad. Thought it would end up farming." The stable owner patted the horse's mane, looking relieved. Leo agreed to take the horse the next day, as getting it early would only increase lodging costs. He returned to the blacksmith and received the shoddy two-handed sword and a handful of silver coins. Even those were gotten after complaining about the limping horse. "I'm going to look ridiculous. A limping horse and an unbalanced sword." He remembered the Prince of Astin Kingdom riding a black horse he had seen in Orville. Now that he was riding, the comparison felt even more striking. Tusk, how can I compare myself to a prince? He bitterly booked a room and went to bed. The next day, Leo left the nameless city riding the limping horse, limping all the way. Warm spring and news of war reached the capital church. In this world, priests handled communications, so the capital church received news from across the continent first. The war between the Astin Kingdom and the Belita Kingdom was anticipated. After the Prince of Astin Kingdom returned with a treatment that even commoners would find insulting, both kingdoms had been covertly preparing for war. However, apart from that information, Saint Mariel was certain the war would break out. "I heard the Holy Church urged not to participate in the war. Is that true?" The Belita Kingdom's diplomat, who had rushed over, asked sternly, but the saint did not deny it. Saint Mariel, sitting in a low, white-lit bishop's chair used for ceremonies, maintained an inscrutable smile. The diplomat, though respectful, reproached her. "We do not intend to interfere with the Holy Kingdom's politics, but isn't this overstepping? The Holy Kingdom and our Belita Kingdom have always maintained good relations. The Holy Kingdom also maintains friendly relations with the Astin Kingdom." The saint spoke the truth. Such a barbaric country. Ahem. But aside from that, why are priests forbidden from being mobilized? Is the Holy Church favoring the Astin Kingdom? No, priests from the Astin Kingdom will also not participate in the war. That's unreasonable. Our Belita Kingdom has more churches and priests. This is not a fair condition at all. The saint frowned at the expected difficult argument, but the agitated diplomat continued his speech. "The Belita Kingdom has made many donations to the church chapter, and now you're withdrawing like this. At least allow us to mobilize priests to heal our knights." "No, that's not possible." With the saint's firm stance, the diplomat leaned back, expressing his frustration, and asked, "Why? We are being invaded right now. The war was unilaterally declared by them. Besides, when there was a civil war in the north long ago, priests were allowed to be mobilized. Why are priests being forbidden in this war?" He did not mention the actions of his own princess, as it was not something the saint would take issue with, but her response was entirely different. "I am merely following the will of God." "Excuse me." The diplomat's eyes widened. "The will of God? Are you saying God has commanded not to intervene in this war?" "Yes. The Holy Church and the Holy Kingdom have both been told not to take action. What kind of absurdity is this?" The diplomat internally cursed while outwardly maintaining his composure. "It's presumptuous of me to say, but it's hard to believe that God would be interested in a minor conflict among his creations." Saying such words officially was unwise, but he felt he would burst if he didn't let it out. A war without the mobilization of priests. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much high-quality resources would be lost. But the saint did not refute his sarcasm. "I do not understand it myself. I am simply following orders." "I understand." The diplomat's intensity subsided slightly. Everyone knew the saint couldn't lie. If she directly stated she didn't know, it was clear she truly had no idea. Then, about selling military supplies. "We will ensure that no supplies are transferred to either side." He gritted his teeth. It became clear that the Holy Kingdom and the Holy Church would be of no help in this war. Yes, the Church will make efforts to prevent such occurrences. In the end, the diplomat left, fuming, unable to contain his anger. He left the room, his steps loud and disrespectful, forgetting to show courtesy to the saint in his frustration. The saint remained alone in the vast reception room. The diplomat had left in anger, but she was filled with questions herself. The great deity commanded us to remain neutral and not to interfere, and no further explanation was given. The saint had also questioned other gods. The Holy Church worshipped 5 gods, but in reality, these 5 gods were all aspects of the same great deity. The one true and supreme deity did not allow any name to be used for himself, and the other gods were all his avatars. These avatars shared the great deity's will, but unlike the brief and sometimes cryptic messages from the great deity, they occasionally gave long and kind explanations. Especially Binar, the god who guided against evil, was known for lengthy speeches. One might say informally that he was quite the nag. When she asked for an explanation of the great deity's command, Binar gave detailed instructions. The Holy Kingdom was to declare neutrality, and the Holy Church was to prevent all priests from participating in the war. And he mentioned the reason, which none had explained, as if in passing. "The time has come for the evil that has descended upon this world to be dealt with, so do not concern yourself and fulfill your duty. Human strength is valuable but must be mindful of time and place." The great deity has blessed you and placed 3 great rivers on the continent, which will flow naturally as they should. Abridged, a long speech filled with metaphors that was of no help at all. Leo traveled for 3 months on horseback. Having a horse was indeed convenient. It was much faster than a carriage, and he didn't have to match the merchant caravan's schedule. He named the horse Audi, but usually called it Woody. Woody ran better than expected. Though the back and forth motion was severe, he quickly got used to it. Leo dismounted and walked across the open plains, and when passing through dense grasslands or forests, he urged the horse forward quickly. He saved the horse's strength in safe areas and sped through places where bandits or thieves might emerge unexpectedly. They had no way to stop a running horse. While there were methods to deal with cavalry on the battlefield, bandits and thieves were far from being prepared for such tactics. Moreover, brandishing a 2-handed sword while riding made them mistake him for a knight, and they avoided him. Tonight, a dozen or so bandits were no more than morning exercise, so none of the scoundrels had the boldness to verify if he was truly a knight. At night, Leo gathered foliage to make a bed for Woody and covered him with a thick cloth. He slept beside the horse under the starlight. He thought of Lena. Sending her away was a tough decision. Though it was necessary, he wanted to stay with her. The serene journey through beautiful landscapes slowly eased his lingering attachment. Perhaps it was the tranquility of the night, but faintly, Kiha began to replace Lena in his thoughts. Let's spend some time apart and focus on ourselves. It's for us. I'll achieve something too. Let's work hard. Kiha had suggested a separation, not a breakup. She wanted time to prepare individually. Mincio had collapsed, unable to face life. He spent his days avoiding reality, becoming reclusive, relying on Kiha for comfort. Kiha might have realized the need for independence earlier. She chose to stand up on her own rather than wallow in mutual sorrow. At that time, when Kiha informed him, Woody shifted restlessly beside him. As Leo covered Woody with the cloth again, he forgot about Kiha. He fell asleep thinking of Lena. Leo continued his journey. He passed through the capital, Nevis, avoided barbarian tribes, traversed the kingdom of Oran, toured the ports of the Western Sea, and then headed north. His travels yielded little in terms of achievements. In this world, it was hard to distinguish what was an event. Helping a begging vagrant felt like it might trigger an event, and listening to requests from barbarians also seemed eventful, making it difficult to tell the difference. When he visited Nevis, he considered revenge. He had learned the names of those who kidnapped Lena. They belonged to the Dorf family, similar to the Kerala family in Orville, mainly dealing in slavery and drugs. Slavery and drugs had a symbiotic relationship. Nothing silenced a rebellious slave better than drugs, and drugs required slaves for mixing and testing, making them complementary. Revenge, it's still too early. He lacked the strength, and it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day or two. A family was on a different level than mere bandits. Each member was an elite of the underworld, incomparable to those chased into the mountains. Such members were also well organized. Assassinating 3 or 4 of them might be possible, but a series of assassinations would put the entire family on high alert, making it hard to deal a significant blow beyond that. At that point, a direct confrontation would be necessary. To face them head-on for revenge, he would need the skills of a knight, capable of defeating dozens at once, but even a knight alone would struggle. Those thugs had backing as well. Alternatively, it would take a long infiltration and a careful plan, something not feasible in this scenario. Thus, revenge against the 2 princes of the kingdom of Oran, those scum, was even further off. Devoting his entire life might not be enough, and even as a knight, the chances were slim. They were legitimate heirs to the throne. Leo left Nevis, vowing revenge. When he reached the border crossing into the Holy Kingdom, it was the height of a scorching summer. Sorry, but I can't accompany you. Rejected again. Leo wandered through the city in front of the border gate, looking for a caravan to cross the border with, but everyone turned him down. Crossing the border required strict inspection, and Leo, unable to reveal his identity, couldn't pass alone. He was registered as a subject of the Marquis of Gaydon. Leaving the territory without the Lord's permission was illegal. Since Daimos village was so small, as long as taxes were paid regularly, the Lord paid no attention. This allowed him to leave the village at will as long as he didn't leave the country. Leo hadn't sought permission, and since he was on the run for murder, he had no legal way to cross the border. Legitimate caravans wouldn't travel with a smuggler of uncertain identity. Even registering as a mercenary wouldn't solve the problem. Mercenaries also needed a clear identity, and those without one needed their mercenary company to vouch for them to cross borders. Leo resentfully glanced at the tall gate in the distance and turned away. Illegal it is. He had to cross the border through illegal means. He could either avoid the gate or bribe his way through, but the first option was dangerous. Of course, attempting to cross the border alone could lead to attacks by guards or rangers. After much deliberation, Leo chose to bribe. Though safer, directly bribing the gate guards would be too expensive, so he sought the underworld. Any family dealing in illegal activities would have a way to get through the gate. He summoned a thug who seemed to have some rank in front of a warehouse. He had become adept at picking out leaders, and the thug cautiously addressed him. Smuggling, huh? Not hard to help with, but it'll cost you. This is all the money I have. Leo handed over all the silver he had. The thug laughed at the few coins in his palm, clearly insufficient. Got anything else? Is that horse yours? That's a bit much. You can sell it and return some money. You're smuggling me illegally anyway, so why charge so much? Give me a discount. Take it or leave it. With no other choice, Leo made a deal. He insisted on delivering the horse upon arrival, trying to escape on horseback. No, I'll hand it over as soon as we reach the village beyond the border. I don't want to walk all the way. I'm giving you everything I have. What would I do fleeing without a cent? I'd have to sell the horse anyway. Without a permit, I'd get a poor price. Better to take what you give me. Leave the two-handed sword too, then I'll consider it. Tough deal? Leo removed his sword, threateningly stating, if you're planning to rob me and do something to me, you'll regret it. Don't worry. We don't want to fight someone riding a horse with a two-handed sword. We don't deal in slaves either. Fine. Thus, he joined an illegal weapons caravan. Recently, families dealing in weapons were thriving due to the war. This Oran Kingdom family also sold weapons, but it fetched much higher prices in the Holy Kingdom than in Oran Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom bordered both warring kingdoms. They transported weapons to the higher bidder, though it was illegal. The Holy Kingdom had declared neutrality and banned the import and export of weapons. Even facing the death penalty, Prophet made the risk frequent, as long as they didn't get caught. Days later, the caravan, disguised as a merchant group, passed through the Oran Kingdom gate without incident. Leo, weaponless, rode alongside the wagons, posing as a mercenary escort. Achievement: First overseas travel movement speed near the border slightly increases. With the achievement, Audi's steps lightened and Leo cheerfully patted her mane. Just one more day to reach the Holy Kingdom gate and the village beyond, and they'd succeed. The family had likely bribed the Holy Kingdom gate as well. He relaxed. Giving up Woody was disappointing, but he was excited at the thought of seeing Lena again in the capital. She'd be astonished. He could imagine her fussing over how he'd managed to get there. Should I call her priest and clasp my hands when we meet? The thought of her embarrassedly waving her hands filled him with irrepressible delight. During his travels, Leo had let go of his lingering feelings. Lena was now a good friend. Though marriage was meaningless in his situation, he was happy he hadn't obstructed her dreams. As he daydreamed about reuniting with Lena, the caravan stopped. Blocking the narrow path across the wide plains were dozens of soldiers, were conducting inspections. Drivers, dismount and prepare for inspection. The unexpected situation caused the caravan to stir. A thug urgently offered a bribe, but the apparent leader of the soldiers coughed and refused. Boss, what do we do? What else? If we get inspected, we'll lose everything and go to prison. There are only about 30 of them. Attack. With the leader's resolute command, the thugs disguised as mercenaries and drivers drew their weapons and moved forward. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. If you don't disarm immediately, we'll have to attack. The leading soldier warned, but the thugs ignored him. The difference in numbers was nearly double. The organization of trained soldiers was strong, but in such small-scale skirmishes, having more numbers was a huge advantage. However, they had already failed in smuggling, so the merchant group had to drive out the enemy forces and retreat. I can't go back like this. What an unlucky situation. Leo anxiously bit his nails as he watched the gangsters and soldiers clash, but the situation worsened. As a knight in armor appeared behind the retreating soldiers, Leo lost the last shred of hope he had been holding on to. The paladin, adorned in splendid armor with the emblem of the cross church, raised his sword high and shouted, "God, remember the wicked." The gangsters fighting the soldiers were terrified. Damn it, why is a paladin here? At the paladin's shout, a faint mark appeared above the gangsters' heads. It was the mark of holiness, a divine spell the paladin performed ritually before fighting. The mark only appeared on those who had committed evil deeds, making it easy for the paladin to distinguish between friend and foe. Naturally, all the gangsters had the mark, and the paladin showed no mercy to the wicked. Attack! With his shout, the soldiers fiercely pushed back the demoralized gangsters. Watching the situation from behind, Leo quickly assessed it and yanked Woody's reins. This was a fight they couldn't win. That paladin alone could probably handle half of the gangsters. So it was best to slip away while they were still fighting. Leo decided on a direction with a troubled heart. If he returned to the kingdom like this, he would surely be captured at the gate, and the same would happen at the gate of the Holy Kingdom. He had no choice but to force his way through the border. A mark appeared above Leo's head as he spurred Woody into the bushes. The capital church received an important guest. The entire church was abuzz because of an unusual new student. You may leave in the evening if you wish. If you stay out overnight, you must. At the reception for the young, handsome blonde noble, the nobleman yawned widely. The priest, who had been explaining things, faltered a bit, but Gilbert casually apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry. I read about it in a brochure on the way here. It was a long journey, so I'm quite tired." The rigid priest, feeling as if it was his mistake, returned the apology and tried to refocus the conversation. No, it's my fault. I rushed through things that could have been explained slowly. I'll tell you about the daily routines whenever you want. Let me show you your room first. Gilbert was led to his room by the priest. However, despite the grand welcome, a small and barren room greeted him. Gilbert had never used, let alone entered, such a room. He had only seen such rooms a few times when seducing pretty servants. Back then, even small rooms had their charm. He had thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being confined in a small space. But now he had to live in this room. Gilbert Forte grimaced, but quickly covered it with a smile, assuring the priest that he liked the room and sending him away. He closed the door and looked around the small room again. There was nothing to see. Ah, really, I should have gone to war instead. His father had forced a choice on him. Either join the upcoming war with the Kingdom of Astin or stay in the capital church for a few years. Gilbert chose the capital church. As a true noble, Gilbert Forte had no desire to experience the chaos of the battlefield. His swordsmanship was poor. He was nothing like his father, the sword master, and knew he would be compared to him if he went to war. That was something Gilbert hated the most. So he chose the church chapter. His father was disappointed once again, but what could he do? Gilbert had no talent for war. He plopped down on the narrow bed. There was no need to bring luggage. If he had, it would have been a disaster. He would have needed a dozen of these rooms to store his clothes. Unable to contain his rising frustration, Gilbert muttered, "Because of that princess." He felt wronged. It wasn't him who initiated the kiss. She had approached him first, seeking a kiss away from prying eyes. Of course, Gilbert hadn't refused. A true gentleman never refuses a lady's request. He had even lightly hugged the princess, provoking the prince who was watching. At the time, he thought the princess did it because she didn't like the prince of the Kingdom of Astin. He didn't even consider that she might have feelings for him. I have some decency. What would a beautiful and virtuous princess lack to choose me, the infamous libertine of the Kingdom of Belida? It must have been a useful excuse to reject the prince. Arnulf de Claus, the prince of the Kingdom of Astin, had stormed off in anger, and after that, Gilbert Forte and Chloe de Tartaglia, the princess, never met again as if nothing had happened. It was a scandalous kiss that caused a huge stir, but it didn't affect Gilbert directly. Even if the prince was furious, he was from another country. There was no way for him to harm Gilbert, and even if a war broke out, it wasn't Gilbert's problem. His great father, the sword master, would handle it. After causing trouble, Gilbert had received a lecture from his father and stayed in seclusion for a few days. Considering he kissed the only princess of the kingdom, he thought it was a fair price to pay, at least at the time. The problem was what the princess did next. Chloe stirred up another scandal with a man named Totten Tatian. The political world was thrown into turmoil. Totten Tatian was the son of Marquis Benar Tatian, the leader of the royalist faction. The political world of the Kingdom of Belida was divided between the Sword Master faction, centered around Count Hermann Forte, and the Royalist faction, led by Marquis Tatian, who was known as the ruler of the West. The king had long since withdrawn from state affairs and remained silent, allowing the Sword Master faction, which held military power, to dominate and push the Royalist faction into a corner. Had Marquis Tatian not cleverly balanced the situation by bringing in moderates, the princess's actions would have been meaningless. But in this delicate balance, the princess's scandal was significant. She had involved the sons of both faction leaders, creating overt friction between the two factions. Nobles whispered that the king might be using the princess to create a pretext to eliminate the Sword Master faction. Gilbert grumbled as he opened the window. He had no interest in politics, but Count Hermann Forte took the matter seriously. The count wanted to show that he was expelling his son from the capital in some way. This gesture would signal to the royalist faction to back off. Persuaded, or rather coerced, Gilbert ended up here. The prodigal son of Belida had entered the Cross Church's training facility as a student. It was absurd. Gilbert looked out the window. He saw nothing but religious decorations and people walking carefully, their steps reverent. All he could hear were hymns. "I've truly come to the most boring place in the world." He sighed, thinking he was the most unfortunate person in the world. Farewell. As Leo pulled the arrow out of Woody's rump, the horse, startled by the pain, dashed across the plain. Leo clicked his tongue bitterly. He had barely managed to cross the border. It had been a harrowing process. He had encountered soldiers multiple times and had been chased by rangers. If he hadn't had the achievement that increased his speed at the border, he would have died in a knife fight. But Woody ran like a pedigreed horse, albeit shakily. However, they still couldn't completely relax, so Leo decided to avoid the conspicuous plain and head back into the mountains. The fact that Woody had been hit by an arrow during the chase influenced his decision as well. Since the horse couldn't climb the mountains anyway, he removed the arrow and let her go. Leo waved his arm above his head, the faintly glowing mark that had appeared scattered with his nervous gesture. It was unlucky. Why had the paladin been out for inspections? Damn it. Is this because they said I'd become unlucky? There was a message that had appeared after he killed Hans. Achievement: civilian murder. You have killed 1 civilian. Your luck decreases slightly. Although the whole incident was due to the cross church blocking the border, Leo blamed his own luck. This cursed mark. The scattered mark quickly reformed. If he hadn't killed Hans, the holy mark wouldn't have appeared at all. That was the only evil act he had committed in this scenario, killing multiple bandits. Does that count as evil? In any case, he couldn't go to Lutetia with this mark. When will this thing disappear? A week had already passed, but there was no sign of the mark fading. It would disappear eventually. Just like priests, paladins consumed divine power when they used their abilities. Although such marks consumed very little divine power, there was no way a paladin would waste much on mere gangsters. If only a little divine power had been used, the mark would disappear quickly. He had thought he would meet Lena soon, but that was out of the question now. He would have to live in hiding until the mark disappeared. He couldn't enter any territory ruled by the Holy Kingdom. Anyone who saw the mark would report him. It was proof that a paladin had personally marked him as an enemy and that he had a record of evil deeds. I heard there are many barbarians living in the Holy Kingdom. He headed north, climbing the mountains. The Holy Kingdom was tolerant of barbarians and was the only country on the continent that did not allow slavery. They allowed the barbarian tribes to self-govern, unlike the northern kingdoms that integrated barbarians as citizens. As long as the barbarians accepted the doctrines of the cross church and didn't harm civilians, the Holy Kingdom didn't care how they lived. Leo planned to live near a barbarian tribe until the mark disappeared. He could survive by hunting, but he would need to trade minimally. Luckily, it was summer. It wasn't cold and there was plenty of food in the mountains. He had learned a lot from Lena. The more he knew, the more the mountains provided ample food. He avoided the villages of the Holy Kingdom, foraging to stave off hunger, and continued over the mountains. During his journey, he encountered traces of monsters several times. There were few dangerous animals in the southern regions, but as he moved north, the number of monsters increased. There was a reason why the Ainar tribe in the engagement scenario organized large hunting teams. It was to hunt the monsters they occasionally encountered. Although called monsters, they were essentially the same animals. A monster like the Nokawa tiger was just a big fox, but its large size and eerily agile body were problematic. Every time Leo saw traces of monsters, he retreated quickly. This extended his journey to find a barbarian tribe, but he eventually found a small village in the forest. The village, surrounded by thick wooden walls, had the symbol of the cross church and the unique emblem of the tribe displayed prominently. We will learn about the achievements of the sixth saint, Udian, next time. After the ancient theology class ended, Lena gathered her books and headed to the library. Ancient theology was the subject she was weakest in. There were no books on the subject at the village church, so all she knew was what Brother Leslie and the priest had told her orally. She chose to take classes on subjects she wasn't familiar with first. With some time left before the next class, Lena hurried to review what she had learned today, but she didn't forget to briefly pray in front of the chalice on the way. The small brass chalice was placed on the first floor stairs, and except for Lena's occasional prayers, it was a useless ornament. I am happy. Since coming to the capital church, every day had been a delight for her. As expected, the classes at the capital church were of a high standard. Even though Lena had studied theology diligently since childhood, there was still much to ponder in the basic theology classes. "Oh, hello, Daniel." She approached a trainee who was admiring a newly created mural. He greeted her warmly with a slight bow. Daniel was a trainee of a higher rank than Lena. The number of embroidery threads on the trainee's clothes indicated their rank, and his clothes had 5 threads. He was an excellent student who practically lived in the library, so Lena often ran into him there. Despite his affable appearance, Daniel was quite strict. Nevertheless, he was very kind, often explaining the curriculum in detail to Lena. He even recommended his study order, which was very helpful. "Is this the scene of Saint Azra vanquishing the evil for the 3rd time?" Daniel looked at Lena in mild surprise. "Wow," recognizing it at a glance. "I knew it, your theological studies are deep." "I also think it depicts the scene by the river Lodron where Saint Azra rebukes the demon. How did Saint Azra resist the temptation? That was in a time before the church and divine power existed. I read in a book about the 12 achievements of Azra that." Lena and Daniel discussed theology in front of the mural for a while before parting ways. As Daniel watched Lena leave, he marveled inwardly. This mural wasn't easy to recognize at a glance. It was easy to mistake it for depicting a different story, and even the senior Daniel had pondered in front of it for a moment. "She's a woman, but her studies are really deep." He harbored some prejudice against female priests. In this era, most high-ranking positions were held by men, and the majority of priests were also male. All those revered as saints were men, and except for a few chosen by divine will, there were almost no women who left significant achievements. Daniel held a somewhat negative view of female saints. Saints appeared unexpectedly. The current leader of the cross church, Saint Muriel, had previously been nothing more than the daughter of a minor noble family. He thought it was unfair to compare saints who overcame countless hardships with those few chosen female saints. However, Lena seemed special. Her surprisingly deep understanding and dedication to her studies slightly broke his prejudice. Maybe I was wrong. Well, there are few but not no female priests. Feeling guilty for having judged her with prejudice, Daniel went to the central relic of the building. He waited for others to leave, then knelt and confessed his sin of prejudice to God. Lena did not go to the library. She had spent too much time talking with Daniel. Let's see, the next class is Imperial Etiquette of the Achaean Empire. The capital church taught various subjects, not just theology. Although not as in-depth as theology, they were required to study a broad range of topics. Lena, who knew nothing about etiquette, chose this class to learn about the world of nobility. The class took place in a small lecture hall. An elderly monk demonstrated etiquette, and the trainees clumsily imitated his postures. Lena flailed her limbs awkwardly. The greeting for meeting a king or a duke differs from that for a marquis or a count. Do we have to learn such basics again? That old man probably hasn't even seen them in person. Ridiculous. Gilbert grumbled and half listened to the etiquette class. Since he had come to this place, Gilbert Forte had to attend classes. He just had to endure for 2 years. After studying for 2 years, the Cross Church's educational institution issued a certificate exclusively for nobles. Although he had come reluctantly, he had to get something out of it to save face, and he endured this tedious life by planning to use the certificate to court noble ladies. He had to attend quite a few classes and maintain a high attendance rate and grades, so Gilbert only signed up for classes he was good at. Etiquette was as easy as breathing for him. No one uses such greetings nowadays. They really teach outdated etiquette. The Achaean Empire's etiquette was still used. The Kingdom of Belida inherited the legitimacy of the Achaean Empire, so this etiquette was mandatory in official settings. However, it was never used in everyday life. Only strict elders or heads of families used it, while most nobles preferred sophisticated, modern etiquette. Gilbert snickered and looked around. Everyone, wearing dull clothes, was diligently following the etiquette. Boring people. Wait, that one's not too bad. A pretty trainee caught his eye. Even in her dull, baggy clothes, she looked neat and composed, flailing her limbs awkwardly. Gilbert quickly approached the trainee as soon as the class ended. "Hello, miss." She turned around gracefully. "Hello, did you call me?" There was a brief silence. He had grabbed her because he didn't want to miss the girl he liked, but now he was at a loss for words at the sight of her clear eyes. But his body moved on its own. By the time his movements ended, his tongue flowed smoothly, though a half-beat late. "If it's not too much trouble, would you like to dine with me? I'm Gilbert Forte from the Kingdom of Belida." He greeted her with a sophisticated gesture, extending his hand. The gesture was both an invitation to hold hands and a casual offer. It was subtle enough not to be awkward even if she refused. I'm Lena from the Kingdom of Astin." She shook hands with the man she had just met, influenced by the relentless practice in the etiquette class. Lena awkwardly followed the rigid etiquette of the Achaean Empire. Got it. When she shook his hand, Gilbert cheered inwardly. Once they held hands, he was at least halfway there. The gesture of nobles extending their hand to a lady signified taking control. Noblewomen were adept at regaining control with polite, eloquent conversation without breaking the mood, but Lena was not. "But isn't it a bit early for dinner?" "No. If we go now, it's just right. If we want to go to a restaurant in the capital, we should leave now. Otherwise, we won't get back before dark." Gilbert's tongue moved smoothly. He calculated that he could be a bit more aggressive with this girl. He still held Lena's hand, and she, unused to such a request while holding hands, was flustered. Her hand felt hot. But I just met you. I just met you too. Won't you give me the opportunity to share a meal with you?" She lacked the courage to refuse while still holding hands. Feeling she had no choice but to agree, Lena hesitated before finally nodding. Okay, can I go to my room and get ready?" "Of course. If you don't mind, I'll walk you there." With that, Gilbert stuck close to her. Lena, feeling dazed, simply followed his lead. While appearing considerate, his true intention was to maintain control until the last moment. Back in her room, Lena changed into her only set of casual clothes. "Why did I agree? I have a lot to review today." A simple apology would have sufficed, but once she had grabbed his hand, it was hard to refuse. Holding hands while rejecting felt too harsh. When Lena came out, Gilbert skillfully extended his hand and she awkwardly took it. "I don't have much money, so I can't go to an expensive place. Don't worry, I know a cheap and delicious place." Gilbert answered with a bright smile. Of course, it was a lie. He intended to take her to an expensive, atmospheric restaurant. In just a month since arriving at the capital church, he had familiarized himself with Lutetia. The only regret was not being able to mingle with the nobles of the Holy Kingdom due to his need to stay low. But someone like this commoner. "I'll cover the carriage fare since you let me choose the restaurant." Gilbert opened the carriage door while still holding her hand. There seemed no way for Lena to refuse. This carriage went directly to the inner city of Lutetia outside the capital church, a place she had never visited. Reluctantly, she boarded the narrow carriage, and Gilbert quickly hopped in and sat beside her. She could feel their hips touching. In the end, Lena was led to an expensive restaurant by him. The meal was the best she had ever tasted, and Gilbert skillfully explained each dish, smoothly leading the conversation. When they finished dining, the bill was already settled. His remark about treating her next time set up their next date. She couldn't recall how she got back to her dorm. Caught in the flow, she had exchanged names with a stranger, been escorted, had long conversations in a cramped carriage, enjoyed a fine meal, and was escorted back to her dorm. Lying in bed, Lena tossed and turned in a daze. Leo built a simple house outside the village. This forest belonged to the Una tribe, who had created several small villages for mushroom cultivation. Mushroom cultivation depended on good wood and humidity control. They wandered through the vast forest to find suitable trees, cutting them down in winter. Summer wood, filled with moisture, was avoided because it could easily lead to mushroom diseases. Mushrooms required a lot of care, especially in summer. They needed to be kept in cool, dry places where sunlight was blocked as much as possible while ensuring the wood didn't dry out. There weren't many places that met these optimal conditions, so the Una tribe built villages in various cool and dry spots, traveling between them. Leo borrowed tools from the villagers. Despite the strange symbols floating above his head, the tribe members did not chase him away, though they were wary of the outsider. They were a peaceful farming tribe, unlike the aggressive hunter tribes like the Anar. Leo borrowed abandoned logs, stripped off the bark, and shredded them into small pieces. The tribe members watched in amazement as he skillfully produced ropes from the bark. Although they knew how to make ropes, his dexterity was extraordinary. One boy approached Leo and asked him various questions. "Why are you making ropes? For hunting. Isn't hunting done with a bow? I'll use the ropes to set traps." "Traps? How do you make a trap? Usually you tie knots like this. Could you step aside for a bit? I'm busy." The boy kept pestering Leo. He followed him even while he was building his house, constantly asking questions. "There's a hole here. I'll connect it to the stove. I don't plan to stay until winter, but just in case. Where do you have to go next?" Leo was harassed by the boy all day. The next morning, Leo woke up in his barely roofed house. The symbol above his head remained unchanged. It seemed it would be a while before it disappeared. He planned to go hunting today. He still had no weapons. No matter how peaceful the tribe was, they wouldn't easily give weapons to an outsider. But he had plenty of ropes now, so he could set traps. After setting traps, he could carve a spear from wood to finish off any caught game. By hunting and saving money, he could eventually buy a weapon. After organizing his day, Leo stepped outside to wash, sensing someone's presence. The boy from yesterday stood before him. Why is he bothering me so much? Although the boy had only watched and asked questions, it was a significant nuisance for someone as quick-handed as Leo. Without understanding Leo's annoyance, the boy greeted him cheerfully. "Hi, brother." "Yeah, hi," Leo returned the greeting reluctantly. The boy was accompanied by a girl. "Hello." The girl, who looked about a year younger than the boy, had a shy resemblance to him, suggesting they were siblings. Now they're in pairs. Leo ignored them as he washed in the stream, feeling uncomfortable with the girl following him. It was awkward to say anything. Leo had arrived in the village 2 days ago, eating with wary villagers. As an outsider, he had to be careful. Do I have to be mindful of kids too? The age difference wasn't significant. He was an adult this year, while the kids were only a few years younger. However, they were not close enough to be friends. Although the age gap wasn't huge, the kids hadn't taken the initiative to start anything. They probably just did tasks assigned by adults. Thinking back, Lena was remarkable. From a young age, she had gathered food to help her family, despite their poor circumstances. Leo often accompanied her, but his main task was learning hunting from his father. Lena pursued her dreams while working. Thinking fondly of Lena, Leo grabbed his ropes and headed into the forest. The kids fearlessly followed him. "Can't we watch you hunt?" "Sorry, but no. Too many people will leave traces, making the traps useless. I want to learn how to hunt." The girl scolded the boy, who looked dejected. "Let's just go. You can't hunt. Let's go back before Grandma gets mad." "Yeah, go back. You'll just be a hindrance. I'm not a kid. I'm Yuta. Nice to meet you. Now go back." The boy left angrily and the girl followed him. Leo felt a bit guilty, recalling his own past with Lena. However, having a novice by his side would render the traps useless. Maybe later, but he couldn't afford it now. He watched the siblings disappear before resuming his path. The next day, Leo had set traps everywhere. Since he wasn't familiar with the area, the chances of catching anything were low. He was unbearably hungry, having not eaten since the previous day. "Should I beg for another meal? I hate it." He had already promised to repay the villagers for several meals. Begging for more made him uncomfortable. "There's probably nothing in the traps yet. Should I gather something to eat? But I need to make a spear and build the house." Grumbling, he stepped out of his makeshift hut. "Brother, here." Yuta appeared again, shyly offering something to Leo. It was a rice ball mixed with finely chopped mushrooms and tort wood. Leo accepted and ate without hesitation. There was no need to refuse a kind offer, and he understood what Yuta wanted. Yuta handed Leo a water pouch right after he finished eating. Leo, displeased at giving in for a meal, spoke up. "You want me to teach you to hunt?" "Yeah, but why learn to hunt?" Your tribe cultivates mushrooms. That skill is more valuable. Growing mushrooms isn't fun. We just look at trees all day. Hunting seems more exciting. I even know how to shoot a bow. Really, he seemed to think that hunting involved running around with a bow. Lena Einar had a similar thought. Of course, there were times like that, but more often than not, it wasn't the case. Unless you were a world-class archer, it was incredibly difficult to hit animals running through the forest. To hunt with a bow, you had to shoot from a distance without being noticed, and if you didn't take the animal down in one shot, it would flee. You could spend half a day tracking it. There was tension in the moment you released an arrow, but all the other time was just spent wandering through the mountains. It wasn't much different from Yuta's complained about task of always looking at trees. To correct the young boy's misconceptions, Leo decided to show him the value of a meal. He demonstrated a small trap on a nearby stump. Here, this is a sky snare. When an animal passes by and touches this spot, it gets caught in the noose and is suspended in the air. Wow, that's amazing. How does it spring up like that? It uses the elasticity of the tree. If you make a small cut like this below a bent branch, it bends well while maintaining its elasticity. Yuta marveled at the trap, touching it curiously. I have to go hunting now. Try making one like this. I'll leave the rope here. Got it. I'll make one right here. Leo grinned at the boy. It's not as easy as you think. It would take days to make just one trap. If Yuta kept fiddling with it without succeeding, the wood would lose its strength and become useless. It took a lot of practice to master the technique. Leo, free from his troublesome follower, resumed hunting. As expected, it took Yuta several days to make a decent trap. His sister often came by to watch and tease him as he struggled with his makeshift traps. Leo wasn't bored, but Yuta's grandmother came by a few times to scold him. Dressed in unique clothing, likely a shaman, the grandmother seemed to be there to fetch her granddaughter. She frowned at Leo for teaching the children dangerous things. The peaceful days of summer were passing by. Two people strolled through the well-kept park of the cathedral. Currently, King Tatalia II of Belida was the third prince. Because of his frail health and shy nature, no one expected him to ascend the throne. However, around the time he came of age, Lena listened attentively to Gilbert's story. Their first meeting was awkward, and even now she was often led around by him, but his stories were interesting. Gilbert was knowledgeable and articulate. He didn't seem particularly interested in the theology Lena enjoyed, but he vividly described the secrets of nobles and the customs of various kingdoms. I enjoyed it as well. They often went for evening walks. Gilbert had coaxed Lena, who studied late at the library, into making it a habit. Lena didn't mind, in fact. She began to enjoy it. Breathing in the cool autumn air while clearing her mind after a day of studying added a refreshing touch to her busy day. With Gilbert's entertaining stories, she wasn't bored. He was handsome. With his neatly combed blonde hair and always dignified attire, he stood out in the modest church. Lena looked up at Gilbert standing beside her. Even on second glance, he was undeniably handsome. Sorry, but his appearance is better than Leo's. Though Leo was good-looking for a village youth, he couldn't compare to a noble. Gilbert's confident build, deep baritone voice, and his strong nose and thick eyebrows highlighted his masculinity. Even at the cathedral, he was a famous figure among the nobles. Lena was simply amazed that she had become friends with such a noble. To someone like her, nobles were formidable figures whom she had to bow deeply to and be careful around to avoid trouble. The cathedral was indeed a blessed place. Lena, may I have your hand for a moment? She was now used to holding his hand. Somehow she felt as if she lost control of her body in front of this man, which was understandable. His natural manners held her in sway. They had grown close, but the fact that he was a noble also played a part. Commoners had to at least pretend to die if a noble commanded it. Fortunately, Gilbert's requests were always within reasonable limits. It suits you well. A small bracelet adorned her arm. Lena waved her hand in embarrassment. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't accept something like this. Gilbert responded smoothly to her refusal. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you misunderstand. I wasn't giving it to you. I was curious how it would look on someone. I apologize for my rudeness. Oh, I see, I'm sorry too. Gilbert stepped back. Lena's reaction was firmer than expected. If it's okay with you, could you wear it for a few days and give me your thoughts? I want to give it to my sister, but it doesn't fit my wrist. Although he was an only child, Lena didn't know this and hesitated. I'm not sure if I can keep such a precious item. It's not that valuable. I picked it up at a market stall. Is that okay? Well, all right. I'll return it to you in a few days. It looks simple yet somehow elegant. It was, though it looked simple, it was platinum. Gilbert diverted Lena's attention to his imaginary sister. He could replace the fictional sister with any noble lady he had met and describe her. Lena soon got engrossed in stories about the luxurious lives of noble ladies. She has an unusual love for such stories. She dislikes gifts, but she was a peculiar woman. Gilbert had never met a woman who grew up in a village. In a remote village like Demas, there were hardly any new stories, so most of what Lena knew was from Brother Leslie. Brother Leslie had some travel experience, but he was still a priest and knew only dull stories. Even those fascinated her. Lena, engrossed in Gilbert's stories, lost track of time until she noticed the moon high in the sky. Oh no, I have early classes tomorrow. I'm sorry, I have to go. All right, I had a good time today. She parted with Gilbert and headed to her dormitory. Lena, are you heading in? Oh, Daniel, are you leaving now too? Lena met Daniel, who had also stayed late at the library, and they walked together. In the moonlight, the bracelet sparkled, catching Daniel's eye. He frowned slightly. Women. You wear bracelets too, Lena. Oh, this isn't. Oh, this isn't mine, His eyes narrowed. Is it from Gilbert Forte? Daniel was an apprentice who had passed most of his classes and was almost certain to receive his ordination in the fall of next year. Had he completed his studies a bit earlier, he would have been ordained this fall, but luck wasn't on his side. Even if the ordination didn't go well, he could still become a priest, so he was already treated as an ordained apprentice. As a result, he was starting to assist with church duties and had seen Gilbert Forte's records. The church was particularly concerned about Gilbert Forte, the son of a sword master and a notorious rake in the kingdom of Belida. His reputation was not good. Are you close with Lord Forte? Yes. Lately, we often go for evening walks. It's good exercise and fun. He told me an interesting story today it was about. Lena chattered brightly, but Daniel's eyes grew colder. Leo quickly bonded with the honest and straightforward Yuta siblings, becoming close friends. He often took Yuta into the forest, where Yuta's eagerness led him to quickly learn how to hunt. Hey, your sister is heading there again. Yuta's younger sister, Enin, was trying to head into the forest again. Yuta was too absorbed in practicing new traps, so Leo held Enin back and made her sit next to Yuta. Enin pouted and whined. He-ing, my butterfly. Sometimes, Enin would follow her brother and play nearby while he struggled to set traps. She seemed to like insects, often rummaging through the bushes. Just stay close to your brother, that's boring. In the meantime, Leo had acquired a dagger while hunting in the village and had patched up the drafty walls of his house to keep the wind out. He didn't put too much effort into it, as he wasn't planning to stay long, but the villagers seemed busy since yesterday. What's going on? He asked. Enin responded briefly, gathering mushrooms. Why? To sell. It seemed like this village also gathered produce to sell, just like Demos village. Don't you need to help? Grandma and I already did everything. My brother didn't help at all, just wait. When he learns to hunt, he'll give you meat dishes. T-chapter, I don't like meat. You haven't even tried it. That's not true. I have. No, you haven't. Yes, I have. The siblings bickered as usual, and Leo watched them with a smile. Next day, instead of going hunting, Leo wandered into the village and watched the Una tribe members working busily. He saw unfamiliar people from other villages, and the village square was filled with a mountain of mushrooms from various places, creating an impressive sight. From a distance, Yuta waved happily. The Yuta siblings were also busy helping their grandmother move the mushrooms. This place seems nice to live too. Like Demos village, this place also exuded a warm and friendly atmosphere. As an outsider, Leo was still viewed with suspicion and couldn't fully join in the lively atmosphere. The mark on his forehead was still visible, though it had faded a bit and would likely disappear by winter. It seems like it will be gone in a few months, but since I can't move in winter, I'll have to leave next spring. Meeting Lena was taking longer than expected, but she still had a long way to go to become a priestess. According to Brother Leslie, it would take 3 years and only 1 year had passed. There was no need to hurry. Around noon, when the young villagers were moving mushrooms outside, Leo slipped out to take a look. Outside the village, merchants were bustling around with large wagons. Oh no, this is bad. He quickly hid himself. It seemed that instead of taking the mushrooms to sell, merchants came to buy them. Seeing his mark would cause a big commotion, so Leo couldn't move from inside the village all day. Complaining to himself about wasting time by coming out, he noticed that the villagers' glances had changed a bit. At that moment, Yuta's grandmother approached. What trouble have you caused outside? Busted. Unfortunately, someone must have seen his mark during the brief moment he revealed his face, or perhaps one of the villagers had asked about it. Actually, Leo confessed to the grandmother, leaving out only the part about killing hands. He told her about his childhood friend going to the capital, fighting bandits to save money for travel and crossing the border. To his surprise, the grandmother had a different reaction to him killing the bandits. You seem to be quite a warrior. Can I stay here until the mark disappears? I plan to leave in spring. If you explain well to the villagers, they might understand. Leo was pleased but soon heard disappointing news. But the merchants might report you. It's better to run away, I see. Leo was disheartened. Where should he go next? As he pondered, the grandmother handed him something. Take this. Head northeast. You'll find a mountain called Bomer. It's a volcano, so you'll see it easily. She handed him a headband. There's a tribe called Hatata south of Mount Bomer. It's my daughter-in-law's tribe. If you show this, they might let you stay. Yuta's parents had both died of illness. This headband was one of their keepsakes. If you give this to me, it's fine. I need to return it anyway, but haven't been able to because it's far. You can return it for me. Kindness, my foot. Just get ready and leave. Don't tell the kids. I don't want to see them cry. The grandmother walked away briskly. Seeing her defending him to the villagers, Leo's heart ached with gratitude. Early in the morning, Leo left his hastily built house and set off. He traveled light, carrying only a small dagger and a bundle of rope. Headband and lunchbox were also provided by Yuta's grandmother. She had secretly visited the night before and left some food for him. She was a kind person to the very end. As he traveled through the dark mountain path, Leo felt uneasy about not being able to say goodbye to Yuta and Enon. Will I ever come back here? He pushed through the forest, shaking off the sadness. After a week of strenuous travel, Leo found the Hatata tribe. When he showed them the headband, some people sighed in relief. The chief gave him a small barn next to the village, where he spent the fall and winter. One morning, during a severe cold spell, Leo woke up to find that the mark on his forehead had disappeared. Before the cold had fully subsided, Leo left the village, heading towards Lena, who would be studying at the cathedral. A cold wave hit the cathedral. Lena had been expelled from the cathedral. She was stripped of her novice robes and stood shivering in front of the cathedral gate in the only clothes she had come in during the fall. Sob, sob, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her face, freezing on her chin. She still couldn't believe she had been expelled. The previous night, Lena had drunk with Gilbert. During a usual meal, Gilbert had offered her a drink, and she had hesitantly accepted. She had wanted to try alcohol once. It was strong, and she got drunk with just one glass. She tried to steady her wobbling body. When Gilbert suggested they rest somewhere, she declined, saying she wanted to return to her dormitory. She was loud, probably because she was drunk. Gilbert, looking troubled, had put her in a carriage and brought her back to the cathedral. That had been fine. As she tried to enter her dormitory, staggering, Gilbert had held her up. She thought he was helping her since she couldn't steady herself due to the alcohol. Through her blurry vision, she saw Gilbert's face. What's this? Too close. Lena waved her hand to push his slick face away, thinking that nobles were not a big deal. Then Daniel had appeared. Alcohol was strange. People appeared out of nowhere. Daniel took her to a room. It wasn't her room, but she collapsed on a table and fell asleep. The next day, Lena woke up with a splitting headache. Looking around, she found herself in a solitary cell. Where am I? What's going on? When she stepped out and asked, a monk clicked his tongue and explained the severity of the situation. She was told she had committed a sin. A meeting was being held upstairs. What? Is it because I drank? But I thought it was okay to drink. Lena, unable to grasp the situation, underwent a brief interrogation. Priest, with a stiff expression like a statue, sat her down without offering a single cup of tea and coldly questioned her. It has been testified that you and Gilbert Forte engaged in inappropriate behavior. What? Inappropriate behavior? You were seen hugging in the park last night. Do you remember? And no, there's no way. I'm not even in that kind of relationship with Gilbert. A novice testified. They said you were hugging and about to kiss. What? And you received a bracelet from Gilbert. Is that true? No, that was a gift for his sister. He asked me to review it. I returned it long ago. Gilbert's sister? Yes. Anyway, it's true that you were hugging, right? I don't remember. Really. Gilbert has admitted it. Can you tell me what you did outside? Despite her continued protests, the conclusion didn't change. The decision had already been made. The cathedral had to punish both of them. While there were testimonies against Lena, her teachers defended her, saying she was not the type. Given Gilbert Forte's past, it was clear he had given Lena alcohol with ill intentions. But he was a noble, the son of a sword master who held real power in the kingdom of Belida. The reason Gilbert had come to the cathedral was also an issue. He was there for political reasons, and expelling him was not an option. The kingdom of Belida was already uncomfortable with the church. The cross-church had not only refrained from sending priests to the war, but had also declared neutrality and blocked military supplies. The sword master who held military power must have been displeased with the cross-church. If they expelled his son in this situation, it could lead to church persecution in the kingdom of Belida. In the end, the cathedral decided to expel Lena. Given the scandal, they couldn't keep both in the church. Luckily for them, Lena was a commoner without any backing. There were plenty of others seeking to become priests, so they chose the convenient option. Priest Ophelia, who had recommended Lena, protested fiercely, but the outcome didn't change. Lena was expelled with her few belongings that day. Gilbert Forte was grounded for a few weeks. Thrown out alone in the dead of winter, Lena couldn't leave the cathedral gate, shivering all night and praying desperately to God. She even shouted that she was sorry. The gate didn't open. When the snow melted in the spring, Leo arrived in Lutetia and checked into an inn to rest. It had been a tough journey. If Woody were here, I'd have arrived quickly. I wonder where he's doing well. Having no transportation, he had walked the long way. The money he had earned from hunting throughout the winter barely covered his food, leaving him nothing to join a merchant caravan. The money he had just given to the innkeeper for breakfast was the last of it, leaving only a few coins in his pocket. Come here, a complete beggar. Lena won't like this. Haha. Still, he was happy. He would soon see Lena. The next day, Leo woke up early and had breakfast. People in the inn's lobby were buzzing. Looks like the war is ending. The kingdom of Astin is retreating. I heard the same. The sword master of the kingdom of Belida. I don't know his name, but they say he did something big. Leo listened while munching on his bread. He didn't know the exact details, but it seemed the kingdom of Astin was retreating. He had read about the kingdom of Astin's defeat in the beggar siblings story, and it seemed to have really happened. Leo was puzzled. He had seen the battlefield, and the kingdom of Astin had been dominant. It was hard to believe the sword master of the kingdom of Belida could have turned the tide, as the kingdom of Astin also had a sword master. The war wasn't supposed to end so easily, but it had ended in just 1 year. I need to find out what happened, but that can wait. I've got time. Lena still had over a year to become a priest. He gave his last coins to the innkeeper for breakfast and walked toward the cathedral. What? Lena was expelled. Why? But instead of Lena, he was met with shocking news. Lena had been expelled for immoral conduct. That can't be. She wouldn't do that. Are you sure, Lena? Really? But the answer didn't change. Leo couldn't make sense of it. Lena expelled? Why? How? No, I need to find Lena first, he thought. Lena wouldn't have the money to return to Demos village. She had been thrown out the cathedral gate with nothing. Leo left the cathedral gate. If I were Lena, I'd cry. Suppressing his rising anger, he continued to reason. And Lena would. Before him was the capital of the sacred kingdom of Jerome, Lutetia. Leo returned to the capital and searched the massive city for 2 days. His guess was right. He found Lena working in a bakery kitchen. Lena, Leo. Seeing Leo, Lena dropped the dough she was holding and rushed out. Her hands were sticky with dough, but they didn't care and hugged each other tightly. Flour bags toppled over, sending a cloud of flour into the air, and the bakery owner and customers looked at them in surprise. Lena, clinging to Leo and crying bitterly, was covered in white flour. In the small, chilly storeroom behind the bakery kitchen, where flour floated in the air, there was an incongruous blanket. It seemed Lena was sleeping there. The two sat knee to knee in the cramped space, sharing their stories. So that's what happened. Leo listened to Lena's story calmly. It was a lie. He wasn't calm at all. He was only holding back his emotions so Lena wouldn't feel worse, but inside, Leo was devastated. Lena had also suppressed a lot of her sadness. Her voice was steady, and her eyes seemed to be gazing into the distance, even in the small room. Leo remembered Einar Lena. She had the same expression when she lost her arm and abandoned her sword. Lena had clung to the cathedral gate all night. Luckily, Priestess Ophelia had rushed out early in the morning. She had apologized, saying she never imagined Lena would be expelled the same day. With her help, Lena had warmed her frozen body but couldn't return to the church chapter. That was something even Priestess Ophelia couldn't arrange. Since then, Lena had been looking for work. She planned to save money and return to Demos village, but money was hard to come by. Living costs in the capital were high, and her hometown was far away. She likely would never have made it back to Demos village. In the dry storeroom, the two pondered their future. They couldn't return immediately. Leo had no money either, so they would have to stay in Lutetia for a while. They managed to rent a shabby room. Leo sold his dagger, and Lena took an advance from the bakery owner. The room, no larger than a bathroom, was damp and dark, with mold and no sunlight. The crying of a baby from the next room never ceased. Lena left for the bakery at dawn. Leo saw her off and wandered Lutetia aimlessly, eventually heading into the back streets. Who do you think you are coming here? Lutetia had no large gangs, so he sought out a small gang house. It was a sight to behold. From drunks in the middle of the day to people chattering and laughing, they were scattered all over. Leo found the gang boss without much resistance. In the beggar siblings scenario, he hadn't seen the boss even after nearly 6 months of being a thug. Are these really gangsters? He knocked out the guy who shoved his shoulder and picked a fight. Thud, what the haha. Dassen, did you just get hit by a kid? There was no tension among them. Only the gang boss seemed on edge, shouting from the back. Hey, get that guy, quickly. Despite the urgent shout, only about half of them got up, and even they weren't in a hurry. The rest kept laughing. Leo stepped on the fallen guy's neck and took the dagger from his waistband. He decided to knock them all out first and think later. He needed to vent his pent-up anger somewhere. The brawl ended one-sidedly. He realized while fighting that these were not gangsters but hoodlums. Only the boss could be called a gangster. There was a big difference between a gangster and a hoodlum. Hoodlums who were merely lazy lost their will to fight after one fall. In contrast, gangsters had no qualms about killing and were used to life or death battles, fighting desperately. Throwing themselves into the fight, poking eyes, hitting sensitive spots, biting, clinging, twisting, and using anything as a weapon. The fewer than 20 hoodlums were no match for Leo. When he slit one guy's throat and sprayed blood everywhere, the rest fled. Hey, you're the boss, right? This gang is a mess. I have some questions. Leo was about to torture the boss, but found his questions weren't so significant, and the guy answered readily. This wasn't a gang. Lutetia had no gangs. The real gangs had small branches near the capital. The so-called gangsters were scattered. How can you do business like this? It's because of the Crusaders. We can't stay grouped in the Holy Kingdom. The boss, or rather, a gangster dispatched from a family, explained further. The holy mark was the issue. The cathedral had special knights called Crusaders. With their bodies strengthened by holy power, Crusaders were few but plentiful at the cathedral. Here, Crusaders regularly sweep the backstreets. If gangsters gather, they'll get marked and exterminated. That's why we use hoodlums for minor tasks. Leo glanced at the sprawled hoodlums. They were also bad, but few had committed murder, mostly extortion. That didn't seem to warrant marking. He asked about the prince in the war, but the gangster knew nothing, complaining even under the threat of his fingers being twisted. Leo, realizing he was doing something unworthy, stopped. He had been venting his frustration. "I've told you everything. Please spare me." "Fine, give me some money," but the guy had little money. The gangster pleaded that giving away the money meant for the hoodlums would force him to close the branch, leading to his death at headquarters. Understanding the gangster's plight, Leo softened. Even if he took all the money, it was useless. Lena knew he was broke, so if he gave her a large sum, she'd question it. Leo took the guy's salary, it was a pittance, and left. After changing out of his blood-stained clothes, Leo bought a new outfit and a dress for Lena before heading to the bakery. Lena was already outside, having finished work. She stood blankly, gazing at the cathedral silhouetted against the beautiful evening sky. Her face, covered in shadows, looked desolate. "Lena." "Oh, Leo, let's go." "Lena, look, I bought this with today's earnings. I changed my clothes too. Do they look good?" "Yes, they look good." Though she responded to his questions, she didn't chatter like she used to. Seeing her so down, Leo showed her the money he had taken from the gangster. Look, I made a lot of money today. Though it wasn't much, it was a significant amount for one day." He shouldn't have shown it, but he couldn't stand Lena's despairing expression. "Where did you get all this?" "It's what I earned today. You know I'm good at my job, right? I earned a lot. I'll save up quickly and get us a nice place." Lena stared at him silently for a long time. "Lena, what's wrong?" "Leo, what do you have in your pocket?" His thin summer clothes bulged where he had hidden the dagger taken from the thug. This. "It's nothing." An awkward silence followed his clumsy excuse. As Leo fidgeted, wondering if he should lie more, Lena took his hand. "Leo, why yes, don't overdo it. I'm okay." She gripped his hand tightly. "It doesn't matter what it is, but I don't want you to struggle because of me. I'm sorry. Let's go home." Lena walked slowly towards the setting sun, and Leo followed her with a heavy heart. Lena's shadow stretched long toward the cathedral. Leo found an ordinary job. His craftsmanship was valued everywhere, so he easily found work as an assistant at a blacksmith shop. He explained the dagger he had hidden as he started the job. Standing in front of the blazing furnace, Leo worked the bellows tirelessly. Sweat poured off him like rain as he stared at the flickering flames, lost in thought. What should I do now? The hot blast from the bellows hit him when he pumped air, and the heat momentarily subsided when the bellows drew in air. Leo timed his breathing to this rhythm. At this rate, nothing will change. After work, he would bring Lena from the bakery, and she would always stand in front of it, staring blankly at the cathedral, indifferent to the beautiful evening glow. Seeing her like that pained Leo deeply. He had gathered no information about the prince. Drinking with the blacksmiths and asking around yielded no results. The prince remained a distant figure. His lifestyle was unknown. There were rumors he occasionally went hunting, but they were unverified, and Leo had no way to find him. Meeting the prince seemed impossible. It was only natural. Expecting it to be easy was foolish. He had thought there would be some convenient event like in a game, but such an easy path was nowhere to be found. No nobles or wealthy patrons visited the bakery on the outskirts of the city. Chance meetings don't happen. Through long travels, he vaguely realized that certain conditions needed to be met for events to trigger. Even in the game Princess Maker, there was a condition to meet the prince only in January. Otherwise, he needed to know exactly where to approach or have the ability to meet the prince openly. Information about the war was fragmented. The sword master of the kingdom of Belita had done something significant, but exactly what and why the Estin kingdom's army retreated so quickly was unknown. High-level information was scarce, and Leo had no access to it. "I'll marry Lena," he concluded. He didn't want to leave Lena in her sorrow. He wanted to divert her attention somehow. "Good work today. I'll just go home." He left the blacksmith shop. Lena was standing outside the bakery again. Leo hung his head in the middle of the street. He felt sorry for Lena. Using his inability as an excuse, he chose marriage as an escape. Leo and Lena returned to their home in the slums. He fetched water from the communal well and handed it to Lena. Covered in flour, she washed inside while Leo rinsed himself off at the well. "I'm done washing." When he entered the room, Lena was standing, drying her hair. Water flowed down the smelly drain on the floor. "Lena, I need to talk to you." Leo sat Lena down. It felt dirty to sit the woman he loved on the moldy floor. Lena knelt and sat down, and he hesitated before proposing. "Marry me. Will Lena be happy if she marries me?" "It should be better than now, right?" Lena's focus sharpened, but she said nothing and chewed her lips. Leo waited. Smart Lena seemed to understand all his thoughts, smiling faintly. Leo, relieved by her small smile, started talking more. "I'll save up and return to our hometown. I'll work hard. We can have a proper wedding then." Lena stopped his words with her lips. Her wet hair touched Leo's shoulder, leading to a quiet kiss. "Leo, I'm fine. Let's live happily here without overdoing it." Her words shook him. Lena consoled Leo instead. Her considerate words eased some of the burden weighing on him. Leo burst into tears without realizing it, and Lena gently embraced his crying. A few days later, early in the morning, Lena and Leo got married at the bakery. Priestess Ophelia came to officiate, and the bakery owner and some ladies waved work gloves, congratulating them. Though it was a modest wedding, Priestess Ophelia solemnly declared the birth of a new couple, Leo. Lena held Leo's hand tightly, and he cupped her cheek and kissed her. For the last time, Lena has married. Congratulations, Lena. Final job, bakery girl. Spouse, Leo. Leo. Final job, blacksmith. Spouse, Lena. Childhood friends ending, overseas marriage. Lena, born in Demos village, had a happy childhood. Excerpt, expelled from the cathedral, she worked in a bakery. She married Leo, who followed her to Lutetia, and they had 2 children living happily. They never returned to Demos village. Leo, born in Demos village, had a happy childhood. Excerpt, followed Lena to Lutetia and married her. He became a blacksmith and raised a son and daughter. They never returned to Demos village. Lena quickly faded and disappeared. In the void, a picture of her modest wedding at the bakery appeared. It wasn't a fancy wedding. It looked like they had suddenly decided to marry while buying bread. Yet Lena smiled brightly, as if reassuring her inept husband who couldn't even take her to their hometown. Leo couldn't take his eyes off the picture. Her lips still felt vivid, but that story had come to an end. I should have found a way to return to our hometown to marry, but that would have required doing bad things. He would have had to leave Lena alone while saving money, then cross the border with her and travel through another kingdom. All excuses. He had chosen to ignore the problem, thinking he would handle it somehow after marriage. Leo's mind melted with regret. Mincio appeared. He pondered for a while. Kiha. Lena's actions struck Mincio. Despite losing everything, she consoled Leo. It seemed Lena had stopped them from returning to their hometown to avoid burdening Leo. How could she do that? I couldn't do that. I only thought of relying on Kiha and actually did lean on her a lot. Kiha must have been doubly miserable. What if I had done for Kiha what Lena did, told her it was okay, not to overdo it, and supported her? Mincio turned back, leaving with unfinished business. He wanted to go outside more strongly than before. I must escape from here. I need to go back to Kiha and correct the mistakes I made, and I still want to make Lena happy. To the dear Lena, I want to do something for her before I leave. This was no longer just a game for Mincio. You failed to clear Ray's Lena. Due to noble interference, Lena did not achieve her dream. As consolation, we provide information on noble society, restarting. Lena Einar burst into Leo's room without knocking. Not one to bother with knocking, she plopped down next to Leo, who was sprawled on the bed, and asked, "Hey, why are you so down these days?" Her arm was fine. The engagement scenario had started again, but Leo had been depressed for days. It was because the information about noble society he received as a reward from the last scenario overwhelmed his mind. He didn't gain all the knowledge that nobles knew. The noble society information contained general knowledge shared among them, excluding peripheral or secret information. For example, the noble society information included the etiquette of the Archaea Empire. This was common knowledge among nobles. However, it lacked the latest etiquette of the Belida kingdom. This wasn't known to nobles from other kingdoms, so it couldn't be considered common. He also gained information about swordmasters. They were so renowned that nobles across the continent knew about them, but there was no information about that bastard Gilbert Forte. He was only famous in the Belida kingdom. Leo felt overwhelmed as he chewed over the noble society information for days. Making Lena a princess seemed almost impossible, even though he knew it was his goal. The ways to make Lena a princess were through the prince's obsessive love, bloodline event, or by becoming a king himself. There were no other methods. Leo, who had his face buried in the pillow, lifted his head to look at Lena, and their eyes met. Lena, a beautiful warrior with a strong conviction but somewhat naive, was someone who, in Leo's subjective opinion, was destined to be loved. All the different Lenas had their unique traits, but they were all lovable. We need to get the Lenas to meet the prince. Regardless of the scenario, if Lena fell in love with the prince and Leo supported her by any means necessary, she could become a princess. However, the prince needed to, obsessively, love her. The thick walls of noble society wouldn't easily allow a commoner to approach. What, why are you looking at me like that? Lena raised her voice in embarrassment, but Leo continued his thoughts. Breaking the engagement was a big problem. Lena was engaged to him. I need to keep my distance from Lena as much as possible. But this wasn't easy. They trained together daily and barged into each other's rooms without hesitation. Even during a war, he had to stay by her side. If he stayed away, Lena would be killed by Katrina. Moreover, he was becoming more of a perfect Leo over time. He could feel himself liking the Lena in front of him more and more with each passing moment. With this, would he be able to bring up the topic of breaking the engagement later? What if I die after becoming close to the prince? Then Lena could meet the prince. She would be very sad, but life goes on. If they got married, wouldn't that still achieve the princess ending? But it was terrifying. Leo had never died before. What would happen to me if this Leo died? If an ending didn't appear? No, there's no way. If dying means truly dying, then this game can't be cleared. There have been so many dangerous moments. He tried to shake off his worries. There's no way that's possible. Lena averted her eyes, sensing his unease, and the bloodline event. The Beggar siblings were heirs to the Iriel royal family that ruled the Conrad kingdom. Prince Eric de Iriel of the Conrad kingdom had tried to kill his half-siblings. This incident was so famous that it was included in the Noble Society information. Prince Eric had expelled his siblings and was recognized as the sole heir to the kingdom. The clearest way to make Lena a princess lay here. The Beggar siblings were royalty, and legitimate heirs at that. If they could oust Eric de Iriel, Lena would reclaim her name as Lena de Iriel and become a princess. Having noble status made things so much simpler. At that moment, Lena stood up as if she couldn't take it anymore. Why you, Leo? I'm leaving. Eat or don't, whatever. She stormed out, clattering down the stairs, her face red like a beet, but Leo's worries were far from over. Becoming incredibly powerful and becoming a king was also worth considering. It would take a very long time, but he could keep growing stronger through repetition, so it wasn't impossible. However, the chances were slim. Even a swordmaster who achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship couldn't establish a kingdom. To be a king, one needed the ability to lead and command people, leadership skills. Leadership, me? Leo snickered. Mincio had been a loner in college. If he hadn't met Kiha in the club he joined with the enthusiasm of a freshman, he would have continued attending school with the atmosphere of a returning student since his first year. Mincio's abilities seemed insufficient to become a king. So did this Leo have the qualities to be a king? Moreover, the continent was already occupied by 7 kingdoms. There was no land to squeeze into, and the regimes of each kingdom were stable, places where a rebellion might occur immediately. He didn't know yet. Such detailed information wasn't included in the Noble Society information. Of course, he could prepare for a rebellion over a long period. Whether he could or not, he had plenty of time for infinite repetition, so the possibility was there. But there was a problem. Until then, shouldn't Lena remain unmarried? She shouldn't decide on a job either. Lena had to be made into an old maid and a drifter. Leo shook his head, thinking this was not right. Lena wasn't a game character to be controlled. She was always ready to run towards her life with her own will. The reason Lena had followed Leo's words, to some extent, until now was simply because she liked him. He didn't want to exploit that feeling. At that moment, one glimmer of hope for becoming a king came to mind: the barbarians of the Oran Kingdom. The previous childhood friend's scenario, where Lena and Leo were captured, was no coincidence. It was partly due to their lack of street knowledge from not having the rules of the backstreets information, but the Oran Kingdom was also the nation that employed the most slaves on the entire continent. Due to the forested and mountainous terrain of the Oran Kingdom, many barbarians still lived in tribes, and the Oran Kingdom oppressed them. This was in stark contrast to the 2 northern kingdoms that integrated the barbarians as citizens and the Holy Kingdom, which allowed the barbarians to self-govern. There were hardly any barbarians in the Belita Kingdom, located in the central continent though. To be precise, the humans living in the central part of the continent were considered civilized. The Conrad Kingdom, with its bizarre lack of mountains and vast plains, also had few barbarian tribes. Lastly, in the Azel Kingdom to the east, known as the Magic Kingdom, the unique political system, abundant rivers and swamps meant that while there were barbarians, they couldn't be classified as barbarians in the usual sense. If I became a swordmaster and united the barbarians of the Oran Kingdom. Leo shook his head, ending his musings. A swordmaster? No way. The strongest warriors on this continent, of which there were only 3. Even having 3 was considered exceptional. According to the Noble Society information, it was unprecedented in human history to have more than 2 swordmasters in a single era. Reaching such a supreme level, where only one might emerge over several decades, seemed unfathomable. I'll think about the last method later. Did Lena tell me to eat? It seemed like Lena had said something about eating earlier, but he was too focused to hear properly. Even though it had only been a few days since the scenario started, it was already hard for him to think as Mincio if he didn't focus. He went to Lena's house. Leo Dexter's mother had passed away. Thus, the 2 men of the Dexter family often received meals from Lena's mother. As was common among the Anar tribe's peers, Lena's mother and Leo's mother were friends. They weren't very close. Leo's mother, like Lena, wanted to become a warrior and was a spirited woman, while Lena's mother was a lady of refined manners. Over time, however, she had turned into a fierce woman who constantly scolded her husband, Dihor. Leo asked the silent Lena as he ate. Lena, why did you leave earlier? What did you say? Why, is something wrong? Lena's face turned bright red. It seemed Leo had made up his mind today. She had felt something was off for a few days now. Earlier, he had set a mood by looking at her intensely on the bed, and now he was being so direct. Hey, my mom is in the kitchen. Are you crazy? And I'm not ready yet. Lena tried to explain in a low voice with big mouth movements, but her voice trailed off. And in a few days I'll be of age, so there's no need to rush. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What? We are engaged, but not that I dislike you, but there is a proper order to things. Lena hurriedly tried to explain something, but Leo couldn't understand her for a while and then burst out laughing. She flinched at his laughter. Lena was truly Lena. Lena, flustered, didn't know what to do, and Leo later received a good scolding from her. Lena and Leo pointed their swords at Noel Dexter. The two were fully armed, while Noel in light attire let his sword hang. Only when Lena and Leo spread out and approached did he raise his sword. Hup, Lena took the initiative. At that moment, Leo felt a strange sensation. Normally, he would have attacked in sync with Lena, but he moved sideways to get out of his father's line of sight and prepared to thrust. His father, instead of lightly deflecting Lena's attack as usual, blocked it head-on. His stillness was chilling. Leo retracted his thrust and moved toward Lena to prepare for a counterattack. As if possessed by intuition, he predicted correctly. His father's sword came crashing down like thunder after deflecting Lena's blow. Gritting his teeth, Leo blocked the descending sword while Lena, having regained her balance, aimed at their father's abdomen. Impressive. Noel felt a deep satisfaction inside as he applied more pressure. His sword slid out of the bind with Leo's, deflecting Lena's thrust. With room to maneuver, Noel advanced on her. At this rate, Lena would be struck. In that urgent moment, Leo again felt that peculiar sensation. Instead of rashly thrusting his sword at his advancing father, he stomped the ground forcefully. As he shifted his weight forward to charge, Noel Dexter slashed horizontally, wary of Leo. Both Lena and Leo managed to block his sword with relative ease and briefly stood off. A bright smile spread across Noel's face. This time he took the initiative and pressed them slowly. Noel displayed a bit more skill but held back to extend the sparring session. Soon Leo was gasping for breath. His father's movements were unfair. The usual exchange involves using a single breath to both attack and effectively counter the opponent's move. That's the normal flow and mind game in a duel. But his father, with superior physical abilities, pressed them with 2 or 3 moves within a single breath. The gap in swordsmanship was even greater, as his father blocked their combined attacks with a single move. When they blocked once, 2 breaths were wasted, making it impossible to keep up. Oops, losing focus because of exhaustion. Leo was sent flying by his father's kick, and shortly after, Lena was also knocked down. The two lay on the ground, gasping for air. Noel, without a drop of sweat on his face, smiled and said, "Leo, you've improved a lot. Your coordination with Lena is good, and your suppression tactics have gotten much better." Leo was bewildered. Lena had done most of the attacking, and he hadn't done much, but Noel Dexter praised his son first. He lavishly praised Leo, saying he effectively restricted the opponent's movements and blocked counterattacks by following Lena's flow. The joint tactics skill is quite useful. He had earned the joint tactics skill from his last engagement scenario achievement, but hadn't had the chance to use it since he hadn't fought alongside anyone. He used to run with gangs in the family, but there he had never felt any coordination. Gang fights weren't about strategy. They were battles of numbers and brute force. Fighting with Lena was different. A way to corner the opponent naturally came to mind, matching her moves. Noel Dexter was restricted by Leo's moves. Of course, it was because he was holding back. Noel reviewed the spar and gave a few more pieces of advice before heading home. Lena and Leo lay back down on the clearing, catching their breath. "Wow, Leo, that was great. What, somehow? I felt less pressured than before." Lena hummed a tune, seemingly in a good mood. "I've never fought like this against your father. You've changed a lot. Your swordsmanship has become unique. You're like a different person. I need to work hard too." What do you mean?" "You've improved." "Oh, okay. Your personality seems to have changed a bit too." Let's go inside. I need to wash up before eating." Lena got up and went inside. Leo stood frozen for a moment in the clearing. He was getting used to meeting Lena repeatedly. When he first started the scenario, he had paid close attention to her to fit in. This time he had been careless. He was too engrossed in the noble society information. If the naive Lena Einar had noticed, he had indeed been too complacent. "I need to be more careful from now on." He was Leo, yet not Leo, especially at the beginning of a scenario. Leo pondered his identity as he went inside, leaving the snowy clearing behind. "Ha ha ha, got it." Dihor's laughter echoed through the mountains. His massive axe was embedded in the head of the old white tiger. The war broke out inevitably before spring could arrive, and both Lena, now a warrior, and Leo joined the fray. Noel Dexter, who had been vehemently opposed the first time and begrudgingly accepted the second time, this time allowed his son to join the war with ease, a significant improvement. He probably judged that at least Leo wouldn't be helpless against soldiers and focused on teaching him how to fight knights. Lena and Leo trained with Noel until the day of their departure, which came swiftly. The soldiers and warriors marched to the sound of drums and horns, forming ranks. During the long journey, Leo bribed the snub-nosed centurion again. Since he had leftover initial funds with no other use, he gave them away generously. The centurion made an enticing offer. Lena could be classified as a patient and ride in a wagon. Lena's feet had developed blisters again. No matter how many times she was warned, her clumsy habits wouldn't change until she suffered. Although it was an unexpected benefit, Lena refused. She endured the pain and walked to the end. Just like last time, after 2 months of arduous marching, they arrived at the battlefield. The second battlefield was just as fierce as the first. Why is the Astin kingdom losing? From the perspective of a mere soldier, it seemed that the Astin kingdom was superior in every way. Reinforcements also arrived quickly. Warriors could be deployed to the battlefield immediately after simple training. On the other hand, conscripting and training soldiers took much longer. However, the Belita kingdom had a larger population, so when reinforcements arrived, they came in large numbers. The situation was slightly different for knights. The northern kingdoms had a relatively large number of knights. Considering the small population in the north, this was a peculiar phenomenon. Thus, the Astin Aster kingdoms were known as the lands of knights. Overall, the Astin kingdom was at a numerical disadvantage. However, they balanced this with superior individual combat ability and a higher number of elite combatants like knights. But since the wars in this world were fought in small, scattered units rather than large-scale engagements, the Astin kingdom's superior individual combat prowess gave them an edge. The situation would only change if the war dragged on. If the war continued, the conscripts from the Belita kingdom would gain experience and become elite soldiers. Our warriors would also improve, but the Belita kingdom, with its larger population, had a clear advantage in producing elite soldiers. And the Belita kingdom was wealthier. Due to the harsh environment in the north and the aftermath of past civil wars, the poor Astin kingdom lacked the resources to sustain a long war and had to aim for a quick victory. But the war ended early with the Astin kingdom's defeat. It was an incomprehensible situation. If the war ended early, it should have been the Astin kingdom's victory. "Hey, Leo, why are you daydreaming again?" Lena shouted as she cut down the enemy in front of her. Lena had quickly risen to the rank of 10-man leader. Then Lena might face Katrina alone. Unaware of Leo's intentions, Lena scolded him for not giving his all. Now that she was his superior, she was giving him a hard time. "Ah, Lena, that's too much. If you feel wronged, get promoted." "What? I can't hear you. Speak up." Lena teased him mischievously. Even though he knew she was joking, it still irked him. As summer arrived, the battlefield turned green. It was the time for knights to go berserk. Knights from each kingdom, paired up in 2s and 3s, charged into the battlefield. Now the battles between ordinary soldiers became a sideshow. In summer, victory depended more on how well each side utilized their knights rather than on the general maneuvering of troops. Lena's unit stayed on high alert, moving forward or retreating based on orders from the centurion. Leo also remained vigilant. Katrina would appear soon. Meeting her was definitely an event. As long as he was in the same unit as Lena on the battlefield, encountering Katrina was inevitable. His prediction was spot on. In the scorching midday heat, Katrina and a young knight emerged from the bushes. What was that young knight's name again? Knight, our unit's messenger, ran in the opposite direction. It felt like déjà vu, but last time we were on the right ridge of the battlefield. This time we were guarding the left forest, and yet Katrina appeared in the same way. The only difference was that Lena was now a 10-man leader. Lena muttered, "Should we take down that redhead?" As the 10-man leader, she had to allocate her troops. Leo shook his head. "That knight looks stronger. Let's take out the weaker-looking one first and then help the others." Lena didn't ask how he knew. There was no time to question, and she trusted Leo's judgment. "Everyone, hold off that female knight. Reinforcements will arrive soon." She rallied the soldiers. Coincidentally, this unit also had 15 members, just like before. It was amazing. During battles, units that had suffered heavy casualties often merged with other units, resulting in units with more than 10 members. This time was no different. Excluding the messenger, 12 soldiers charged at Katrina, while Lena and Leo faced the young knight alone. "Did they underestimate me? They probably think you look stupid, Darrows. Hurry up and deal with them so you can help me." "Ah, senior, that's too harsh." Haha, Katrina was relaxed even with 12 soldiers in front of her. Leo shifted his focus away from Katrina. Sadly, those 12 soldiers were as good as dead. He concentrated on the young knight. Darrows swung his sword lightly. It was too swift for a regular soldier to block, but Leo easily parried and countered. Lena's sword struck at Darrows' leg. As he blocked her attack, Leo sidestepped and targeted his flank. Darrows deflected Lena's blow and turned to his right, naturally distancing himself from Leo and continuing to target Lena. That won't work. Leo stuck to him relentlessly, disrupting his movements while Lena pressed him hard. "Hey, idiot, there are only 2 of them. What are you doing? Are you insane? Do you want to die?" "Senior Katrina, these 2 are no joke." Katrina's tone grew rougher. She had already taken down 6 soldiers, but with so many clinging to her, it was dragging on. Soon the reinforcement unit arrived. "There, charge, target the female knight." Lena shouted to the reinforcements, who all rushed at Katrina. "You bastard, we'll see about this later." Darrows couldn't respond to Katrina's furious outburst. He was too busy dealing with 2 unexpectedly skilled soldiers. Lena and Leo weren't exactly having an easy time either. Knights are not to be underestimated. Even facing an inexperienced rookie knight as a pair was a harrowing ordeal, but finally their swords found their mark on Darrow's. Once wounded, the inexperienced Darrow's visibly faltered and ultimately fell to Lena's blade. Breathing heavily, Lena and Leo turned their attention to Katrina. Now, let's deal with her. Aurg, the last remaining soldier, screamed and fell. Katrina, her red hair disheveled and wild, had single-handedly annihilated 2 entire units. Phew, 2 soldiers taking down Darrow's, you kids have some skill. Her eyes fixed sharply on the 2 soldiers. Katrina, shocked by Darrow's absurd death, didn't even think to tie her hair back as she scrutinized them closely. Leo gulped. Previously, while facing Katrina, Lena had lost an arm. She had been an unbeatable foe, only bested by Lena's quick thinking and a stroke of luck. This time they might not survive. No, I still have acceptance technique, and she's more injured than before. Blood was pouring from several wounds on Katrina's body. She had been injured last time, but now it was worse. Steeling himself, Leo approached her, while Lena, wary of the monstrous killer, held her sword at the ready. A tense standoff ensued, but Katrina skipped the psychological warfare and attacked her. Look at this brat, the boy was annoying her. Every time she tried to make a move, he would interfere, making her attacks clumsy. His swordsmanship isn't much, but his coordination with the girl is too good. Katrina realized that the girl was the weaker of the 2, but she couldn't recklessly charge at her because the boy would interfere. This boy, despite his young age, seemed close to being an expert, as his sword carried considerable weight. She was unaware that Leo's achievement was activated. Achievement: 1 knight stronger when facing a knight. Damn, if not for his interference, I could just destroy the girl and deal with him later. But if I focus on the girl, I'll get hit. Targeting the boy was also tricky. He was focusing on defense. If only my body were in better shape. Facing over 20 soldiers at once had been too much. A knight's role was to hunt soldiers without incurring losses, but having abnormal soldiers among her prey had been unlucky for both her and Darrow's. Katrina had tried several reckless attacks, inflicting small wounds on the brats, but she had received similar injuries in return. This is the end for me. Katrina resigned herself to death. In a fair fight, there was no way to win, so now she had to gamble, even if it wasn't fitting for a knight. Any further delay would bring reinforcements. Ellen, I'm sorry. It seems I won't be able to return. Resolved, Katrina adjusted her stance and radiated a menacing killing intent. She could take at least one of them with her. Though she might get counterattacked and killed, she was already as good as dead. Katrina put her weight into her sword and charged at Lena. Her fierce strike threw Lena off balance in an instant. Leo tried to help against the continuous attacks from Katrina, but acceptance technique's advice wasn't what he wanted to hear. I can't stop her. The only option is to counter. Against an enemy who had forsaken defense, pressure or interference meant nothing. Reluctantly, Leo put all his strength into stabbing Katrina's shoulder. Her eyes gleamed as if she had trapped him perfectly. Katrina forcefully moved her injured shoulder, raising her sword to slash at him. Leo's leather armor tore as blood poured from his chest. Leo, the fallen Lena, kicked Katrina's leg. Katrina rolled backward, creating some distance, and readied her sword again. Despite the deep wound in her shoulder, she seemed unfazed. Wait, Leo shouted. She was intent on a mutual kill. At this rate, one of them would definitely die. Let's stop fighting. Why, if we continue, you'll definitely die. I can take one of you with me. I know, that's why we should stop here. I won't pursue you. Katrina's mouth twisted into a crooked smile. You're asking me to run away? No, I'm asking you not to kill us. Leo, what are you talking about? Lena, I'm sorry. At this rate, one of us will die. Let's just end it here. Lena hesitated. She didn't care if she died. A warrior doesn't show their back to the enemy, and she was a warrior. But if it wasn't her and Leo died. The blood pouring from Leo's chest softened her resolve. Lena couldn't decide and was torn. Katrina watched their antics with a bemused expression. Are they a couple? The unusual atmosphere was rare on the battlefield, making her think of Ellen. Should I just go back? A knight fleeing with a soldier's goodwill was disgraceful, but Ellen had begged her to come back alive. Before going to war, he had nervously bought a bunch of herbs, not knowing that knights were provided with medical supplies. Seeing Ellen pleading with her, she wanted to see him again. After hesitating, Katrina sheathed her sword. Fine, I'll run away as you said, this favor. She trailed off and turned around abruptly, embarrassed. Her shame doubled when she saw Darrow's body. She felt sorry for berating him when he struggled against abnormal soldiers. Katrina wanted to retrieve his body but could barely take care of her own. She picked up Darrow's sword and a few personal items and left. Achievement: spared Katrina. Katrina will remember this favor. As Katrina disappeared, Leo slumped to the ground. His clothes were soaked in blood from his chest. Lena rushed over and started bandaging his wound. As her short hair tickled his nose, Leo apologized. I'm sorry. No, we couldn't have beaten her anyway. If that night had been in perfect condition, we'd be dead. She tied the bandage and continued, and we did our job by taking down one knight. With the emergency treatment done, Lena sat down in front of him, relieved. Leo looked at his chest and chuckled. It was a mess. She had tied the bandage knot over the wound. Still, the swordsmanship-focused Lena had kept her arm intact. "Hey, your chest is split open. That must have hurt." Lena and Leo arrived at the familiar camp and received medical treatment. Lena's injuries were minor, requiring only simple treatment, and Leo's wounds weren't severe either. Despite the deep gash on his chest, this was one of the most common and straightforward injuries for the military surgeons to handle. The same military surgeon who had previously stitched his finger gathered his surgical tools and spoke. "It's going to sting a lot. Do you need some alcohol? It's better if you don't drink. Recovery will be slower." "No, I don't need it." "Good choice. Bite down on this or you'll damage your teeth." The suturing was completed quickly. The surgeon expertly maneuvered the needle as if mending a torn piece of cloth, while Leo endured the excruciating pain that made his vision blur. After finishing, the surgeon praised Leo for enduring well, like consoling a child, and as a service, he applied a light coating of honey over the herbs on the wound. "If we had a priest for healing spells, this would be over in no time, but that's unfortunate. I'll bandage you later." Covering the honey with a bandage would make removing it a nightmare. "Haha," he patted Leo on the back. "When it heals, we'll remove the stitches. Be careful not to tear the wound open. And no alcohol." "Yes, sir." Leo walked out stiffly. As long as he didn't move his upper body, walking wasn't an issue. Outside, Lena was waiting. "Leo, did the treatment go well? Let me see." "Looks like they did a good job stitching it up. That's a relief." Lena examined Leo's wound closely. Then she smirked. "You'll have a fine scar to show off." The people of the Ainar tribe considered scars to be honorable. Lena's father, D. Horman, even lamented not having any scars on his body. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. This kind of wound heals with just a bit of spit. Oh, by the way, I just met with the administrator. It looks like I'm getting promoted to Centurion." "Wow, congratulations." "Could you put some more feeling into it?" When Lena had been seriously injured and receiving treatment, Leo had met the administrator. The administrator had praised Leo's accomplishments, but had been disappointed to learn he had lost a finger. There had been no promotion for Leo at that time. Seeing Lena's pouty expression, Leo exaggerated his gestures and spoke. "Really, truly congratulations. Our Lena is amazing." "Enough, stop it." Reassured by each other's safety, they moved to the infirmary. Leo spent several weeks recuperating in the infirmary. Lena, with her minor injuries, returned to the battlefield but was called back within just 3 weeks. Prince Arnulf de Klaus had returned. The prince held a grand parade to boost the soldiers' morale, during which Lena and Leo were highlighted as warriors of the Ainar tribe who had taken down a knight. Although Leo was neither a member of the tribe nor a warrior, the military often overlooked personal details. If the higher-ups said he was a warrior, then he was a warrior. On the parade platform, Lena and Leo offered the Achaean Empire's military salute to the prince. The prince, delighted by the rare gesture, accepted it warmly. Leo felt proud that he had taught Lena the imperial etiquette. "Impressive, soldiers taking down a knight. I heard you two took down a knight together. Is that true?" "Yes, your highness. You said you were warriors of the tribe. Where did you learn your swordsmanship?" "My father taught me. He was a knight in the First Order. He has since retired." "Ah, I see. That makes sense. Their feat was extraordinary. While it was not uncommon for a knight to be overwhelmed by a mob of soldiers, it was rare for a few soldiers to take down a knight." The prince, looking satisfied, smiled and asked, "Are you aspiring to become knights then?" "Yes." "Yes," Lena answered enthusiastically, while Leo felt a pang of regret. This was the first time he had presented Lena to the prince, but this meeting was too formal for them to establish a personal connection. "I will appoint you as junior knights. Your future exploits will help you in receiving a knighthood. Best of luck." The parade concluded. The injured and those who had distinguished themselves were delighted with their rewards, and Lena, excited, grabbed Leo and shook him. "We're junior knights. I thought it would take 10 years to become knights. We might actually become knights in return." That's great." Leo was more concerned about the prince's demeanor. The prince showed no interest in Lena. While it was unlikely the prince would fall in love just by seeing her at a parade, something about the situation bothered Leo. The prince seemed more interested in him. Achievement: first meeting with the prince gained slight favor from all princes. Achievement: met Arnulf de Klaus gained slight favor from all nobles serving the Klaus royal family and from Arnulf de Klaus. It was probably due to the achievements he had gained earlier. That's why the junior knight title had been given so easily. And come to think of it, the prince had impulsively granted him the honorary knight title before as well. Leo's thoughts deepened. He had something that accumulated over repeated scenarios, but Lena did not. She had to finish everything in one go. Surviving the war is the primary goal, but how can I make Lena a princess like this? Meeting the prince like this was meaningless. While the nature of the military allowed easy access to high-ranking individuals, it also made it difficult for Lena to get close to them. There might be an event where she saves the prince on the battlefield, creating a connection. But the prince stays in the rear. "We have to go to the front lines. Can we meet him during a retreat in a losing battle?" For now, he had to wait and see how things unfolded. Or should we become knights after the war and then approach him? The war is bound to end early, so it seems possible. He needed to hurry if he wanted to make Lena a princess. She was already of marriageable age. Feeling frustrated, Leo returned to the tent with Lena. Having been promoted to Centurion, Lena had her own tent and Leo naturally shared it with her. Hey, come out here. Let's have a spar. Sure, let's get some practice in. Leo accepted her challenge as he usually did. The stitches on his chest had already been removed. He still felt some pulling at the wound, but it was healed enough. As he gathered his sword, he heard Lena's suppressed laughter from behind him. Hee hee. What's going on? Pick up your sword. You better be ready. Are you prepared? Here I come. As soon as Lena saw him grab his sword, she launched an attack. Leo was startled and leapt backward. It was a powerful strike, using her full body weight. He mistook it for a light feint and barely managed to block it, almost dropping his sword. It's not over yet. Lena rushed at him again, and the match was over in an instant. She struck his head with the flat side of her sword. Your swordsmanship, hee hee, how is it? Pretty good, right? Lena had become stronger, and the swordsmanship she just demonstrated was not her father's. It was Katrina's swordsmanship. Spinning her sword, Lena said, I tried mimicking that night, and it seems to suit me well. Now I understand why you changed your style. Your father's swordsmanship is a bit sneaky. Noel Dexter's swordsmanship was stable. Having perfected it during a brutal civil war, he always had a hidden reserve in every move. In a war where no one could be trusted and comrades often stabbed each other in the back, his swordsmanship evolved to be stable and observant of the situation. The reason Lena could charge even after losing an arm came from this reserve. She didn't hesitate to throw herself at Katrina, using her hidden reserve. Calling it sneaky might be too harsh. This swordsmanship also has a lot of tricks. It can be tough on the body. In contrast, Katrina's swordsmanship was aggressive. She was skilled at disguising powerful strikes as light feints, mixing real and fake attacks to overwhelm her opponent. Attracted to Katrina's swordsmanship, Lena combined it with Noel's techniques to create a new style. Leo, genuinely impressed, asked for a rematch. Wow, amazing. Let's go one more round. I was too surprised to pay attention just now. Anytime. With renewed determination, he faced Lena again. And lost. Lena's skills had far surpassed his. In a one-on-one duel where Leo couldn't use his special techniques, it was inevitable. How was that? Pretty good, right? You just got better. Leo sat down on the grass, reflecting on the recent sparring. It wasn't just Katrina's swordsmanship that made him lose. Lena had grown stronger with the new techniques. Her sword now contained both the hidden reserve and deceptive moves. Lena sat down next to him. There was a smell of sweat. Leo, yeah. Never mind. Why start talking and then stop? You're such a tease. The breeze passed between them, cool and refreshing. Lena called out to Leo several times but never finished what she wanted to say. 2 flags were raised at the Astin Kingdom's military camp. One belonged to the prince and the other to the swordmaster. The camp was bustling with activity since early morning, with the soldiers' steps quickened. The presence of the royal family alone instilled confidence in the troops, influencing the battlefield. The swordmaster needed no explanation. Among the excited soldiers, a legend of a swordmaster who once single-handedly drove away an army of 5,000 was being shared. Lena and Leo walked through the excited camp chatting. It's my first time attending a meeting. It's my first night's meeting too. I've followed a captain to a general's meeting before, but never this. Even squires could attend the knights' meetings. However, they did not have the right to speak. Squires were not assigned missions like knights. They were given tasks similar to regular soldiers, such as guarding generals or captains. Knights and several generals gathered in a large tent. Lena and Leo entered, identifying themselves as squires. Inside the tent, the knights stood in a circle around a large round table. There were few chairs, so most stood at attention. The general they saw during the parade was seated. Opposite him was a man with thick hair and eyebrows, his eyes almost bulging out aggressively. He didn't wear armor that suited his appearance. He was dressed in the elegant attire of nobles, which looked comically tight over his bulging muscles. Let's get started quickly. Even in front of the general, he crossed his legs surprisingly. His pants didn't rip and urged the adjutant to begin. But no one thought him impudent. With his shabby attire and carrying a huge sword without a sheath, he was Arpan al-Basadi, the captain of the Astin Kingdom's First Knight Order and a swordmaster. Achievement, Swordmaster 1-3. Leo, stiff with tension, glanced at the swordmaster. He had finally met the strongest person in this world. The civil war between the Astin and Aster kingdoms produced 2 swordmasters. Baron Arpan al-Basadi emerged as a swordmaster at the end of the fierce civil war, and simultaneously, the Aster kingdom also revealed a new swordmaster, proclaiming they were not lacking in strength. Their presence likely contributed to the quick end of the civil war. Swordmaster moved unseen, wielding their sword. No one could survive. The current situation is, the meeting began. An adjutant spread a map on the table and began explaining the war situation. The tent, filled with dozens of people in the summer heat, turned into a sauna. No one showed discomfort, but the swordmaster, seemingly unable to bear the heat, tugged at his collar and spoke bluntly. I get it. I'll guard the rear. Excuse me, the prince is here, I can't leave his side. I'll stay with him. You don't need to worry about his safety. Wait, Baron Albacete. The swordmaster from the Belita kingdom hasn't arrived yet. If you disrupt the enemy camp now. The general tried to stop the swordmaster from leaving, but he only returned an indifferent look. I refuse. Just because the enemy's flag isn't raised doesn't mean there's no swordmaster. I'll stay in the rear. But Baron, this is. Do not interfere with my independent command. That's it. With those words, he left. The general, captains, adjutants, knights, and squires all stared at his empty seat in shock. Damn it, the general stood up in anger. His chair fell backward with a crash. He didn't even show up for the parade. Damn it. Sorry, that was inappropriate. Adjutant, continue. The adjutant, sweating profusely, continued his explanation, but the meeting ended quickly. It was solely to decide the swordmaster's movements, and with him gone, there was nothing more to discuss. The knights left the tent, murmuring anxiously with worried expressions. Leo and Lena couldn't hide their confusion either. What's going on? Yeah, Leo, your father said that man was extremely aggressive. It's strange. Did your father talk about him? Weren't you there? He said he was once his junior. He was quite proud of it. Caught off guard by the unfamiliar past, Leo quickly matched her words with his knowledge of the aristocracy. Ah, right, I remember now. He said that man was from a barbarian tribe. After the Civil War, Baron Albacete was the only case of a barbarian becoming a noble. This led to him being somewhat undervalued compared to other noble swordmasters. Of course, that was the arrogant presumption of other nobles. Apparently satisfied with his explanation, Lena nodded and said, right, he was a warrior and liked to fight directly. It's strange. Maybe there's something in the rear. I don't know. Maybe the prince is there. Leo shrugged. He thought he understood why the Astin kingdom was losing. He didn't know why the swordmaster acted that way, but... Lena and Leo were deployed back to the battlefield. Lena, both a centurion and a squire, usually had the duty of guarding captains or generals, but she insisted on fighting on the front lines as a centurion. You have to be on the battlefield to earn merits. Just guarding someone is not very helpful. Yeah, well done. Leo felt frustrated at times like this. There was no way to control Lena. Her desire to become a knight drove her to the battlefield, distancing her further from the prince. Fortunately, Leo managed to get Lena assigned with him by appealing to the general. Achievement: met Arnulf de Claus, gained slight favor with all nobles serving the Claus royal family. Gained slight favor with Arnulf de Claus. This achievement was beneficial. Most generals were nobles, and they at least considered Leo's requests. If the request made sense, they usually responded positively. As a squire, Leo was tasked with guarding Lena, the centurion. It was uncommon for a squire to be assigned to a centurion, but pairing them up to include knight-level strength in the front-line squad was advantageous. Lena, did you receive the signal flares too? Yes, I've already used mine, but they gave me something new because I became a squire. Lena held a blue orb in her hand. Centurions and knights were issued signal flares. Centurions received 2 green flares and 1 yellow flare. Green flares were used when multiple enemy squads gathered in large numbers, and yellow flares were used when a squad encountered a knight. Oh, a blue one. I didn't get that. I guess they consider us a single knight. Knights received an additional blue flare. Blue flares were used to signal the presence of a mage, something not usually distributed to centurions. Mages were the bane of soldiers. Escaping or hiding was nearly impossible, and encountering a mage often meant certain death for soldiers. Leo curiously fiddled with the flare. Signal flares were glass orbs the size of walnuts with shimmering colors inside. These magical items reported the current location to the headquarters mages when broken. They had to be handled carefully. Emergency cases, soldiers who broke the flare out of fear were executed under military law. Leo, receiving signal flares for the first time, went through extensive training. Do not use the flares carelessly. Destroy the flare first, even if you die. These were the only 2 rules, repeated until they stuck. If flares fell into enemy hands, they could be easily misused. Flare functionality ceased when dropped. Leo hadn't seen it in action, but it was said to work that way. When did you use it? Once when you weren't around. Green flare. It's tricky to break. I used my hand, but it hurt. I'll use my sword next time, Lena said as she carefully placed the flare in a small wooden box. Accidental breaks were hard to avoid punishment. Leo, too, carefully secured his flare. Misuse could lead to execution, and even if he died, he had to destroy it first. The heavy responsibility weighed on him anew. The reinforcements led by the prince pushed the front line significantly. The enemy, maintaining the front line through sheer numbers, couldn't hold and retreated. Now the Belita kingdom's villages began to succumb to the advancing army. The captain encircled a nearby village. Confirming no enemies around, he ordered Lena's centuria to occupy it. Lena's 10 squads paused far from the village, waiting for the mage. A puzzled decurion asked Lena. Centurion, do we need a mage to occupy such a small village? I don't know. We are to wait for the mage's orders. Despite her rapid promotion to centurion, Lena knew little about tactics or war. This was common during wartime, with plenty of opportunities for merit and a dire need for personnel, leading to quick promotions for those who could wield a sword. To Leo, Lena's whimsical nature made her unsuitable for a general. Commanding troops seemed to be her limit, and she appeared more suited to her dream of becoming a knight. Soon, the mage arrived on horseback. 2 knights guarded her. Only after dismounting and removing her hood did they realize she was a woman. High-ranking positions in this world were mostly held by men, except for mages. Mages were humans with extremely high mana sensitivity, a rare talent found in roughly 1 in several 100,000. This talent manifested regardless of gender, making the gender ratio among mages even. The female mage gave Lena a brief nod before proceeding with her task. She drew on the ground with her staff and whispered into the air. The soldiers watched in awe. Like Leo, most were seeing a mage for the first time, but Leo felt slightly disappointed. He expected some flashy magic but saw none. This won't work. The mage, seeming troubled, tapped her staff on the ground. Prepare to extinguish fires. Pardon, fires. The village will catch fire. I tried to disable the magic, but it's too complex. It seems connected to something physical. Yes, understood. Let me know when you're ready. The sudden order puzzled everyone. Being soldiers, not firefighters, made the task challenging for Lena. She gathered the decurions. Do we know how big the fire will be? She didn't specify. There's a stream nearby. We could fetch water from there. But we don't have any buckets. We can't do it alone. To be safe, mage, we are ready. Lena called the mage, who had been leisurely reading a book. She lifted her staff and pointed at the village. All set, just put out the fire. I've already disabled the other traps, and there are no people inside. Understood. 200 soldiers rushed into the village. Larger than Demos village, flames erupted everywhere. Some fires were hard to put out, but they used sheer numbers to tackle them. For buildings too challenging to extinguish, they simply let them burn, focusing on preventing the fire from spreading. Lena, covered in soot, said, "It seems the villagers have already evacuated. The Lord probably took them earlier. Thankfully, we didn't witness any horrors." She seemed relieved at the thought that she didn't have to harm civilians, but there was no guarantee this would always be the case. As our army advanced, there were quite large villages and cities in the direction we were heading, and when we reached them, we might have to plunder by orders. The empty village, marked with burnt patches, presented a desolate scene. Shaking his head to clear the negative thoughts, Leo decided to think positively. In the future, this village would be used as a supply base, and in a few months, the fortress called Toridum would be within range. Capturing that fortress would greatly stabilize the front lines, and it was the main target of the Astin Kingdom army. If they could seize Toridum, the war might end. The poor Astin Kingdom wouldn't want a prolonged war. They might be satisfied with capturing a few cities in the strategic stronghold of Toridum. Buoyed by this hopeful speculation, Leo handed Lena a canteen to wash her face. For a while, we were busy organizing the captured village and managing the incoming supplies. Wagons continuously arrived at the village, now a supply base, loaded with weapons, food, hay, tents, and daily necessities, leaving us no time to rest. Additionally, siege weapons for capturing cities and fortresses began to fill the village, turning the once empty place into a bustling market. Lena and Leo lived in a small house, sharing it with other soldiers, but they had a room to themselves. Having a roof over their heads gave them a strange sense of comfort. One evening at dusk, Lena called Leo as he returned from duty. Her face was flushed. "Leo, want to have a duel?" "No, I don't feel confident about winning these days." Leo waved his hand, sitting on the bed. Lena had improved her skills further, seemingly grasping Katrina's swordsmanship through practical use. "You fight well in real battles, but seem to hold back during training. Are you going easy on me to make me feel good?" "No." Lena's increased strength was due to the enhanced effects of his hapjoke swordsmanship, but unaware of this, she approached the bed and asked, "Do you think we could defeat that female knight now? Just you?" "No, the 2 of us, probably not yet." Lena smiled cheerfully. "Well, I think we could." She beamed and then started to fidget again. She often did this recently. It seemed like she had something to say but hesitated. "Are you going to say you have something to tell me again?" "You're quick to catch on. What is it? Just say it already." Lena paced the room before finally making a decision and confessing, "Let's get married when we return." Leo looked at her in surprise. "Hee, why are you so shocked?" She turned her back, continuing her abrupt confession. From her back, with her hands behind, her embarrassment was evident. "My dream is to become a knight and marry you, so I've been intentionally delaying it. Sorry. Wouldn't it be hard to become a knight if you become a mother?" "But we're already squires," Lena shouted, spinning around. Her face was a mixture of embarrassment, pride, and happiness. "We might return as knights, or even if not, as squires, we can still aim for knighthood after marriage. If we train hard and prove our skills to the Lord, we might get knighted without going to the capital, right?" Lena faced Leo directly and declared firmly, "So let's get married when we return." "Why are you silent?" "I'm so happy I'm at a loss for words. So your answer, I would love that. Lena, marry me." Lena covered her face with both hands, clearly embarrassed but still smiling behind them. "Oh, it's so hot. Even though we're going to get married, it feels so good." She cautiously sat beside Leo and looked at him expectantly. It seemed she was hoping for something. She was awkward with anything besides swordsmanship. When Leo kissed her, Lena blushed but accepted his lips. On that quiet night with the sounds of insects, Leo couldn't sleep. He felt trapped. He wasn't unhappy with Lena's confession. He was overjoyed, blissfully happy, but he felt completely stuck. Being in the war, he realized he couldn't make Lena a princess. Coming to the battlefield meant inevitably facing Katrina. It was an unavoidable event, and to survive, he had to fight and win. That meant at least defeating one knight. If he defeated a knight without serious injury, he would meet the prince during the victory parade, where the prince's favor would backfire. The prince would open the path to knighthood for them, and once the path to knighthood opened, Lena confessed. Even if he survived the war, he couldn't make Lena a princess. If he returned after the war, he had to marry her. Break the engagement. Only a scumbag would mention breaking an engagement to such a happy Lena. Even if he decided to become a legendary scumbag, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Leo's heart was pounding wildly, and I was so filled with happiness that he couldn't sleep. The engagement scenario had too many contradictions. There seemed no way to make her a princess through normal means. One thing became clear. He had to avoid the war event. Indeed, spending time on the battlefield with limited time is not feasible. Staying here accelerates bonding. He knew how to avoid the war. The hunting event capturing the Nagawa would provide a reason to avoid the war. However, there was one significant issue. The Nagawa was extremely strong. It moved as lightly as the wind despite its massive size, but the weight never disappeared. Leo knew this from moving its carcass. It was terrifyingly heavy. An adult man hit by its front paw would be sent flying. Even Dihor, the great warrior of the Anar tribe who had captured many beasts, was praised for his great achievement of capturing the Nagawaho. Leo groaned, rolling over. How am I supposed to catch that? Should I just run away? But there was no good way to convince Lena. Eloping, they were already engaged. Using sword training as an excuse, his father trained with him daily. He quickly shook his head. Unlike the childhood friend scenario, there was no justification for taking Lena and leaving. Turning over, he saw Lena. She was sleeping peacefully, which made him love her even more. But frustrated by the situation, he reached out and pinched her nose. How am I supposed to make her a princess? Lena groaned and turned over, making Leo feel guilty. The game creator was insane. Lena did nothing wrong. He covered Lena with the blanket again. That night, Leo tossed and turned, unable to sleep, while Lena kicked off the blanket he had covered her with. Summer was gradually ending. The Istin Kingdom army was stalled before a city. Lena, where is the swordmaster? He's still in the rear, I think. From what I heard, he was forced to come because of the prince. He apparently wants to go back, Sai. Lena and Leo chatted idly. It was the most leisurely time since they joined the war. The front lines had been pushed far back. The Belida Kingdom's army failed to maintain their position around the city and had rebuilt their camp far beyond the river. The Istin Kingdom army, deciding it was impossible to cross the river within the year, chose to spend the winter besieging the city before them. Unlike the villages they had previously occupied, this city seemed determined to defend itself, its gates covered with makeshift wooden barriers. The walls were not very high, and the siege engines positioned nearby could easily breach them, yet the city had not been attacked for nearly a month. How much longer do we have to wait? It should be almost over now. In this world, sieges couldn't be rushed, no matter how superior the attacking force. If a mage was holding out inside the city, crowded soldiers would be decimated by wide area spells lighting up the sky. It's frustrating. Can't our mage block their magic? It seems it takes a long time. The Noble Society information included brief details about magic. Magic was based on the study called mangasurgery, which focused on researching mana roads. Mages carved mana road paths for mana to flow into the air to cast spells. The shape of these roads determined the mysterious effects known as magic. Since the discovery of how to carve mana roads, magic had advanced rapidly. Unlike the past, when mana was used haphazardly, modern mages harnessed immense magical power through the precise science of mangasurgery. Given enough time, they could unleash disasters like fire, ice, lightning, storms, and cold waves according to their preferences under a massive mana road set up in the sky. Wait, Lena interrupted Leo's explanation, raising her hand cutely. Can't we stop them from making those mana roads? I heard somewhere that if we carve a mana road to interfere with theirs, both roads would tangle, causing a kind of interference phenomenon. The colliding mana would explode, but it's just as dangerous for our soldiers. I see. So what do we do? They say we need to set up a barrier around the city to nullify all mana roads. It's been about a month, so it should be almost done by now. Wow, Leo, you're so smart. Lena patted his head, praising him. You were impressive when you taught me those etiquettes too. You're someone I can proudly call my husband. Leo felt slightly embarrassed. If she knew how I obtained the Noble Society information, she might think less of me. Unaware of his thoughts, Lena continued patting his head. Then we just need to stand guard properly. We should have a relatively easy time for now. We're on the outskirts, not near the city. There's no task more important than standing guard. She pretended to be stern, wagging her finger. As a centurion of the Estin kingdom, I cannot tolerate such laziness. You should be more vigilant. Yes, ma'am, as you command. Lena pinched his cheek and Leo pinched hers back. Her puffed cheeks were cute. Lena seemed to think similarly as she spoke with a voice muffled by her puffed-up cheeks. The thought, I shouldn't be doing this, even if I'm happy, had long disappeared. Over 10 months into the scenario, Mincio, who had sufficiently integrated into his mind, had become a faint memory. Consequently, Leo Dexter's gentle but self-centered personality emerged. I want to live like this with Lena. The determination to clear the scenario had vanished. He could no longer make Lena a princess, and once the war ended, he would marry her, leading to an ending. He desperately wanted to postpone the marriage, if only Mincio wasn't a factor. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Only Mincio feared losing himself in the endlessly repeating story and wanted to escape. Without Mincio, countless Leos could live short but happy lives. While it was sad for the story to end with marriage, seeing the story progress beyond the ending reassured him. A happy ending was enough. Even if I don't experience it, both Lena and Leo can live happily. If only Mincio wasn't there. Leo scratched his head uncomfortably. Leo has died. A few days later I died. I was on guard duty as usual. Lena's centuria was scattered, guarding a small hill. It was far from the besieged city. As the centurion, Lena was exempt from night duty, but she chose to stay with me. Just feeling each other's presence while watching the front lines made us happy. One night, a shadow moved in the darkness. By the time I noticed, a sword was already flying toward me. I instinctively drew my sword to block, but could I call it blocking? The impact of the incoming sword caused my own sword to cut my face. My lips split and my nose was cut off, but Lena helped me block the attack, limiting the damage. Without her, I would have died by my own sword. The force of the powerful strike sent us both flying several steps, landing on our rears. A swordmaster. Only such a strong individual could deliver such a blow. A small message appearing below confirmed my suspicion. Achievement, Swordmaster 2-3. Lena seemed to have the same suspicion as she broke the flare mid-flight. She mercilessly struck her own chest with the hilt of her sword, shattering the neck brace. Crack. The sound of glass breaking accompanied it, but Lena continued to strike her chest multiple times while seated on her buttocks. In a panic, fearing for my life, I hastily pulled out and broke the flare from my neck brace as well. Blood flowed from my hand, pierced by glass shards. Seeing the two soldiers in disarray, the burly knight frowned and muttered, "Oh dear, are they knights? No matter how I look at them, they don't seem like knights." At that moment, several knights emerged from the darkness behind him. "What should we do?" "What do you mean? The flares are already broken. It's ruined, so we must retreat, clean up the surroundings and return." The knights bowed respectfully and disappeared at his command. Herman Forte, a heavily armored man with a cold and stern demeanor, praised the children who blocked his sword. "Now that I see it, you're quite young. It's impressive that you managed to block my surprise attack. It's a pity we met as enemies." "Are you Herman Forte? Ha ha ha. Yes, no need for honorifics with the enemy. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be defending the city?" Air leaked from Leo's severed nose and torn mouth as he spoke. His survival was already hopeless. The certainty of death, instead of frightening him, calmed him and reminded him of his grudge against Count Forte. This man killed his sister Lena. He saw it in the ending of the beggar siblings scenario. Lena, who had risen to power in the politics of the Belita kingdom, was killed by him. Or rather, she will be killed, if his sister Lena is walking the same path. Moreover, this man with a thick, straight nose and heavy eyebrows, comparable to Dehorman, was also the father of the bastard. Lena expelled from the capital church in the childhood friends scenario. He didn't want to beg for his life from such a man. Leo tightened his grip on his sword and corrected his stance. Lena, standing beside him, seemed to steel herself as well. Count Forte scratched his double chin with his thick fingers and spoke. As he clicked his tongue and raised his sword, Mana imbued the thick blade, starting to blaze white-hot, or a blade. The continent's strongest swordsmanship, proving one as a swordmaster, a sword that ignores all other swords, shields, and armor, was revealed before Lena and Leo. Then the Count's sword swung horizontally without any warning. Leo couldn't react, but it wouldn't have made a difference even if he had. The blade, which swung without any warning, cut through the sword Leo had defensively raised, and his vision was sent flying into the air. His head was flying away. As his eyes slowly rotated, they met Lena's. Lena screamed toward Leo, or rather his spinning head. "Leo, Lena, run. Leo has died." Everything went dark. The blazing sword Lena, the headless body, and the flying head all vanished. Familiar, it was an ending, but I was Mincio. Leo's spirit was gone the moment his head flew off. Several messages appeared in his dazed vision. "You have died, 1-3. Achievement, first death. The player's assimilation with Leo slows down. Lena Einar. Final job, Centurion, Junior Knight. Betrothed to Leo. Leo Dexter. Final job, Junior Knight. Betrothed to Lena. Engagement ending, honorable deaths. Lena Einar, born in April Castle. omitted, rose to centurion for killing the knight Darrows of the Belita Kingdom's second knights. Later, Arnold de Claus praised her achievements and granted her the rank of junior knight, but Lena died at the hands of Count Hermann Forte while on guard duty. Leo Dexter, born in the capital Barnaul, spent a happy childhood, omitted. Praised for his achievements and granted the rank of junior knight, but Leo died at the hands of Count Hermann Forte while on guard duty. A picture of Lena leading soldiers came to mind. It was the first time he saw Lena's picture with a clear mind. This is ridiculous. He didn't know where to start his confusion. Encountering a swordmaster while on perimeter guard duty, or the number 13 next to death. There was no useful information in the ending, so Mincio took his eyes off the fading picture and text and collected his thoughts. First, the swordmaster. In this scenario, he encountered two swordmasters, but both were strange. Our swordmaster, Baron Arpin Albacete, seemed to be moving reluctantly in the rear, while the enemy swordmaster, Count Hermann Forte, was overly aggressive. Until the day Leo died, the flag indicating the arrival of the enemy swordmaster hadn't been raised. He had hidden his presence and infiltrated our camp, bypassing the city with only a few knights. Was he here to destroy the supply base? That was the only plausible explanation, but that wasn't something a swordmaster should be doing. The city was on the verge of being conquered. A swordmaster should naturally reveal his presence on the battlefield to boost morale and save the isolated city, but Count Hermann Forte didn't do that and took a dangerously high-risk action. If he had encountered our swordmaster while infiltrating the rear base, he would have been isolated and killed. If that had happened, the war would have essentially been over. But he risked his life to infiltrate, and when Lena broke the flare, he had no choice but to retreat. He left no information for Leo but muttered a complaint. Depending on interpretation, it could mean he regretted not ending the war quickly, but the man with the cold impression didn't seem like someone who would risk his life to end the horrors of war out of benevolence. Thinking back, there was something strange. During the childhood friends scenario at the Holy Kingdom's lodging, there was talk that Count Forte had achieved great merits and that the war would end soon, which means Count Forte had already gone back before the war ended. Otherwise, news of a swordmaster's merits during the war couldn't have reached the citizens of the Holy Kingdom. It must have become known when he returned and received conspicuous rewards. He must have returned as soon as possible, risking his life. Why did he have to go back so quickly? He's someone who could have just relaxed in the rear. But before he could finish his thoughts, another question arose. Wait, then what about our swordmaster? How could Count Forte just leave, knowing there was a swordmaster in the enemy camp? Don't tell me. Our guy left too. He might have used the attack on the rear base as an excuse to take the prince and leave, but that didn't make sense either. The swordmaster of the invading kingdom seemed reluctant, and the swordmaster of the defending kingdom seemed desperate to return. And in the end, both left the war behind and returned. What is going on? Also, there was something he couldn't understand during the scenario. Achievement, Swordmaster 2-3. A strange achievement. Other achievements gave some kind of reward. For example, meeting the prince could earn his favor. But this achievement left only a name and a number. Is it an achievement that unlocks when you meet 3 swordmasters, even if it just gives stronger against swordmasters or slight favor from swordmasters? This stingy game that doesn't even bother to give a single line of explanation only through countless questions. Unable to find answers despite all the pondering, Mincio decided to stop guessing, focus on his own tasks. First, he had to avoid war events at all costs. Entering the battlefield wouldn't only prevent him from making Lena a princess, but also put him in serious danger. 0-1-3. What does that mean? Could it be a limit on the number of lives, like a mark on an arcade game indicating only 3 coins are inserted? Does it mean the game ends after 3 deaths? No way if I fill that up do I actually die. Mincio tried to swallow, but his disembodied spirit couldn't swallow and trembled. It was frightening, and he felt respect for Lena. She displayed resourcefulness by defeating the enemy even when her arm was severed and broke the flare quietly in the face of death. In contrast, at that moment, a text appeared interrupting his thoughts. You have not cleared raising Lena. Leo, you blocked a swordmaster's sword once. For that achievement, you are granted the skill Swordsmanship 2V, restarting. The third scenario of the Beggar siblings began with a video showing them heading towards the capital, Orville. The surreal buoyancy that had been tormenting Mincio disappeared, replaced by a desperate hunger and thirst that engulfed Leo. Beside him, a dirty young Lena sat against the wall. Seeing his sister, previous memories flooded back. The image of his fallen sister came to mind, her eyes in the photo still seductively looking out, causing him torment. Brother, I'm hungry. Lena. Leo hugged his sister tightly, struggling to hold back tears. Had Mincio's mind been less clear than before, he might have wept. Achievement, first death. The player's assimilation with Leo slows down. Brother, what's wrong? I'm weak. As Lena squirmed, trying to push him away, Leo finally came to his senses and released her. Lena was still filthy, with her lips dry and her neck so thin it looked like she could barely endure it. Her dress, which looked like a rag, remained unchanged. Lena, let's go eat. Leo checked the coins in his pocket and hastily led her away. 8 silver coins and 5 copper coins were given as initial funds. In the beggar siblings scenario, this money was extremely precious. It was a tearful gratitude compared to the engagement scenario, where it didn't matter if they had it or not. This damn game seemed to have a shred of conscience. At the restaurant they returned to, Leo bought his sister seasoned chicken. Previously, he had saved money by buying unseasoned chicken, but this time he didn't hold back. Lena quickly became covered in seasoning as she devoured the chicken. Leo restrained her to prevent her from choking and occasionally wiped her mouth, but she continued to tear into the chicken ravenously. His heart ached. Despite Mincio's clear mind, the pain in his chest made him grimace. "I'll make sure you're happy this time. I will never leave you alone." He organized his thoughts while helping Lena eat. "Last time I left Lena with Kasia for too long. This time I need to keep her with me as much as possible." But the circumstances were difficult. They had nowhere to go. They had made a shelter next to a building, but the landlord would come with his servants to destroy it tomorrow morning. With no home or shelter, the situation was dire. He had to decide on their whereabouts while they were still seated in this restaurant. What should we do next? Where should we go? He couldn't do anything while staying with Lena in her current state. He couldn't take her around looking like this, and her pretty face being exposed could cause trouble. Finding a job that provided lodging was also tough. Lena's appearance was problematic, and this Leo lacked the skills to secure a job easily. This Leo had only his good looks and a few skills from scenario rewards. Swordsmanship 2v, hunting, initial funds, backstreet rules, negotiation, bedroom skills, and noble society. There were also several achievements, but they weren't directly helpful. Then something crossed his mind. If I use bedroom skills and noble society along with my good looks, information from noble society brought up numerous lewd and erotic methods. It was a life of seducing nobles and taking what he wanted. Disgusting. Leo grimaced, dismissing that option, and reconsidered using his swordsmanship and hunting skills to make money, but hunting was quickly ruled out. There were no mountains near Orville. Should I just run away with Lena, build a small house in the mountains, and live there? The beggar siblings scenario promised a tough life. He had to feed and educate his sister properly. Meanwhile, he had to make her a princess. The thought of running away crossed his mind, but Leo quickly dismissed it. His sister Lena was too beautiful. They couldn't hide in the mountains. Forever they would have to come out someday, and by then, Lena would have grown even more beautiful. Leo couldn't protect such stunning beauty by himself. He had to lay the groundwork for her future before she grew up. As he ruled out options one by one, only swordsmanship remained. There were many things he could do with swordsmanship, but he decided to avoid becoming a guard in Orville. A guard was essentially a soldier, and they might be drafted into the war next spring. No, this damn game would definitely send him to the battlefield. Becoming a mercenary was another option, but that required traveling with a trading company, meaning he couldn't stay close to Lena. He also couldn't become a house guard in Orville without revealing his identity. A knight, that was tempting. If he became a knight, Lena would be safe. Few would dare to mess with the sister of a knight. It might be annoying if she caught the eye of a noble, but they wouldn't use illegal means. Currently, the Swordmaster faction controlled the politics of the Belita kingdom, and Count Hermann Forte led the knights. If a noble tried to pressure a knight over his pretty sister, they'd be crushed. Leo gulped down a glass of water in regret. He couldn't meet the requirements to become a knight. He had received swordsmanship 2v as a reward from the last scenario. He felt he was slightly better than Darrows, the knight who had been with Katrina, but the problem was his body. The minimum requirement to become a knight was being an expert, where mana was sufficiently infused in the body, and swordsmanship reached a certain level. Sometimes, swordsmanship alone was enough to become a knight, but the physical condition couldn't be ignored if the skills were average. Leo Dexter from the engagement scenario would have been enough with his superior physique, but this Leo, small and emaciated, was far from it. A sip of water was enough to quell his regret. Like soldiers, knights would also have to join the war next year. In the end, the remaining option was a gangster again. It felt like the choice was being forced upon him, but joining a family and asking them to protect Lena seemed the most realistic. With his skills, joining a family wasn't difficult, and they never abandoned their own. Last time, it ended before I could ask them to protect Lena. He had forcibly joined the Kerala family before. He had willingly stained his hands with blood and flaunted it. It was to quickly become a gangster, but it took a long time to earn the family's trust because of it. Determined, Leo counted on his fingers, searching for a place to go. In Orville, there were 3 major families. The Kerala family, whose main businesses were drug trafficking and slave trading, the Burza family, which mainly sold illegal weapons and was eyeing the slave trade, and the Rano family, which managed businesses and earned money through contract killings. Leo extended the finger he had folded back. The Burza family was not an option. Achievement: long live the Kerala family gains slight favor with Kerala family gangsters. Gains slight hostility from families the Kerala family is in conflict with. Having become an executive of the Kerala family before, the achievement erased one choice. The Kerala family would view him favorably, but the Burza family would be hostile towards him. As his fingers under the table dwindled to one, Lena finished her meal. She drank water and alternately looked at the empty plate and Leo asking, "Brother, why didn't you eat?" "Huh, no, I ate a lot too." Lena, thinking she had eaten too much, looked at her brother guiltily. Leo patted her head and said, "Let's go. We have somewhere to be. Home? No, somewhere else." Leo led her to a shoe store in a secluded alley. Inside, Kasha was sitting idly just as she had been before. Although he had no choice but to come, seeing Kasha made Leo's emotions churn, causing him to hesitate. She had been the one who showed kindness to the homeless siblings collapsed in front of the pharmacy, offering them a place to stay and even hiding Lena. Back then, Leo liked her. There was a time when he found her slightly unhinged nature charming, but now his feelings were mixed with hatred. Now he hated her. When Leo stood hesitantly in front of the store, Kasha motioned from inside. "Come in, don't loiter around out there." Unlike Lena, who hesitated, Leo walked in decisively. Although his behavior was rude for a beggar, Kasha didn't mind and stared at him intently. "Have we met before?" "No." Despite the beggar's curt reply, she couldn't take her eyes off him. She gazed at him with her mouth slightly open, a dreamy expression on her face, and muttered to herself in a low voice. "Somehow it feels nostalgic. What brings you here?" "Achievement." The man who melted Kasha's heart gained Kasha's mild affection. Is it because of the achievement? Her reaction is different. In the previous scenario, Kasha had developed a liking for Leo because of his devotion to his sister, and that affection had been preserved as an achievement. Thinking this would make things easier, Leo asked with less urgency than before, "Can we stay here for a few days? I can pay you." Regardless of his feelings, Leo needed Kasha. She was acquainted with Ober, a gangster from the Lano family who were known for their contract killings and also acted as information brokers. Leo was desperate for information. He knew the beggar siblings were actually the rightful heirs of the southern kingdom of Conrad, the royal family of Uriel. If he could succeed in overthrowing Prince Eric de Uriel, who had exiled the siblings, Lena would instantly become a princess. Thus he planned to join the Lano family to gather information about the Conrad kingdom and Prince Uriel. Kasha was a good stepping stone. By approaching Ober through her, the Lano family wouldn't suspect him, and once he gained their trust, he would request protection for Lena, not entrusting her to Kasha. Leo took out all his remaining initial funds and placed them on the table. It was a substantial amount that made a clinking sound as he put it down, but Kasha, unlike before, didn't fiddle with the silver coins. Without hesitation, she agreed. "All right, there's an empty bed in the room anyway, but I'll take one of these." She picked up a silver coin and easily agreed, then introduced herself. "I'm Kasha. What's your name?" "I'm Leo, and this is Lena. Nice to meet you, but she needs to wash up. There's a water bucket in there, so go in and wash." Seeing Lena's state, Kasha briefly introduced the house and personally brought the water bucket to the room. Leo closed the door, amazed by the power of the achievement. While Kasha was a rare person who helped the beggar siblings, her willingness to allow them to stay so readily was undoubtedly due to the achievement. Even so, her reaction is peculiar. The generals weren't like this. There were other achievements where Leo had gained mild affection, including from princes and nobles, but their reactions had been merely attentive. Kasha's response was distinctly different. She is indeed a strange person. As Leo thought about Kasha, Lena once again stripped off her clothes. Leo, mixing emotions, advised his sister, "You shouldn't undress in front of strangers," and then stepped out. Lena looked puzzled. Leo couldn't stay long in the shoe store either. Feeling uncomfortable under Kasha's watchful eyes, he ignored her and went out to look for a clothing store. "Wait, while I'm out, I should fetch the teacher." Last time it had taken so long to find Kasha that it was late, but now the sun was still high. Since Lena needed a teacher quickly, Leo went to find the one who had taught his sister before. He stopped by a clothing store first to change and buy clothes for Lena, then found the teacher at the same place teaching children. This old man was quite trustworthy. He had never revealed Lena's identity and once again promised to keep it a secret after seeing her. "I've done everything I need to do for now, and there's still time left. Should I catch some thugs? I'm out of money after spending the initial funds, so I feel uneasy." While Lena was talking to the teacher in the room, Leo wandered around the shoe store, tempted by a small urge. It was the perfect time to catch thugs, with dusk slowly settling in. Getting a weapon would make him feel secure. As Leo contemplated killing for a living, Kasha's eyes followed him as he moved back and forth. Why am I feeling like this? He was much younger than her. Even though he was at least 10 years younger, watching this young man made Kasha's heart flutter uncontrollably. It wasn't because he was handsome. It was a yearning feeling, like something was pulling her heart down to her chest. Kasha had never been in love. Her mother had been beat to death by a thug over some loose change, and her father had committed suicide, unable to overcome his illness. What remained for young Kasha was a shattered heart, an unattended shoe store, and a contract that still had years left. She had seen her father hanging, his heart stopped, with blood pooling below, causing his genitals to bulge. Since then, she had lived a meaningless life, staring idly at the wall in front of the store, not even contemplating the future. She thought she would live like this until she died, but today the young man who suddenly appeared stirred her heart. This man, who made her heart tremble just by looking at him, was devoted to his sister. He provided a place for her to sleep, brought her clothes, and even found her a teacher. How could such a frail-looking person be so devoted to his sister? Kasia had seen a body as frail as his. It was her father's, but he had ultimately chosen death, abandoning her, a weak father. Kasia felt intense ambivalence towards him. At that moment, the young man who had stirred her heart disappeared. He saw the teacher out and hurried back into the room. She felt disappointed by the closed door. What? Why? Kasia didn't understand why she felt this way and looked at the familiar alley blocked by the wall. Seeing the alley calmed her excitement, but she could never be the same as before. It was already getting dark. Unable to resist, she glanced at the closed door and saw the siblings chatting inside. Unaware that Leo was warning his sister not to get too close to Kasia or talk to her if possible, Kasia felt a rare moment of bewilderment in her solitary shoe store. It seemed warm inside. Here, her father, who had hanged himself, was now swaying behind her back. The chill of abandonment enveloped her. Kasia bit her lip, turned away from her father, and went outside. It was time to go to work. The next day, Leo attempted to approach the Rano family through Kasia. "Do you know Ober?" Kasia, who always slept in the morning, asked in a hoarse voice as she had just woken up. Leo gave a vague answer. "Yes, I heard from some beggars." When he had previously searched for Kasia in the leather street, a beggar had mentioned Ober. Ober was a thug from the Rano family, who collected protection fees from small businesses in the leather street and kept other thugs away. To Leo, Ober seemed to hold a fairly high position in the Rano family. "Oh, right, Uncle Ober used to be a beggar." Kasia straightened her messy hair and sat up properly. "Are you trying to become a thug?" "Yes." At Leo's brief reply, Kasia looked him up and down. He was scrawny. Too thin and small, he looked like a boy despite being of age. It seemed impossible for him to become a thug. Worried, Kasia spoke in a negative tone, her eyes glistening. "They won't just accept anyone. It's okay. Just introduce me." Leo pushed firmly. "This woman likes me. She will never refuse." His guess was right as Kasia, who seemed like she wanted to say something, hesitated but couldn't bring herself to tell him to stop. "All right, what should I say?" Kasia obediently accepted Leo's request and led him to find Ober. The place they found was a barren first-floor building near the entrance of the leather street, without even a door. It wasn't a shop, just filled with chairs and tables, clearly a place where thugs hung out. There, a middle-aged man with a bulging belly was exercising, his thick muscles jiggling. "Uncle, I'm here." Ober, chanting heh, in his workout, looked at Kasia and smiled, standing up. "Oh, Kasia. What brings you here at this hour? Heard anything?" "Who's this?" "He's someone I've been hiding. He's too big to be your son." "Of course not. He lives with me." "Is he your boyfriend?" At his question, Kasia shook her head, her face turning red. "No, he's a brother I've been hiding." "Get him a job." "Why did you come to me for that?" "If it's something like that, you should go to Mr. Daran. He wants to become a thug, this little kid." Ober looked down at the small boy standing beside Kasia and laughed in disbelief. Scrawny Leo was less than a quarter of Ober's size, so his reaction was natural, but Leo spoke confidently. "Despite how I look, I've learned swordsmanship. Let me work. Kid, go home and drink more milk." Ow. Leo, feeling no need to argue, poked Ober's neck with his middle finger. He didn't poke hard. It was just a light touch on the skin, but Ober was startled and hurriedly stepped back. This was a spot where one would stab to sever the carotid artery. Leo asked again in a low voice, "Let me at least take a test." "This kid knows where to hit." Ober cracked his neck and re-examined the boy in front of him. He's no ordinary kid. He didn't notice any preparatory movements from the boy before he sprang forward. Although he had let his guard down, it was no excuse for a thug. In the world of thugs, it didn't matter how you did it. Killing to win was all that mattered. Being less suspicious because of his small size was a remarkable ability. Feeling a bit humiliated, Ober grumbled and asked, "What weapon should I give you?" "A two-handed sword." "What a strange choice." "All right." Ober rummaged through a drawer behind him and pulled out a single-handed sword, as there were no practice wooden swords available. "There's no two-handed sword. Use this." Leo accepted the single-handed sword nonchalantly, as if it didn't matter. But soon he had to suppress a smile that spread across his lips. The sword in his hand felt very familiar, and his mind calmed. While Leo was enjoying his quiet joy, Ober picked up a roughly hewn wooden club. It was something he used to beat up thugs, but due to his caution towards Leo, he also grabbed a small shield he normally didn't use. "Come on." Without hesitation, Leo approached and observed him. Ober held the shield close to his chest and pointed the club at Leo, but to Leo's eyes, the way he held the club looked sloppy. A weapon must form a strong bond with its user. With a light but forceful horizontal swing, Leo cut Ober's club in half. Thunk, doojudud. The silence that fell among the three people in the room was palpable as the wooden club, which seemed like a pentagon or a hexagon, dropped to the floor. Ober stared dumbly at the handle that remained in his hand, and Kasia looked at Leo with wide eyes. Unexpectedly, Leo had a bitter expression. Did the sword master feel like this when he faced me? Recalling the terrifying pressure of that time, Leo pressed his lips together and trembled. He never wanted to meet him again. On the day he dueled with Ober, Leo joined the Rano family. Kasha relayed the lie Leo had instructed, vouching for the siblings' identities. However, it was Lena who had the decisive impact on earning the Rano family's trust. When the family executives, alerted by Ober's words, saw Lena at the shoe store, they immediately let their guard down. A brother trying to protect his incredibly beautiful sister didn't seem like a spy sent by another family. Though their suspicions were eased, and despite recognizing Leo's extraordinary skills as Ober mentioned, a slight test was still necessary. They wanted to see if Leo was capable of shedding blood, and Leo, without hesitation, struck down several thugs, astonishing the family executives. Achievement: First kill. Leo feels less guilt about murder. Ober, proud of himself, boasted to the executives, "See, I told you he wasn't playing around when he tried to stab my neck." He then led the siblings to a large mansion. "This is the place. Make sure to greet the boss properly." Lena was left in the mansion's living room while Leo was called separately. Ober, strutting importantly, reminded him to be polite and then disappeared. When Leo opened the door, deeply scarred by knife marks, and entered, the shadow of a man by the fireplace enveloped him. Achievement: First meeting with the family boss. Thugs mildly trust your words. A man, stepping from middle age into old age, approached slowly and offered a handshake. He was Joseph Rano, the boss of the Rano family. Although his family wasn't noble, they had always carried the surname Rano for generations. Even they didn't know the origin of the surname. Joseph's grandfather and even his grandfather's grandfather were Ranos, so they continued the tradition. Joseph appeared much younger than his graying hair suggested, with kind wrinkles around his eyes, but he had thick lips that closed cruelly. Welcoming Leo, he gladly agreed to protect his sister. He brought Leo into the inner family. Granting him inner status was a significant privilege. Most of the numerous subordinates under the families were classified as outer. Joseph extended his hand for another handshake, sealing the deal. "If you become our family and strive for us, we will do our best for you and your sister." Joseph's outstretched hand was wide and filled with goodwill, and Leo took it. The siblings were provided with rooms in the mansion. Although not large, the rooms were fully equipped and Lena couldn't hide her surprise. "Wow, is this our room?" Leo smiled contentedly as he watched his sister exploring the room. "No, this is your room to use alone, so make yourself comfortable." "What about you, brother? I'll be using the room next door." "Aw, can't we share a room?" "We could, but there's no need to use only one room when we can use two. I'll come over often since it's right next door." He comforted his whining sister, who kept asking to share the room, enjoying the feeling of their accumulated sorrows being relieved. He wished for Lena to see only good things and to experience only good things. No, he would make sure of it. The siblings roamed between each other's rooms, but when evening came, they were called downstairs. The central hall of the family mansion, used as a dining room, had several large tables. With 3 large doors lined up at the front, it created an open field, connecting the garden in front of the doors to the hall. This mansion was a base where the families of internal members lived together, comprising several buildings connected as one. The complex corridors would be confusing for first-time visitors, and Lena and Leo also needed guidance for a while. When the siblings came down, over 80 thugs and their families were seated in the hall, and many were busy carrying dishes. Once everyone was seated, Ober stood up and cleared his throat. As Leo had expected, Ober held a high rank. However, he was of an age to retire from active duty and managed the nearby leather street as a hobby. Ober placed a hand on the siblings' shoulders as they sat and said, "They are our new family. This is Leo, the brother. Don't underestimate him because he's skinny. And this is his sister, Lena. I am Leo. Please take care of me." "I'm Lena." Leo stood up and bowed his head in greeting while Lena Shy quickly sat back down. The people in the hall applauded. "Woo, are they siblings? I heard the sister was pretty. My goodness. Oh my, how can they be so beautiful and handsome? Welcome." Leo appreciated the family's warm reception. He was glad they had joined. There were women, children, and elderly people here, making it an ideal place for his sister to hide and grow. In this large family, Lena would grow up well. Even though all the men were thugs, what did it matter? Their job was just that, but they were devoted husbands and fathers to their families. Thugs gathered around Leo, offering him drinks. While he answered typical questions from the men, Lena charmed the family members. Some women gave her gifts, and each time, Lena would run to her brother, asking if she could accept them, bringing smiles to everyone. The next day, Leo got up early and went straight to his sister's room. She might feel anxious if she woke up and he wasn't there. He had no intention of neglecting her again. Once was enough. Entering the room, he found Lena, who was just waking up, twitching slightly. He patted her head. "My lovely sister." Like a doting father, he touched her nose and lips, eventually waking her up, and they had breakfast together. Then he reassured himself by introducing her to other kids her age within the family. They would learn the ways of this place while playing together. Only then did Leo seek out the boss. Joseph Rano assigned a thug to Leo and said, "Start work slowly. Take your time learning from him." He didn't seem in a hurry to use Leo, offering him a few months to learn despite his skills. Leo learned not only about managing commercial districts but mainly about assassination. It was the job he was destined to do. 41. The Beggar Siblings Commission. Summer quickly vacated its place. As the cold wind ushered in autumn, the prince of the kingdom of Astin arrived in Orville. Accompanied by hundreds of elite soldiers and attendants, and guarded by knights, the prince led the procession with imposing dignity. Among the crowd gathered to witness the grand parade were Lena and Leo. "Lena, look over there, it's the prince." During this time, Leo took care of his sister every day and worked for the family. Recently, he had been deployed in actual combat twice and was now recognized as a valuable asset to the Rano family. Achievement: civilian killing killed 2 civilians, slightly becomes unhappy. This achievement was earned by killing a merchant. He had seen it before when he killed Hans, so it didn't surprise him. Slight unhappiness made Leo a bit uneasy, but he soon forgot about it. There were no significant changes in his daily life because of it. Occasionally, he had bouts of bad luck, like losing a pretty hairpin he had bought for Lena or returning to find the bathwater cold after being summoned by the boss right when he had drawn a hot bath. But these were laughable incidents that could happen to anyone. On the other hand, Lena thrived, eating well and resting, her beauty blossoming. She lived safely in the family mansion, receiving education and mingling with peers, reclaiming the fresh life of a young girl. She enjoyed her days, basking in the love and attention of her family. Leo, too, grew stronger, gaining muscle and height. A firm sense of stability-like unhappiness couldn't shake this stability. Confidently, Leo glared at a man eyeing his sister. When Leo tapped the sheath at his waist, the man quickly averted his gaze. A tattoo of the Rano family was etched on Leo's neck, a tattoo of a poisoned dagger peeking out from behind a shield. Even common citizens recoiled at the sight of it. "How dare you look at my sister? Are you asking to die?" Leo cracked his neck with a scoff while Lena, unaware of being watched, cheered. "Wow, amazing, it's the prince. Impressive, right? Yeah. It's my first time seeing something like this. Or have I seen it before? Anyway, it's cool." Watching his sister jump with joy filled Leo with emotion. Previously, he couldn't bring Lena to see the prince's parade because he was powerless. "Lena, what do you think of the prince? What do you mean? Do you think he's cool?" "Yeah, he's cool." Feeling their definitions of coolness diverging, Leo asked again, "Wouldn't you like to marry a prince like him?" "Huh, how could I marry a prince? A prince should meet a princess." "Lena, you are a princess." He held back from saying it. If he did, his sister would surely laugh at him, calling him a foolish big brother, just hypothetically. "If you could marry him, would you?" "Well, I'm not sure." Lena shrugged nonchalantly as the prince's parade faded into the distance. On the way back, Leo, sensing her disappointment, asked persistently, "What do you think? Wouldn't you like to marry a prince like that?" "Not sure. Don't you like him?" "No, then." Lena glanced at her brother, frowning as if something displeased her, yet she looked stunning. The wrinkles on her furrowed brow were unbearably soft. "Do you want me to get married?" "No, that's not it. But you'll have to get married someday. I'm just asking your preference." "I don't want to get married." "What? Why? Never mind, you're stupid." Lena abruptly turned and went into her room, not wanting to talk anymore. "Lena, go away, I won't let you in. Why are you suddenly like this? I'm going to sleep. It's still broad daylight." Lena only came out in the evening, acting as if nothing had happened, to have dinner with him. Leo thought it was hard to keep up with women's moods while watching his sister. Is she going through puberty? He couldn't understand her behavior. Prince Arnulf de Klaus of the Kingdom of Astin once again faced humiliation in this scenario. Princess Chloe de Tatalia, the cherished jewel of the Kingdom of Belida, kissed another man right in front of him. She shared a passionate kiss with Gilbert Forte, the son of the ruling swordmaster, Count Hermann Forte. Caught off guard, the nobles were too conscious of the swordmaster's presence to respond appropriately, and the prince left with a grim face. After traveling for months to a distant country, he couldn't even stay for a week. After that, Orville was engulfed in the scent of war, and the prices of iron and weapons soared. This led to a clash between the Kerala family and the Burza family, who had never gotten along over the illegal arms market. Brawls broke out all over Orville, and there were several instances of arson. Leo was aware of these events. Meanwhile, the Rano family, as usual, remained cautious. They were the oldest family in Orville. Many families had risen and fallen like comets in Orville, but the Rano family never wavered. They continued to protect their markets, exchanged gifts with small business owners, and built relationships by accepting assassination requests when someone harbored a grudge against the small business owners. Leo was deeply impressed by Joseph Rano. He was never in a hurry. "That's right. My goal is to overthrow the Prince of the Kingdom of Conrad." This isn't something that can be rushed. Even a family's survival tactics were this cautious, what he had to do was overturn an entire kingdom. Leo calmed his impatience and focused on gathering information about the Kingdom of Conrad. Thankfully, Lena was still young. Of course, it wasn't easy. Information about another country, especially about its upper echelons, wasn't as common as stones on the street. Unfortunately, the Rano family was well versed in information about Orville and the Kingdom of Belida, but they had no interest in other countries, so they weren't much help. Eventually, Leo had to track down merchants from the Kingdom of Conrad himself. In front of him, a haggard merchant cleared his throat awkwardly and spoke. "Well, I've picked up a few things from my travels, but they're not very significant or certain, so I'm hesitant to share." The merchant trailed off. Even though he was intimidated by Leo's tattoo, he still expected a reward. Leo placed a few coins on the table with a firm thud, and only then did the merchant start to share what he knew. It was useless information. As winter approached, the Rano family mansion was stocked with plenty of firewood. The boss, who had summoned Leo after a long time, waited by the hearth and spoke in a careful tone. "A big job has come in." His expression was as usual, but his clasped fingers fidgeted nervously behind his back. "An assassination request for a noble. A noble, but killing a noble would cause. Killing a noble by a commoner caused chaos." In this strictly hierarchical world, it was an unforgivable act, and the perpetrator was executed without trial if caught. If the perpetrator escaped, their relatives were exterminated, and even their village or acquaintances suffered. Joseph Rano handed over a piece of paper. "You're right, our family would be in deep trouble," but the request came from his father. Leo took the elegantly decorated letter. At the bottom of the letter was the seal of Marquis Benartation, the head of the royalist faction. The letter, written in a beautiful script, demanded his son's death. Joseph waited for Leo to finish reading with a troubled expression before continuing. The Marquis' spokesman brought this. He said they'd arrange a meeting with the Marquis if we wanted. He placed a hand on Leo's shoulder. Leo's small stature made it feel like a father consoling his son, and Joseph spoke with genuine trust. "Go meet the Marquis." "Understood, but why did such a request come in? Have you not heard? Our princess caused trouble again." Joseph Rano, as if he had just remembered, had Leo sit down and offered him a cigarette. Leo didn't refuse. Smoking beside the boss felt deeply respectful. The smoke from the two men drifted around the darkly decorated room. Joseph briefly recounted the incident from a few days ago. Marquis Benartation's son, Totten Tation, and Princess Chloe were intimately close at a banquet and disappeared quietly. Embarrassingly, the princess returned to the palace only in the morning, and the king didn't discipline her for staying out without permission. He had condoned her misconduct. "You're aware of the current political situation, right?" "Yes. The Royalists and the Swordmaster faction are at odds, with the Swordmaster faction generally having the upper hand." "Correct." "And the person leading the Royalists is Marquis Tation." The boss inhaled deeply. "The princess indirectly touched the leaders of the two factions. It's likely the king's doing." Princess Chloe de Tatalia was known for her upright and modest behavior, so no one thought she caused the incident willingly. Leo was no different. "Why would the king do such a thing? I don't know. The king has never involved himself in politics. That's why your role is important." Joseph discarded his cigarette and leaned forward. Leo threw his half-smoked cigarette into the hearth. "Marquis Tation requested the assassination of his own son. Isn't that strange? The king orchestrated this, but the royalist leader wants to clean up the mess to avoid conflict with the Swordmaster faction. It's different from the Swordmaster sending his son to the capital chapter. Maybe Marquis Tation distrusts the king. Go and subtly probe the Marquis." "Understood. But why me?" "I pondered a lot. But you're young and somehow trustworthy." Perhaps the Marquis might say a bit more to a trustworthy young man. Achievement: first meeting with the family boss. The gangsters trust your words. It seemed this achievement had caused a misunderstanding. "If we accept this request, I was going to entrust it to you anyway. You're the most capable. Please handle it from start to finish. It will help us decide whether to take the Marquis' request or stay out of it." He finished speaking and handed over an envelope. The envelope bore the Marquis' seal, used to seal it, hanging from the edge. The symbol of the Tation Marquis was a scale. Imprinted boldly in wax, the green scales were already tilted, even though nothing was placed on them. Leo's excitement rose. With this, he could meet a high-ranking noble at the heart of the kingdom's politics, and possibly, gulping, Leo reached out, and the envelope was passed to him in front of the blazing hearth. The cigarette he had thrown smoldered slowly at the edge of the hearth, failing to burn completely. 42. The Beggar Siblings' Different Dreams. "Brother, what's with those clothes? How do I look? Handsome, right?" Her brother came in wearing a fancy outfit. Every measurement was precise, and the lush neck scarf and golden brooch matched his golden eyes perfectly. Lena pouted, thinking about how many women on the street would be captivated by his appearance. "You look like a gigolo. Is that something you should say to your brother? I'm heading out. Okay, bring something tasty when you come back." Leo left the mansion in high spirits. His sister was doing well at the mansion. She had become much more lively while spending time with peers, and she had even started conversations herself, something she rarely did before. Although it was just small talk, seeing Lena so energetic made Leo feel life was worth living. Leo spared no expense and hailed a carriage. Please take me to Iraran Boulevard. Iraran Boulevard was where the nobles' mansions were clustered. Boulevard was wide enough for 3 carriages to pass simultaneously, and among the nobles' attendants walking along the boulevard, security guards roamed in groups. Leo stopped the carriage in front of one mansion. It was the mansion of Marquis Tatian. On the surface, it didn't look much different from the surrounding mansions, but one difference was that this mansion was surrounded by high iron bars instead of stone walls, making the garden inside visible, using expensive iron just to fence the garden. Simply to show off, Leo knew well how extravagant this was in a place where such things were not common. He clicked his tongue and approached the guard at the mansion, handing over an envelope. Upon confirming the seal on the envelope, the guard promptly led Leo to meet a stern-looking butler who guided him inside. The interior of the mansion was surprisingly calm. Despite being filled with all sorts of decorations, murals, paintings, chandeliers, carpets, antique furniture, sculptures, staircases, curtains, and drapes, the overall atmosphere was cold and subdued. The servants moving around wore expressions that seemed like part of the heavy decor. The butler led Leo to a reception room, mentioning that the Marquis's schedule had not yet ended, and offered him light refreshments. The butler didn't sit and stood stiffly. Leo tried to make some conversation, but all he got were short responses like yes or indeed. After a while, the butler, checking the time, guided Leo to another room. "Master, a guest with the seal has arrived." The butler, confirming that Leo was not a noble, announced him plainly. If he were a noble, the butler would have said something like, "You have a visitor." A slightly hoarse voice came from inside. "Let him in." The butler let Leo in, handed the envelope to a middle-aged man with his arms resting on a massive desk, then retreated courteously. Leo stood before the man who seemed to be the Marquis. Seeing him, Leo understood why the mansion's atmosphere was both splendid and subdued. The mansion resembled this cautious-looking man. Despite his luxurious attire, the Marquis exuded a restrained charm with his thin but prominent eyebrows, icy blue eyes, and bloodless lips. After examining the envelope, the Marquis dismissed the knight beside him. Only then did Leo follow proper etiquette. The Marquis flinched slightly before rising from his seat. "You're not just a mere thug, are you? My apologies." He returned the courtesy with the same imperial etiquette that Leo used from the Archaea Empire. Nobles built relationships through etiquette, which commoners could never comprehend. They communicated and confirmed each other's positions through gestures of etiquette. The Marquis offered Leo a comfortable seat before sitting down himself. "Your manners are excellent. Which noble family do you belong to?" "I am but an illegitimate child." Leo lied. For the promiscuous nobles, illegitimate children were common and served as a perfect excuse, but the Marquis raised his thin eyebrows. This envelope was sent to request a commission. "I heard the Rano family has no noble patrons." "That's correct. So the Rano family has no noble backing. Now I know." Leo continued his bluff. "I was born to a lowly family and with my meager swordsmanship skills sought refuge with the Rano family. There's no direct connection between the family and my lineage." "I see. I was wondering why such a young man came." The Marquis finally seemed convinced, nodding, and then rose to fetch an exquisite bottle and glasses from a cabinet behind him. "I'd prefer to serve tea, but let's have a drink instead." Leo was delighted and secretly hoped it was something very strong. "Have a drink? Was there anything inconvenient on your way here?" Leo began talking about the princess. Nobles enjoyed cleverly exchanging words to confirm each other's interests, avoiding direct conversations. They didn't always have to. If there was something urgent or emotions were high, they spoke their minds directly, as the Marquis did when startled by Leo's etiquette. Leo could directly ask why he wanted to end his lineage, but since the Marquis offered to get to know each other over drinks, Leo played along. The Marquis took a sip of the strong liquor and spoke. "You've seen something rare, such artificial flowers." Their conversation was full of metaphors, but Leo learned a lot. He was clearly bewildered by the situation. This man didn't know why the princess acted so impulsively either. It was evident that the Marquis was not in communication with the king. However, Leo avoided touching on sensitive subjects. The Marquis seemed to prefer it that way, and they smoothly moved past the topic. As the light buzz of the alcohol set in, their conversation grew increasingly blunt. Marquis Ben-Artation pressed down the ice in his drink with a teaspoon and spoke. "I'm trying to avoid a storm, but I'm worried because the sailors have no fear. A captain must do everything to keep the ship from sinking." "Indeed, but losing the first mate would hinder the voyage, wouldn't it?" It seemed Tatian had rejected the Marquis's proposal. The swordmaster's son followed his father's word, but for some reason the Marquis's son was being stubborn. Did he like the princess that much? The Marquis concluded briefly. "We'll have to borrow a sailor from another ship." He intended to kill his son and adopt an heir. Leo's eyes sparkled at this. "You'll need an excellent sailor, but no ship will easily part with such a sailor." Leo cleared his throat. "You'll need a sailor whose skills are not yet known." He subtly clenched his fist as he spoke. The Marquis didn't miss Leo's gesture. He smiled gently and calmed Leo's excitement with a reasonable statement. It's a difficult task. I need to see him at work. It will take time. It wasn't a rejection, so Leo's small hope swelled. Absolutely. There's nothing harder than choosing the right people. I met someone on a ship once. At that time, he revealed the existence of his sister to the Marquis. It was a declaration that the Marquis could gain more than just Leo, but the Marquis changed the subject, seemingly indifferent. Oh, indeed, there's no one closer than family. My old friend once broke a plate. Breaking a plate meant causing trouble before marriage. Leo was disappointed but satisfied with having broached the subject and accepted the new topic. The Marquis shared a rather trivial story about his only friend who had hurriedly married and had a very unruly daughter. While it seemed there might be a hidden message in the story, Leo also considered that the slightly inebriated Marquis might just be rambling, so he turned his thoughts elsewhere. With the Marquis's help, I can make Lena a princess. There was a significant event hidden here. Though the Marquis didn't show much interest immediately, it was something he could prove over time. A son with the swordsmanship skills of a knight and a daughter beautiful enough to shake the kingdom. If he could prove his skills by taking on the commission and then introduce Lena to the Marquis would surely adopt them both. Then, Leo saw this as a much easier path than ousting the Prince of the Kingdom of Conrad. Feeling conflicted about not obtaining information on the Kingdom of Conrad, he continued conversing with the Marquis before leaving. Finally, Leo bid farewell gracefully, promising to return to arrange the time and place for the commission. The Marquis assured him of a rewarding compensation for the family. As Leo left the mansion, he held a pass given to him by the Marquis. Humming a tune under the influence of alcohol, he hailed a carriage. He felt that things were finally starting to move forward. Meanwhile, from a high window, Marquis Tatian watched him leave, carefully arranging the bottle and glasses. The Marquis had never been drunk in his life. Leo felt a tingling buzz as he returned to Leather Street. The meeting with the Marquis was satisfying. He had nearly completed the task the boss assigned and found a way to make Lena a princess. Oh right, Lena asked me to bring her some snacks. He looked around, but it was too late and most shops seemed closed. Leo hesitated for a moment out of laziness, but then thought of how happy Lena would be with the snacks and headed towards the Leather Street shelter. Obert was likely still on duty. Obert always had food. Despite his tough appearance, Obert had a kind heart and often shared food with the beggars. Obert, I'm here. Brushing off the freshly fallen snow, Leo pushed open the creaky, loose door to greet Obert but stopped in his tracks. Oh, Leo, you're here. Obert was with Kasia. Leo, who had been smiling faintly, stiffened slightly and got straight to the point, avoiding looking at Kasia. Obert, do you have any snacks? I promised to bring some for Lena, but I forgot. Snacks for Lena. Hold on. While Obert rummaged through a drawer, Kasia stared at Leo, who she hadn't seen in a long time. Leo felt uneasy and disliked her gaze. He hated that woman. Although Kasia hadn't committed any recent offenses, the lingering bitterness from the past prevented him from even greeting her. Here you go. Obert handed him a paper bag. Inside, thinly wrapped in wax paper, were some candies. No need for that. We're family. Obert's eyes were full of kindness towards him. Was it the effect of his achievements? Leo was popular within the Rano family. Leo thanked Obert and quickly headed back to the mansion. Tap, tap. Kasia quietly followed him. Pretending not to notice, Leo kept walking, but she didn't stop trailing him. She's still a strange woman. Kasia had stopped by Obert's place before heading to work. It was something she often did. She handed over information she had gathered at the brothel under the guise of a protection fee. She hadn't always done this, but Obert was like a benefactor to her. Long ago, when Kasia was about to take her own life, Obert shouted at her. He said that even in the sewers, the sun would eventually shine, and his rough but heartfelt words stopped her. Kasia didn't die because of his desperate plea. She continued living, albeit meaninglessly. Then she met this young man, a young man whose mere presence caused her heart to ache. Kasia bit her lip as she watched his back. Why am I doing this? Before she knew it, she was following him, in the opposite direction of the brothel. Leo had left for the Rano family, but Kasia couldn't forget him. The man she met after half a year had changed so much, with his thin frame now filled out, radiating peace and strength. Kasia held her breath as she followed the grown man, but in a narrow, dark alley, Leo suddenly turned around. His face was hidden in the shadows. Kasia stepped closer, wanting to see his face. She wanted to embrace this man, annoying woman. She had reached out her hand like this before. The smell of old leather and dust, scattered coins, Lena's harsh words, and the sight of her running. In the struggle, Leo felt a nauseating sensation as he remembered the feel of his hands choking Kasia's neck. He pushed Kasia away with a bit of force, and she recoiled, seemingly startled, withdrawing her hand. Regardless, Leo just turned around and walked away without a single word of farewell. Kasia stood helplessly in the darkness, watching him leave. Her shoulder hurt as if it were breaking. She stood there until snow piled up on her head, eventually breaking into tears. It was the first time she cried in 10 years since her father's funeral. 43. Sibling Beggars' Expectations. After pushing Kasha away and returning to the mansion, Leo reported his conversation with the Marquis to the boss and went to Lena's room. He knocked on the door in the hallway, which was filled with a subtle, woody scent and warmth. "Lena, it's me, your brother." "Brother." Lena, who was reading a book in her room, quickly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Leo habitually pinched his sister's cheek, and Lena shook her face, saying, "Ouch, let go of me." "Lena, my beautiful Lena, I brought you some candy." Lena smelled alcohol on her brother. He had a constant, gentle smile on his face, just had some good news. Saying this, Leo sat on the bed. Lena dragged a chair next to him, and they continued their usual sibling chit-chat. But Lena couldn't figure out why her brother was in such a good mood. It seemed related to his work, which he never talked about. As if I don't already know. She knew that her brother managed the market. She had heard that he drove away thugs who harassed small business owners, but she didn't understand why he kept it a secret. Although slightly disappointed, Lena did not press further and changed the subject. "Brother, I played with Tian today." "You know Tian? Who's Tian?" "Sanchin." "Oh, you call Sanchin Tian. You must be close." Sanchin Rano was the grandson of Joseph Rano, a boy a year younger than Lena. "Yeah, I played with Tian today, and I think he," Lena whispered softly. There was no one else to overhear. "I think he likes me." After saying this, Lena covered her face and giggled. "Tian is cute. Even though he's young, he tries hard to act manly around me." "Oh my," I told my brother. She stealthily peeked at her brother through her fingers. He had a peculiar expression. "What's with that face? What do you think?" "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Well, I don't know what to say." "Why? Is it because he's the boss's grandson?" "No, it's not that. It's just that talking about this kind of thing might be a bit early." Lena was taken aback by his serious tone and expression. "Who said I was dating him? I just think he likes me and wanted to know what you think." "Oh well, of course it's natural. Who wouldn't like you? Hee hee, you're flattering me." Lena chuckled. In her view, her brother tended to overthink things. That's why he still doesn't have a girlfriend. So many girls like him, yet he's always too busy with something. Leo would eat breakfast with his sister every morning and then leave, returning late at night. He was so busy that he often ate on the go, but Lena, unaware of this, just saw her brother as unnecessarily busy. He's so disconnected from family. "I should step in." Lena clicked her tongue inwardly. "Brother, you know Swarin, right?" "Swarin? Yeah, I know her. Are you close with her?" "Close? Not really. We haven't talked much. She works at a flower shop. Let's visit together sometime." "Why do you need flowers?" Leo looked around the room. "Oh right, there aren't any potted plants here. I didn't think of that. Should I get you one?" Hearing this, Lena narrowed her eyes in exasperation. As expected, her brother was clueless and a bit dense. He knew a lot but was too rigid. "But it's nice that he wants to get me a plant. Such a kind brother deserves a good woman." Coincidentally, Swarin seemed perfect even from Lena's perspective. It seemed like Swarin liked her brother too. Probably right. Swarin often waited to have breakfast with him, all dressed up early in the morning, which must mean waking up at dawn. Yet Leo, focused on watching his sister eat, paid no attention to the girl fidgeting beside him. "No, I'll choose it myself. Take me there." "All right, let's go together tomorrow." The siblings' chatter continued for a while longer. Eventually, Leo said it was late and urged Lena to sleep, tucking her in, patting her head, and turning off the lights before leaving. Lena wriggled in the warm bed. "I'm happy." With a caring brother, fun friends, kind family, and warm food in bed she never imagined before. It had been half a year since she arrived here, and she had experienced nothing but happy days. With peace of mind, Lena could finally think about the future. Brother will get married someday, right? Strangely, the first future she thought of wasn't pleasing. She felt bitter. She hoped her brother would meet a good person but not move far away. "I guess I'll get married too." Eventually, suddenly, Tian came to mind. Funny, why does he keep coming to mind? A little kid. I like someone sturdy even if they're not tall like my brother. Lena brushed aside the image of Sanchin Rano's smiling face and continued her pondering. "I want to live with my brother forever." Even though they were living together in this mansion, Lena still didn't quite consider it their home. The family members were all kind to Lena, but that was because Leo was a member of this family. She felt she was still just tagging along with her brother. "If both my brother and I get married within this family, could we continue living together?" It seemed possible. If her brother married someone from the family and she did too, they could stay together in this mansion. In that case, Lena would finally feel like this place was their home. But would my brother like Swarin? To her, Swarin was the only one in the family who matched well with her brother. But no matter how much Lena dreamed of living with her brother, his feelings were more important than her desires. If her brother didn't like Swarin, there was nothing she could do. Lena shook her head. "No, I think Swarin is pretty and kind. He'll probably like her." She decided to arrange more meetings between them and see what happened. And as for my marriage, as Lena started to consider her own marriage, the thought of Tian popped back into her mind, interrupting her. "Why does he keep intruding? Can't he see I'm thinking about my future?" Despite her restless thoughts, she was softly smiling. War had erupted. The Kingdom of Astin had declared war and mobilized its army. In response, the capital of the Kingdom of Belida, Orville, sent out its troops. The thousands of soldiers that the Belita royal family had recruited and trained over the winter marched proudly through Orville, with the citizens turning out in droves to cheer them on. Come back safely. Teach those arrogant barbarians a lesson. Straw rained down over the marching soldiers, thrown by the citizens. With winter just ending, there were no flowers to toss, so they used straw instead. Wow, it's the knights. Among the procession was the Third Order of Knights. They paraded in their gleaming armor on horseback, and the citizens' cheers reached a fever pitch. But despite the seemingly leisurely departure ceremony, the situation at the front was not so relaxed. The Astin Kingdom's army, with many barbarian warriors, had minimized new recruit training and was swiftly advancing south. The soldiers departing now wouldn't reach the front lines until summer, leaving the northern border duke to gather troops from various fronts to engage the Astin army in skirmishes. With a dire need to reinforce the front, the Third Order of Knights, currently marching in a grand display, would rush ahead as soon as the ceremony concluded, leaving the slower-moving soldiers to catch up. Yet, neither the First nor Second Orders of Knights had deployed. They remained in the capital under the orders of Count Hermann Forte, awaiting his command. Even the swordmaster himself did not depart, raising many questions. However, Count Forte firmly stated, "I will dispatch our forces after observing the movements of other kingdoms." No one dared to object. The march ended. As the soldiers and knights disappeared and the citizens returned to their daily lives, the deserted streets were left with only the scattered straw rolling about. From his hidden position in a small shop, Leo watched carefully. The carriage would arrive soon. While waiting, he recalled the meeting with the Marquis a few days ago. Carry out the contract. Marquis Benartation had summoned Leo to finalize the contract. Since Totten Tation had refused to join the war, his father coldly decided his son's fate. He's been visiting the royal palace every day lately, so it shouldn't be difficult. Yes, sir. The Marquis insisted that the assassination occur outside the mansion. If he had wanted to kill him inside, he wouldn't have hired a thug. The mansion was like the Marquis's own stomach. Leo, bowing deeply, paused, and the Marquis scrutinized him. An unusual young man, well-versed in imperial etiquette, very handsome, a thug. None of these traits matched, and his eyes were golden. Though he called himself an illegitimate child, the Marquis didn't believe him. If he were the father of such a striking young man, he wouldn't have treated him poorly, even as an illegitimate son, a fallen noble, or exiled. Marquis Tation easily saw through Leo's lie. As the Marquis assessed the bowing young man, Leo finished his deliberations and spoke. "I will execute it on the day the soldiers depart." Leo believed that day to be optimal. The chaos of the departure ceremony would make it easier to carry out the assassination, and politically, it would send a strong message that he killed his son for refusing to join the war. The Marquis nodded, satisfied. Now Leo was hiding in a small shop, scanning the street. In his hand was a short sword convenient for assassination, its blade glistening with poison. "Who? Ha huff." Leo glanced at the shopkeeper. The nervous man, sweating profusely, had previously received help from the Rano family and readily agreed to assist when they requested it. Despite his cooperation, he couldn't hide his anxiety, repeatedly rubbing his thighs. Just as Leo considered giving him some advice, he spotted a splendid carriage approaching from a distance. Totten Tation's carriage. Leo tapped the back of the old woman beside him, who was a disguised member of his organization, prompting her to cross the street. Crack! The coachman snapped his whip, creating a sharp crack in the air. "Get out of the way now." Despite the angry shout, the old woman maintained her slow pace, pretending not to hear. "Damn, is the old hag trying to get herself killed?" Tusk. The coachman clicked his tongue and stopped the carriage. Crushing an old woman wouldn't be a problem, but he also had elderly parents and didn't want to risk injuring the horse and getting scolded by the butler. Moreover, Totten Tation wasn't the kind of noble to get angry over stopping the carriage for an old woman, so the coachman made the best choice he could. He didn't realize this would seal his gentle master's fate. Now, as the carriage halted, Leo lunged forward. He knew where Totten was seated, and the door was supposed to be unlocked. His plan was simple: burst through the door, stab Totten, and escape through the back door of the shop. Though a knight accompanied Totten, he was under the Marquis's orders and wouldn't protect Totten. With lethal intent, Leo grabbed the door handle and yanked it hard. But clunk, the door was locked. 44. Sibling Beggars Gamble. Leo was bewildered and tugged at the door several times, but it didn't budge. They said the door would be unlocked, though. It was an unexpected situation. Although the Marquis had assured him the door would be open, it was rare for a noble to lock the carriage door themselves. However, this carriage was securely locked from the inside. Usually, only young ladies or overly cautious nobles locked their doors, as it was considered an act of cowardice. Most male nobles didn't bother with such precautions, claiming it was too cumbersome and bothersome. "What are you doing?" the coachman shouted in surprise. Leo hesitated. The plan was falling apart. Should I give up? Or, gritting his teeth, he focused his mind on the short sword in his hand. He couldn't turn back now. No matter the reason, he was sure Totten Tation was inside the carriage. Thump, Leo put his weight behind the sword and struck down vertically, piercing through the door deeply. He heard screams through the door and felt a soft resistance at the tip of the sword. Leo felt a chilling sensation from the hilt. He didn't know who he had hit, but he had definitely stabbed someone. He felt no remorse. What bothered him was not the life at risk, but the inadequacy of his tool. He wished he had brought a longer sword. Leo immediately abandoned the sword and fled. He didn't have time to leisurely pull the sword out. The longer it stayed embedded, the more the poison on the blade would work its way into the victim's system. He slipped back into the shop and disappeared through the back alley, which the shopkeeper had opened for him. The attacked carriage rushed towards the church. The contract had failed. Instead of a hearse, a regular carriage emerged from the church. Moreover, the attempt on a noble's life in Orville alerted the city's guards, who swarmed the streets like bees from a disturbed hive. But the investigation was short-lived. The coachman, who could have identified the assailant, kept silent, and the Marquis's family refused to disclose the carriage or the embedded sword, leading the investigation to a different conclusion. Everyone knew, though unspoken, that Marquis Benartation was sending a political message. "I've come to see the Marquis." A few days later, Leo visited the Marquis. Marquis Tation sat behind his grand desk as usual, flanked by two knights. He dismissed the apologetic female knight with a nod before addressing Leo. "I apologize. I didn't know she had feelings for my son. It's my fault for not managing my people well." His words were an indifferent excuse, barely a notification, making Leo narrow his eyes. "I can't believe it," the Marquis had deceived him. Leo doubted whether the female knight had acted of her own accord to protect Totten Tation. Perhaps the Marquis had instructed her to lock the door, or somehow induced her to do so. Even if she had disobeyed the Marquis out of affection for Totten, the Marquis couldn't have been unaware. He must have intentionally placed her with his son that day. Leo asked calmly, "How is your son?" He survived. "He's recuperating now," the Marquis said with a seemingly regretful expression. Leo seethed inside. He had been used as a tool to send a final warning to the Marquis's son. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Understood. I'll await the next opportunity. Please inform me when it arises." Leo maintained his courtesy as if it were no trouble at all. The Rano family could be crushed overnight if the Marquis sent a few knights. Leo had to bow his head while playing along with the Marquis. For all he knew, the Rano family might already be in danger of being wiped out in the aftermath. Leo left the mansion, glancing back with a mix of fear and rage. The Marquis's grand estate seemed to mock him. It was daunting. The Marquis, a grand noble who commanded hundreds of servants, collected taxes from several cities, and controlled vast lands with thousands of tenants. The fact that Marquis Tation entertained him was only out of curiosity. It must be fascinating a noble-like figure among the thugs. Leo's throat felt dry. I need to gain that power. Should he just give up and live a thug's life, find a suitable match for Lena and be content? Lena was close to Sanchin Rano, the boss's grandson. The boy was decent, still a child but cautious and polite, resembling his grandfather. He wouldn't be a bad husband for her, but that wouldn't clear the scenario. Leo felt immense disappointment at how everything had unraveled. In no mood to ride, Leo walked sullenly. The carriage fare once paid proudly now felt burdensome. Achievement, first death. The speed at which the player synchronizes with Leo slows down. Though it had been over 7 months since the scenario started, Leo had not fully become one with his character. Perhaps that was why he felt more frustrated. Damn this game. He cursed and stomped in the middle of the street, filled with fury. Honestly, it's hard enough to fend for myself. Even now, he had to work every day for the family. If he hadn't earned rewards by repeating the scenario several times, this Leo would have lived and died as a beggar. And then there was his sister. Leo couldn't bear to see his sister starve, leading him to steal from shops and get beaten to death, while Lena would have died drinking dirty water on the streets. Why did his sister have to be so beautiful? In this brutal world, the future of a beautiful girl was almost predetermined from birth. Leo had to struggle to alter his sister's tragic fate, and there were no convenient events. In a typical game, if a beautiful heroine wandered the streets, a prince or noble would appear to take her in, protect her, and fall in love with her. Filled with rage, Leo bit his tongue. It hurt, vividly. The pain brought him back to reality. Honestly, it doesn't make sense. This wasn't a game, it was reality. As Leo entered the alley, the thugs laughing there started to pick a fight with him, but ran away upon seeing his tattoo. I have to somehow borrow the power of the Marquis. Chasing out the Prince of the Conrad Kingdom is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. There's no hope on that side. In the meantime, Leo had gathered information about the Conrad Kingdom. Lena and Leo were officially reported dead. And Eric de Uriel, the illegitimate child born to a concubine, had driven out the queen's children and established himself as the sole heir to the throne. Behind him was his maternal grandfather, Duke Rupert Turton. The prince borrowed the power of his maternal relatives to drive out his half-siblings who were ahead of him in the line of succession. There was no backlash. Duke Rupert Turton was the real power holder who had the political world of the Conrad Kingdom in his grasp, and there were no factions divided there like in the Kingdom of Belida. The king of Conrad had been bedridden for over 10 years, suffering from an incurable illness that even the priest's divine power couldn't heal. In such a situation, power naturally concentrated on the sole heir, and Eric de Uriel's accession to the throne was considered a matter of time. When Leo obtained this information, he gave up on lineage. There wasn't even a gap to stick a needle through. He was even in a position where he had to curry favor with the Marquis, who seemed inferior compared to Eric de Uriel or Duke Turton. Yet he could not gain more than interest from the Marquis. He arrived at the family mansion. Leo barely acknowledged his family's greetings and sought out Lena's room, but hesitated and paced in front of the door without knocking. His body felt heavy with a sense of defeat. Lena, what should I do? He wanted to cry. He was tired and lonely. Should he tell his sister everything? She would probably think he was crazy, but eventually Lena would believe him. Leo shook his head, covering his face with his hands. No, I can't tell Lena that. It was like saying he wasn't her real brother. He was Leo and yet not Leo. He was the only one who could understand this subtle gap. His sister would be shocked and unable to understand. If only Kiha were here. No, I'm trying to rely on Kiha again. He felt pathetic. It hadn't been long since he resolved to be determined, but he habitually sought her out. Leo closed his eyes tightly and thought of his childhood friend Lena. She comforted him even after being expelled from the church. He thought of Lena Einar, who tried to stand up on her own despite losing an arm, and his sister, brother. Leo was startled and looked up. Lena was running towards him from the end of the hallway. Huff, huff, brother, you came early. His sister was sweating profusely. Seeing that, Leo was suddenly reminded of Lena lying sick and felt his heart sink. Lena, why are you sweating so much? I was exercising with Tian in the yard. I'm going to wash up now. At her nonchalant reply, he sighed in relief. You scared me, but what kind of exercise were you doing? I'm not telling you. Lena went into her room. The door he hesitated to knock on was open. Leo stood there staring at the closed door. His sister had gone inside, but her fresh face lingered in his mind. My lovely sister. The sense of helpless defeat faded and a solid sense of responsibility emerged. Leo tightened his legs for his sister's sake. He couldn't give up. That's right, it's not over yet. Anyway, in this scenario, he had made a connection with the Marquis and obtained an entry pass to meet him. This was a huge achievement. Just one more step forward. Leo thought of a way to fill the gap and left the mansion again. A month later, Leo put Lena in a carriage. Marquis Benartation did not urge for the assignment. The Swordmaster faction pressured the Marquis with an uncomfortable gaze, but he sent a minimum message he had attempted to assassinate his disobedient son and injured him. Using convalescence as an excuse, he was preventing his son from meeting the princess. That was the state of things. Other measures would be needed once the wounds healed, but for now, that was enough. However, Leo was dissatisfied with the development and scraped together money. He borrowed from his family and advanced his salary, and with that money, he bought a beautiful dress, the most splendid one. Splendor suited Lena. No matter how splendid it would only be a background to her appearance. He borrowed accessories from a lady named Swarin, who he had recently become close to. When Leo winked and asked her to keep it a secret, she blushed and agreed. The gamble began. Leo adorned his sister as beautifully as possible to raise the stakes to the maximum and headed to the Marquis' residence with Lena. Oh, I was supposed to play with Tian. Lena grumbled, but Leo firmly cleared her schedule. The time had come for her appearance to be necessary. With my current ability, attracting the Marquis' curiosity is the limit. But if I show Lena, this was the way he thought to take the final step. If the Marquis saw Lena, he would surely want to adopt them as his own children. He wasn't worried about the worst-case scenario. Marquis Venartation was a great noble. He wasn't a scoundrel who would lust after or exploit Lena's appearance. Leo had a different concern. Lena, who had been whining, forgot her complaints and was busy admiring the passing scenery. Lena kept urging Leo to look at this and that, but he was too focused on his nervous, dry mouth. Soon the carriage arrived at the Marquis' mansion. Leo, who had gotten out of the carriage, repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fist. Once they entered here, there was no turning back. After hesitating for a moment, he offered his hand to Lena to escort her, and the siblings stood together at the grand mansion's main gate. It was probably just his imagination, but the dense iron bars looked like the teeth of a decrepit beast. Leo handed the entry pass to the butler. The butler knew he had the pass and usually didn't ask for it. It was cumbersome to return it when he left, so Leo offering the pass was an implicit request for a formal meeting. Even if it meant not getting the pass back, it was a final plea to make time. But the butler, more interested in something else than Leo's bold gamble, didn't even look at the pass and greeted them. Welcome, see. He couldn't take his eyes off the dazzlingly beautiful Lena. After a moment, realizing he was staring at a lady, he cleared his throat and took the pass. Leo wasn't at all displeased. It was a natural reaction. Even in ragged clothes with a bare face, her appearance was breathtaking, and now she was beautifully made up and dressed in a lovely dress. The princess of the Belita kingdom, Chloe de Tatalia, would be no match for Lena. Although he had never seen her, Leo was confident. In this kingdom, no, on the entire continent, my sister is the most beautiful. the siblings were guided to the Marquis's office. It seemed the office changed occasionally, as the room they were led to differed each time Leo visited. The Marquis seemed to be busy with paperwork and greeted them with a slightly annoyed expression, then trailed off. "Welcome. What brings you here all of a sudden?" The Marquis's eyes fixed on Lena. Gulp. Leo swallowed hard. The die was cast, but the time it took for it to roll felt like an eternity. The Marquis lightly bowed his waist. "It's done. This cunning man might act differently, but with such courtesy he wouldn't harm Lena." Marquis Tatian spoke, following the etiquette he used for noble ladies. "You must be the sister. It is an honor to meet you. I am Venar Tatian." Lena also lightly pinched her skirt and returned the greeting. "I'm Lena. Nice to meet you." Her polite greeting caused a puzzled look on the Marquis's face. Lena didn't know the noble etiquette. Leo wanted to teach her, but the etiquette for noble ladies was far more complex and subtle than that for men. Even a slight gesture could change the meaning entirely, so it was better not to teach her poorly. The Archaea Empire's military salute he had taught Lena Einar before was simple and used by both men and women, making it easy to teach, but this was impossible. Leo shrugged at the Marquis's puzzled expression, and the Marquis, dispelling his confusion, gave Lena a soft smile. "It's just about lunchtime. Would you like to join me for a meal if you have time?" Though the offer was not directed at him, Leo's body trembled slightly with joy. The gamble succeeded. The Marquis clearly showed interest in Lena and suggested a meal together. The worst scenario, where Lena was taken away and Leo was left behind, did not happen. Only then did the tension ease, and Leo let out a sigh of relief inside. Finally, a bit of reassurance. "Of course. Brother already told me we would be having lunch." Lena's bold statement left both the Marquis and Leo startled. 45 beggar siblings, Marquis Venar Tatian. Achievement, noble killer. All nobles feel a slight fear towards you. Achievement, long live the Lano family. You gain slight favor with the thugs belonging to the Lano family and slight hostility from families hostile to the Lano family. The Marquis's son, Totten Tatian, died at Leo's hands. After a successful big job, Leo rose to the rank of an executive within the Lano family. "I love her, father, truly." The Marquis Venar Tatian called his son to ask his intentions, but Totten kept repeating that he loved the princess. Love. The Marquis thought his son surely had other schemes. He must have plotted something with the princess and whoever was behind her. The Marquis replied with a knowing smile and told his son he understood, then never summoned him again. Even after that, Totten Tatian continued visiting the royal palace, and the Swordmaster faction began to regard the Marquis with cold eyes. Their leader, Count Hermann Forte, had sent his troublesome son to the capital church chapter, so unless the Marquis intended to confront them head-on, he needed to show some additional convincing actions. Even the royalist faction, who supported the Marquis, were anxiously watching his behavior, putting him in a politically awkward situation. However, Marquis Venar Tatian leisurely sipped his wine in his study as usual. He was not concerned with the petty nobles of the royalist or swordmaster factions. He didn't even care about his son's actions. The only ones he paid close attention to were the king and the swordmaster. The scattered documents on his massive desk were all about those two. Count Hermann Forte was an extremely right-wing individual. He was passionate about increasing military strength and often showed reverence for brute force. With such a person in power, kingdoms without swordmasters had no choice but to diplomatically back down against the kingdom of Belida, and the citizens and nobles of Belida cheered for the count, supporting him. Of course, Marquis Tatian did not judge people by appearances alone. In his view, the count had merely positioned himself where he could best showcase his strengths politically. Yet, the recent actions of the count were entirely unexpected. For some reason, the Swordmaster did not deploy the 1st and 2nd Night Divisions despite the outbreak of war. He himself did not head to the battlefield but quietly stayed in place. The Marquis gathered the scattered documents, neatly organized them, and tossed them aside. He then picked up his wine glass again, lost in thought. He couldn't understand the Swordmaster's actions. The war was a moment to showcase the results of the Count's constant calls for strengthening the nation through military power, and at the same time, it was a golden opportunity to expand his political influence by achieving military success. He must have a bigger scheme in mind. He was convinced that Count Hermann Forte was plotting something. He had realized it when the princess and Gilbert Forte shared a kiss. The Count had used his son to start a war. But the subsequent actions of his own son and the princess were entirely unexpected. What trick did the Count use to move the princess? Was the king involved? What price did his son agree to with the Count? Why are the Night Divisions not sent to the battlefield and kept in the capital while clashing with the royalist faction? The Marquis chuckled at the obvious ploy, but then tilted his head in puzzlement. It was too obvious. If the Swordmaster rashly mobilized the Night Divisions, he would die at the Marquis's hands. Unless the Swordmaster himself ran to this mansion and chopped off the Marquis's head before mobilizing the Night Divisions, of course. But that wouldn't happen. I should watch for more information since it's still lacking. The Marquis set aside thoughts of the swordmaster and turned to other matters. He tapped the huge table, briefly thought about the silent king, and then dismissed that thought as well, turning to his foolish son. Pathetic, it was a mistake to have only one son. He tries to take this position too easily. The Marquis rose and approached the large portrait of his now deceased wife on one wall of the study. He softly spoke to it. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can keep my promise. I have found a better son." Her last wish was for him to raise their only son well. He had wanted to honor her wish as much as possible due to their shared affection, but now it had become futile. He planned to kill his son and erase the pretext for the swordmaster to attack the royalist faction. Smiling, he decided he would take down that portrait as well and turned around. Looking out the window, a young man came to mind. Does that young man deserve the throne? For now, he passed. He had entrusted his son's assassination to the young man, and the replacement had performed the task faithfully. The day after his son died, the young man who killed him came to see the Marquis. "Good job." The Marquis offered Leo a seat and opened the cabinet to take out some wine. Then he felt a cold sensation run down his back. Achievement: noble killer. All nobles feel a slight fear towards you. What is this feeling? He is indeed a strange young man. No, I should now call him a useful son. Even while taking out the wine and glasses, he was acutely aware of Leo behind him, and turning around, he asked him, "Would you like a drink? It would be an honor." The Marquis personally filled Leo's glass and handed it to him. The young man received it with impeccable etiquette. Then a forgotten question resurfaced. But why doesn't his sister know any manners? Judging by their appearance, they must be blood siblings. The Marquis chuckled at his rising curiosity and raised his glass. A truly rare card had fallen into his hands. The two lightly clinked their glasses. They each took a sip, but conversation did not flow, and the two men silently sipped the strong liquor. Only then did the Marquis realize. Such situations were rare, so his reaction was slow. "Heh heh heh, I see. Now it's my turn to negotiate." He had shown enough, now it was the young man's turn. Acute audacity. The Marquis found it rather refreshing and tapped his glass lightly before starting the conversation. "You mentioned you have some expertise in swordsmanship. Do you still train?" "I practice whenever I can find the time. The night sky has become quite beautiful now that the weather has warmed. Working by day and practicing alone by night. It indicated a life of hardship. That's the life of a lowly thug. Spring is almost over. It will get hotter soon and you'll need a shady place to cool off. Indeed, a place with a cool well would be perfect." The Marquis's thin eyebrows twitched. A well symbolized family or community. It was a request not only for a swordsmanship mentor, but also to be adopted as a son. The Marquis chuckled lowly. "A well, that brings back memories. I can't remember the last time I drew water from one." He intended to adopt him anyway, but there were still things he wanted to know. "You should at least tell me your family background." He knew nothing about this young man except his name, Leo, his swordsmanship skills, and that he had used a prostitute to enter the Rano family. He had confirmed that his swordsmanship was good enough to easily pierce a carriage door. One of his knights, upon seeing the door, said, "It's quite impressive, but curious. This wasn't done with brute force, it was purely skillful swordsmanship. Given his frail physique, it doesn't make sense. It seems he hasn't trained much, yet he has a natural talent for swordsmanship. Could he be an illegitimate child of Count Forte, or part of some conspiracy?" The Marquis quickly dismissed that thought. The Count was the type who would make even an illegitimate child, or a complete stranger, his heir if they had exceptional swordsmanship skills. He wouldn't waste such a person. The Marquis rubbed his thin lips as he sifted through his mental list. Which fallen knightly family could he belong to? A body capable of hosting mana was inherited differently than a mage's mana sensitivity. While swordsmanship talent and physical prowess were separate, they weren't completely unrelated to the family, and the Marquis believed that talent must be nurtured from a young age. However, no particular family came to mind. Knightly families were generally poor in etiquette, but this young man's manners were too impeccable to be explained by anything less than a prestigious family. Is he really an illegitimate child? No. Who would treat such a child with neglect? Right, he's been cast out. He must have been exiled for some reason. The Marquis was convinced. This young man came from abroad. As far as he knew, there were no such siblings in any noble family in the kingdom of Belida. "Haha, did you personally draw water from the well, Marquis? It must be a memorable experience." The young man gave a vague response, and the Marquis, pretending to reminisce, nodded along. But inside, he was filled with frustration and questions. This guy refused to reveal his past. The Marquis lightly stroked his chin, pondering. Such a strange fellow. Is his past something to hide from someone like me? From this Benartation, why would he conceal his past while trying to become the adopted son of a major noble family in the western part of Belida Kingdom? More importantly, where did he come from? He was burning with curiosity and desire. The Marquis wanted to adopt these siblings as his son and daughter. The cards they presented were too tempting to refuse. He was interested in Leo, but Lena, the girl, was of exceptional value. The Marquis had never seen such a beautiful woman. Despite wearing shabby dresses and cheap jewelry, she was dazzlingly beautiful. They dressed her poorly. but a simple dress suits such a beautiful lady better. He imposed his preferences onto Lena. A woman of her beauty didn't need fancy clothes. Simple clothes that highlighted her looks and subtle jewelry to draw focus would suffice. In fact, her appearance would shine no matter what she wore. In his imagination, the Marquis's gaze traced up from Lena's feet, finally reaching her face. Meeting her sparkling, smiling eyes, the Marquis felt another wave of admiration. Her golden eyes, they held immense value. Golden eyes were a symbol of the imperial family of the Archaea Empire. Over the years, the imperial blood had spread and the golden eye color had faded, making it almost impossible to find recently. But occasionally, nobles or royals with imperial blood were born with such eyes. Very rarely, commoners with such eyes appeared, and their ancestry could be traced back to the imperial family of the Archaea Empire. If that commoner were a woman, she might curse her ancestors. The Marquis scrutinized the young man before him. Bright golden eyes. However, the young man's eyes weren't particularly useful. They were pleasing to look at, but that was all. The value of a nobleman depended on his abilities, title, and the power of his family. On the other hand, the girl Lena's eyes held value. A noblewoman's worth was influenced by factors beyond her family's power, such as appearance, lineage, and character. The Marquis, like a horse trader, appraised Lena and considered where to place her. If I adopt her and marry her to a prince. If the prince favored Lena, the royalist faction would gain significant power. Even if his reaction was lukewarm, at least the Marquis's family would maintain its influence as the royal in-laws. Count Hermann Forte, no matter how closely he clung to the prince, could not control the prince's reaction to an extraordinary beauty. I don't have many fond memories. My only precious sibling, my sister. At that moment, the young man cheerfully poured more liquor. The Marquis grinned. This young man's evasiveness and secrecy about his past didn't matter. I can tolerate that much. And he would find out eventually. The Marquis Benartation was confident he wouldn't suffer a single loss. There was a reason the scales, the symbol of the Taitian Marquis family, were always tilted from the start. He clinked glasses with the young man, Leo, and Leo smiled brightly, feeling he had finally succeeded. 46. Beggar sibling, adopted brother and sister. Hi-ya! Lena's kick swept cleanly through the spacious yard of the family mansion. Leo blocked the kick, which had some weight behind it, with ease, though he was slightly surprised. Wow, there's nothing my sister can't do. Oh, how adorable. Let go of me. He approached his sister, who had her quills up like a hedgehog, and pinched her cheek. In return, her elbow shot up, aiming for his chin, but Leo tilted his head back to avoid it. Lena gave up soon after and spoke with a pouting face. HMPH. I didn't hit you at all. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to hit your heavenly brother? But you're really good. You surprised me. Lena was learning a traditional martial art called Hibruna. It was a martial art used by the soldiers of the Archaea Empire. Although its value had greatly diminished with the development of various weapons and protective gear, making it obsolete in the military, it was still useful for self-defense among civilians. Knights also referred to this martial art when learning techniques, so Leo Dexter was quite adept at it, and Leo, who had experienced his physique, knew it to some extent as well. Tusk, just you wait. Lena wore a disgruntled expression. Although she wasn't very satisfied, Leo thought it was impressive. Considering how long she's been learning, she's already this good. His sister Lena was extremely talented. She quickly mastered whatever she learned and used it very well. Maybe it's better to teach her swordsmanship. He wondered if she might become the youngest sword master. It was a ridiculous thought, but amusing enough to make him laugh. Although Lena learned things quickly, becoming a sword master was a different level. A sword master was a genius bestowed by the heavens. While Lena was talented in many areas, there were limits. Honestly, with her looks alone, she's already the best on the continent, if she also had a moderate talent in everything. It's already too much. The dice of the gods couldn't be that unfair. Look at Lena Einar. She can't do anything well except swordsmanship. Leo chuckled to himself, thinking about Lena Einar's oddness, and his sister interrupted. What's so funny? Are you laughing at your sister's skills? Lena squinted her eyes and glared at him. Oops, about to get scolded. Leo quickly waved his hands. No, I'm proud of you. You haven't been learning for long, but you're already this good. I should be on guard next time. Heh, you flatter me. His sister plopped down beside him, exhausted. Even though they were in the shade, it was a bit hot. Leo handed her some water and looked around. There were a few family members chatting in the distance, but fortunately no one was near them. He cautiously began to speak. Lena, I have something to tell you. Lena drank the water eagerly and nodded with her pretty eyes, urging him to continue. Leo spoke quietly, afraid someone might overhear. Let's go to the Marquis house where we went last time as adopted children. PFFFT. Lena spat out the water she was drinking. What are you doing? I'm all wet. Hey, brother, what did you say? Adopted daughter. Yeah, you'll go in as an adopted daughter and I'll go in as an adopted son. Really? You're not joking. Yeah, really. Isn't it great? Lena's face darkened. Why, don't you like it? No, I don't. Why? You saw that grand mansion last time. They're nobles. We could become nobles. Lena recalled the mansion and the marquee she saw last time while watching her brother wave his arms, and the nervous look on her brother's face. At that moment, Lena realized something and became even more gloomy. Her voice was devoid of energy when she replied. "So that's why you took me there, to show me to that man." Leo was so surprised he couldn't say anything, and Lena tightly shut her lips. It had been almost a year since she came to this mansion. She had studied a lot while mingling with the servants. The boys her age tried hard to impress her. The uncles especially adored her, creating a strange gap. She received more kindness than other girls. The difference was so clear that she couldn't help but notice. The ladies also adored her, but there was always a note of concern in their words. They emphasized that she should be careful and meet a good man, but never explained why she needed to be careful or what bad things might happen. However, she inferred that because of her looks, men might act excessively towards her. She finally understood a bit of her brother's past actions. Leo always smeared dirt or grime on her face. When begging in a small village, he hid her under the village fence and went in alone. He desperately hid her face, to protect me. When she realized this, Lena understood what a burden she had been to her brother. It wasn't just following him around begging for food. He did more than that for her, to avoid that bad thing. Lena looked up at her brother, who couldn't speak and was fumbling. Her heart felt like it was breaking. I should have realized when he dressed me in those clothes and jewelry. At first, she was just happy the clothes were pretty, and thought it made sense to wear such nice clothes when entering a grand mansion for lunch. But her brother had a different reason for bringing those clothes. He had dressed her up. "I'll go," with a voice mixed with resentment and disappointment. Lena left her hesitant brother and returned to her room. Although a cool breeze blew in through the wide open window, it wasn't refreshing at all. When she slammed the door shut, the wind stopped as well. Laughter from the family drifted faintly through the open window. The sound of children her age playing happily was also heard. No, she heard nothing at all. Lena lay down on her bed. The pain she felt in a corner of her chest made her clutch her chest with both hands. She was sad, but no tears came out. After lying there for a while, she weakly thought of her brother. I should listen to brother. The thing she was best at in the world was listening to her brother, following him around, eating what he gave her. I should listen to brother. Everything her brother did was for her. Becoming an adopted daughter of a noble family would be the same. Although it seemed like using my appearance, it was also for my sake. I should listen to brother. The faces of Tian and the family she had grown attached to came to mind. Coincidentally, Tian's voice was mixed with the sounds coming from outside. If I become an adopted daughter in a noble house, I wouldn't be able to come here, right? I wouldn't be able to come back ever again, right? Still, I should listen to brother. Finishing her thoughts, Lena forced herself to get up. She felt sorry for leaving her brother alone. When she went back to the yard, her brother was still there, holding his head in his hands as if he hadn't moved at all. Feeling pity for her smaller brother, Lena steeled herself and approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Brother." Leo turned around in surprise. Lena, in a choked voice, spoke to her fumbling brother. "I'll go. I'll become the adopted daughter." Living with her brother for life was her dream. If she was going into the marquee house together with her brother, then that would be enough, but I have a condition. Seeing her brother brighten up considerably, she set her condition. For the first time in her life, she added a caveat to her brother's words. This much should be fine, she thought. In front of the marquee mansion, Leo extended his hand. Lena took it and jumped down from the tall carriage. Though feeling gloomy, Lena forced a smile. Becoming the adopted daughter of the marquee family had already been decided. Thinking that showing continued gloom over a decided matter would only make things harder for her brother, Lena brought up a pleasant topic. "This dress is pretty too." "Yeah, really pretty. But isn't it a bit chilly?" "Not at all. If you wear it like this, it's fine." Lena demonstrated how to drape the shawl over her shoulders, alleviating her brother's concern. The marquis sent new clothes almost daily. Because of this, Lena's room was bursting at the seams with the clothes he sent, yet there wasn't a single thing she could throw away. Today's dress was a blue silk one. At a glance, it seemed simple, but upon closer inspection, one would quickly change their mind. The silk itself was a precious fabric, but the densely embroidered silver thread made it exceptionally elegant. From a distance, it enhanced Lena's appearance, and up close, it made her look like a fairy descended from the heavens. The blue jewels around her neck and arms were accessories that came with this dress. The delicate necklace and bracelet, barely visible, adorned her fair neck and wrists carefully. The jewels seemed small and modest compared to their wearer. Lena slightly adjusted the dress that exposed her shoulders. Having never worn such a style before, she had been at a loss on how to wear it properly. She worried her exposed shoulders might feel cold as autumn approached, but the dress came with a matching shawl, which she thought was an unnecessary gesture, and turned to look at her brother. Leo was also dressed in clothes gifted by the marquis. His uniform, faintly tinged with red, had a bright red silk lining and fit his body perfectly, as if it couldn't tolerate even a single inch of deviation. He looks handsome. But Lena felt no joy. "These things are just," Leo led Lena. When the siblings, dressed splendidly, stood in front of the mansion, the butler came out and bowed politely. "Welcome." The butler still wore a perplexed expression despite seeing them several times. With great difficulty, he tore his eyes away from Lena and led the siblings inside. Leo followed, accustomed to the route. He had been coming to the Marquis mansion daily for several months now. As the unofficial adopted son of the Marquis, he learned the ways of the household. 3 butlers took turns teaching him the mansion's affairs. First, he met the mansion's staff. Hundreds of servants bowed deeply to Leo. The sheer number surprised him, but it was nothing compared to the mansion's ledger detailing its various affairs, as expected of the Marquis house. The Taitian family spent astronomical amounts just to maintain the mansion. The servants' wages were a minor part. The regular banquets consumed vast sums of money each time, and the gifts exchanged between the Marquis and other nobles were on a different level. Yet this was just the tip of the iceberg. Leo had only seen the mansion in the capital so far. The Marquis held 2 estates. One belonged to the Taitian family, and the other was a borderland near the western frontier, which he governed as a margrave. The Marquis collected taxes from 4 cities. Dozens of large and small villages were not even counted in the ledger, managed by overseers dispatched to each city. Additionally, the Marquis retained 30 knights. It was rare for a single family to have so many knights, and considering the Taitian family was not a knightly family, it was even more surprising. The Kingdom of Belida had a regiment of 150 knights in each of its 3 knightly orders, totaling 450 knights under the royal command. Comparing 30 to 450 might make the Marquis' strength seem paltry, but that was a misunderstanding. While it was true that the Taitian family officially commanded 450 knights, these orders were maintained in the name of the kingdom and funded by the royal budget, so it wasn't accurate to consider them solely as the Taitian family's force. Velida was a coalition of many families centered around the Taitian family. Moreover, the knightly orders aimed to maintain political neutrality, with separate commanders for military orders. Currently, Count Hermann Forte, a sword master and the commander of the First Knightly Order, exerted significant influence over all 3 orders. Recently, he had taken the First and Second Orders to the battlefield. Therefore, to calculate the Taitian family's exclusive force, one must count the Royal Guard knights. The Royal Guard who protected the palace obeyed only the king's commands. While the exact number was never disclosed, it was generally believed to be around 60 to 70. Thus, the Taitian family had almost half the royal family's force, making the Marquis the undisputed ruler of the West. Walking down the wide and luxurious corridors, Leo thought about the Marquis' formidable power and smiled, imagining a rosy future. He believed it was only a matter of time before his sister became a princess. The Marquis would introduce her to the prince, and Lena would marry him. Leo had no doubt the prince would fall for Lena. The first thing Leo had investigated as the Marquis' unofficial son was the prince's character, and he found him to be an excellent person. The Prince of Belida, Cleon de Taitian, was known to be gentle and handsome, just like Princess Chloe de Taitian. Thinking of the troublesome princess made him slightly uneasy, but he dismissed it as mere political maneuvering and set aside his concerns. Before they knew it, the siblings stood before the reception room. Today, they were not visiting the Marquis' study. Today was a special appointment. Recently, the Marquis had begun introducing Lena and Leo to the nobles he was close to. This was the groundwork to officially acknowledge them as his adopted children. Thus, once a week, Leo brought his sister to meet the nobles. Welcome. The Marquis stood up with a bright smile. 2 nobles were seated beside him, dressed almost comically lavishly, and the other without any adornments. The Marquis introduced Lena and Leo to the nobles as they sat down. He first introduced the flamboyantly dressed noble. This is Viscount Brian Sauer. Hello, I'm Leo. Hello, I'm Lena. The Viscount, an unusually wrinkled man, smiled with all his wrinkles and rolled his gray eyes towards Lena. Nice to meet you. I'm Brian Sauer. When the Marquis said he would introduce his son and daughter today, I never imagined they would be so splendid. He made an exaggerated gesture, following the latest etiquette trend in Belida. Leo responded with the straightforward etiquette of the Archaea Empire, and Lena bowed her head. And this is Count Gustav Peter. I mentioned him once before, the one who broke the dish. He is my dear friend. The siblings greeted the Count as well. Count Peter, with a restrained manner, returned their greetings while maintaining an indifferent expression. After the introductions, the Marquis stood behind the seated siblings and placed a hand on each of their shoulders. These are the children who will become my son and daughter. Please look upon them kindly. Shall we have some tea? I have procured a rare tea. The Marquis glanced sideways at Lena and instructed a servant to bring the tea. The meeting was like any other day. Over simple refreshments and fragrant tea, they chatted. Lena remained quietly in her seat, while Leo tried to leave a good impression on the nobles. At one point, there was a conversation about the border region, which seemed to be a slip of the tongue by Viscount Sauer, quickly glossed over by a glance from Marquis Benartation. At that time, Leo knew nothing about Viscount Sauer. Later, when he learned that the Viscount owned all the brothels in Orville, Leo turned red with displeasure, but it was too late by then. Moreover, Viscount Sour was the half-brother of Breton Sour, the manager of the brothel Lena had visited in the previous scenario. Fortunately, Leo never learned that fact. Had he known, it wouldn't. 47. Beggar sibling the encounter. No, it's not like that. You need to consider what comes after your sword clashes with your opponent's, so you should leave some room on this side, like this. The knight who was teaching Leo couldn't hide his frustration as he demonstrated again. Leo was learning swordsmanship from a knight assigned by the Marquis in the training yard of the Marquis house. Initially, the knight, who appeared reliable and elderly, was impressed by Leo, but after a day or two, his surprise turned into doubt, and doubt into disappointment. Leo, resolute, adjusted his stance and swung his sword again, asking, "Is this correct?" "Yes, I got it wrong." Leo, sensing the knight's displeasure, sheepishly lowered his sword. The knight, seemingly unwilling to demonstrate further, remained silent. As an awkward silence fell, Leo made an excuse. "I couldn't sleep at all last night, so I can't continue the lesson today. Let's stop here." "Yes, understood." Although he forced a smile, the knight answered curtly and gathered his things, disappearing shortly after. Left alone in the training yard, Leo threw his sword in frustration. He had no talent for swordsmanship. The knight, who seemed experienced in teaching others, explained in an easily understandable manner, but Leo's skills didn't improve in the slightest. His swordsmanship skill, Swordsmanship 2V, gave him the abilities of an average knight, and he fully understood it. However, progressing to a higher level was an entirely different matter, especially since this was the point where the characteristics of each swordsmanship style became prominent. Noel Dexter, for example, hid a reserve in his strikes for stability, while Katrina mixed strength and weakness freely for an aggressive style. His fiancée, Lena, was the same. Though she was eccentric, Lena had an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. She grasped the essence of Noel's teachings well, and after observing Katrina's techniques, fused the two styles to create her own. But Leo couldn't do that. No matter how much he practiced, it felt like banging his head against a wall. Whether it was because this Leo in the sibling beggars scenario had no talent for swordsmanship, or because his growth was stunted by Mincio's overlay, he couldn't tell. In Leo Dexter's body, he had only repeated training to master the swordsmanship skills he received as scenario rewards, indicating that the issue lay not with Leo but, "Damn it, screw this." Leo muttered to no one in particular, picked up the thrown sword, and placed it back in its original spot. He nervously bit the chapped skin on his lips. The Marquis must already know, right? Recently, he had been extremely troubled. The Marquis' smile had been growing increasingly intense. Leo left the training yard and washed his sweat-soaked body. He declined the maid's offer to help dress him and changed clothes by himself. The maid quietly left. The Marquis mansion was silent. No, it was eerily devoid of human presence. Hundreds of servants were stationed everywhere, ready to come running at a light clap, but until then they were almost invisible. Initially, he didn't question this. He thought it was because the mansion's owner, Marquis Benartation, preferred quiet, but as he frequented the mansion, he realized it wasn't just about quietness. The servants remained silent as if they were part of the decor and avoided showing any expressions. They exchanged only necessary gestures with their colleagues, and no words could be heard anywhere. The entire mansion was enveloped in a peculiar tension. Leo visited the temporary room assigned to him and grabbed his money poo chapter, opening a drawer in the corner of the room. He found it filled with gold coins, as if inviting him to use them freely. With trembling hands, he sifted through the gold coins, putting some silver coins into his money pouch. Lena needs to marry the prince quickly. The mansion's cold atmosphere had seeped into Leo as well. He feared the Marquis' smile. The Marquis never mentioned Leo's clumsy mistakes. He just deepened his dimples, and every time he smiled, Leo tried desperately not to stutter out of fear. He instinctively knew that the smile wasn't genuine. Marquis Benartation, who had been born as the third son of the Marquis, killed his two older brothers, and seized the glorious position, was a terrifying man with a blood-soaked past. The previous Marquis had died under mysterious circumstances. Take care. Leo, leaving the mansion, moved to the market by carriage. He thanked the coachman, who had greeted him politely, and entered a flower shop near the market entrance. This was a visit for Lena. His sister loved it when he brought her flowers. Although she had become indifferent to the flowers he brought recently, Leo continued to change the flowers in her room regularly. Tinkle. The autumn buds peaked and swayed as he entered. The florist, who was potting plants, stood up quickly to greet the customer. "Welcome, Leo." Swarin smiled brightly and seated him, heating a kettle. Since Leo had visited this place with his sister, she offered him tea every time. Reluctantly, Leo took the offered cup. "You're welcome. There are cookies too. This is troublesome." He just needed to buy flowers for Lena, but chatting over tea had become routine. Because Lena kept asking what other flowers were in the shop, Leo had no choice but to inquire about various things, leading to this situation. Swarin, as usual, sat across from him, smiling brightly and starting a small conversation. "You know, last time, she was a girl with a graceful chin and striking orange eyes. She always tied her voluminous orange hair tightly because of her work in the flower shop, and her scattered freckles were so charming that anyone would want to chat with her. But Leo only responded appropriately and never talked about himself. His thoughts were elsewhere. It wasn't about the Marquis. He was mentally cornered because of his life at the Marquis house, but recently something else had been troubling him more. Lena was sick. She had been listless for some time and finally became a burning fever, confined to bed. Leo was as startled as if he had been hit by a wildfire. In a panic, he called for a doctor, who said, "It's just a minor cold. Common during seasonal changes. I'll prescribe some medicine, but keeping her warm and giving her hot tea frequently should help her recover quickly." Leo, relieved that it wasn't a serious illness, sat down heavily. Last night, he kept vigil by Lena's side as she slept peacefully. In the darkness, he stroked her hair all night, pondering over her words. "So that's why you took me there, to show me to that man." Lena's murmured words still echoed in his head. He felt guilty towards Lena. He blamed himself for exploiting her appearance due to his lack of ability, but it was an unavoidable decision. Without doing that, there was no way to gain the Marquis power. Achievement First Death. The player's synchronization with Leo is slow. The original Leo would never have made such a choice. He had spent his life trying to hide Lena's appearance, but Mincio's mind, superimposed on Leo's, was driven by a clear goal. Fortunately, Lena agreed to become an adopted daughter. However, she set a condition. "How long do I have before I have to go? I want to stay here as long as possible. I like it here. Give me time to say goodbye to my family." Lena made what seemed like an easy request with difficulty, and Leo, holding her hand apologetically, promised her that he would comply. Therefore, he asked the Marquis to delay their entry into the household as much as possible. The Marquis interpreted this differently. He seemed to think Leo wanted to take full control only after thoroughly learning everything, so he gave Leo even more authority. At the time, it didn't seem like a bad thing, but now the promise to Lena felt burdensome. They needed to become adopted children quickly for Lena to become a princess soon. Leo desperately wanted to see the ending. He could hardly bear the Marquis' smile. Swarin said, "Orville is great, but there aren't many places to see plays. Did I mention that I love plays, this time at the Errol Theatre?" She chattered on happily, but no one was really listening to her preferences. Leo nodded absently, continuing his thoughts. Joseph Rano also knew about Leo becoming the Marquis' adopted son. He personally came to Leo, bending his old back. He respectfully told him that he no longer needed to work for the family, and the fatherly figure Leo once knew was nowhere to be found. Although Leo was initially shocked by this, he quickly forgot about it. He wasn't attached to his relationship with the family members, but Lena was different. She had grown too close to the family. This was the most challenging aspect of clearing this game. Leo had to achieve something not for himself, but by interfering in someone else's life. In each scenario, the Lenas wanted to do what they liked. They ran wild, moving further away from becoming a princess, and it was Leo's job to keep them on track. Achievement First meeting with Lena. Lena holds a high regard for Leo. With this achievement obtained at the start of the game, Leo used his relationship as a childhood friend, fiancé, or sibling to gently guide Lena. "So that's why you took me there. Show me to that man." This was something he would inevitably hear someday. During the process of guiding Lena, she felt betrayed. Whatever the reason, it was true that he used Lena's appearance. "What else could I do? It's not like I had a choice. This is raising Lena. It's natural to interfere in her life, and I'm her brother. Everything I do is for her good." He justified himself, believing that Lena would be happy once she became a princess. Without self-justification, it was unbearable. Later, he might even have to break the engagement. Leo spent the night by sick Lena's side, suffering from a twisting stomachapter each time the Marquis' meaningful smile came to mind. He wondered if he was doing something wrong. Then Swarin finally broke his reverie by touching his clasped hands. "How about it? Would you like to go this weekend?" Emboldened by Leo's absent nodding, she blushed and invited him on a date. Her shy touch brushing his fingers felt bold. He was tired. He had come out to buy flowers because he was worried about the dried-up pot in Lena's room last night. The girl in front of him was a nuisance. Leo half-heartedly agreed and ended the conversation with Swarin. He finished his tea, stood up, and chose flowers. Soren recommended a flower called Swerbria, which was a mix of white and pink. The lower part of the bud was white, and the petals darkened to pink towards the tips, a beautiful flower. As Leo examined the flowers, showing interest, Swarin smiled brightly and explained, "Do you know what the flower language of these is? As you laid, look at this. The fern-like leaves seem to be reaching out, right? So, I see." Leo cut her off and walked out. He seemed to have chosen well. "It'll look good in Lena's room. The fragrance is nice too." Smelling the sweet scent of the flowers lifted his mood a bit. He hurried back to his sister. "Oh," someone exclaimed. Leo turned his head at the sound, also exclaiming, "Ah," as he froze. A few hours earlier, damn it, she threw down her sword in frustration. She couldn't train like she used to. Feeling worse seeing her junior's nervous look, she snapped, "I can't do this, I'm leaving." "See senior, but the training time isn't. Menstrual leave." Leaving her flustered junior behind, she left the training yard, thinking of quitting everything as she changed clothes. Today, or rather today as well, she thought she'd just go home early. But contrary to her initial thought, she stopped by the market to buy groceries. She suddenly thought of Ellen. What should I cook? I'm in a bad mood, maybe I should buy some meat. Yes, let's do that. Spend freely while you can. Swinging her sword at her waist, she ordered a lot of meat. A knight skipping training with her sword on her belt. She thought her appearance was amusing and asked to have the meat cut into small pieces. While waiting for the meat, she wandered in front of the butcher's shop, idly scanning the bustling market when she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," a man holding flowers appeared looking like that soldier. He's short. Is this what that soldier looked like as a child? He looks similar, but this one's much better looking. Ah, while she scanned him up and down in surprise, Leo too stared at her, frozen. Flowing red hair, captivating red eyebrows, and provocative eyes, alluring lips with a long tail. She was in casual clothes, but Leo could never forget her. Katrina stood before him. 48, beggar sibling Swerbria. In the bustling market filled with the cries of vendors, the chatter of passers-by, and the noisy children running around, the two stood frozen, staring at each other. Katrina was the first to break the tension. "Do you know me?" Seeing that the man, who resembled that soldier, reacted as if he recognized her, Katrina asked sharply. Uncertain how to handle this bizarre situation, she instinctively responded with anger and picked a fight. "No, then why did you act like you did?" "I didn't." His voice was different from the soldier's. "What do you mean you didn't? You looked surprised when you saw me. Oh, you even have a tattoo on your neck. Are you a thug? Do you want to die? No, please don't kill me." Her temper subsided as she noted his submissive attitude. Pointing to the ground with her finger, she commanded, "Stay right here. If you move, you're dead." As Katrina turned to receive her meat from the butcher, Leo shook his head, trying to make sense of the situation. He had been on his way back with flowers for Lena. How did this happen? Why is she here? She should be on the battlefield. Oh, he had met Katrina in the previous fiancé scenario. Leo Dexter had fought her fiercely, negotiating from a near-death situation. That was just a few months ago, given the timeline, so the scenarios are happening simultaneously. Finally, his long-standing question was answered. Multiple Lenas and Leos were moving simultaneously across the continent. This was the only explanation for Katrina being here and recognizing him. Katrina motioned him to follow. "Hey, come with me." Why, do you want to die?" When she growled, furrowing her brow, Leo flinched. "I'll follow you." Mincio's psyche found Katrina somewhat intimidating. He vividly remembered her fiery gaze during their previous knife fight. Although not paralyzing fear, he couldn't help but shrink a bit in her presence. Even if they fought now, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. Despite having swordsmanship 2v, Katrina's skill surpassed that of an ordinary knight, and most importantly, her physical capabilities were superior. Her lean figure was deceptive. Moreover, Leo was still officially a mere thug, while she was a knight of the kingdom. Even if she drew her sword and cut off his head, Katrina wouldn't face any consequences. But Leo, just as intrigued by the situation as she was, suppressed his slight fear and followed her. Katrina led Leo to a small restaurant. She showed something to the owner, who then allowed her to sit comfortably. "What are you waiting for? Sit." Yes, once seated, she scrutinized him rudely. Her eyes were filled with surprise, curiosity, and a hint of caution. "You really look alike. What's your name?" Leo. Katrina's eyes widened. "Your name is Leo, too." "Excuse me." She was so shocked that she didn't realize she had stood up. The soldier's name was also Leo. She remembered hearing another soldier shout it when she slashed his chest. But Katrina, seeing the young man's unfamiliar golden eyes, composed herself and sat back down. Definitely a different person. "But why? Do you really not know me?" "No, I don't." "Then why did you act surprised when you saw me?" "You looked like you knew me, so I reacted out of courtesy. Sometimes that happens." Leo feigned ignorance. Admitting knowledge would complicate matters. There was no way to explain it. Is that so?" She continued to feel an inexplicable connection as she stared at the thug. Achievement, saved Katrina. Katrina remembers your kindness. They look a bit similar, but are definitely different people. The soldier was tall and broad-shouldered. He wasn't as handsome and had ordinary eye color, but this thug kept reminding her of that soldier. Katrina was a knight of the Second Knights of the Kingdom of Belida. For some reason, Count Hermann Forte delayed the deployment of the knights, so they only arrived at the battlefield in early summer despite the war starting in early spring. But she had to return before fully participating in the battle. It was because she encountered absurd soldiers. She had attacked what seemed to be an ordinary squad, but among them were two soldiers wielding two-handed swords. Those rascals killed her subordinate, Darrows. Katrina, having to face two squads alone, fought desperately. She had even prepared to die in the end. Had the battle continued, she might have killed the female soldier but would have died to the other soldier's counterattack. Then, a soldier named Leo made an offer no knight could refuse. Although it was a humiliating negotiation, it allowed her to return alive. Her injured shoulder had some lasting damage. While she forced her arm to move despite the injury, it couldn't receive proper treatment in the battlefield without a priest. The deeply embedded sword had torn through her muscles and tendons, eventually leading to her being ordered back to the capital. On the way back, she received treatment at a church, but her arm was never the same. She wondered if she could continue being a knight. Despite the depression, Katrina quickly brightened. At least she wasn't completely incapacitated, and she had Ellen. Katrina asked again, "Are you from the kingdom of Astin?" "No." She began bombarding Leo with questions, trying to make sense of this strange situation. "Are you a namesake?" "No, right? Leo isn't that common of a name. Where are you from?" "The kingdom of Conrad. Do you have any siblings?" Leo's mind raced. He quickly lied. "Yes, I had an older brother by 2 years, but we were separated when we were young. Our village suffered a famine and our family scattered. In fact, this Leo was a year older than Leo Dexter, but because he was short and handsome, he looked much younger. On the other hand, Leo Dexter was quite large, making him appear older than he actually was." Upon hearing Leo's lie, Katrina clapped her hands as if saying, "I knew it," then raised her eyebrows and asked, "Aha, so you are brothers. Wait, but why do you have the same name?" "I needed an alias when I started doing gangster work." "I see, now it makes sense." Katrina nodded. "Of course. There's no way two people who look so alike aren't related. The younger one inherited the looks, while the older one got the build. Indeed, God is fair." With her doubts resolved and understanding the situation, Katrina became quite magnanimous. So this young thug was the lost brother of that soldier. She patted Leo's arm familiarly and said, "Actually, oh well, this is fate. How about we talk over a meal, my treat?" Leo sighed in relief as Katrina went to order food. When she returned, her demeanor was much more relaxed. Apparently, the lie worked well, as Katrina started talking about her encounters with Leo's brother, and Leo chatted with her over the meal. "Ah, so he was a knight. I had a feeling. Are you just doing gangster work? Your brother, you see. So, what happened then?" He pretended to be hearing it for the first time, sweating while acting as if he had a real brother. Katrina was boisterous, but also nosy and full of advice. She said things like, "You shouldn't live like that. Your brother is big and skilled in swordsmanship, fighting alongside his pretty girlfriend in the war." Didn't seem like something you would say to someone you just met, but regardless, she showed a liking for Leo. Even while paying for the expensive meal and leaving the restaurant, she seemed reluctant to part and gave him her address. "Hey, if you ever need help, come to the second alley on Rosalind Boulevard near the West Gate. The roof is blue, so it's easy to find. I'll help with whatever I can. Call me sister. And stop with the gangster stuff. Got it? Living like that, you won't live long." "Yes, sister, good then. Oh, the meat will spoil. I'll be off now. Take care." "All right, see you again." Katrina hurried off with the meat. She walked with a spring in her step, eager to tell Ellen about this peculiar encounter. Leo stood dumbfounded for a moment before starting to walk again. His head was a mess. In the engagement scenario, Katrina survived and met me here like this. The questions he had when he first saw the Prince of the Astin Kingdom in Orville were answered. 3 scenarios were progressing simultaneously on this continent, and actions taken in one scenario could influence another. This was incredibly important information. Excited, Leo was walking when the restaurant owner called out from behind, saying he had forgotten the flowers, so he turned back. As he walked again, he thought of some helpful information. If only I could stop the war in the beggar siblings scenario. The engagement scenario always failed because of the war event. War was hard to avoid and a very harsh event, leading Leo Dexter and Lena Einar to repeatedly meet unfortunate endings, though other scenarios didn't end well either. Anyway, if the war could be prevented from the beginning, the difficulty of the engagement scenario would significantly drop. He knew why the war started too. It was because Princess Chloe de Tatalia insulted the Prince of the Astin Kingdom. So to prevent the war, Leo's excitement cooled quickly. There was no way to stop it. The prince arrives just 2 months after the scenario starts, so how can I stop the princess? Becoming the Marquis's adopted son was only possible because the princess caused another incident. There was no hope in the current state, unless he became much stronger through scenario rewards and became a royal guard. But even after more than a year since this scenario started, Leo hadn't set foot in the palace. Then can it help in the childhood friends scenario? What is there? If I can prevent Gilbert Forte from going to the capital church. No, that guy is the son of a swordmaster. Thinking of various plans, Leo eventually clicked his tongue. They were all far-fetched and he was still too weak. Besides, he couldn't do anything for the Lenas and Leos in other places right now. In the engagement scenario, Lena and Leo would soon meet a swordmaster and die, and even if he did the engagement scenario again, the war would still start the same way. Same went for the childhood friends scenario. Gilbert Forte had already left for the capital church. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice a few Suavria flowers he was holding falling off. At that moment, Leo, someone called him from behind. It was Ober. "I've called you several times, but you didn't answer." "Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't hear." "What's up?" Lost in thoughts of the other 2 scenarios, Leo had arrived at the leather district. "Come here for a moment." Ober had something to say and led him to a shelter. Though Leo wanted to return quickly to his sick sister, he followed. Ober laid out some snacks and drinks, seating him before starting to talk. I heard from Lena earlier. Leo interrupted suddenly. How is Lena? Is she feeling better? She seemed fine. Anyway, I went to visit Lena because she was sick and heard. You guys are going to the Marquis's house. Lena must have said goodbye to Ober. Yes, that's how it turned out. Why keep that a secret? That's great news. From the moment I first saw you, I thought you were a special friend. No, he told him to go back and drink more breast milk, but Leo didn't bother to point that out. Ober was the person who had treated Lena and Leo the most kindly. He sincerely congratulated them, spitting while speaking. Nobles, the skinny little kids. Kasha has an eye for people. Unlike the boss, Ober didn't change his attitude even after hearing that Leo was going to the Marquis's house. He was, to put it nicely, a man with guts, and to put it bluntly, a thug through and through. Thugs tended to disregard common social norms because they routinely engaged in illegal activities. Leo was embarrassed by Ober's constant praise, so he changed the topic to something Ober would like. How is Kasha these days? I just told Lena earlier, but Kasha seems to have pulled herself together and is living properly these days. He smiled, seemingly happier than hearing about Leo becoming a noble. She used to walk around like a zombie, but now she's normal. She's buying leather little by little, maybe to make shoes. That's great. She couldn't live off that forever anyway. Ober's chatter continued. He clearly felt sorry about the farewell. Seeing him say things he usually wouldn't, it seemed this was Ober's way of saying goodbye. His rough words were filled with affection, making Leo feel warm inside. Typical thug indeed. Thugs were ruthless enough to stab others for money, but their human hearts didn't disappear, and they poured all their love into their families. But when Ober eventually brought out alcohol to set up a proper farewell, Leo exchanged a few drinks and then excused himself, saying he needed to tend to his sick sister. Lena, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Brother, you're back. Arriving at the family house, Leo went to his sister's room. Lena, looking much better, greeted him cheerfully and told him she had said her goodbyes to the family today. It seemed saying goodbye to the family had relieved her greatly, as she could now sit up in bed, as if her illness was due to that farewell. While Lena spoke in a mixed tone about how Tian cried a lot. It was funny, Leo potted the Suavria he had brought. The flowers matched his sister's room beautifully and were lovely, though they quickly wilted due to late watering. The wilted flowers lost their color. 49. Beggar Sibling Theater. Sorry, have you been waiting long? On a clear weekend, Swarin came running down hastily. Her orange hair shimmered as she moved. Leo, who had been waiting at the family mansion's front gate, shook his head. No, I just came down too. Shall we go? He had decided to keep his promise to Swarin. He had planned to refuse the date using his sister's illness as an excuse, but Lena's condition had greatly improved, and 2 days ago, Swarin had seen Lena moving around the kitchen. He could have come up with an excuse if he wanted to, but he dressed neatly instead. Swarin smiled brightly. Her usual tightly tied hair was let down, and her smiling face with rouge applied was radiant, though there was a hint of sadness somewhere. The two took a carriage heading toward the Arley Theater, located in the east of Orville. I've always dreamed of acting. Ever since I went to the theater with my parents when I was little, Swarin said in the carriage. I pestered my parents so much about becoming a grand actor that my father eventually took me to a theater troupe. Leo listened quietly to her words. Usually he would just nod along, but today was different. I was so happy to join the troupe, but all they gave me were insignificant roles without lines like the fifth maid. I even wished I could at least get the role of a washerwoman gossiping by the river. That must have been tough. Swarin seemed taken aback by his response and was silent for a moment. Then she made a face that could either be a smile or a cry. No, it wasn't tough at all. I gave up quickly. They didn't teach me how to act and just assigned roles that required anyone to stand there. At that time, I foolishly blamed my parents. How I wished I had been born prettier. I thought it would have given me more opportunities. It's hard to believe. You're so beautiful. The theater troupe must have lacked judgment. She winked playfully and continued. Looking back now, that wasn't the problem. It wasn't about my efforts or passion either. I gradually lost interest in acting itself. I just hoped for good roles to come my way. I don't know why I felt that way back then, but I'm okay now. It was a good experience, and I'm satisfied being a theater goer. We've arrived. The carriage stopped in front of the theater. Leo quickly got out and offered his hand to Swarin. She gladly accepted his escort and got out of the carriage, and they entered the theater and took their seats. The play was neither good nor bad. As a theater for commoners, the props used in the play were all crude, and the actors' minor mistakes were noticeable. However, some lead actors gave remarkable performances. The actor playing, Toddler Akianen, the first king of the human-founded Akia kingdom, performed his role well. He was dignified, and his voice was righteous. The portrayal of the Demon King, his adversary, was also astonishingly well done. Using numerous flags to transition scenes, and having actors hidden among the audience rise and sing to emphasize the Demon King's immense power sent shivers down the spine. Swarin, startled, grabbed Leo's hand at one point. Reading the pamphlet handed out by a boy promoting the play in front of the theater, it was said to be based on historical facts. It was the legend of Toddler Akionin, a great king and the first swordmaster, who defeated different races and evil for the sake of humanity. Of course, the Belita kingdom, inheriting the legitimacy of the Achaea Empire, regarded this as history, not legend. Leo enjoyed the play more than he expected, but there was one actor who stood out. No, it was someone in a role too small to even call an actor. Gender unidentifiable, the actor playing the Demon King's minion wore a shabby black rag, no other word described it better, and waved their limbs fervently. For some reason, Leo's heart raced. He couldn't take his eyes off that actor. When he or she crouched down, pretending to hide from Toddler Akionin, it made him anxious, and when they rushed out on the Demon King's command, he worried they might trip over the rag. Was it because of the sincerity in their performance? It felt like, wow, look at that. Up there, Swarin pointed to the ceiling. On stage, a white sun, undoubtedly a quilt stuffed with cotton, was slowly descending. It was the appearance of the main god. If a theologian had been present, they would surely have objected to this scene. The cross-church claimed Toddler Akionin had no connection with the main god. It was a curious thing, since Toddler Akionin was a hero revered by all, claiming his glory originated from the god should have been acceptable. Unfamiliar with theology and uninterested in the cotton-made sun, Leo searched for the actor who had caught his eye. But that minion had disappeared with the god's appearance. Only the Demon King remained, screaming, and Toddler Akionin thrust a shining sword, an ordinary sword, but a background flag depicting a flashing sword, into his chest. With that, the play ended. It was really fun. Raisha's appearance was so beautiful. The two walked instead of taking the carriage back. Swarin, excited, chatted about the play for a while before gradually calming down. Their steps grew out of sync. Aren't you hungry? There's a restaurant nearby. No, I'm fine. Swarin smiled bitterly. Me too. I didn't expect the play to be this enjoyable. A moment of awkward silence followed. The two simply walked in silence, but as they entered a narrow alley, Leo and Swarin found themselves walking closely side by side. Feeling even more awkward, Leo thought, but Swarin seemed to feel differently as she looked up at him and spoke. You know, I realized that you're not interested in me, and I haven't even congratulated you yet. Congratulations. I heard from Lena yesterday that you're being adopted by the Marquis family. Since it wasn't a question expecting an answer, Leo confirmed it with his silence. Today's outing to see the play was meant to bring closure to their relationship. Leo knew that Swarin liked him. However, he had no interest in her and wasn't in a position to entertain such feelings, so he had always found it bothersome. Receiving someone's affection is usually a happy thing, but sometimes it can be annoying. So Leo had kept his distance from her, and just as he had done with the other family members, he didn't inform Swarin about his move to the Marquis family. He had planned to leave quietly when the time came. However, seeing Ober and Lena express genuine sorrow and share their heartfelt gratitude during their farewells made Leo change his mind. They expressed their feelings sincerely, showing emotions they hadn't been able to share before, and it was a heartwarming farewell. So Leo thought he should at least give Swarin some time to come to terms with her feelings, so her unrequited love wouldn't end without closure. Leo and Swarin walked for a long time. They walked back the same route they had taken the carriage earlier, exchanging small talk. In the future, I'll have to call you Sir Leo Tation. Just call me Leo. Oh, but won't I get in trouble if I do that? Noble lords and all. Swarin seemed to have come to terms with her feelings. She smiled softly and made playful jabs at nobles, and Leo played along, pretending to be an insulted and angry noble. Swarin laughed heartily. Leo smiled back gently. By the time they arrived back at the family mansion, there was nothing left between them but a promise to visit the flower shop occasionally. A few days later, Leo visited the Marquis's mansion. It was a day to meet other nobles for the first time in quite a while. Recently, the Marquis had introduced him to all the nobles he knew, so he hadn't summoned the siblings last week. Fortunately, that was when Lena had started to get sick, so it worked out well. Today, however, was a day to meet other nobles, and although Lena had recovered, Leo didn't bring her along. He didn't want to make her wear a dress with a low neckline after just recovering from a cold. He was gradually becoming Leo. Leo forced his sister, who insisted she was fine, to stay in bed and headed to the Marquis's mansion much earlier than the appointed time. He thought it would be better to inform the Marquis that Lena couldn't come. This way, the Marquis can make appropriate excuses to the other nobles. Otherwise, it could leave the impression that his son was being disobedient again. It might hurt the Marquis's pride, so Leo wanted to make sure to get his approval in advance. Leo stood at the front gate and the butler came out. Oh, welcome. Is something wrong? The butler's behavior was strange. Outwardly, there wasn't much difference, but today he greeted Leo in the middle of the front gate steps, unlike usual. No, it's just that you arrived much earlier than the scheduled time. But where is the young lady? Lena is sick, so I came alone today. I'd like to inform the Marquis in advance. I see, please come in. Leo raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. Is it really that surprising? Even though he had met this butler for months, he had never seen him this flustered before. Although it wasn't anything unusual, the butler, who had always behaved like a machine, was now acting differently. Leo, feeling uneasy, was about to step inside when he made eye contact with a female knight standing at the mansion's front entrance. It was the same female knight who had locked the carriage door, thwarting his assassination attempt on Tatentation. Irene was her name, and she had always avoided Leo, but now she was staring at him with such intensity that it was noticeable even from a distance. Something was wrong. The moment he saw Irene's blazing eyes, Leo raised his hand and spoke to the butler who was about to lead him inside. "No, I've arrived too early, so please just tell the Marquis that my sister can't come. I'll come back at the scheduled time." He made up an excuse and turned around hastily before the butler could say anything. A sense of foreboding filled him. Why is she looking at me like that? And the butler is acting weird too. Leo decided to leave the place immediately. Since the carriage he came in had already left, Leo hurriedly walked to find another carriage, but someone called him from behind. "Sir Leo, where are you going?" Turning around, he saw Count Gustav Petter, whom he had met with Lena before. He was getting off his own carriage, which had just arrived. Although Leo had initially thought of him as a modest noble, his carriage matched his owner's demeanor plane with no decorations. Even the 4 horses pulling the carriage were all black. Count Petter had also come to see the Marquis on some business. Leo, wary of the butler standing at the front gate and Irene glaring at him from behind the iron gate, spoke cautiously. "Ah, Count, it's been a while. I'm sorry, but I have some urgent business, so I must go." He bowed politely and turned to leave. "Then, Your Highness, are you running away again?" Leo's heart sank.